Xiao Chen inadvertently awakens the multiverse purchase system, thereafter providing purchasing services for travelers across myriad realms. In the realm of cultivation, brother, could you procure a cigarette for me? I shall exchange it for a foundational elixir. In the apocalyptic world, brother, I implore you for sustenance. I can barter with gold bars. In ancient times, brother, I intend to rebel. I urgently require a Gatling gun. Running errands for travelers is merely the beginning of his path to wealth. Chapter 1. The Multiverse Purchase System. In the suburbs, at the small supermarket located at the edge of Xiao Chen idly fiddles with his mobile device, glancing outside the village. The population of the village is dwindling. This week, I've only sold a few packs of cigarettes and a couple of bottles of liquor. This life has become unbearable. Ever since most of the village's youth purchased homes in the city, only a handful of elderly residents remain. Occasionally, a few stubborn adventurers pass through this area, but aside from that, Xiao Chen supermarket has virtually no business. You have a new order. Please check it. A notification jolts Xiao Chen's attention. This is his own purchasing system. The village is filled with elderly individuals, some of whom struggle with mobility, and since their families cannot return, they leave messages on the system regarding their needs, which he then fulfills. It could be considered as his supplementary income. With this thought, Xiao Chen rises to examine the system. 500 pounds of rice, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 500 pounds of flour. Upon seeing this, Xiao Chen's face lights up with surprise. It is a substantial order. However, the next moment, he is taken aback. Apocalyptic World, Site 86. Staring at the address, Xiao Chen's fists clench. Which mischievous brat is playing games on the system? If he could catch this rascal, Xiao Chen would undoubtedly give him a thorough thrashing. Just as he contemplated canceling the order, the notification suddenly glowed before him, and in the next instant, a voice echoed in his mind. The multiverse purchase system is activated. Please prepare the supplies within 3 hours. The system will transport you to the apocalyptic world, Site 86. The voice in his mind left Xiao Chen utterly stunned. What the hell? Xiao Chen exclaimed in terror, primarily because the voice originated within his own mind. It appeared without any prior indication in his consciousness. The multiverse purchase system? Xiao Chen was momentarily bewildered as a user interface materialized in his mind. The interface displayed an unfulfilled order alongside a countdown timer. System. Xiao Chen called out, but no sound emerged.
After some contemplation, Xiao Chen refrained from further comments. Perhaps this system was a mute one. He quickly perused the system's description.
The multiverse purchase system allows the host to traverse dimensions, serving various travelers by delivering supplies from one realm to another. Multiverse purchase mission guaranteed. Upon reading the description before him, Xiao Chen immediately comprehended its purpose. Thus, this purchasing system enables him to traverse dimensions, and the trading counterparts are indeed other travelers. Incredible! There are truly others who have traversed. Observing the countdown on the interface, time was running short, and Xiao Chen had no time for further contemplation. He swiftly opened the supermarket, grateful that the stock of his establishment was quite ample, and soon enough he transferred a plethora of goods onto his willing vehicle. System, teleport. Xiao Chen commanded in his mind, and in the blink of an eye, he and the vehicle vanished from sight. Before him lay a vast expanse of blinding white light that flickered past, transforming the scene entirely. He found himself before a colossal fortress, and directly in front of him stood a makeshift structure fashioned from steel. At the entrance, a young man gazed at Xiao Chen with astonishment. Wuling! Goodness, it's a Wuling! The youth pointed excitedly at the Wuling and exclaimed, Big brother, did you come for Blue Star? Greetings, is this the rice and instant noodles you requested? Xiao Chen inquired, looking at him. Indeed, big brother, could you possibly take me back? The young man fervently pleaded with Xiao Chen. You have no idea. I've been trapped in this wretched place for 15 long years. In these 15 years, my existence has been worse than that of a dog. This place is terrifying. Zombies lurk everywhere, and the people here lack humanity. They constantly attempt to do me harm, but fortunately, I am no pushover. Big brother, I cannot find enough to eat here. The youth grasped Xiao Chen's arm, weeping as he spoke. You know, this morning when I awoke, I suddenly received a multiverse ordering system in my mind, and I was overwhelmed with excitement. Finally, my golden opportunity has arrived. The young man clutched Xiao Chen's hand and exclaimed, "Big brother, take me back. I have acquired a plethora of valuable items during my time here. Whatever you desire, I can provide." Xiao Chen felt the young man's grip tighten, and as he attempted to break free, he realized it was futile. The youth possessed considerable strength, rendering Xiao Chen's struggles imperceptible. "Big brother, say something." Gazing at Xiao Chen, the youth eagerly asked, "Can you take me back?" "It seems that is not possible." Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. He had intended to test the waters, but the system in his mind promptly answered his thoughts. "My system only permits my return." "Ah." The young man plopped down onto the ground, a pained expression on his face. "Then it's over, big brother. You have no idea how terrifying this place is. By the way, I have brought the items you requested." Xiao Chen pointed to the rear of the Wuling, where a row of seats had been removed to accommodate the cargo perfectly. "Ah, regardless, I am delighted to meet a fellow villager here." The young man rose, looking at Xiao Chen, and exclaimed, "Big brother, I am so excited." With that, he dashed into his metal shelter, soon re-emerging with a box in his arms. "Big brother, this is the payment mentioned by the multiverse ordering system. You have no idea how outrageous this is. It demands 50 gold bars and a vial of evolution serum. In this apocalyptic world, gold is nearly worthless compared to scrap metal, but that evolution serum is exorbitantly priced. However, with this over 1,000 pounds of grain, I can recruit a massive following. Once I establish my forces, acquiring evolution serums will no longer be an issue." The young man rambled on incessantly, providing Xiao Chen no opportunity to interject. "Big brother, all of this is yours," he said, handing the items over to Xiao Chen. Then, watching as Xiao Chen unloaded the rice from the vehicle, he asked, "Big brother, will you be able to come again?" Xiao Chen, observing the young man's eager expression, shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. I was merely resting at home when I suddenly awakened to the system, which instructed me to deliver goods here." Xiao Chen genuinely did not know. "I shall attempt again next time." The young man hastily replied, "Big brother, my name is Gu Ming. From now on, you can call me Xiao Gu." "In which year did you traverse?" Gu Ming inquired eagerly. "I arrived here in 2019. 2024. Xiao Chen responded. "That is quite close." Gu Ming quickly interjected, "Big brother, next time you come, could you bring me some joy water? I am currently unable to afford the payment." Noticing the hopeful glint in Gu Ming's eyes, Xiao Chen glanced back at the vehicle, realizing there was still half a bottle of joy water left. Gu Ming followed Xiao Chen's gaze and excitedly rushed over to grab the joy water, showing no disdain for having been previously consumed by Xiao Chen, and took a long swig. "Ah, it still has that taste." A satisfied expression spread across Gu Ming's face. "System notification. Transaction completed. Please return promptly." Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Chen looked back at Gu Ming, who still wished to converse, and turned to ascend into the vehicle, stating, "Well, the transaction is complete. I shall take my leave now." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and in the next moment, Xiao Chen's vehicle vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. The Apocalyptic World. After a flash of brilliance, the scene before Xiao Chen shifted once more. Upon gazing at the familiar supermarket, he finally felt a sense of relief. After all, venturing into an unknown realm had instilled a lingering fear of never returning. The dimensional transaction was successful. The host returned, earning 1 settlement point. The voice of the multiverse purchasing system echoed in his mind. At that moment, Xiao Chen took a moment to truly scrutinize the multiverse purchasing system within his consciousness. Simply put, it was a procurement system capable of acquiring items from various dimensions as per the client's request, delivering them directly to their hands. Essentially, accumulating 5 settlement points could unlock a new dimension. He glanced at the box in his hands, and his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Gu Ming had just mentioned that it contained 50 gold bars. Merely envisioning the immense quantity of gold filled Xiao Chen with exhilaration. Hastily, he opened the box, only to be taken aback. There was gold within, but certainly not 50 bars. A fee of 50 has been deducted. The remainder belongs to the host. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned, then looked again. Indeed, there were 25 gold bars, calculating at 100 grams per bar. that amounted to 2,500 grams. Given the current gold price, which hovered around 6 to 700 yuan, this translated to a fortune exceeding 1 million directly at his fingertips. At that moment, Xiao Chen stared blankly at the gold in his hands, his face alight with excitement. This was truly a windfall. Please, host, consume the evolution potion promptly. As a reward, consuming it will awaken your extraordinary abilities. When the system's voice resounded, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted from the gold to the greenish vial. Was this concoction that resembled sewer water truly the evolution potion? According to Gu Ming, it was rather expensive. He unscrewed the cap, and a pungent odor assaulted his senses. Could this be ingested? Xiao Chen voiced his question, but no one responded, not even the system. After contemplating, the allure of extraordinary powers overwhelmed all hesitation. He swiftly downed the vial. The nauseating taste nearly caused him to retch. Yet, the next moment, he sensed something amiss. Agonizing pain surged from within his body, and under such excruciating torment, Xiao Chen immediately lost consciousness. When he awoke again, it was already night. Fortunately, his little supermarket was somewhat secluded. Despite the commotion, no one had come. Xiao Chen shook his head in resignation. It was evident how dismal the consumption levels were in this village. Congratulations, host, on your successful evolution. You now possess spatial abilities. The system's voice rang in his ears. And in the next instant, Xiao Chen grasped the significance. He had indeed acquired spatial powers, along with a personal space. Although the space measured merely 10 square meters, it sufficed. After all, some individuals lived in places smaller than that. Moreover, he discovered he could perform short-range teleportation. Xiao Chen's gaze drifted to a spot not far away. And in the next moment, he activated the teleportation. The following second, his body appeared at a distance. At that moment, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This spatial ability was extraordinarily formidable. With this power, even if he ventured to other dimensions, he would possess means of self-preservation. Currently, Xiao Chen was fervently testing the distance of his teleportation. The farthest he could manage was merely within 3 meters. Nevertheless, that was already ample. However, after several trials, he began to feel a wave of dizziness. His complexion turned pale, and he lay on the ground, utterly drained. Had it not been for the body modified by the evolution potion, he might have fainted outright. After lying there for a full hour to recuperate, he finally mustered the strength to rise. Clearly, this ability required cautious usage. Xiao Chen murmured softly. Returning to his room, he collapsed into a deep slumber. The day's experiences had been overwhelmingly surreal, and he could no longer endure. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen was roused by the sound of knocking at the door. Xiao Chen, open up. The voice from outside made him furrow his brows slightly. Upon opening the supermarket's door, he was confronted by several individuals, causing his frown to deepen. Even in this village, there were some ruffians, and these individuals were among them. Of course, they could only be small-time bullies within the village, utterly lacking in ambition. They were practically detested by everyone. Xiao Yan, a distant relative of Xiao Chen and the son of the village chief, was rumored to have amassed considerable debts and had returned to the village to evade creditors. He frequently visited Xiao Chen's supermarket, taking items without payment. Although he claimed it was on credit, in reality, he had never repaid a single debt. If Xiao Chen refused him, a group of thugs would commence smashing things in his shop, creating a troublesome situation, especially with the village chief always siding with his son. Thus, Xiao Chen occasionally relented, offering a few packs of cigarettes to appease them. At this moment, Xiao Yan barged into the supermarket, pushing Xiao Chen aside. Xiao Chen, why haven't you opened the door by this hour? He demanded. Brother, I've encountered difficulties. You must assist me. What do you mean? Xiao Chen inquired, gazing at Xiao Yan. I need to borrow some money. Xiao Yan grinned, adding, not much, just 10,000 yuan. I know you must have it. After all, you've been in the big city for several years before returning to open this supermarket. He looked at Xiao Chen with a beaming smile. I don't have any. Xiao Chen shook his head. Not only did he lack the funds, but even if he did, he would never give it to him. Lending money to Xiao Yan would be akin to throwing meat buns to a dog. He was well aware of that. Don't be ungrateful. I'm asking to borrow money because I regard you highly. Xiao Yan shot a cold glare at Xiao Chen, continuing, moreover, if it weren't for us looking after your business, how would you have made any money in this village? Listening to Xiao Yan's shameless words, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. You lot come here to eat and take without ever paying. When have you ever settled your debts? As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Xiao Yan's expression shifted. So, you're refusing to cooperate, huh? Do you believe I can make it impossible for your supermarket to operate? He glared at Xiao Chen menacingly. Hearing Xiao Yan's threat, Xiao Chen merely shook his head, already weary of engaging in conversation with him. Get lost. Xiao Chen retorted coldly. Usually, they would simply take a pack of cigarettes and leave, and Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to hold them accountable. especially since they were capable of quietly vandalizing his shop's windows at night if he refused. However, should he truly provoke Xiao Chen, he would not hold back. Now, this group seemed to think him easy to bully. As soon as Xiao Chen's words left his lips, Xiao Yan lunged at him, aiming to strike him across the face. Yet, before his hand could land on Xiao Chen's cheek, it was caught firmly by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you dare to fight back? Brothers, teach this guy a lesson so he knows who he's dealing with. Xiao Yan bellowed. Chapter 3, Gu Ming's Request. As soon as Xiao Yan's words fell, the thugs behind him lunged toward Xiao Chen. As he watched them charge forward, Xiao Chen felt as though the scene before him had slowed to a crawl. The movements of these individuals appeared almost to unfold in slow motion. With remarkable swiftness, he delivered a resounding slap, sending Xiao Yan hurtling backward, his nasal bone now askew. Those behind him fell victim to his fists, each one dispatched with ease, leaving a multitude of bodies sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Xiao Chen gazed in astonishment at his own hand, never having anticipated such formidable prowess within himself. This evolutionary serum is truly remarkable, he exclaimed, marveling at the potency of just a single vial. Get out, he commanded, casting a glance at the prostrate Xiao Yan, whose broken nose rendered him a pitiful sight. Fear gripped the latter's heart as he met Xiao Chen's icy gaze, prompting him to scramble away in haste. Xiao Chen, just you wait. A few of them shouted as they fled. To these rabble, Xiao Chen paid no mind. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Big brother, are you there? Can you hear me? It's Gu Ming. The unexpected communication left Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. You can speak to me? He replied, astonished. Big brother, you really can hear me? That's splendid. I've added a communication feature to my system, and you are the only one I can reach. Upon hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen noticed a function resembling a call interface, allowing him the option to either accept or decline. Big brother, could I possibly ask you for a favor? Gu Ming implored urgently. Rest assured, I understand the rules, and I certainly won't let you toil in vain. Big brother, you've tried the evolutionary serum, right? It's an excellent item. I have even more powerful goods available. If only you could assist me. Intrigued, Xiao Chen inquired, what powerful goods? First, tell me. After consuming the evolutionary serum, did you awaken any abilities? Gu Ming pressed on. Yes. Xiao Chen responded without hesitation. No way. A chance of less than 10 to awaken an ability? I still haven't awakened mine. Gu Ming exclaimed. Big brother, what is your ability? Space. Xiao Chen declared. Unbelievable. That's one of the rarest abilities. Gu Ming gasped. Please, help me, and I will reward you with another vial of the evolutionary serum to enhance your capabilities. Speak. Xiao Chen replied, recognizing Gu Ming as his first client, who had already provided him with substantial gold bars and evolutionary serums. Big brother, I was wronged and killed. I need your help for revenge. Gu Ming asserted. If you assist me in avenging my death, I will certainly provide you with an intermediate evolutionary serum. What happened? Xiao Chen asked, sensing the gravity of the situation upon learning that Gu Ming had traversed here due to his demise. He pondered whether other travelers had also met their end before arriving here, considering the possibility that they had vanished in this world. I was originally a wealthy heir. After my parents passed, I had considerable assets, which attracted unwanted attention. A group of individuals murdered me to seize my fortune. Gu Ming explained hastily. If you help me avenge my death, I have several anonymous accounts overseas, which will be yours. Listening to Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with opportunity. It appeared he stood to gain significantly. Big brother, with your spatial ability, you need not worry. You are certainly not in danger. Gu Ming continued. After contemplating this, Xiao Chen inquired further about Gu Ming's circumstances, surprised to discover that they resided in the same city. All right, I will take on this matter. If I locate the culprits, I shall assist you in your quest for vengeance. Xiao Chen affirmed, recognizing the challenge ahead in a city of considerable size. This matter is not urgent. Assist me when you have the time. I have plenty of other resources, just lacking food. Rest assured, I have enough gold bars. Gu Ming chuckled. I need food. And you certainly need money. Our collaboration will be invincible. Brother, I will contact you when I require your help. With that, Gu Ming severed their connection. Xiao Chen glanced at his supermarket, realizing that to provide for Gu Ming long-term, his current stock would surely fall short. He needed to procure more supplies. Initially, his funds had been limited, but now he felt emboldened. After some contemplation, he sent a message to an old friend. Selling such a large quantity of gold bars was not straightforward, yet Xiao Chen had his connections. Though their village had dwindled in population, many childhood friends had relocated to the city, including one who owned a gold shop. Yifatsi, a close companion since childhood, often sought Xiao Chen whenever he returned to the village. Yifatsi, I have a batch of gold bars to sell. Can you handle it? Xiao Chen messaged. Their bond, forged in youth, remained strong despite the passage of time since their university days. Wow, old Xiao, you've struck it rich. How many gold bars do you have? If you need cash, I can lend you a few thousand to tide you over. No rush on repayment, came a swift voice message. 25 bars, each weighing 100 grams. Xiao Chen replied quickly. Wow, old Xiao, that's over 1 million in goods. You really have struck it rich. He Fatsi exclaimed in surprise. I can't take that much, but I know several gold shops here. Together, we can definitely manage. Just bring them over, and I guarantee I'll help you sell them. I won't pry into where you got them. You know the rules. All right, 140,000. He Fatsi declared, offering the highest price he could muster. Deal. Xiao Chen responded without hesitation, recognizing that he Fatsi was likely not making a profit at that price. I'm heading to you now. He was in urgent need of funds, as his warehouse was nearly empty. Once the money was secured, he intended to purchase 2 residential properties adjacent to the supermarket to serve as storage. In such a hurry? All right, come over. He Fatsi replied eagerly. Rest assured, I'll contact you shortly. After ending the call, Xiao Chen hurriedly closed the supermarket's doors, noting the sparse customer traffic. He grabbed a box and promptly drove away. Chapter 4. Sanya. Upon reaching the city, Xiao Chen spotted He Fatsi squatting at the store entrance. The moment He Fatsi saw him, he rushed over. Old Xiao, where did you get these gold bars? He inquired, reaching to take the bag from Xiao Chen's hands. Just doing some business. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Very well, I won't pry. He Fatsi chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood well that everyone harbors secrets, and probing too deeply might prove detrimental. Follow me. My little gold shop certainly can't accommodate such a large item, rest assured. I've found a reliable buyer for you. He Fatsi remarked with a smile as he pulled Xiao Chen toward the largest establishment at the street corner. Jin Yutang. Gazing at the imposing entrance of the store, Xiao Chen curiously inquired, do you have a connection with this place? He was well aware that Jin Yutang was the largest antique gold shop in the city, and its influence was considerable. Old Xiao, these items of yours have unclear origins. I can only turn to them. Don't worry, the price will be satisfactory. He Fatsi replied. However, once we enter, keep your eyes to yourself. What do you mean? Xiao Chen began to question, but in the next moment, He Fatsi had already dragged him inside the shop. Manager Wang. This is my brother. I arranged with Sister Song to bring him here to sell a batch of goods. He Fatsi announced, gesturing toward Xiao Chen. Before them stood a middle-aged woman, who nodded upon seeing He Fatsi. Sister Song is inside. Xiao Chen's gaze wandered about the expansive shop, which spanned 3 floors and was adorned with extravagant decor, immediately signaling its significance. The first floor showcased gold and jade artifacts, while the second floor was filled with numerous antique paintings and calligraphy. Ascending to the third floor with He Fatsi, Xiao Chen was taken aback by the decor. He had expected the third floor to be even more opulent than the lower 2, but instead, it exuded an air of refined elegance. With only a set of wooden furniture gracing the space, before them stood a woman, observing the two of them intently. Behind her loomed a man clad in a black suit, his eyes fixed on Xiao Chen with a predatory intensity. The instant their gazes met, Xiao Chen felt a flicker of wariness. There was an undeniable sense of danger emanating from the man. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment, and the man's expression shifted to one of caution as he scrutinized Xiao Chen. You are He Fatsi's friend? The woman inquired, her gaze piercing. I am Sonya, the owner of Jin Yutang. I hear you have a batch of gold to sell? She continued, ordinarily, I wouldn't pry into the contents of your possession, but our establishment is wary of attracting trouble. Rest assured, it's not sourced domestically. Xiao Chen responded directly, eliciting a hint of surprise from Sonya. She nodded, seemingly satisfied, and refrained from further inquiry. As long as it wasn't domestic, the issue was manageable. However, her curiosity regarding Xiao Chen deepened. After all, it was no small feat to bring such a substantial quantity of gold from overseas. Where's the merchandise? Sonya asked. Xiao Chen casually handed over the bag he carried. Upon opening it, 25 gold bars were revealed, gleaming under the light. Sonya nodded, summoning someone who quickly confirmed. The purity is flawless. What business are you involved in, Mr. Xiao? Sonya inquired, her attention now fully on him. Just a small venture. I may have more gold to sell in the future. Xiao Chen smiled, looking at Sonya. I wonder if you can manage it? As long as it doesn't bring trouble, I can handle as much as you have. Sonya assured him. Agreed, I guarantee no complications. Xiao Chen replied, fully understanding her meaning. Very well. Sonya nodded, inquiring about Xiao Chen's account details. Soon, his account reflected an additional 140,000. After the transaction, Xiao Chen and He Fatsi rose to take their leave. Watching Xiao Chen depart, Sonya turned to her bodyguard. Are you feeling anxious? She asked. This man was someone she had invested heavily to hire. His capabilities were exceptional, having helped maintain stability in the business over the years. That man is formidable. The bodyguard lowered his voice, stating, he gives me a peculiar feeling. Oh, surprised, Sonya cast a sidelong glance at her bodyguard. What sort of feeling? His every action appears amateurish, devoid of any training. Yet he emanates a distinct danger. It feels as though if he chose to, I would be dead, the man replied, pausing momentarily before speaking again. Hearing this, Sonia regarded him with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. She had not anticipated that the seemingly innocuous individual possessed such prowess. Very well, then we shall continue to engage with him. Additionally, have someone investigate this individual, Sonia said, narrowing her eyes. She understood that anyone capable of producing such a quantity of gold bars was undoubtedly not an ordinary character. Upon exiting Jin Yutang, Xiao Chen transferred 100,000 to Hefatsi. What on earth, old Xiao? What is this for? Hefatsi exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden influx of funds. Consider it your referral fee. Xiao Chen grinned. Now, there's no need to be polite. You've looked out for me over the years. All right, since you put it that way. I want to say another word, Hefatsi conceded. I need to inquire about something. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. Do you know Guyan? The Gu family? Hefatsi paused, bewildered. Old Xiao, how did you come to be involved with them? That family is not to be trifled with. Hefatsi hastily grasped Xiao Chen's arm, clearly aware of the implications. It seems you know something. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Having returned to the city 3 years ago, he was unaware of the Gu family's significance, but not Hefatsi. Anyone running a gold shop in the city would inevitably know the local power players. And it appeared that Hefatsi was indeed informed about the Gu family's affairs. He was still pondering Gu Ming's earlier words, remembering that Gu Yen was responsible for his demise. Thus, he needed to clarify who Gu Yen truly was. I certainly know. The underground overlord of this city is none other than Gu Yen. He commands a considerable number of subordinates. Old Xiao, it's best not to provoke him. Hefatsi warned earnestly. Chapter 5. The Side Effects of the Evolution Serum. After leaving Hefatsi, Xiao Chen first contacted several suppliers to procure a substantial amount of grain, arranging for it to be delivered to the supermarket. Following that, he prepared to return home. However, upon arriving back in the village, Xiao Chen was taken aback. His supermarket had been utterly vandalized. The front door was violently destroyed, and the glass displays inside lay shattered. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. He knew without a doubt who was responsible. Xiao Yan. He gritted his teeth, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Xiao Chen. Just as his mood soured further, the village chief hurried toward him. I am aware of the situation, and I assure you I will provide an explanation, the chief stated, looking at Xiao Chen. Here's the plan. I will have Xiao Yan compensate you, and we will consider this matter closed. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards the village chief. The old man's presence at this moment was undoubtedly to mediate. Xiao Chen was acutely aware of this. The reason Xiao Yan had been so arrogant in the village was largely due to the village chief's complicity. Do you think this matter can simply be brushed aside? Xiao Chen asked coldly. Is it because of this incident involving your son? The village chief's face twisted with discomfort upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. Xiao Chen, you must understand. It is also your fault. My son was severely beaten by you this morning, as you well know. Even if this were to be reported to the police, you would not be in the right, he declared, looking at Xiao Chen. In response to this, Xiao Chen merely smirked coldly and remained silent, instead stating, if that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. With that, he turned and departed. Initially, Xiao Chen had intended to escalate matters in the village, for it was a remote place where few would notice his actions. However, it was evident that such plans were now futile. As for this incident, he certainly would not let it go unpunished. Watching Xiao Chen leave, the village chief wore an expression of indifference. To him, Xiao Chen was merely a trivial character, someone who could not thrive in the bustling city. What future could he possibly have? Thus, he cared little for Xiao Chen's fate. Upon returning to the supermarket, Xiao Chen surveyed the chaos that lay strewn across the floor, his expression darkening. Xiao Yan's actions had already incited his fury, leaving him unprepared to be courteous to this father-son duo. As night fell, he glared outside, where the village was nearly deserted. After all, most of the inhabitants were elderly, and once night descended, few dared to venture outside. Seizing the cover of darkness, Xiao Chen swiftly made his way to the village chief's residence. Being a local, he was well aware of the few surveillance cameras scattered throughout the village, and he adeptly avoided them with remarkable speed, even those he could not circumvent. He managed to bypass with a mere flicker of movement. Soon, he arrived at the village chief's home, a modest 3-story villa. In an instant, he appeared on the second floor. Look at the havoc you've wreaked. He overheard the village chief exclaim. How could you have smashed up someone's store, even if you were to destroy it? It should not have been done in broad daylight. The village chief pointed accusingly at Xiao Yan. And what of it? What can that brat do? Xiao Yan retorted. He is far too arrogant, daring to strike me. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will never fear me again. Once I've dealt with that brat, I will go smash it again, he boasted. At this juncture, Xiao Chen's face darkened further with anger as he observed the two, remaining silent. You better behave yourself. Do you think that just because the village is quiet, you can act with impunity? The village chief glared fiercely at Xiao Yan. Enough. This is none of your concern. Xiao Yan scoffed, turning to leave. However, the moment he opened the door and stepped outside, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and promptly lost consciousness. Turning back, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Chen, who had swiftly moved behind the village chief. Employing the same technique, he struck the village chief, rendering him unconscious as well. Gazing at the two incapacitated figures, Xiao Chen smirked coldly. He casually tossed the father and son into his spatial realm, eager to test whether his space could sustain living beings. If it could, that would be splendid. If not, the demise of two scoundrels was of little consequence. After securing them in his space, he flickered away, soon reappearing on a mountain behind the village. As he released them from his spatial realm, he checked their breathing, alive. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. This made things considerably more convenient. With a cold smile, he brandished a baseball bat and aimed it at their limbs. Striking with force, the excruciating pain caused Xiao Yan to nearly regain consciousness, only to be knocked out again by another blow from Xiao Chen. Following this, Xiao Chen continued relentlessly, breaking Xiao Yan's limbs. Turning to the village chief, he applied the same treatment, ensuring the old man's hands and feet were similarly shattered. Afterward, he simply turned and left, indifferent to the fate that awaited the father and son. Not killing them was already a show of mercy. He knew that his actions would undoubtedly stir up considerable trouble, yet Xiao Chen felt a sense of discomfort that could not be alleviated. Furthermore, he was not afraid. Upon returning home, Xiao Chen lay on his bed, reflecting on the events of the day with a hint of surprise. The person he had been before would never have acted in such a manner, but since consuming the evolution serum, it seemed his very character had undergone a transformation. After some contemplation, he quickly contacted Gu Ming. "Brother, do you have any news?" Hearing Xiao Chen's call, Gu Ming hastily responded. "Is it about that scoundrel Gu Yan?" The name of the underground overlord of Yin City was spoken with disdain. "Yes," replied Xiao Chen. "That miscreant is my cousin. I once had great trust in him. But after my parents passed, he turned against me. Brother, you must deal with that scoundrel," Gu Ming urged. Xiao Chen, now curious, inquired, "I have another question. Since drinking the evolution serum, it feels as though my personality has altered. What is the reason for this?" At this moment, a serious expression crossed Xiao Chen's face. "Hey, brother, you've noticed?" Gu Ming chuckled. "No worries. The evolution serum not only enhances your physical form, but also brings forth your inner desires. In a post-apocalyptic world, experiencing some side effects is entirely normal. But rest assured, aside from a slight change in personality, it has no other adverse effects." Upon hearing Gu Ming's explanation, Xiao Chen began to understand why he had been unable to suppress the impulse to eliminate those individuals. However, now that he had committed the act, he felt no remorse whatsoever. "Brother, I've already gathered quite a number of followers and secured 2 strongholds. Moving forward, I will need a substantial supply of resources," Gu Ming stated promptly. Surprised by this, Xiao Chen replied, "I traded with you just yesterday. Do you require more supplies so soon?" To this, Gu Ming responded urgently, "Brother, you said you traded with me yesterday? But for me, that was a week ago." Realizing the discrepancy, Xiao Chen understood that the flow of time differed between their two worlds. After exchanging a few more words with Gu Ming, Xiao Chen ended the communication and went to bed, utterly exhausted from the numerous instances of using his spatial abilities throughout the night. He also noticed that as he utilized his abilities more frequently, his fatigue seemed to diminish, and his powers became increasingly refined. The next morning, Xiao Chen was awakened by a series of rapid knocks on the door. Rising to open the supermarket entrance, he was met by 3 individuals clad in uniforms. At the forefront stood a female officer, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Chen. "Are you Xiao Chen?" Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen nodded, fully aware that the village chief and Xiao Yan had certainly been discovered. "Where were you last night?" The officer inquired directly, scrutinizing him. "I was at home, asleep," Xiao Chen replied without hesitation. "You didn't go out?" A few female officers immediately pressed for answers. In response, Xiao Chen shook his head. "May I ask why you were looking for me? Are you aware of Song Yan? He and your village chief were brutally incapacitated last night and discarded in the mountains behind your house." The officer's words were laden with intensity as she stared at Xiao Chen, yet he remained unfazed. Thanks to the effects of the evolutionary serum, Xiao Chen felt an unparalleled strength within, and even as suspicion loomed, he feigned surprise, asking, "Is that so? How unfortunate for them. I wonder who could have done such a thing. They deserved it." The officer squinted slightly, studying Xiao Chen, who returned her gaze with equal scrutiny. "I have spoken to the villagers. You have enmity with them," she stated. "Indeed." Xiao Chen nodded. "Yesterday morning, Xiao Yan came to my supermarket demanding 10,000 yuan. I had no money, so I refused. When he and his companions saw I wouldn't pay, they attempted to assault me, but I drove them off. After that, I went to restock, and when I returned, my supermarket had been vandalized. Xiao Chen claimed innocently, "What could I do? His father is the village chief. Last night, I contacted my suppliers and instructed them not to deliver any goods. I was planning to find another place to open a supermarket." The officer's brows furrowed slightly at his calm demeanor. It was this very composure that made her suspect him further. She had already canvassed the village that morning and was well aware of Xiao Yan's reputation. The former village chief had some standing in the community, but with his son's return, their goodwill had been nearly obliterated. Xiao Yan had become nearly universally detested. In contrast, Xiao Chen had earned an excellent reputation in the village for his voluntary assistance to the elderly. Many villagers had witnessed Xiao Yan vandalizing Xiao Chen's supermarket, and although they were hesitant to speak out, they had still vouched for Xiao Chen during the police inquiry, bringing up the village chief's misdeeds as well. Now, observing Xiao Chen, she declared, "We will investigate this matter. Do not leave the village in the coming days. Rest assured, I am merely seeking another location to establish my supermarket." Xiao Chen responded with a smile. After the officer departed, Xiao Chen inquired with several elderly villagers about the father and son. It seemed fortune had favored them during the early hours. Some villagers had gone up the mountain to forage and discovered the duo, promptly alerting the authorities. Consequently, the village elder had been questioned first, leaving Xiao Chen as the last to be interrogated. Naturally, the police had already examined all surveillance footage in the village, yet had found nothing of significance. This left them quite frustrated. Logically, there were 3 cameras between Xiao Chen's home and the village chief's, all without blind spots. If anyone had truly intended to act, they would surely have been captured on film. Given the current situation, they were at a complete loss. The father and son had been transported to a city hospital. Pondering for a moment, Xiao Chen then decided to close the supermarket. "Xiao Chen, are you really shutting down?" Many villagers asked upon witnessing his demeanor. "I can't continue. Everything has spoiled," Xiao Chen replied, turning away. With only the elderly remaining in the village, they understood that without Xiao Chen's assistance in purchasing goods, their lives would soon become quite difficult. Thus, a heavy silence fell over the group. Climbing into his wuling, Xiao Chen drove directly towards the city, deciding to leave this place behind for now. After all, he had already secured the valuable items in his space, and he had no interest in the broken debris left behind. Moreover, he knew that following this incident, the village chief would inevitably find it impossible to remain in the village. The father and son had gone too far, and now they were utterly incapacitated, rendering them unfit for any leadership role. The villagers feared the village chief, not the father and son, as long as they were no longer in power. Life would undoubtedly become challenging for them. Suddenly, a message echoed in his mind. "You have a new order. Please check." Xiao Chen's eyes brightened at the notification. It was from Gu Ming. 1 ton of grain. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback by the substantial request. "Brother, it's urgent. I need grain. Anything will do. Just give me a ton." Gu Ming's voice resonated in his mind. "Brother, everything is ready. As soon as your goods arrive, I can arrange everything on my end." Listening to Gu Ming, Xiao Chen quickly checked his space, even accounting for snacks. The original stock from the supermarket did not amount to a ton. "Wait." Xiao Chen promptly called He Paozi. "Paozi, do you have an empty warehouse? I need to borrow it for a couple of days." "Yes, I'll send you the address. It has a keypad lock. I'll send you the code as well for your temporary use." He Paozi replied without hesitation. Chapter 7. The Transaction. After driving to the warehouse, Xiao Chen found that the supplier's goods had already arrived and were being moved inside. He swiftly gathered the items into his space. Subsequently, he opted for teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the apocalyptic world. "Brother, you made it," Gu Ming exclaimed upon Xiao Chen's arrival, his face lighting up with joy. At that moment, Gu Ming scrutinized Xiao Chen closely and asked, "Brother, didn't you drive here?" "No," Xiao Chen confirmed with a nod. He no longer needed to drive with his space at his disposal. With a wave of his hand, the goods from his space materialized before them. Gu Ming's face radiated delight at the sight of the grain. "Brother, these are fantastic items," Gu Ming exclaimed, fully aware of their immense value in the apocalyptic world, where food was scarce. "Brother, you have no idea what we're eating in the apocalypse, just some dried beast meat, which is both unpalatable and foul-smelling. There's no grain here." Xiao Chen asked curiously. "Hey, the apocalypse isn't suitable for growing grain, even in areas where it can be cultivated. It's all artificially grown, and the taste is nowhere near as good as ours," Gu Ming lamented. "Moreover, to maximize yield, they primarily grow coarse grains that are tough to swallow. You wouldn't believe it, but with the rice and flour you provided, I've attracted several high-level ability users." Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming declared, "Now, the 86th base is entirely under my control. Brother, you can walk around here with swagger." As he spoke, Gu Ming led Xiao Chen to the rooftop. Upon reaching the top, they were greeted by the sight of a colossal sun. The heat was the only sensation Xiao Chen could perceive. "Brother, Do you now comprehend why this place is unsuitable for cultivation? Gu Ming gestured towards the enormous sun in the sky, stating, the temperature outside is at least 45 degrees and can soar to over 50. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to survive outdoors. Even those who have consumed the evolution serum, whose bodies have already undergone transformation, cannot endure prolonged exposure to the elements. Observing Xiao Chen, Gu Ming continued, however, this world possesses its own advantages. At the very least, technological advancements have progressed rapidly. In their quest for survival, people have evolved supernatural abilities and developed an array of weapons to hunt those aberrant beasts. Gu Ming remarked. Xiao Chen glanced at the so-called Base 86, which was essentially an entire expanse thoroughly encased in sheets of iron. Let us proceed inside. Gu Ming urged as he pulled Xiao Chen into the interior, explaining, brother, you have no idea how sweltering it is outside, but within these walls, we have a climate control system that allows us to survive. Upon entering, Xiao Chen was immediately enveloped in a refreshing coolness, a stark contrast to the oppressive heat outside. Brother, here are the gold bars from this shipment. Gu Ming exclaimed as he guided Xiao Chen into a room filled with over 100 gold bars. This order did not require the evolution serum, but I have made a personal promise to you, granting you 1 vial of evolution serum. This particular one is a combat evolution serum. A person can only consume 3 vials, after which it loses its efficacy, necessitating the use of a mid-tier evolution serum. We are merely a small outpost, and thanks to the provisions you provided, I have gathered quite a number of people, yet I am hesitant to trade our food supplies, as they are invaluable in this world. Gu Ming looked at Xiao Chen and added, thus, for the time being, I can only offer you 1 vial of the basic serum. He then handed a vial of the basic serum to Xiao Chen, saying, this is a gift from your brother. Once you have avenged me, I promise you a vial of the mid-tier evolution serum. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall take my leave now. He secured the 100 gold bars into his spatial storage and prepared to depart. The apocalyptic world appeared undeniably perilous, and at present, he was ill-prepared to navigate its treacherous landscapes. It was prudent to exit for the time being. Upon returning to the real world, Xiao Chen glanced at his spatial storage. And indeed, only 50 gold bars remained. Nevertheless, he deemed this quantity sufficient, amounting to nearly 3 million, acquired through several thousand pounds of provisions. Such a transaction was truly formidable. However, for now, Xiao Chen did not intend to continue trading gold. Having just concluded 1 batch, it would be unwise to immediately engage in another. Better to wait until he was in dire need of funds. He contacted Fatty He, requesting assistance in locating a warehouse, preferably in a more secluded area. I actually have just the warehouse for you. Fatty He replied on the other end of the line. It's Sister Song's. She is preparing to sell a 3-story building, with the ground floor serving as a warehouse and storefront, while the 2nd and 3rd floors can accommodate residents. However, it's rather pricey, valued at over 3 million. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. After some contemplation, he stated, please arrange a meeting with President Song. Initially, he had considered delaying the sale of the gold bars, but it now appeared that retaining them was impractical. It would be more straightforward to trade the gold for the property directly. Shortly thereafter, Fatty He called back. Sister Song has agreed. I heard that yesterday. Xiao Yin demolished your supermarket? Were they left crippled by someone? Was it you? How can you be so certain it was my doing? Xiao Chen replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Actually, many in the village suspect you were involved. Fatty He chuckled. However, that father-son duo was quite unpopular in the village and had offended many, so few would care. Frankly, you should have emerged from hiding long ago. Did you truly intend to remain in that place for a lifetime? He continued. Sister Song indicated there would be no issues. But I presume you lack sufficient cash and might require a loan? No need. I will speak with President Song directly, Xiao Chen asserted. With that, he drove his Wuling back to Jinyutang. Upon his arrival, he found the bodyguard who had previously accompanied Song already waiting for him. The bodyguard regarded Xiao Chen with a hint of wariness. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he always sensed danger in Xiao Chen's presence. Yet, Xiao Chen's demeanor was unassuming, even casual in his movements, a quality that left the bodyguard perplexed. Xiao Chen ascended to the 3rd floor with his case in hand, where Song Yu awaited him. Are you interested in buying my building? She inquired, observing Xiao Chen. Indeed, I wish to relocate my supermarket, and Fatty He mentioned your place would be suitable. Xiao Chen replied as he took a seat across from her. This being his first visit, Xiao Chen found Song Yu strikingly beautiful, and upon seeing her again, he noted an alluring charm about her. Chapter 8. Encounter with Gu Yan. Song Yu regarded Xiao Chen with curious eyes. During their last meeting, she had perceived him as merely an exceptionally fortunate young man, but now, upon closer inspection, she began to recognize his true capabilities and strength, which warranted a different level of respect. Let us be off. Song Yu nodded, promptly entering her luxurious vehicle. Upon glancing at Xiao Chen's wooling, her expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure and instructed the driver to proceed. The supermarket was not far from the street, a mere few kilometers away. Upon arrival, Xiao Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. The area was not bustling with activity, and in fact, appeared rather desolate. To others, it might seem an unsuitable location for a supermarket. Yet, Xiao Chen understood his own intentions. The supermarket served largely as a facade, as his dealings extended beyond dimensions. In densely populated areas, it would be more challenging to operate. Furthermore, the entire building, complete with a spacious courtyard, was ideal for his needs. To be honest, if you intend to run a supermarket, I wouldn't recommend this location. Song Yu advised, this building was given to me as part of a debt settlement, valued at 3 million. President Song, I am quite satisfied. Xiao Chen responded promptly. He dashed back to his wooling and discreetly retrieved the case of gold bars from his spatial storage before returning. President Song, my liquid assets are limited. I would like to use this as payment, he declared as he opened the case. As Song Yu beheld the gold bars within, her eyes narrowed slightly. She scrutinized Xiao Chen, a look of astonishment crossing her features. Excellent. Song Yu did not press for further details. It was evident to her that this individual was far from ordinary. While several million in gold was not an insignificant sum, the sight of a seemingly impoverished man driving a wooling yet possessing a significant quantity of unaccounted for gold was certainly intriguing, especially considering the possibility of his formidable capabilities. Naturally, she refrained from questioning him further, as her business in gold jewelry would profit from such a transaction. After the inventory was completed, Xiao Chen and Song Yu proceeded to finalize the property transfer procedures together. Once everything was settled, Xiao Chen prepared to depart. However, at that moment, the door to Song Yu's office was abruptly pushed open. A young man, accompanied by a group of individuals, strode in, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Chen. Song Yu, who is he? The young man questioned, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Xiao Chen with a hint of menace. Sensing the intensity of the gaze upon him, Xiao Chen too narrowed his eyes slightly. In that instant, his muscles tensed, and his eyes swept over the young man's form. Should the young man make any sudden movements, Xiao Chen was fully prepared to respond with lethal force. At that moment, Xiao Chen's demeanor shifted dramatically, and the bodyguard behind Song Yu's expression changed instantly, as if Xiao Chen had transformed into a ferocious beast. Even the young man's companions appeared to sense the threat, their demeanor shifting to one of alarm. Guyan, this is my guest. He has purchased my property. Do you have any issues? Song Yu asserted firmly, fixing her gaze on the young man before her. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Chen and Guyan frowned. Guyan scrutinized Xiao Chen closely, and upon noticing his modest attire, a smile crept onto his face. No problem. I was merely curious, he replied. Xiao Chen, however, was focused on the young man before him. So this is Guyan? He had not anticipated encountering Guyan here, the cousin of Gu Ming, who had not only consumed the Gu family fortune, but had also been responsible for Gu Ming's demise. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed further, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them. No matter the circumstances, now was not the time to strike. Having laid eyes on his target, he resolved to bide his time for a more opportune moment. Miss Song, I shall take my leave, Xiao Chen announced, turning to exit. Guyan squinted, casting a glance at Xiao Chen before his gaze involuntarily shifted towards a bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard nodded and swiftly followed Xiao Chen out. As Xiao Chen stepped out of the Jin Yu Tang, Guyan's bodyguard intercepted him. Fixated on the young man, Xiao Chen's eyes now held a trace of hostility. He preferred to avoid confrontation, but should the other party fail to recognize their limits, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Kid, our boss wants me to warn you. Don't covet what isn't yours. The bodyguard declared coldly. Do you know who our boss is? Guyan. As he spoke, the bodyguard attempted to slap Xiao Chen's face. In response, Xiao Chen merely chuckled coldly, seizing the bodyguard's arm and crushing it with unyielding force. The bodyguard let out a pained scream, rolling on the ground. Xiao Chen glanced back at the upper floor of Jin Yu Tang, catching sight of Guyan's furious gaze through the window. With a cold smile, he turned and entered his wooling vehicle, speeding away. Who is that kid? Guyan's face turned ashen. His bodyguard had been subdued effortlessly, and this left Guyan visibly displeased. He's just a guest, Guyan. You best refrain from harboring any sinister thoughts. Song Yu interjected coolly. She had witnessed Xiao Chen's swift action and could not deny that his abilities surpassed her expectations. One swift movement had incapacitated Guyan's bodyguard. Humph, Guyan snorted, turning to leave. Have you gathered all information on Xiao Chen? Song Yu inquired, directing her attention to the bodyguard behind her. Her curiosity about Xiao Chen had intensified, as he had genuinely captured her interest. Yes, it's quite ordinary, even excessively so. The bodyguard replied softly. He furrowed his brow and continued. Aside from the 2 boxes of gold he acquired from us, there's. What is it? Sonia asked, momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, the bodyguard recounted the plight of the village chief and his son. Oh, Sonia was taken aback. No surveillance footage at all. Indeed, the bodyguard affirmed. I reviewed the village's surveillance. Even I couldn't have evaded detection completely. But he managed to. He added, everyone knows he is responsible, yet no one possesses evidence. Furthermore, he is quite formidable. The way he regarded Gu Yan was laced with murderous intent. He genuinely wished to kill him. The bodyguard pondered and said, Boss, this man is very dangerous. If I were to confront him, I believe I would meet a gruesome end, perhaps without even knowing how it happened. Upon stating this, the gravity of his expression was unmistakable. Hearing this, Sonia's face was etched with disbelief. She was acutely aware of who Xiao Chen was, a true warrior, one who had emerged from the depths of death itself. Until now, she had never encountered anyone capable of inflicting harm in a one-on-one confrontation. At this moment, Sonia felt a surge of astonishment and curiously asked, do you think Xiao Chen's dossier is fabricated? I cannot say for certain. If it is, then he undoubtedly has a formidable backing capable of creating such an unremarkable facade. Sonia furrowed her brow and inquired, and if it is not? If it is not, that would be even more alarming. Such a powerful individual, concealed for so long, only to reveal his fangs now. Listening to the bodyguard's words, Sonia nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to elaborate further. Boss, Gu Yan is not a good person. His focus on you is not a positive sign. The bodyguard remarked. That guy is a nuisance. Sonia frowned slightly, fully aware that Gu Yan commanded a significant presence in the local business landscape, posing a considerable challenge for her. For the time being, let us set him aside. If necessary, we should engage Xiao Chen in conversation. Sonia considered. It seems Xiao Chen harbors considerable animosity towards Gu Yan. At this moment, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to Sonia's scrutiny of him. Even if he were aware, it would not matter. However, he did sense the increasing side effects of the evolution serum coursing through him. His personality had transformed, and he found himself increasingly craving bloodshed. I encountered Gu Yan today. Xiao Chen mused, reaching out to contact Gu Ming. Brother, have you taken him out yet? Gu Ming promptly responded, urgency lacing his tone. Not yet. Xiao Chen replied. There were too many people. It was not the right moment. Brother, find an opportunity and eliminate him. Rest assured, I will reward you handsomely. Gu Ming insisted eagerly. This is my only wish. Upon hearing Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen smiled knowingly, affirming that he understood. Afterwards, he returned to the building he had purchased. The location was somewhat secluded, surrounded by a few industrial zones, with fewer people around. After casually tidying up, he contacted his previous suppliers, arranging for them to deliver goods to this location. Then, he took out the evolution serum in his possession. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed it in one swift gulp. The taste remained as unpleasant as ever, even bordering on nauseating. However, this time, the pain following the ingestion was not as intense, nor did it induce a fainting spell. In that moment, he could distinctly hear the rhythmic thumping of his heart, a steady pulse that resonated within him. It felt as if his muscles were undulating, expanding with each contraction. He sensed a considerable surge of strength coursing through his body. Casually, he grasped a shelf and effortlessly lifted it above his head. It was remarkable to note that this shelf weighed over 100 pounds, yet it felt to him as light as a mere stick. With this newfound strength, a single punch could likely prove fatal. A notification echoed in his mind. Host's spatial abilities have increased, teleportation distance expanded, and space enlarged. Upon glancing around, he realized that what was once a mere 10 square meters had now expanded to 20. With a sudden leap, he found himself in the second-floor space. Previously, his teleportation had a maximum range of 5 meters. Now, he calculated it to be nearly 10 meters. Moreover, he experienced no overwhelming fatigue post-teleportation. This evolution serum is indeed a remarkable substance. He mused aloud. Throughout the day, he diligently organized his supplies. For even if he intended to establish a supermarket as a facade, it must appear convincing. Once the goods from the supplier arrived, he meticulously arranged everything. Soon after, he intended to take a rest. Just as he was about to lie down, a frown creased his brow. For reasons unknown, he felt an impending sense of urgency. He swiftly made his way to the balcony, and upon gazing downwards, his expression shifted dramatically. Several vehicles had appeared at the entrance of his courtyard. The individuals disembarking from the cars were familiar to him, specifically, one of the bodyguards who had previously accompanied Gu Yan. At this moment, the guard was staring intently in his direction. This truly spells trouble. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Chen reluctantly descended the stairs. The visitors had arrived, and he was curious to ascertain their intentions. After all, he had no desire for them to storm into his home. The The freshly assembled shells would be a tremendous loss if damaged. As the group gathered at the entrance, poised to rush in, they were met by the sight of the doors swinging open, revealing Xiao Chen. His gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the individuals before him. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Kid, Guyi instructed me to convey a message to you." The bodyguard retorted with a derisive smirk. "Don't provoke Sonya. She is a woman Guyi has taken a liking to." Xiao Chen's brows knitted together slightly, and he fixed his gaze on the guard. "Have you finished? Then be on your way," he commanded. Upon hearing this, the leading bodyguard scoffed. "Guyi said to teach you a lesson." With that assertion, he gestured, and the group surged forward, brandishing short clubs aimed at Xiao Chen. Observing their advance, his expression darkened. As the first assailant charged at him, Xiao Chen swiftly seized him, lifting him effortlessly. Without hesitation, he hurled the man into the crowd, who soared through the air like a ball, colliding with several others. Witnessing this, many were taken aback. They had never anticipated that a man weighing over 150 pounds could be tossed aside so easily. Xiao Chen advanced rapidly, capturing another bewildered individual and lifting him as well, sending him flying into the throng. After 2 doses of the evolution serum, he was acutely aware of his immense strength. The gang of ruffians was utterly bewildered by the sheer ferocity he displayed. "Scram," he said, his eyes narrowing. Were it not for the unsuitability of the location for lethal force, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this group. The crowd fell silent, and the once boisterous bodyguard contemplated retreat. Yet, in the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh as Xiao Chen delivered a powerful kick, shattering his leg bone before tossing him aside. The bodyguards, now cowed, made a hasty exit. As Xiao Chen watched them flee, a dark cloud hung over him. He had yet to confront Gu Yan, yet Gu Yan had sought him out. Chapter 10. This is a ferocious beast. Turning on his heel, Xiao Chen prepared to return. But a frown creased his brow as he turned to glance behind him. Within a nearby dilapidated building, Sonya's bodyguard suddenly turned pale. He had not anticipated that the other party could detect his presence. Realizing this, he hastily descended the stairs, intending to flee. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he was confronted by Xiao Chen standing at the entrance, his complexion paling further. The distance from Xiao Chen's home to this location was at least 400 meters. Even running could not achieve such rapidity. Yet here stood Xiao Chen before him, gazing intently. "Monitoring me?" Xiao Chen squinted, fixing his gaze upon the man. He had initially presumed this individual to be one of Gu Yan's associates, only to discover that he was, in fact, Sonya's bodyguard. "My name is Old Wolf," he said, looking at Xiao Chen. "Mr. Xiao, I bear no ill will. Our employer wishes to discuss matters with you. May I inquire if you are available?" At this moment, Old Wolf regarded Xiao Chen with utmost respect. He could not afford to be anything less, given the extraordinary capabilities Xiao Chen had demonstrated. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, let us proceed." He was eager to discover what Sonya wished to discuss with him. Of course, the pressing concern remained whether eliminating Gu Yan would lead to complications. After all, he was not so reckless as to believe he could act without consequence. At least not at this moment. Old Wolf nodded in acknowledgement. He could distinctly sense the coldness in Xiao Chen's eyes and the terrifying aura emanating from him. Fear enveloped him. Previously, he had thought that even if he were no match for Xiao Chen, he could still hold his own in a few exchanges. However, that perception had drastically changed. The 400 meters had evaporated in under half a minute. Xiao Chen had appeared before him in an instant, traversing the winding streets in a manner no ordinary human could achieve. Moreover, he had witnessed Xiao Chen effortlessly lift a large man and throw him as if he were a mere plaything. The sheer magnitude of Xiao Chen's strength spoke volumes. At that moment, in Old Wolf's eyes, Xiao Chen had transformed into a ferocious beast clad in human skin. Gu Yan had truly overstepped by provoking such a creature. Feeling a surge of trepidation, he hastily invited Xiao Chen into the vehicle, driving swiftly to the Jin Yutang, where he met Sonya. Old Wolf hurried to Sonya's side, relaying all that he had witnessed. Upon hearing his account, Sonya regarded Xiao Chen with astonishment. She had never imagined that he could possess such formidable ferocity. "Mr. Xiao, it appears I have underestimated you," she remarked with a smile, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Xiao Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the other party. "Might I inquire why President Song feels the need to surveil me?" "Mr. Xiao, it is purely curiosity on my part," Sonya replied with a smile. Her eyes were locked onto Xiao Chen's as she continued. "Moreover, I am currently interested in recruiting you, Mr. Xiao. Would you be amenable to this proposition? I can offer you 5 million a year." As she spoke, anticipation danced across her features. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen simply shook his head. In the past, the mere thought of 500,000 a year would have left him sleepless with excitement. However, times had changed. The trivial act of trading some grain now yielded far greater returns. Furthermore, with the myriad of realms activated by the universal procurement system, The current apocalypse world was merely a fraction of what he could achieve. What about the other realms? The possibilities were far beyond simple calculations. Therefore, he had no need for such offers. Noting Xiao Chen's resolute refusal, Sanya recalled the gold bars he had casually produced and remarked, "In that case, Mr. Xiao, what would your price be?" "There's no need. I have no desire to serve under you," Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head. "However, I would be open to collaborating with you, President Song." "Collaboration?" Sanya paused, taken aback. "How do you propose we collaborate?" "I can provide a substantial quantity of gold," Xiao Chen stated, meeting her gaze. "The question is whether you can handle such a supply." Given that Song Yu was already aware of his capabilities, and considering her association with the Jin Yutong, it was evident she could manage the influx of gold. Her expression shifted to one of surprise as she replied, "If that is indeed the case, I assure you, Mr. Xiao, that I will take every last ounce of your goods." She refrained from questioning the origins of the gold. After Xiao Chen had brought in 2 shipments, she had initiated an investigation, but it was clear that no significant loss of gold had occurred anywhere, certainly not domestically. Of course, it could have originated from elsewhere, but she chose not to pry, as long as the source remained intact. "Mr. Xiao, how do you intend to address the situation with Gu Yan?" Sanya suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing her. "What do you suggest, Miss Song?" "Gu Yan has set his sights on me," she confessed with a hint of exasperation. "He commands a considerable number of followers and is a prominent figure in the city. Furthermore, individuals like him operate without a moral compass. Having angered him, you can expect relentless retaliation." After her words, she looked intently at Xiao Chen. "What is it that you wish for me to do?" He countered, a cold smile gracing his lips. He was well aware that Song aimed to use him as a weapon against Gu Yan. Although Gu Yan was indeed a target of his own, he would not allow himself to be manipulated. "Mr. Xiao, I have successfully concealed the events of tonight, as well as the incidents in the village," Song stated nonchalantly. "Otherwise, do you truly believe that with your abilities, no one would come looking for you after the sudden attack on the Xiao family?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, while it seemed he had evaded suspicion, there were still glaring inconsistencies. He had prepared himself for scrutiny, yet to his surprise, no one had sought him out throughout the day. The incompetence of the village chief and his son had worked in his favor, as the police inquiries had revealed far too many enemies surrounding the duo. "What do I stand to gain from eliminating Gu Yan?" Xiao Chen inquired with a smirk. Song Ya's eyes widened in astonishment at his question. She indeed wished to rid herself of Gu Yan, but even her most skilled ally, the old wolf, would find such a task daunting. Initially, she had presumed that although Xiao Chen possessed strength, he would surely hesitate. She never anticipated his direct inquiry regarding what he might gain. Indeed, he was a formidable beast, and Gu Yan had truly provoked this predator. Chapter 11. Taking action. Song Ya's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen. The seriousness in his expression was unmistakable. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. At that moment, she comprehended the true danger he represented. Typically, when one asks another to commit murder, there is at least some emotional response. Yet, this man exhibited none. His demeanor was strikingly earnest, indicating his genuine intent to proceed with such actions. This realization left Song Ya in disbelief. While Gu Yan's intrusion had undoubtedly crossed a line, the fact that Xiao Chen was prepared to eliminate him over such an incident spoke volumes. This was no mere disregard for the law. This was a man with a lethal resolve. "What does Mr. Xiao desire?" she asked, taking a deep breath, her tone now laced with caution. "I haven't fully decided yet. Once I have, I shall inform you, and you will owe me a favor," Xiao Chen replied thoughtfully. He truly had not yet settled on a specific demand, but ensuring that this woman owed him a debt was undoubtedly prudent, given her status in the city. "Very well." Song Yan nodded immediately, recognizing that this promise, though potentially costly, was her best chance to free herself from Gu Yan's grasp. If she failed to extricate herself, the impending troubles would only escalate. Gu Yan had already become more than a mere nuisance. He was a menace. Despite having a capable ally like the old wolf, her fear lingered, primarily due to Gu Yan's connections. In addition, the area outside Gu Yan's residence is under constant surveillance, and many of his subordinates are armed. Song Ya informed Xiao Chen. After contemplating her words, he responded, "Provide me with the address. Since I've made up my mind, it is best to act swiftly. This will also serve to fulfill the task entrusted to me by Gu Ming." Without hesitation, Song Ya divulged the address. "Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, Xiao Chen rose. "I will assist you in resolving this matter, but afterward, do not let any complications fall upon me." He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Song Ya. "Rest assured, those surveillance cameras will not capture me." With that declaration, he exited. Song Ya turned to the old wolf. "Do you believe he can succeed?" "I'm uncertain," the old wolf replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "He possesses strength, but he is not invincible. Gu Yan's subordinates are armed, and he may not match their numbers. However, this man is exceedingly perilous. He took a deep breath, recalling the previous events that had nearly terrified him into submission. The adversary appeared with alarming swiftness. Moreover, at that moment, the gaze directed towards him resembled that of a specter observing a corpse. Upon exiting Song Ya's Golden Jade Hall, Xiao Chen pondered briefly before promptly contacting Gu Ming. Are you familiar with the location at 108 East Street, Yin City? Brother, that is my home. Gu Ming exclaimed urgently from the other end of the line. It should now be the Gu Yan residence. Brother, are you planning to confront Gu Yan? Gu Ming continued with palpable urgency. Brother, you must help me eliminate him. Additionally, my house is equipped with numerous surveillance cameras. However, that is inconsequential, for you possess the ability to teleport directly to the second floor. Gu Ming spoke swiftly. As long as you reach the second floor and deftly avoid my home's cameras, there will be no issue. Brother, you have ingested 2 bottles of the enhancement serum. Your physique can evade even bullets. Proceed with confidence. Listening to Gu Ming's words, Xiao Chen nodded. He was acutely aware of his current capabilities. Throughout his journey, Xiao Chen maneuvered rapidly, skillfully avoiding crowds, and soon arrived at the doorstep of the Gu Yan residence. Gazing at the villa before him, he narrowed his eyes slightly, inhaled deeply, and unleashed his teleportation ability. To ensure his safety, he exerted considerable effort, covering a distance of 50 meters in a single bound. In the next moment, the scene before him transformed. He found himself in an upstairs bedroom. The voices emanating from outside belonged to Gu Yan. Are you making a joke? That brat injured so many of my men, and you tell me he is merely an ordinary farmer? Gu Yan's voice seethed with anger. I don't care. This matter must be resolved, or I shall not find rest. Gather people for me, no matter how many. I want that brat dead. Listening to Gu Yan's words, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. He understood that the target of Gu Yan's wrath was undoubtedly himself. At that moment, Xiao Chen flexed his wrist, awaiting Gu Yan. Keep them in the hospital. You must find someone immediately. I do not care what methods you use. Eliminate that brat. After uttering these words, Gu Yan turned to enter the bedroom. Xiao Chen stood in a corner of the room, watching as Gu Yan stepped inside. The next instant, Gu Yan's eyes widened in shock as he beheld Xiao Chen's cold smirk. Just as he was about to scream, darkness enveloped him, and his form vanished. After dealing with Gu Yan, Xiao Chen swiftly teleported away, not disturbing anyone in the villa. His movements were rapid. A few teleportations later, he found himself at the street corner. He then leisurely strolled back home. I have captured Gu Yan. He is now within my domain. Xiao Chen contacted Gu Ming while observing Gu Yan in his space. He had always been curious whether it was possible to transport this individual to the apocalyptic world. It would be intriguing if it worked. If not, it mattered little. He was indifferent to the outcome. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the system in his mind promptly negated Xiao Chen's decision. Warning: unable to transport weakened life forms across dimensions. The voice resonated in his mind, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. Glancing at Gu Yan, he realized he indeed appeared to be a feeble creature. It seemed humans could not be transported. With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Chen contacted Gu Ming to inquire about what to do next. Brother, just kill him. Do whatever it takes. I want him dead in a most humiliating manner. Gu Ming shouted excitedly from the other end. Brother, you have no idea. This guy broke my limbs and even encased me in concrete. That night, Xiao Chen teleported several times out of the city and into the wilderness before releasing Gu Yan. Gu Yan felt a sudden flash in his vision and found himself in the desolate wilds, with Xiao Chen standing before him. At that moment, his face was etched with terror, and he was so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bladder. Are you human or a ghost? Gu Yan shouted in panic, his fear palpable. He could only recall returning to his room to see Xiao Chen and had not even had the chance to scream before the scenery shifted, transporting him to the wilderness. This bizarre turn of events made him realize he had inadvertently provoked some malevolent force. What do you think? Xiao Chen inquired with a sly smile. My apologies, brother. I truly had no idea you possessed such capabilities. Gu Yan quickly replied, trembling. I assure you, my people will never provoke you again. At that moment, Gu Yan was shaking uncontrollably as he spoke to Xiao Chen, even disregarding the fact that he had soiled himself. Kneeling on the ground. This must not be. You must die today, Xiao Chen coldly declared. Brother, why is that? Gu Yan stuttered, bewildered. Surely this isn't necessary. Although my men disturbed you, you haven't incurred any losses. Rest assured, I would never dare to act recklessly again. Brother, I have money. Name your price, and I shall pay it. Gu Yan spoke in a panicked tone. He was genuinely terrified and had no intention of provoking someone capable of such feats. He understood all too well that someone who could silently transport him to the wilderness was not to be trifled with. Brother, we hold no significant enmity, do we? Gu Yan implored, gazing at Xiao Chen. Indeed. Xiao Chen nodded. However, I have been entrusted to collect a debt from you. What debt? How much? I will pay. Gu Yan exclaimed urgently upon hearing this. At this point, all notions of dignity as a powerful figure were cast aside. All he sought was to survive. That individual is named Gu Ming. You know him, correct? Xiao Chen inquired with a smile, observing Gu Yan's reaction. However, upon hearing those words, Gu Yan's expression transformed dramatically. You know Gu Ming? His face paled with fear as he trembled and asked. Years prior, Gu Ming had merely been a subordinate under his uncle. But when his uncle suddenly passed away, Gu Yan had turned his attention to Gu Ming. After all, the lad had a penchant for playing games. Thus, Gu Yan had seized all of his uncle's wealth and had even seen to Gu Ming's demise. By now, Gu Ming's corpse was likely decomposed beyond recognition. Now, unexpectedly, someone appeared at his door claiming to collect a debt on Gu Ming's behalf. Brother, do you have a history with my uncle? Gu Yan inquired. He could not fathom how a second-generation heir could know such an influential figure, yet he acknowledged that his uncle had indeed been a prominent individual. I do not know him, but Gu Ming calls me brother. He entrusted me to eliminate you, hence my arrival. Xiao Chen replied with a grin. Now tell me, should I not eliminate you? How could this be? Gu Yan exclaimed in desperation. Brother, you must be mistaken. My cousin has been dead for many years. Indeed. Xiao Chen nodded. You even encased him in concrete. Xiao Chen gazed at the other party and said, he has entrusted me with a request, when the time comes, to unearth him and find a place to bury him. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gu Yan felt a chill creeping up his neck. Are you a ghost? Gu Yan exclaimed in terror, preparing to flee. However, in the next moment, he turned to find Xiao Chen's figure unexpectedly before him, wearing a chilling smile. At that instant, fear overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control once again. Brother, how much has my cousin given you? Just tell me, and I will surely repay you double. Gu Yan pleaded eagerly, looking at Xiao Chen. He is dead, and any benefits are now meaningless. It would be wiser to cooperate with me. I can certainly provide you with what you desire. As he uttered these words, hope glimmered in Gu Yan's eyes. Unfortunately, all he met was Xiao Chen's indifference. I'm sorry. Xiao Chen sighed. What he offered me, you cannot match. With that, he tightened his grip around Gu Yan's neck, lifting him slightly. Struggling desperately, Gu Yan found his efforts futile as he was lifted effortlessly, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. In that moment, his eyes brimmed with pleading, yet Xiao Chen remained unmoved, coldly staring at him while applying more pressure. In an instant, Gu Yan was crushed to death by Xiao Chen's grip. Looking at the lifeless body in his hands, Xiao Chen contemplated for a moment before deciding to store it within his spatial realm. When the time came to see Gu Ming, he would simply hand over the corpse to him. Subsequently, he moved swiftly, following the location Gu Ming had provided, and soon discovered the cement ground where Gu Yan had been buried. Utilizing his current physique, Xiao Chen struck with a powerful punch, causing the cement to crack. He then quickly excavated the area and uncovered a barrel, which contained Gu Ming's body. After placing it within his spatial realm as well, Xiao Chen completed his tasks and departed rapidly. By the time he returned home, it was nearly dawn, and he lay down to sleep. The next morning, upon waking, Xiao Chen first informed Gu Ming of Gu Yan's demise. Furthermore, he instructed Gu Ming to place an order, ensuring that when he delivered the goods, he would also bring both Gu Yan's and Gu Ming's bodies. Just as he finished contacting Gu Ming, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Songya, an old wolf, standing at his doorstep. At that moment, Songya's gaze was fervently fixed on Xiao Chen. Gu Yan is missing, she exclaimed, taking a deep breath before asking, Mr. Xiao, do you think something has happened to him? No matter what has happened, he will never appear again in this lifetime. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. Both Songya and Old Wolf were taken aback. Last night, this individual had left the Jin Yutong only to directly seek out Gu Yan. Furthermore, despite the Gu family's stringent security, it had proven utterly ineffective, as Gu Yan had simply vanished from his home. Astonishingly, even the family's surveillance cameras failed to capture any trace of his disappearance. It was all too eerie. As Songya gazed at Xiao Chen, her perception of him transformed entirely. I understand. She nodded, then smiled. I owe Mr. Xiao a favor. Looking at Xiao Chen, she continued, should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. Good. Xiao Chen nodded in response to her words. What he needed was precisely this. After all, in the realm of reality, his only deficiencies lay in connections and resources. Conversely, Songya, as the proprietor of Jin Yutong, possessed her own network and foundation within the city. Moreover, as he continued to traverse through time and space, the treasures he could bring, such as gold, would be considerable. In due course, he would undoubtedly require assistance in managing these matters. After all, encountering unfamiliar individuals could easily lead to unwanted scrutiny. However, Songya would not be among them. She was well aware of his capabilities and understood that causing someone to vanish was a trivial task for him. That alone was sufficient to ensure her prudence. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Chen, Song took her leave. Meanwhile, Gu Ming was incessantly calling out to Xiao Chen, "Brother, have you truly dealt with Gu Yan? Is he dead?" Gu Ming inquired excitedly. "I've long wished to eliminate him. He is dead. Place your order, and I will come to you," Xiao Chen replied. He recalled the account Gu Ming had mentioned. If there were still substantial funds in Gu Ming's overseas account, he need not worry about anything else. "All right, brother, just wait." Gu Ming quickly began placing his order, glancing at the majority of his needs, which consisted primarily of food supplies. In this apocalyptic world, food scarcity was a well-known fact to Xiao Chen. Thus, he did not hesitate in the slightest, swiftly storing a large quantity of provisions within his spatial realm before choosing to traverse once more. As soon as Xiao Chen appeared before Gu Ming, he was eagerly seized by Gu Ming, who asked, "Brother, is that guy really dead?" Xiao Chen smiled and extended his hand, revealing a substantial haul of food along with two corpses. One was reduced to mere bones, encrusted with cement debris, while the other was Gu Yan. Observing Gu Yan's state, Gu Ming's face darkened considerably. "Damn it, he really is dead." Gu Ming cursed, then cast a complex glance at the other skeletal remains. Realizing that it was his own body, the sensation was exceptionally surreal. Having traversed dimensions, he now beheld his own corpse, a most peculiar experience. "Brother, thank you." Gu Ming turned to Xiao Chen, saying, "I had a feeling my cousin would come after me, so I transferred a considerable sum overseas, preparing to escape there. However, I never anticipated that before I could leave, he would capture me and have me killed. Therefore, my overseas account contains over $100 million, which is all yours." Gu Ming smiled, providing Xiao Chen with a password. This anonymous overseas account could be accessed simply by entering the account number and password. After memorizing the password, Xiao Chen nodded, accepting the supplies from Gu Ming and preparing to depart. "Brother, next time you come, make sure to bring me more vegetables and fruits. Living solely on grains is not sustainable," Gu Ming exclaimed. In the past, even a simple staple meal had been a luxury, and now he greatly missed the times on Earth where one could find anything they desired. "Understood," Xiao Chen replied as he took the gold bars, ready to leave. "I've prepared a bottle of intermediate evolution potion for you. Even in this apocalyptic world, it's quite valuable. I exerted considerable effort to obtain it," Gu Ming said, handing Xiao Chen a box. Upon receiving the box, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with interest. "The abilities I possess today are entirely reliant on evolution potions. I have already consumed 2 bottles of such potions. Moreover, this time I have taken an intermediate evolution potion, which is undoubtedly more potent. Off I go." After uttering these words, Xiao Chen immediately departed. The world of apocalypse is shrouded in mystery, yet he has no desire to linger in this realm. After all, it is far from safe, unlike Earth, which offers an exceptional sense of security. Upon returning to his residence, just as Xiao Chen was about to drink the potion in his hand, a knock echoed at the door. When he opened it, he found 2 individuals standing outside, a man and a woman, both scrutinizing him with keen eyes. The woman, in particular, fixed her gaze on him intently. "Are you Xiao Chen?" she inquired. "We hope you can accompany us regarding the case of Gu Yan's disappearance." At this, Xiao Chen nodded, displaying no signs of panic. Gu Yan's disappearance was well known, especially since he had intended to confront Xiao Chen just yesterday. Thus, agreeing to cooperate with the investigation seemed reasonable. In the interrogation room, a group of individuals bombarded Xiao Chen with numerous questions. The young man consistently claimed ignorance, stating he had been asleep at home the previous night. Crucially, their investigation into the surveillance footage yielded no evidence of Xiao Chen having left. Soon, Song Ye's lawyer arrived and secured his release. After being escorted away by the lawyer, Xiao Chen made his way directly to Jin Yutang, where Song Ye was already awaiting him. "Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, there is no trouble," Song Ye remarked with a smile. Gu Yan was hardly a virtuous individual. He had long been under scrutiny. However, now that you've intervened, Gu Yan's employer is becoming rather restless. Xiao Chen nodded in response and inquired, "Will his employer seek vengeance upon me?" As he spoke, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Eradicating threats is not in his nature. Yet if someone were to target him, he would not hesitate to ensure that several more individuals go missing to avert unnecessary complications. "Rest easy, Mr. Xiao. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from provoking you," Song Ye replied with a wry smile, recognizing Xiao Chen's readiness to eliminate more adversaries. This man is truly remarkable, so quick to resort to violence. How had she not realized that such a character resided in this small city of Yun? "That's for the best," Xiao Chen affirmed, untroubled by his own safety. In truth, he had become quite formidable. As long as he is not confronted with large-scale weapons of mass destruction, he feels little concern. Moreover, even against such weapons, his ability to teleport swiftly could allow him to evade danger. Thus, his fearlessness is genuine. Chapter 14, A New Dimension. Ultimately, Xiao Chen refrained from inquiring about Gu Yan's employer, for it had become inconsequential. Should they truly wish to harm him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. After bidding farewell to Songya, he returned to his small supermarket. He retrieved the intermediate evolution potion from his hand and consumed it in one gulp. As the potion coursed through him, he felt his physical strength swell, and even his unique abilities began to expand. Particularly, his spatial capacity was rapidly increasing. The space that had previously measured 20 square meters suddenly expanded to 200 square meters in an instant. Such a tenfold increase left Xiao Chen astounded. Simultaneously, he realized that his teleportation had accelerated. With a mere thought, he could transport himself instantaneously. For 5 consecutive minutes, he tested his newfound speed, only to feel a brief wave of dizziness. He understood that his teleportation skill had undergone a remarkable transformation. Indeed, after 5 minutes of continual teleportation, he estimated he could traverse from the western to the eastern parts of the city. This level of power clearly indicated that Xiao Chen's strength had reached an impressive degree. Just as Xiao Chen relished his newfound abilities, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. "You have a new order. Please check promptly." Startled, Xiao Chen wondered what business Gu Ming had with him. He had just returned from Gu Ming's side, and now he was being summoned again? As he contemplated this, he swiftly scanned his thoughts for the details of the order, only to be taken aback by the message. Interdimensional travel, ancient dimension. Please prepare a substantial quantity of antibiotics and cold weapons. Reading the information within his mind, Xiao Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. Antibiotics and cold weapons? An ancient dimension? At that moment, he was truly at a loss. So, a new dimension had opened? This realization filled him with dread. After all, this was a supermarket. Where would he acquire antibiotics and cold weapons? Especially the latter. While these items may appear simple to obtain, the regulation of bladed tools presents a significant challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen reluctantly decided to seek assistance from Songya. "Mr. Xiao, do you need something?" she inquired over the phone. "I do require some assistance." He understood that he and Songya were now inextricably linked, so there was no need for pretense. "I need a large quantity of antibiotics. And if you could procure some iron items, that would be ideal." "Iron items?" Songya responded, a hint of surprise in her tone. "You need a significant amount of iron? It serves a purpose." Xiao Chen replied with a wry smile. "I can provide some antibiotics, as I own a pharmacy that can supply a portion of the medication, but as for iron items, how soon do you require them?" "In half an hour," Xiao Chen said, feeling exasperated. This was truly a tight deadline, and he was uncertain whether he could procure iron in such a short time. "That's quite a challenge. Half an hour is hardly sufficient," Songya lamented. "Anything that can serve as a weapon will suffice," Xiao Chen insisted. Recognizing that this interdimensional journey would likely involve injuries and an urgent need for weapons. "Mr. Xiao, I have a construction site under my management with a fresh batch of rebar arriving," Songya mentioned, her voice tinged with urgency. "Rebar is a fantastic option," Xiao Chen exclaimed. "The strength of that material is well known. Could you arrange for the medication and rebar to be delivered to me within half an hour? Rest assured, I will instruct them to dispatch it immediately. It should arrive in about 20 minutes, Songya assured him. After uttering these words, she promptly hung up to relay the orders. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen anxiously awaited, pondering what sort of individuals he would encounter in this new dimension and whether they would be amicable. Moreover, in an ancient realm where such an abundance of potions and weaponry is required, one must suspect that this individual harbors considerable ambition. While Xiao Chen awaited, the old wolf swiftly delivered a substantial amount of goods. After instructing the workers to pile the items in the courtyard, Xiao Chen dismissed the old wolf. "Mr. Xiao, I shall take my leave now," the old wolf uttered, glancing at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Chen nodded and replied, "Thank you. I shall certainly settle this payment by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the old wolf hastily shook his head and said, "Our boss has stated that all of this is a gift for you." Although he was perplexed about Xiao Chen's need for such quantities of potions and iron tools, he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment to pry into another's secrets. Thus, once the goods were delivered, he departed without delay, aware that lingering might reveal too much. Once he confirmed the old wolf's departure, Xiao Chen swiftly stored all the items in his personal space. The next moment, he chose to traverse dimensions. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen found himself in an entirely transformed environment. Before him lay a desolate expanse, and not far off, a group of individuals gazed at him in astonishment. Many among them knelt before his sudden appearance. "It is a celestial being. Truly, a celestial being has arrived. The fourth prince did not deceive us." The leader of the group knelt and implored, "Celestial being, please save our fourth prince." Observing their demeanor and glancing around, Xiao Chen noted that these individuals bore injuries and appeared quite disheveled. "Where is your fourth prince?" Xiao Chen quickly deduced that the fourth prince they referred to was indeed his client, the very time traveler he had come to assist. Please, follow me, celestial being. Upon hearing this, the group immediately led the way, and soon, Xiao Chen stood before a figure lying on a bed, heavily wounded. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, the individual attempted to rise in excitement. Are you from Earth? He inquired, looking at Xiao Chen. Indeed, Xiao Chen affirmed. It seems you are quite gravely injured. I am Xiao. The person replied, meeting Xiao Chen's gaze. I hail from the year 2024. My current world is also in 2024. Xiao Chen responded upon hearing this. Chapter 15. My brother is a celestial being. Xiao Chen examined Xiao, whose injuries were serious but not life-threatening. However, he appeared somewhat pale due to blood loss. After sending his subordinates away, only Xiao Chen and Xiao remained seated face to face. What led to this predicament? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. With a sigh, Xiao replied, rebellion, of course, always brings trouble. Xiao Chen paused, taken aback, and scrutinized Xiao closely. This young man certainly possessed audacity. I have heard they call you the fourth prince? Xiao Chen inquired with a grin. Indeed. Xiao nodded. I am the most disfavored son of the current emperor, having been relegated to the cold palace since childhood. Thus, seizing an opportunity, I escaped. Coincidentally, my estranged father passed away, prompting me to initiate a rebellion. Looking intently at Xiao Chen, he continued, just yesterday, I was besieged by a group. My subordinates fought valiantly to save me, but now I face a dire shortage of weapons and potions. My men are left without proper armaments. Otherwise, with those inferior wretches, I could surely defeat them. He then gazed at Xiao Chen. After awakening the universal procurement system, I pondered whether to acquire some firearms and ammunition, but to my dismay, such items were absent. Expressing his frustration, he implored, brother, grant me assurance. Can you procure them? The price is negotiable. He gestured towards a large chest nearby. This is for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen opened the chest. It contained a plethora of jewels and antiques. This realm differs from our Earth's history. Thus, some renowned figures have never existed. Otherwise, I would have acquired some scrolls and paintings for you. Xiao remarked, turning to Xiao Chen with anticipation. Did you bring anything this time? He asked eagerly. You are rather insistent. To be honest, I truly did not know how to obtain them. So I managed to bring some potions and a batch of rebar. Rebar? Xiao's eyes lit up at this revelation. In ancient times, this material would undoubtedly be a divine weapon. Its hardness surpasses that of ordinary arms. How much do you have? He inquired excitedly, for it was precisely what he needed. The prospect of Xiao Chen delivering a substantial quantity of rebar was more than sufficient. Several tons. Xiao Chen chuckled. That is ample. Haha, more than enough. Xiao immediately responded, brother, this time the request is urgent, and I have not prepared adequately. Next time, I assure you I will have something worthwhile for you. Then, looking at Xiao Chen, he asked, brother, do you think I could return to Earth for a visit? His eyes sparkled with hope. Alas, that is impossible. Xiao Chen replied with a touch of regret. My abilities are limited to transporting materials. I cannot send individuals back. He understood that this was a precaution taken by the system to prevent any form of cheating. What a pity. Xiao sighed, then turned to Xiao Chen. Could you do me a favor? I have a sister on Earth, and I am unaware of her well-being. By now, my body over there has long since turned cold. I may even be buried. Please look after my sister. He looked intently at Xiao Chen. My sister is quite beautiful. At this statement, Xiao Chen paused. How did you meet your demise? With his experience with Gu Ming, he comprehended that if one were alive, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. Cancer. In its final stages, Xiao disclosed nonchalantly. That sister of mine has endured great hardship for my sake. So if you meet her, please take good care of her. Xiao Chen nodded in understanding. Regardless of the circumstances, he and Xiao were now bound by a common cause. Brother, where are the goods? Once he had finished his remarks, Xiao turned to Xiao Chen. In response, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a multitude of potions materialized before them. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Brother, retract the items. Let us go outside and perform for them. At this moment, Xiao gazed at Xiao Chen with fervent eyes. He fully understood that such a display in this feudal society would be profoundly impactful. Furthermore, with this singular act, he could claim divine guidance. I am rebelling. He urged Xiao Chen. With this spectacle, I can rally countless supporters. In response, Xiao Chen smiled and began to stow the items away. How remarkable! Xiao exclaimed, observing the scene with wonder. Brother, how did you acquire such abilities? His eyes shone with curiosity. My extraordinary powers. Xiao Chen spoke up. Can I obtain it? At that moment, Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired. I will ask about it later. In response, Xiao Chen remarked, it is not every day that we acquire a new client. I cannot allow this fellow to perish. At the appropriate time, Acquiring some evolution potions from Gu Ming to bestow upon him would be advantageous. Excellent. Xiao nodded eagerly, recognizing that any opportunity is a fortuitous one. Thus, he cheerfully led Xiao Chen outside. Once they emerged, a throng of people had already gathered, and upon seeing Xiao and the celestial figure, many displayed expressions of fervent excitement. Esteemed guests, this is my elder brother, a true celestial being. Today, he has graciously brought me an abundance of medicines and weapons. As he spoke, he turned to Xiao Chen, with a mere wave of his hand. An impressive array of rebar and medicines appeared before them, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Although they had initially perceived Xiao Chen as a celestial being due to his sudden appearance, nothing compared to the spectacle before their eyes. The ground, strewn with steel and an abundance of cardboard boxes, bore testament to Xiao Chen's formidable presence. Is this refined steel? Several individuals pointed at the rebar, their faces alight with astonishment. Many of the pieces had been neatly cut, fitting comfortably in their hands, while others retained their original form. All right, I have delivered everything to you. I shall take my leave now, Xiao Chen declared before departing. He had lingered long enough. Brother, my sister is named Xiao. You must assist me in locating her, Xiao urgently called out. Xiao Chen nodded, casting a glance at the box before Xiao, which held numerous antiquities and treasures. He swiftly gathered these items into his spatial realm, and then, before the astonished crowd, Xiao Chen vanished in an instant. As they watched him disappear, Xiao turned to see that the crowd was now gazing at him with fervent admiration, for their prince had the ability to summon celestial beings. Chapter 16. The Xiao family father and son dare to cause trouble upon returning. Xiao Chen opened the box to inspect its contents. Indeed, as he had surmised, the jewelry and ornaments had diminished by half. Nonetheless, even in this reduced quantity, they were sufficient. He gathered these items, and in addition, took all the gold bars acquired from Gu Ming before heading to the Golden Jade Hall. As he arrived outside the Golden Jade Hall, Lao Lang rushed out to greet him. Mr. Xiao, our proprietress is awaiting you inside. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Lao Lang spoke with urgency. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement and followed Lao Lang swiftly into the establishment. Sonya remained seated on the sofa, her alluring long legs accentuated by black stockings, capturing Xiao Chen's attention as soon as he entered. Perceiving Xiao Chen's gaze, Sonya appeared unfazed and even presented herself more prominently. Mr. Xiao, your visit today is not solely for my company, is it? She asked with a playful smile. Certainly not, Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head. He promptly extended the box he held towards Sonya, stating, I have brought a shipment. Splendid. Sonya responded with a smile, promptly opening the box. However, as she did, a look of surprise crossed her face. She had anticipated that Xiao Chen would present gold bars, given his previous dealings. After all, he had already provided a substantial amount of gold, and she wouldn't have been surprised by more. Yet, upon peering into the box, she was taken aback. Aside from a few gold bars, the remainder consisted of antiquities and jewelry. One by one, she extracted the items, her expression filled with astonishment. As the owner of an antiquities store, she was well aware that Golden Jade Hall dealt in such matters. Mr. Xiao, I am quite curious. Where did you acquire these items? She inquired, hastily adding, I do not wish to pry into your affairs, but while your items are indeed antique, I cannot discern their era. Xiao Chen nodded in understanding. He was aware of the reason behind her confusion. According to Xiao, these items did not belong to this realm, as the ancient dimension from which Xiao hailed had never seen such artifacts. I am uncertain, Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head. They were procured from overseas. Ah, understood, Sonya acknowledged. She proceeded to carefully examine each item, even summoning several experts to assist in identifying them. Xiao Chen observed as the experts meticulously scrutinized the pieces, debating their origins. Based on their assessments, it was clear that some items dated back at least 5 centuries. Yet their style was unlike anything they had encountered. After much discussion, the experts ultimately provided Sonya with an appraisal. Mr. Xiao, for all these items, I offer a valuation of 10 million, Sonya declared without hesitation. This price was notably generous, surpassing the profits Xiao Chen had garnered from his endeavors in the apocalyptic world. Indeed, antiquities proved to be exceedingly lucrative. Having received the payment, Xiao Chen stood to leave. Mr. Xiao, why not join me for a meal? Sonya proposed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she regarded him. Truth be told, she found Xiao Chen particularly intriguing. In a remarkably short span, he had accrued a significant sum from her. Moreover, it seemed he was backed by a cadre of formidable individuals. Perhaps another time, Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head. He felt a measure of wariness towards her. Firstly, she was far more complex than she appeared. Secondly, it was evident that Sonya possessed a keen intellect and shrewdness. As he departed, Sonya narrowed her eyes slightly, remaining silent. While she was indeed curious about Xiao Chen, She dared not draw too close. This man was undeniably dangerous, and she understood that well. After leaving the Golden Jade Hall, Xiao Chen turned to visit He Pengzi next door. Xiao Chen, He Pengzi exclaimed upon spotting him. I was just looking for you. Is there something amiss? Xiao Chen inquired. Curiosity piqued. It's about those matters in the village. The village chief and his son have been released from the hospital, and lo and behold, Xiao Yin is adamant that you are responsible. I heard they even sent people to your home and wreaked havoc. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yin is capable of moving? Noticing Xiao Chen's confusion, He Pengzi sighed. You may not know this, but while Xiao Yin himself is incapacitated, his lackeys are quite able-bodied. They went directly to your home. He Pengzi continued. Even though you have relocated to the city, your family home has been severely damaged. You cannot let this slide. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly replied. Understood. I will handle this matter personally. I shall take my leave now. With that, Xiao Chen turned to exit. But He Pengzi grasped his arm to halt him. Xiao Chen, though I am unaware of your previous actions, if you strike again, your suspicion will become overwhelmingly evident. Observing Xiao Chen, Fatty he lowered his voice and said, this time, why not endure it? Xiao Chen understood all too well that during their first encounter, he had harmed the other party without any evidence, and those two, father and son, had offended numerous individuals. Thus, it was impossible to find anyone to blame. However, this time, as Xiao Yin had just smashed his own home, and then turned around to be targeted again, it would be impossible for him to escape suspicion. At that juncture, it would indeed pose a dilemma for Xiao Chen, especially considering his current continuous traversals through various dimensions. Being watched would complicate matters considerably. All right, I understand. Xiao Chen patted Fatty He's shoulder and reassured him, rest assured, I will handle it. Moreover, Qin Ku is about to return. Suddenly, Fatty He exclaimed, looking at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's body stiffened. His expression darkened significantly in that moment. Qin Ku, Xiao Chen's childhood sweetheart, had left him years ago due to certain circumstances. I see. Xiao Chen responded with a forced smile before turning to leave. He did not wish to concern himself with Qin Ku's matters for the time being. However, the father and son duo, Xiao Yin and his father, were indeed ignoble. They had both been rendered incapacitated, yet still sought to create trouble for him. If he endured this time, he would hardly be able to tolerate such indignation. Nonetheless, at certain times, it seemed he need not take action himself. He turned and re-entered the Golden Jade Hall. Mr. Xiao, back again? Are you planning to dine with me? Upon seeing Xiao Chen return, Songya asked with a bright smile. Chapter 17, A Reunion. Gazing at the woman before him, whose smile was captivating, Xiao Chen could not help but admit that she was indeed beautiful when she smiled. He looked at Songya and spoke. I have a small matter I would like to trouble you with, Miss Song. Please, Mr. Xiao, do go on. Songya nodded in acknowledgement. I shall ensure that whatever I can do will be executed impeccably. She was acutely aware of the standing of the individual before her. Her intention was to cultivate a favorable relationship with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen recounted the details of the troubles back in his hometown to Songya. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Songya's face as she remarked, Are you suggesting that I take action, Mr. Xiao? I will deal with them decisively. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. That would still invite some trouble. Nodding in agreement, Songya stated, In that case, let us proceed through official channels. Worry not, I will take care of this matter. As she spoke, she gestured to the old wolf behind her, who promptly left to execute her instructions. However, after assisting you with such a significant matter, it would be remiss not to treat me to a meal, don't you think? Xiao Chen observed Songya, feeling a sense of intrigue. Despite her smile, there was an undertone in her gaze that suggested something more. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced, agreeing to dine with her. Accepting the invitation, Songya's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, All right, it's settled then. Let us go. She took hold of Xiao Chen's arm and led him away. Throughout the journey, Songya's gaze remained fixed upon Xiao Chen, making him feel somewhat uneasy. As they arrived at the hotel, just as Xiao Chen and Songya exited the vehicle, a woman approaching them paused in surprise upon seeing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, startled by the voice. Xiao Chen turned to see a woman embracing a short man, her face registering astonishment at the sight of him. Sighing inwardly, he thought, Fatty he truly has a knack for prophetic remarks. Just moments ago, he mentioned that Qin Ku was returning, and now, here she was at the hotel entrance with another man. Xiao Chen's expression was complex as he regarded Qin Ku. They had been childhood sweethearts. Back then, her family was impoverished, and without his support, she might not have even graduated high school. After graduating, Qin Ku had abruptly left, claiming she was going overseas. At the time, Xiao Chen had no understanding of her reasons. Later, he learned that she had formed a relationship with someone else, who had taken her abroad. This relationship had left a lasting impact on Xiao Chen, making him refrain from seeking other women over the years. Now, seeing Qin Ku again, He felt a wave of unease. Qin Ku's expression was complicated, overshadowed by a sense of embarrassment. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, Songya suddenly stepped beside Xiao Chen, linking her arm with his and cheerfully saying, "Why didn't you wait for me?" Taken aback by this unexpected gesture, Xiao Chen froze momentarily. Not only was he startled, but so was Qin Ku, who stood there in astonishment. She stared at Xiao Chen, particularly at Songya beside him, who was undeniably stunning. In her presence, Qin Ku felt a pang of inferiority. The man accompanying Qin Ku, upon seeing Songya, lit up and approached her, saying, "Hello, miss. I am Zhang Ming. Are you familiar with Tianming Group? That is our family business." "Oh." Songya glanced at Zhang Ming before turning her smile back to Xiao Chen. "Shall we go eat?" Songya was well aware of Tianming Group. It was an inconspicuous little company that she held in no regard. Zhang Ming's face fell as he realized he was being disregarded by her. As a second-generation rich kid, he had never experienced such neglect, especially not overseas. He prepared to intercept Songya, but was halted when he noticed the hotel manager waiting at the entrance. "Miss Song, welcome. Please, after you." The manager greeted her with exaggerated humility, addressing her with great respect. "I have made all the necessary arrangements. Would you and Mr. Xiao like to enter now?" As he spoke, he turned to Xiao Chen. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. My name is Wang Hao, the manager of this hotel. Should you have any needs in the future, please do not hesitate to approach me." He led Xiao Chen and Songya upstairs while explaining the hotel's features. As Xiao Chen's gaze turned towards Songya, she smiled faintly and said, "This hotel belongs to me. You may come here for free from now on." Xiao Chen chuckled softly at her words, not expressing surprise at her ownership of such a hotel. For he had long suspected that Songya was not as simple as she appeared. Meanwhile, standing behind Xiao Chen, Zhang Ming and Qin Ku watched as Xiao Chen was ushered in with much fanfare. Qin Ku's eyes were filled with complexity as she regarded Xiao Chen. Regret washed over her. Years ago, in pursuit of a better life, she had chosen to leave Xiao Chen for Zhang Ming, yet over the years, Zhang Ming had treated her poorly. Now, upon her return, she unexpectedly encountered her former boyfriend. To her astonishment, the individual had taken up with a woman more beautiful than himself, and it seemed he was thriving remarkably well. This was what Qin Ku found particularly difficult to accept. After parting ways with her, he had only improved. Conversely, Zhang Ming, upon witnessing how Songya was treated, wore a look of trepidation. "Do you know that man?" Zhang Ming inquired, lowering his voice. "I do," Qin Ku nodded. "A few years ago, he was merely a poor lad." "Impossible," Zhang Ming replied with a cold smirk. "You have no idea of the hotel's background. My father has informed me that it is deeply entrenched. Anyone treated in such a manner must belong to a prominent family. Such individuals could never be mere paupers." After uttering these words, he let out a sigh. Qin Ku was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. She was all too familiar with Xiao Chen's origins, having grown up alongside him as orphans. She knew the hardships he had endured after losing his parents in his early teens. It was precisely because of this that she believed Xiao Chen could not offer her a future. How could he have ascended to such heights now? Chapter 18, A Favor to Ask. "Your ex-girlfriend?" Songya inquired with a smile as she regarded Xiao Chen. In response, he nodded. The woman before him was astutely perceptive, rendering any attempt at deceit futile. "I never anticipated that Mr. Xiao had such a history," she remarked with a playful tone. Her curiosity about Xiao Chen was piqued, especially since he had become rather influential. However, according to her investigations, he appeared to be an ordinary individual, perhaps even less than that. This is why her intrigue had only grown stronger at this juncture. Throughout the meal, it was primarily Songya who engaged in conversation, while Xiao Chen remained alert and attentive. He had no choice. This woman was exceedingly shrewd, even subtly probing for information about him. Nonetheless, her inquiries remained trivial, avoiding any mention of Xiao Chen's secrets, thus demonstrating her discernment. Just then, Lao Lang hurried into the room, addressing Xiao Chen. "Mr. Xiao, I have arranged for a legal team to proceed directly to the matter, and the police have already been notified. The evidence is irrefutable. Those who vandalized your home will be incarcerated for no less than 5 years. Lao Lang continued. "Once they are behind bars, they will suffer various unfortunate accidents leading to their incapacitation." Xiao Chen nodded in response. With Lao Lang managing the situation, there was little else for him to say. Everything was being resolved. As for the Xiao Yan father and son, given their disabilities, even if convicted, they could not serve time, as they were incapable of rising again. Lao Lang added, "However, we will send someone to demand reparations for the damages to your home." Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, offering no further comment. That house was the ancestral home left by his parents, but for now, he had no need to return. After all, the village had very few residents left. And now that he possessed the house obtained from Songya, there was no reason to go back. Realizing this, Xiao Chen expressed his gratitude to Lao Lang. Thank you. It's a trivial matter, exclaimed Sonia with a smile. However, since I have assisted you with such a significant favor, might you assist me in return? She looked at Xiao Chen, prompting him to respond. What do you need? Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. In half a month, there will be a business gala, and I would like you to accompany me, Sonia stated, her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen. But I must warn you, attending may bring some trouble your way. So you are free to decline. Trouble? Xiao Chen slightly furrowed his brow, asking, what kind of trouble? Sai in the city. There are more than just Gu Yan who have taken an interest in me. However, Gu Yan is the least scrupulous. Sonia sighed. Moreover, the others are wary of Gu Yan's background, so it has become a delicate balance between them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. With Gu Yan currently missing, the other individual fixated on Sonia might soon become impatient. Are they pressuring you? Xiao Chen inquired. Yes, Sonia affirmed. They have given me an ultimatum. If I do not comply, my establishment, Jin Yutang, will be forced to close. She looked at Xiao Chen, adding, at that point, I may have to leave. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen regarded Sonia and declared, all right, I will accompany you. He couldn't afford to lose the only channel he had found to manage the items he had brought from another realm. If Jin Yutang were to be shut down, what would he have left? As for who was behind it, did it truly matter? If necessary, he could always take matters into his own hands. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset had already begun to shift. Thank you, Sonia exclaimed, a smile brightening her face. What she desired was Xiao Chen's promise. With that promise secured, everything would fall into place. Thus, she sighed with relief. The individual is named Wang Hujia, the heir of the Wang family, the wealthiest family in the city, Sonia revealed. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, I understand. Do not underestimate the Wang family. Wang Hujia has an influential uncle, the second in command in the government. Xiao Chen remarked with a smile. And what of Gu Yan's backing? The third in command, I believe. Sonia contemplated. Their situations are quite similar. So, by helping you, I am simultaneously offending quite a few people. Xiao Chen chuckled softly. In response, Sonia smiled lightly, not necessarily. They might hesitate to confront you. She was aware that Xiao Chen was an enigmatic figure, now appearing on the radar of some high-ranking individuals. After all, considering how the Xiaoyan father and son had been incapacitated, and with Gu Yan's sudden disappearance, it would not take long for those in power to connect the dots and realize that both had crossed paths with the same individual. The reason they had yet to trouble Xiao Chen was due to uncertainty. No one wished to provoke someone so formidable without cause. The unknown is often the most terrifying, especially to those in positions of power. This was precisely why Sonia wished to bring Xiao Chen along. She intended to convey to others that, although her background may not be as robust, she still had formidable allies. As the meal concluded, Sonia linked her arm with Xiao Chen's and exited the private room. At the entrance, Lao Lang was already waiting with the car. As they settled into the vehicle, Sonia glanced back and noticed Qin Ke and that short man observing them from a distance. Particularly, Qin Ke's gaze toward Xiao Chen was laden with complexity, even tinged with resentment. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to look at her, turning away instead. Such a woman no longer held any allure for him. Assist me in obtaining a visa for overseas travel. Xiao Chen contemplated before speaking. You intend to travel abroad? Upon hearing this, Sonia was momentarily taken aback and inquired. How long will you be gone? Will you return? Naturally, I had promised you that I would assist in handling those troubles, did I not? In response, Xiao Chen chuckled. I'll just be stepping out for a while to attend to some matters. Gu Ming had provided him with an overseas account. And after several attempts over the past few days, he ultimately realized that even an anonymous account required one to be present locally to process transactions. Thus, a trip was indeed necessary. Additionally, there was another matter at hand, purchasing some firearms for Xiao, as his current endeavors were nothing short of rebellion. It would certainly come in handy. All right, I shall take care of it. Sonia nodded in agreement, yet she pressed on. But how long will you be gone? I will return in no more than a week. Xiao Chen replied, indeed contemplating a week's absence, and with his spatial abilities, he could even manage a round of zero-cost purchases. Chapter 19, Overseas. That very night, Xiao Chen sent messages to Gu Ming and Xiao, informing them of his impending departure and advising that, unless absolutely necessary, they refrain from placing orders. After all, once he accepted an order, he would be obliged to fulfill it. However, with Xiao Chen away for a week and limited resources available overseas, he had to be prudent. Bro, in that case, please send me a batch of provisions. Gu Ming promptly responded, considering you will be gone for nearly a week, I calculated that for every day you're away. That equates to at least 3 days here. My food supply cannot last a month. Presently, Gu Ming's forces had grown significantly, all sustained by the provisions provided by Xiao Chen, necessitating a substantial quantity of supplies. This time, brother, please procure me some compressed biscuits or the like, preferably in large quantities. Gu Ming insisted. Compressed biscuits could be stored for longer periods and could be supplied in greater numbers. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen contacted the supplier to arrange for home delivery. Meanwhile, Xiao also sent Xiao Chen a message. Bro, those rebar pieces you sent are decent. The shorter ones are manageable for my man, but the longer ones are utterly useless. You see, in this ancient realm, we have no means to utilize such items. Listening to Xiao's words, Xiao Chen was at a loss for words but soon recognized the logic in it. The hardness of rebar in ancient times far surpassed that of legendary weapons. With this in mind, he instructed Old Wolf to send a machine for cutting rebar, which he would deliver to Xiao later. On Xiao's side, there was no shortage of food. Despite his insurrection, he had secured several granaries in his territory, ensuring a steady supply. Moreover, the medical supplies Xiao Chen had previously provided were still sufficient. The only constraint was the inadequacy of ironware, which had made their earlier conquests arduous. However, with the rebar supplied by Xiao Chen, they had managed to seize control of several cities. Xiao Chen first visited Xiao to deliver the machine, subsequently returning with a haul of gold and jewels. He then proceeded to Guming, handing over a batch of compressed biscuits and retrieving a stash of gold bars along with a bottle of basic evolution serum. Bro, you may not have any use for the evolution serum yourself, but it could be beneficial for others, Guming remarked as he regarded Xiao Chen, nodding in agreement. Xiao Chen stored the items away, planning to use them for trade with Xiao later. This way, resources for interdimensional trade would also be secured. Once he had completed these tasks, Old Wolf delivered the passport and flight tickets. That very night, Xiao Chen boarded a plane bound for overseas, specifically to the location where Gu Ming had previously studied. Upon his arrival, he first visited a bank where identity verification was unnecessary. Merely inputting the account password sufficed to withdraw funds. Gazing at the staggering sum of $200 million in his account, Xiao Chen could hardly contain his elation. Indeed, the children of the wealthy were affluent. This fortune had unexpectedly become his own. He reached out to Sonia, informing her of his intention to transfer this sum back to the domestic realm. Sonia provided him with an account number, assuring him that she could assist in the transfer. On another note, Xiao Chen pondered and inquired with Old Wolf about purchasing some military arms. Mr. Xiao, if you intend to bring such items back home, it appears that might not be feasible, Old Wolf said, wiping his sweat in resignation. He had foreseen Xiao Chen's reckless nature and was now alarmed by his intent to procure weaponry. Rest assured, I will buy a batch, but will not bring any of it back, Xiao Chen assured him. Currently, those arms held no utility for him. If not for Xiao's request, he would have been disinclined to prepare them. After all, Xiao was a significant client, and it was imperative to maintain a good rapport, especially since, upon the success of the rebellion, he would ascend to rulership, wielding the resources of an entire nation for his own benefit. Therefore, for whatever reason, Xiao Chen felt compelled to lend his support. Old Wolf, in resignation, provided Xiao Chen with a contact number while continuously cautioning him not to act recklessly. Xiao Chen feigned ignorance and proceeded to the location Old Wolf had mentioned. In that overseas market, such items were readily available at reasonable prices. Xiao Chen spent a mere $100,000 to acquire a considerable arsenal of weaponry. He then invested another $100,000 to procure 2 tanks, preparing to return home. However, upon arriving at the airport, he unexpectedly encountered Qin Ku. At that moment, Qin Ku gazed at Xiao Chen in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had not anticipated encountering him overseas. Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? She approached him eagerly, her curiosity piqued. Since the day they met in their homeland, she had scarcely slept well, unable to shake off thoughts of him. Who would have guessed that Xiao Chen had become successful, particularly in contrast to Zhang Ming, who had grown increasingly miserly, treating her merely as a plaything. Now, she was prepared for the possibility of Zhang Ming's abandonment and naturally sought to find another worthy partner. Given Xiao Chen's past devotion, he seemed the ideal candidate. Xiao Chen glanced at her, slightly furrowing his brow. He had not expected to encounter Qin Ku overseas. Feeling disinclined to engage, he avoided her gaze and proceeded to check in, swiftly entering the VIP lounge. Qin Ku was taken aback by the indifference reflected in Xiao Chen's demeanor. Her memories lingered on the days when he would respond to her every word, doting upon her unconditionally. Yet, at this moment, he did not even spare her a glance. She attempted to follow but was intercepted by security, who informed her that the lounge was exclusive to first-class passengers. Upon hearing this, Qin Ku's expression shifted dramatically. In that instant, her feelings of grievance intensified, mingling with a hint of resentment towards Xiao Chen. Yet now, she found herself utterly powerless. Xiao Chen reached out to Xiao, informing him that he had procured a substantial cache of armaments, which he would deliver upon his return, urging him to prepare accordingly. To Xiao's astonishment, he exclaimed, "Boss, you truly possess remarkable capabilities. With these assets, I doubt anyone would dare to challenge me. He fully understood the formidable nature of such weaponry in an ancient realm. Chapter 20. The Return of Unprecedented Wealth. As Xiao Chen exited the airport, he was greeted by Lao Lang, who visibly relaxed upon seeing him. The past few days had been fraught with anxiety for him. Although he remained within the country, he had been privy to information from overseas clients regarding the extent of Xiao Chen's acquisitions. It was a significant haul, and he feared that Xiao Chen might return with such a vast array of items that he could risk immediate detention. Even he and Song Yu would likely be powerless to intervene. Consequently, he had endured sleepless nights worrying about the situation. Fortunately, upon seeing Xiao Chen emerge unscathed, he exhaled in relief. The young man had indeed not brought anything alarming back with him. "Mr. Xiao, let us be on our way," Lao Lang announced. Xiao Chen smiled at Lao Lang, fully aware of the underlying concern in his expression, fear of his potential arrest. Nevertheless, he could empathize with Lao Lang's apprehension. Following Lao Lang, he strode towards the exit. Behind them, Qin Ku observed the two with a complex mix of emotions, yearning to approach Xiao Chen, yet hesitating. As they traversed the airport, they encountered the luxury vehicles parked outside. When Lao Lang personally opened the door for Xiao Chen, her expression shifted further, memories of the past flooding her mind. She felt a strong impulse to step forward and engage with Xiao Chen. However, just as she resolved to do so, the car had already sped away. With a deep sigh, Qin Ku resigned herself to hailing a taxi. "Mr. Xiao, our boss wishes to meet with you," Lao Lang stated, breaking the silence. "Very well. Let us proceed." Xiao Chen nodded, understanding that Song Yu was likely anxious to see him. Upon arriving at Song Yu's location, he was met with her curious gaze, reflecting her surprise at the magnitude of wealth presently in her possession. "The funds have been transferred back to you," Song Yu announced. "I have opened a bank account in your name, and the bank representatives will be arriving shortly." She glanced at Xiao Chen, adding, "They will be here soon." "Excellent," Xiao Chen replied, settling in front of Song Yu to await their arrival. The bank personnel arrived promptly. After all, facilitating such a substantial deposit indicated a major client, deserving of exceptional service. Moreover, as a friend of Song Yu, Xiao Chen's status was elevated further. They hurriedly took their seats before Xiao Chen, completing all necessary paperwork. And the supervisor respectfully presented the bank card to him, stating, "Mr. Xiao, from today onwards, you are one of our esteemed clients." Receiving the card, Xiao Chen noticed the representatives discreetly exiting, recognizing that he and Song Yu still had matters to discuss. "Tomorrow, we shall venture out together," Song Yu chimed, her face beaming with delight. Xiao Chen nodded, feeling no sense of trepidation, and accompanied her as they departed. Song Yu continued, "I was genuinely concerned that I might encounter difficulties negotiating with that individual, but now I feel reassured." She turned to Xiao Chen. "Do you realize that the greatest asset he possesses is wealth? Currently, what I lack the most is cash." Xiao Chen paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding, "Are you implying, Ms. Song, that you have your sights set on my finances? Surely, my modest sum pales in comparison to your wealth." Song Yu chuckled softly. "Mr. Xiao, you might not be aware, but despite our apparent fortunes, the liquidity we hold could very well be less than what you possess. Cash is what I desperately need at this juncture. While I can convert some of your gold bars into cash, several of my enterprises are still in need of funds. At the very least, should I find myself in dire straits, your finances could provide temporary relief. Are you willing to assist?" With a playful smile, she suggested, "Alternatively, how about investing in my company?" Contemplating her proposition, Xiao Chen considered that it might indeed be a favorable opportunity. Although he had come to regard wealth on Earth as relatively effortless to obtain, given the resources from two realms at his disposal, he inquired, "Ms. Song, what would the investment process entail?" "I'm not entirely certain yet. I'll inform you once I've devised a plan," she replied with a grin. "The day after tomorrow, I shall personally come to fetch you." She cast a glance at Xiao Chen's attire, humorously adding, "I'll prepare a proper outfit for you." Xiao Chen shrugged, indifferent to his current garb, as it bore little significance to him. However, since it mattered to Song Yu, he refrained from voicing any objections. As he stood to leave, Song Yu released a breath of relief and turned to Lao Lang, inquiring, did he truly acquire a vast quantity of arms overseas? "Indeed," Lao Lang answered, his voice tinged with resignation. "I cannot fathom his intentions. However, are you certain you wish to continue collaborating with him? After all, having dispatched those individuals, I fear Xiao Chen may become a ravenous wolf." Lao Lang regarded Song Yu with uncertainty. Yet, he was resolute about one thing. This individual was formidable, capable of ruthlessness, and his combat prowess was alarming. Even Lao Lang felt vulnerable in his presence. To provoke such a person seemed perilous, even to him. In response to Lao Lang's concerns, Song Yu smiled reassuringly. "Have you not noticed? Although he may be fierce, as long as you do not provoke him, there is no cause for concern. He possesses principles. Moreover, Our current relationship is one of collaboration. Rest assured, it is not as dire as you perceive. However, she pondered, what does he intend to do with all those weapons? Where will he store them? At that moment, Sonia furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of uncertainty about Xiao Chen's every move. Yet, she also sensed that he must have a significant background, given the colossal sum he had managed to transfer domestically. $200 million equated to a staggering fortune, far surpassing her own total assets. Chapter 21, The Transaction. Upon returning home, Xiao Chen immediately contacted CIAO, who had long been eagerly awaiting his call. Brother, hurry. You have no idea, my younger brother has been trying to kill me. These days, I have been struggling against the army he commands. Listening to CIAO's words, Xiao Chen merely smiled. According to CIAO, he was a prince forsaken by fate, even exiled to a remote region with the intention of hastening his demise. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's timely arrival, he and his loyal guards would have long since met their end. Since Xiao Chen's emergence, at least his loyal guards had remained steadfast. With the rebar provided by Xiao Chen, they now possessed formidable weapons, ensuring their survival was no longer in doubt. Should Xiao Chen bestow upon him additional modern firearms, he would dare to march directly into the imperial capital. Upon inquiring about CIAO's current predicament, Xiao Chen learned that the situation was dire. He had seized control of a city, yet numerous troops were amassing outside its walls. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen promptly placed an order with CIAO, soon receiving a list of requested items. The order consisted merely of some snacks, for these were not the ultimate goal. The true objective lay in the formidable arsenal Xiao Chen possessed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen chose to traverse dimensions. With a flash of light, his figure materialized before CIAO. Within the grand hall of the royal residence, many were taken aback by his sudden appearance, their faces lighting up with astonishment. The celestial sovereign. Many knelt in reverence, some having seen Xiao Chen before, while others had not, all expressing their awe. Indeed, their prince was destined for greatness, even attracting the presence of a celestial being. Esteemed guests, this is my elder brother, the celestial sovereign descended from the heavens, CIAO proclaimed, gesturing toward Xiao Chen. He cast a knowing glance at Xiao Chen, adding, my brother has come bearing divine weapons. With his assistance, we need not fear the multitude of troops outside any longer. He eagerly turned his gaze towards Xiao Chen. Let us proceed, Xiao Chen declared, and in an instant, he activated his teleportation ability. In the next moment, he stood in the courtyard, leaving many kneeling in astonishment. They were utterly convinced that this was indeed a celestial being gracing them with his presence. For such feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals. CIAO, leading his followers, rushed out, only to witness Xiao Chen raise his hand, causing two enormous iron behemoths to suddenly descend from the heavens. At this sight, those who had followed CIAO outside knelt once more, overwhelmed by the terrifying appearance of the colossal machines, particularly one that sported an elongated snout. What manner of creature is this, O celestial sovereign? One brave soul ventured to inquire. These are my aides, akin to military strategists, CIAO explained, pointing to the figures accompanying Xiao Chen. You shall know of their purpose. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, confident that CIAO understood their significance. The sight of a line of machine guns, and even a Gatling gun, before him filled Xiao Chen with excitement. Brother, these are for you. Take them. I must hurry to the city walls and unleash a volley, he exclaimed, gesturing towards a nearby large crate, his face alight with enthusiasm. Without waiting for Xiao Chen's response, he turned and set off towards the walls with his companions. Xiao Chen, unconcerned about stopping him, followed suit, eager to witness the ancient battlefield firsthand. After securing the crates, Xiao Chen ascended the city walls. Gazing at the throngs of soldiers encamped below, even he felt a surge of awe at the sight. The sheer number of troops arrayed beneath the walls was nothing short of spectacular. As CIAO took his position, those below quickly formed their ranks upon seeing him. Fourth Prince, His Majesty commands you to surrender and spare your family, or face certain death, the leader of the opposing forces shouted. CIAO, seemingly unfazed, commanded his men to ready their machine guns, addressing the enemy below, what if I refuse? Then prepare to face my wrath. The opposing commander bellowed in response. At his command, a volley of arrows was unleashed, raining down upon the city walls. Observing this, Xiao Chen experienced a moment of inspiration and swiftly activated his spatial abilities. In an instant, the arrows hurtling toward them vanished into thin air. The sight left the soldiers in the nearby ranks utterly dumbfounded. Even those who had accompanied CIAO stood in stunned silence as they beheld Xiao Chen raise his hand, creating a void amidst the barrage of arrows. The celestial sovereign's might. Many fell to their knees in reverence, their voices filled with exhilaration at the display of such power. Xiao Chen surveyed the scene, and indeed found a number of arrows had accumulated within his spatial realm. Enough with the kneeling, he exclaimed. a hint of exasperation in his tone. He waved his hand, causing the gathered arrows to pile up in a designated area. Enjoy yourselves. I must take my leave. Xiao Chen patted Xiao on the shoulder, adding, moreover, I have a vial of evolution serum. Should you desire it, remember to procure something valuable in return. With that, he turned and departed. Xiao, brimming with excitement, called after him, farewell, brother. Xiao Chen's intervention was nothing short of extraordinary, igniting hope within Xiao. If he could acquire the evolution serum and awaken his own powers, it would be nothing short of perfect. With newfound determination, he addressed the enemy below. Now, I offer you a choice, surrender or face annihilation. Upon uttering these words, the ominous barrels of the machine guns were aimed at the crowd. The enemy commander, flanked by his demonic allies, shouted, charge in and eliminate that sorcerer. However, before he could finish his command, Xiao unleashed a torrent of gunfire from his weapon. The blazing projectiles swept through the ranks, decimating the opposing forces, including the commander, who was torn apart under the onslaught. After emptying his magazine, Xiao coldly regarded the stunned crowd. Now, I grant you one final opportunity. If you wish to live, speak up. Chapter 22, Attending the Banquet. Upon returning, Xiao Chen no longer focused on Xiao. Instead, he turned his attention to the large crate before him. Opening it, he observed that its contents were similar to before, albeit diminished by half. He paid it little mind, promptly stowing the items away. For the moment, he lacked any pressing need for money, so he decided to set these things aside for the time being. Just as he was about to open the door, he received a call from Songya. I'm on my way to pick you up. Songya's voice rang out on the line. Tonight, you must protect me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly and awaited her arrival at the supermarket. Once Songya arrived, she looked at Xiao Chen lounging in the recliner and remarked with a smile. It seems your supermarket is not doing well. She glanced outside, noting the desolate street, devoid of any customers who dared to set foot in the establishment. Given the circumstances, she couldn't fathom why Xiao Chen had chosen to open a supermarket. Hearing Songya's comments, Xiao Chen chuckled softly, explaining that the supermarket was merely a facade for him, and his clientele was quite different. It served primarily the vast community of travelers, making it quite a suitable venture. I also own another shop right next to my Jinyu Tang. Would you like me to give it to you? Songya suggested, gazing at Xiao Chen. However, upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen quickly shook his head. This place resonated with him perfectly. A 3-story building accompanied by a yard was entirely fitting, and the absence of nearby residents meant he could engage in his activities without attracting attention. On the contrary, in a bustling area, any endeavor would be far less convenient. Not minding Xiao Chen's refusal, Songya understood that he had ample resources and that running a supermarket was not about profit for him. Perhaps it was simply one of his peculiar interests. Observing Xiao Chen's attire, Songya exchanged a glance with the old wolf behind her. Shortly thereafter, the old wolf retrieved a suit from the car. Change into this, Songya said with a hint of exasperation. Xiao Chen's casual clothing, complete with flip-flops, hardly projected the image of a wealthy individual. Reluctantly, Xiao Chen complied and changed. When he emerged in his new attire, Songya regarded him with a hint of surprise. It must be said that Xiao Chen was quite handsome, and clad in fitting clothing, his demeanor became notably more refined. Xiao Chen took a moment to scrutinize his reflection in the mirror, after consuming several bottles of evolutionary potions, while his appearance had not drastically changed. His inner aura had indeed transformed significantly. Now, his presence exuded a distinct quality. Let us proceed, Songya said with a cheerful smile. As she took the initiative to link arms with Xiao Chen, they boarded her Bentley. Inside the car, Songya narrowed her eyes slightly and remarked, tonight's challenges may be formidable. It seems they have issued me an ultimatum. Our purpose this evening is to refuse them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Songya and asked with a grin, why not just accept? That man is far from a decent person. Songya retorted. Wang Hujie is not only short, resembling a diminutive winter melon, but he is also not a good man. He claims to like me, yet he is surrounded by women. Moreover, he is only after my wealth. Songya said with a bitter smile, men like him are like ravenous wolves, all eyeing me. She then turned to Xiao Chen, but I do not like him. What do you prefer? Xiao Chen inquired with a smile. At that moment, Songya paused briefly, then suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Chen, asking, what if I just follow you? Taken aback, Xiao Chen looked at the smiling Songya and shook his head. This enchanting woman, despite her cheerful demeanor towards him, he did not believe she truly harbored feelings for him. Such a woman was beyond his grasp. So he merely smiled faintly and chose to remain silent. Noticing Xiao Chen's lack of response, Songya's interest piqued. She leaned against him, and they continued in silence until they arrived at the entrance of a villa. As Xiao Chen and Songya disembarked from the car, many eyes turned toward them, particularly astonished to see Songya linking arms with Xiao Chen. Everyone knew that the young master of the Wang family had set his sights on the beautiful Songya. Yet she was now attending the event with another man. This was bound to be entertaining. Many spectators regarded Xiao Chen with a newfound curiosity, while among the crowd, one person observed him with a complex expression, Qin Ku. Beside her was Zhang Ming, the same man from earlier. So this is Songya. Heh, that man is doomed. Zhang Ming sneered at Xiao Chen, saying, you do realize that Songya has long been targeted by young Master Wang, right? The Wang family is the wealthiest in the city. That kid is finished. At this moment, Qin Ku paused slightly, her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Ever since she witnessed Xiao Chen thriving, regret had settled in her heart. Yet she was acutely aware that Xiao Chen no longer even spared her a glance, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Thus, if misfortune were to befall Xiao Chen, she would find solace in the thought. With a slight smile, Qin Ku embraced Zhang Ming, saying, darling, let us enjoy the show. Zhang Ming responded with a smirk, saying, aren't you acquainted with him? We were merely village mates, and that was ages ago. In response, Qin Ku chuckled, completely forgetting that when her parents passed away, it was Xiao Chen who had ensured she could even afford her tuition. As Xiao Chen and Songya entered the banquet hall, they were met with the sudden approach of a stout, short man who fixed an intense gaze on Songya and her companion. With a piercing glare directed at Xiao Chen, he announced coldly, I am Wang Hujie. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. You must be aware of the Wang family, right? My family runs it. Wang Hujie coldly remarked, I don't know your background. In response, Xiao Chen chuckled, recognizing that Wang Hujie was attempting to assert dominance right from the outset. I merely operate a small supermarket, he said with a smile. It hardly compares to the Wang family. Wang Hujie furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his expression as he turned to his subordinates, signaling them to investigate Xiao Chen's background. Chapter 23, A Complete Offense. Following Songya into the banquet hall, Xiao Chen became acutely aware of the many eyes now fixed upon him. After all, many were well aware that the young master of the Wang family had set his sights on the exquisite Songya, yet here, she was with another man. A few individuals were also scrutinizing Xiao Chen. This must be Xiao Chen, one man observed, his eyes reflecting a sense of caution. Indeed, replied his companion quietly. The disappearance of Gu Yin must be linked to him. This man is too enigmatic. He is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, the man spoke up. Let the Wang family's worthless lot have their fun with this kid. Rest assured, boss. Upon hearing those words, the bodyguard behind the man whispered, we have concealed all matters concerning Xiao Chen. All that can be discovered is that he is merely an inconspicuous individual. This sufficed. At these words, a smile crept across the man's face. In that moment, he gazed curiously at the figure of Xiao Chen before him. He possessed both capability and strength. Yet he was acutely aware that there were certain individuals who were best left undisturbed. It was not merely their backgrounds that posed a threat, but rather their methods. Take Gu Yan, for instance. His mysterious disappearance was exceedingly unsettling. How could he dare provoke such a person? Though Gu Yan assisted him, and was, in a sense, one of his subordinates, he understood all too well that inciting this madman could very well lead to his demise. Thus, he could only feign ignorance. At that moment, Wang Hujie's subordinates hurried over and whispered a few words to him. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk appeared on Wang Hujie's face. He had expected a formidable opponent, only to discover an ordinary person instead. Given this revelation, he no longer felt the need to show courtesy. It seemed you have attracted unwanted attention. In the banquet hall, Songya smiled slightly and spoke, unperturbed by the prospect of danger. Having already chosen to stand with Xiao Chen, she was prepared to confront Wang Hujie. Furthermore, she could see that Xiao Chen himself was not the least bit anxious. If even the seemingly targeted Xiao Chen remained untroubled, what was there for her to fear? Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Wang Hujie, who was not far away, and offered a faint smile. He could clearly discern the malicious intent emanating from Wang Hujie. In the banquet hall, Wang Hujie approached Songya, taking a seat directly in front of her. Songya, I seek an answer from you, he declared bluntly. Wang Xiao, did I not already provide you with an answer? Songya replied, her brow slightly furrowed as she gestured towards Xiao Chen. This is my man. Wang Hujie, upon hearing this, chuckled coldly. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen and remarked, Kid, you ought to know who I am, right? The Wang family of Yin City is not to be trifled with. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Xiao Chen. If you wish to live, I suggest you leave. Xiao Chen remained silent, merely observing Wang Hujie before him. At that moment, the darkness in Wang Hujie's gaze was palpable. Noticing his demeanor, Xiao Chen responded with a cold smile. Is this a threat, Wang Xiao? Indeed. Wang Hujie replied icily. It is not merely a threat, it is also a warning. You would do well to heed it, or I shall not hesitate to make my displeasure known. As he uttered these words, he lowered his voice. You, a mere insignificant being. Dare to covet a woman you cannot have. Songya, I must say, such a man is utterly unworthy of you. With that, he reached for Songya's hand. However, in the next instant, his hand was seized by Xiao Chen. When he turned, he was met with Xiao Chen's fierce gaze. The intensity of that stare sent a shiver of fear through him. What do you intend to do? Wang Hujie questioned, his voice tinged with trepidation. Xiao Chen smiled and replied, Wang Xiao, should you choose to act violently here, I would not hesitate to incapacitate you. As he tightened his grip, Wang Hujie's expression shifted to one of pain. With numerous guests present, he dared not cry out, suppressing his discomfort instead. Observing Wang Hujie's distress, Xiao Chen chuckled lightly and released his grip. Wang Hujie immediately stepped back, glaring at Xiao Chen with malice. Do you understand what you have done? With so many guests here, I will not retaliate today, but mark my words, you will regret this. Taking in Wang Hujie's threat, Xiao Chen remained unfazed. Were it not for the multitude of guests, he would have dispatched Wang Hujie without a second thought. It appears we are rather unpopular, Wang Xiao. In that case, we shall take our leave. Xiao Chen remarked with a smile, grasping Songya's hand as they exited the hall. Wang Hujie's expression darkened as he coldly instructed his bodyguards, dispatch someone to ensure he disappears tonight. Moreover, bring Songya back to me. I shall demonstrate my power to her today. His voice was nearly a hiss as he spoke. Hearing this, several of his subordinates nodded hurriedly before departing swiftly. On the second floor of the banquet hall, a man observed Wang Hujie's actions and instructed those behind him, go investigate. If Wang Hujie can deal with Xiao Chen, there will be no need for your involvement. If he cannot, inform me immediately. He spoke coldly. Should that young man possess any capabilities, I will not spare him. After delivering this statement, he rose and departed from the banquet hall. He had come that night specifically for Songya and Xiao Chen. Now that he had seen them, it was time to leave. Your acquaintance has truly angered Wang Xiao. It appears he is destined for death tonight. Zhang Ming remarked with a cold smile as he observed the scene. Upon hearing this, Qin Ku also wore a smile, internally reveling in the thought. It would be best that way. I am well aware that had it not been for Xiao Chen, I might not have survived those years. Yet, because of this, I do not wish for the past to be dredged up. If Xiao Chen no longer acknowledges me, then let him perish. With this thought, a smile graced Qin Ku's lips. Chapter 24. I shall resolve this. Having stepped outside the hotel, Songya spoke softly beside Xiao Chen. The Wang family will not let us off the hook. With Wang Hujie's temperament, we may not return home tonight. Looking at Xiao Chen, she continued in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen merely smiled, holding Wang Hujie in no regard whatsoever. Only he understood the extent of his power after consuming a bottle of intermediate potion. Previously, he had acquired numerous weapons overseas, even testing one on himself. Of course, prior to firing, he had consulted Gu Ming, who assured him that Xiao Chen was no longer afraid of ordinary firearms. Having tested it, he realized that while the bullet pierced the skin, it was halted by his muscle, even bouncing off without inflicting any significant harm. Aside from a superficial wound, he suffered no injury, and the wound healed rapidly. In that moment, Xiao Chen comprehended just how formidable he had become. He understood that he was no longer fearful of assassination attempts. Even if the Wang family was the wealthiest in the city, who could they possibly send to confront him? Noting Xiao Chen's calm demeanor, Songya felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. The Wang family is formidable. However, Yun City is merely a small town, and the Wang family, despite being its wealthiest, is not as imposing as it may seem. She harbored no concern that Xiao Chen would be overwhelmed. At this moment, she gazed at Xiao Chen with a smile, saying, well then, my life rests in your hands. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at Songya before him, noting the scrutinizing glint in her eyes. He understood that she was testing his capabilities. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen felt no disquietude. He was now capable of forming a bond with Songya. After all, the items he had acquired from another realm required someone to manage them, and Songya was a splendid candidate. With that in mind, he felt it essential to demonstrate his prowess. Not long after the vehicle departed, the driver, Old Wolf, announced, we're being followed. Upon hearing this, Songya visibly tensed, looking at Xiao Chen with a hint of seriousness and asking, Mr. Xiao, can you handle it? Drive to the outskirts and find an open space, Xiao Chen replied coolly. Since the pursuers had already arrived, he had no intention of being courteous. Both Songya and Old Wolf were taken aback by his response. Mr. Xiao, you shouldn't underestimate them. What if they are armed? Old Wolf cautioned, unable to suppress his concern. The other party was, after all, the wealthiest family. He could hardly believe they were unarmed. Although he recognized Xiao Chen's extraordinary abilities, they were still just two individuals, and the Wang family had numerous skilled subordinates at their disposal. Old Wolf, aware of his own capabilities, typically dismissed most people. Yet he felt compelled to advise Xiao Chen. The two of them had to protect Songya. Heading to the outskirts could render them sitting ducks. Rest assured, when the time comes, you safeguard Songya, and I will deal with the rest, Xiao Chen declared. At his words, Old Wolf fell silent. Conversely, Songya, intrigued, looked at Xiao Chen and cheerfully instructed, Old Wolf, do as he says. But Old Wolf's expression turned one of helplessness. Yet, Songya offered him no room for argument, directly asserting, if he claims he can resolve it, then let us see if he can. Mr. Xiao, I have placed my life in your hands. With that, a smile graced her lips. Xiao Chen, upon hearing her words, merely smiled faintly. The vehicle sped toward the outskirts, with Old Wolf visibly anxious. Even Songya felt an undercurrent of tension. She occasionally glanced at Xiao Chen, eager to see if he could indeed resolve the situation. She understood that having chosen to collaborate with him, they must persevere through this trial. After all, failure would cost her life. At this juncture, there was no room for hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, I must rely on you from here on out. You cannot abandon me. Xiao Chen turned to face the woman, captivated by the allure that radiated from her features, which stirred something within him. He nodded without uttering a word, instead stating, these individuals do not pose a threat to me. As the vehicle continued toward the outskirts, the pursuers, observing their direction, grew less anxious. They were wary of causing a scene within the city but believed that once outside, in the vast open spaces, it would be far easier to act. Will there be any issues? Those trailing behind Xiao Chen furrowed their brows. They followed without attempting to conceal themselves, having grown accustomed to their brazen behavior in Yin City. One among them chuckled darkly. It seems this couple seeks some thrill, heading out for a wild rendezvous. Perfectly. We can incapacitate the man and enjoy a glimpse of Song Ya's beauty. Our young master has made it clear, since this woman is so ungrateful, we'll bring her back for our amusement once he has finished with her. The men smirked, their expressions lewd, reveling in the thought of having Songya at their mercy. Unfazed by the potential dangers, they each felt the reassuring weight of firearms at their sides, which contributed to their lack of concern. This spot will do nicely, Xiao Chen remarked, surveying the area as they distanced themselves from the city. Ahead lay a vast expanse of farmland, devoid of any nearby residences, making it an ideal location. Mr. Xiao, are you certain? Old Wolf inquired, observing Xiao Chen's nod with resignation as he brought the vehicle to a halt. I'll accompany you, he declared, preparing to exit the car, only to be halted by Xiao Chen. I can manage alone. With that, Xiao Chen stepped out, as Songya watched him emerge under the moonlight. His silhouette appeared strikingly imposing. Miss, if anything seems amiss, we will leave immediately, Old Wolf interjected, his voice laced with concern. He felt Xiao Chen was being overly confident. I actually believe he can succeed, Songya replied, inexplicably reassured by Xiao Chen's presence. Chapter 25. Tonight, I shall stay with you. After Xiao Chen exited the vehicle, several seven-seater cars came to a halt nearby, and numerous individuals disembarked. He counted nearly 30 of them. They too regarded Xiao Chen with scrutiny. Kid, our young master has a message for you. The leader, a crew-cut man, stated coldly. Some women are not meant for your affections. Our young master has commanded that we incapacitate you and dispose of you in the lake to feed the fish. The group laughed mockingly at Xiao Chen. Is that all you have to say? Xiao Chen responded coolly. Without hesitation, he surged forward, moving like lightning, and in an instant, he stood before the crew-cut man. Before the latter could react, he delivered a devastating blow to his nose with immense force, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The group was stunned, their faces etched with disbelief as they watched Xiao Chen. A few of them hastily drew their firearms, intent on eliminating him. However, in the next moment, Xiao Chen moved like a phantom, appearing before another assailant and delivering a punch that sent him flying, just as he had done with the crew-cut man. In that moment, Xiao Chen became a whirlwind of power, each adversary who dared approach being sent reeling by his strikes. Inside the vehicle, Old Wolf's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the spectacle. Songya, too, stared in astonishment at Xiao Chen. In that instant, she comprehended the extent of his terrifying prowess. He dispatched each foe with ease, as if they were mere ragdolls tossed aside by the force of a vehicle. Old Wolf, if it were you, what would happen if you were struck by a punch? Observing those who were sent flying by Xiao Chen's single blow, Songya anxiously inquired at that moment. Miss, the Wang family does not employ idle hands. Among these individuals, many were once mercenaries abroad, each with blood on their hands. Old Wolf replied, exasperated. At most, I could handle 2 of them, but there are over 30 here. He gestured to the crowd before him, now reduced to a mere handful of individuals. A few among them trembled, gazing at Xiao Chen with fear. How terrifying. He knocks them down with just one punch. And those lying on the ground are either dead or gravely injured. Stop right there. One quivering individual pointed his gun at Xiao Chen, shouting, if you don't cease immediately, I will shoot. As soon as he uttered those words, Xiao Chen turned to face him. In the next instant, He charged toward the man. Ah! The individual screamed in terror and fired his weapon. A barrage of gunfire erupted, yet Xiao Chen moved like a specter, deftly dodging the bullets. In an instant, he seized the man's handgun. With a swift motion, he crushed the weapon in his grasp. Faced with Xiao Chen's icy gaze, the man didn't even have time to utter a word before he was sent sprawling by a single punch. How terrifying! He can dodge bullets. Old Wolf trembled in the car, realizing that despite being a seasoned warrior, he was merely an ordinary person. Compared to Xiao Chen, he felt utterly insignificant. Such a person was indeed a true beast of the human realm. Inside the vehicle, Song Ye's eyes sparkled with admiration as she watched Xiao Chen. Under the moonlight, he resembled a ghostly figure. Soon, the 30 or so assailants lay moaning on the ground, with several already silenced. Turning back, he waved to Song Ye and Old Wolf in the car. Mr. Xiao, Old Wolf said, his expression complicated. Do you have any instructions? Ensure Song Ye returns safely. I will handle these individuals, Xiao Chen replied, gesturing to the fallen. Once you return, there will be no need to concern yourselves further. Understood. Old Wolf nodded and quickly got back into the vehicle. Can you manage this? Song Ye leaned out, looking at Xiao Chen. Tonight's incident is too significant. With so many people, half of them are likely dead. As she spoke, she gazed intently at Xiao Chen. The Wang family will surely not let this go. Rest assured. It will be fine, Xiao Chen reassured her. He was genuinely unafraid. He was unaware of just how formidable he had become. Unless faced with heavy weaponry, he felt no concern. Moreover, if they did resort to such measures, he could simply retreat to another dimension for a while. Upon his return, everything would have settled. With that thought, he waved goodbye to Song Ye and Old Wolf. After they departed, he turned his attention back to the fallen. Most had perished from his blows, while a few lay moaning on the ground. He had no intention of showing mercy, delivering another punch that ultimately silenced them all. Having dispatched over 30 individuals, Xiao Chen felt no remorse. Indeed, the evolution serum is no trifling matter. I now feel utterly numb, he thought, waving his hand to draw both the bodies and vehicle into his spatial realm. As long as the evidence was gone, even if suspicions arose, they amounted to nothing without proof. Once he completed this task, he strolled leisurely toward the city. However, before departing, he glanced into the distance. Earlier, he sensed someone spying on him and had prepared to act, but after he incapacitated those men, the observer had swiftly retreated. It was likely someone had come to assess his capabilities. He didn't know who that person was, but he didn't mind them relaying the information back. After all, if they understood his strength, they would be less inclined to provoke him. He had no desire to stir up trouble, but due to Song Ye, he found himself entangled in these issues. If they were wise, he wouldn't bother with them. Moreover, it was precisely because he sensed no one was watching that he decided to eliminate all the threats. After returning home, he received a call from Song Ye. Are you all right? She inquired over the phone. I'm fine. Everything has been taken care of. Xiao Chen replied confidently. Rest assured, those individuals will simply go missing. On the other end, Song Ye fell silent. Having witnessed Xiao Chen dispatching people, she was astonished that he had resolved everything in such a short time. He must have an incredibly formidable backing, she thought. I was worried that Wang Hujie would come after me, so I thought to find you, she said. Can I stay with you tonight? Xiao Chen was taken aback. This was not how he envisioned the night unfolding. He had never considered having Song Ye stay over. However, before he could respond, she hung up the phone. Chapter 26. Unprovocable. Xiao Chen opened the door to find Song Ye standing before his shop. A look of resignation on his face. You actually came? He said, utterly speechless. He had assumed she was merely joking, yet here she was, having genuinely come to his home. I'm worried, Song Ye replied with a smile. Besides, there is plenty of room here. Her curiosity about Xiao Chen had piqued. Given that she would likely have a sleepless night, she decided to seek him out to discern what kind of person he truly was. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly at her words. He then led her to the second floor. There were 3 rooms available. He occupied one, while the other 2 had already been prepared for Song Ye. Are you leaving just like that? As Xiao Chen arranged for her comfort. Song Ye looked up at him with a hint of disappointment. Aren't you going to keep me company? Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you going to sleep? He couldn't quite fathom why this woman seemed so alluring at that moment. Yet, it felt as if she were trying to unearth his secrets. Therefore, he resolved to keep his distance. At this stage in his life, he had ample resources, abilities, and certainly no shortage of women. He couldn't simply succumb to every attractive face he encountered. Moreover, this woman's demeanor did not suggest she was of good intentions. With that in mind, Xiao Chen retreated to his own room, fully aware that Song Ye was not someone to be trifled with. Unbeknownst to him, many in the city were unable to sleep due to his actions. Within the Wang family, Wang Hujie made countless phone calls, yet none were answered. Where have these people gone? Wang Hujie's expression darkened as he pondered the whereabouts of the skilled individuals he had dispatched. all of whom had been carefully selected over the years. It can be said that this is the entirety of the Wang family's combat capabilities at present. Logically, dispatching such a multitude of individuals all at once should guarantee success. No one could obstruct them. Yet, these individuals now seemed to have vanished into thin air. Regardless of how many calls he made, they all went unanswered. This was the source of his grim countenance. Young master. Just as Wang Hujia's expression reached its nadir, someone rushed over, breathless. Looking at Wang Hujia, he whispered, Young master, Xiao Chen has returned. Not only has he returned home, but even Songya has moved in with him. Upon hearing this, Wang Hujia's expression darkened further. Bring that group of useless fools to me. Wang Hujia spat angrily. He had been suppressing his fury until now. He was all too aware of the capabilities of his subordinates. The task of capturing Xiao Chen and Song Ye should have been a simple one. Even if their adversary had some men under his command, it was impossible for not a single one to have been released. This was too peculiar. At this moment, he was becoming increasingly agitated. Meanwhile, in a villa within the city, a man nodded as he listened to his subordinate's report. Good, I understand. He replied. The matter concerning Gu Yin had reached a conclusion. For now, they must not provoke Xiao Chen. After a brief silence, he continued. As for the Wang family and Xiao Chen, we need not concern ourselves with them. Should Xiao Chen encounter any trouble, inform me at once. I shall pay him a visit. He pondered for a moment before speaking again. He realized that this individual was someone he could not afford to provoke. Engaging such a person, even if one possessed the means to eliminate them, would come at too great a cost. If one failed to succeed and became a target, life would never be peaceful again. Boss, I went back there again. His subordinate hesitantly spoke after a moment of contemplation. That place was completely deserted. What do you mean? The man was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. I mean, everyone has vanished. Not a single vehicle remains. In fact, even the ground has sunk a few centimeters. The subordinate whispered, his voice trembling. I was so frightened that I ran back immediately. He was terrified. The situation was too bizarre. After witnessing Xiao Chen's power, he had returned to report, and, fearing that Xiao Chen might still be there, went back with a group to investigate. Initially, he intended to ascertain how many of the Wang family's bodyguards were still alive, but upon arrival, he found that everyone was gone. In such a short span of time, people had disappeared, and Xiao Chen had already returned to his establishment. Just the thought of this made him shiver. This meant that the other party undoubtedly had reinforcements nearby, and a significant number at that. Furthermore, they had evaded all forms of scrutiny and silently removed the bodies of those individuals. The man took a deep breath and inquired, Do you believe that to be the case? I suspect so. The subordinate replied softly. I have a feeling that there is a mysterious and formidable force backing Xiao Chen. The situation is unclear, but this is certainly not an ordinary individual. Moreover, Xiao Chen is likely the chosen representative of that entity. Lowering his voice, he added, Not long ago, he traveled overseas and returned with over $1 billion in cash, all of which is now in his account. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent for a moment before responding. Keep a close watch on Xiao Chen, but do not provoke him. At this moment, he too felt a sense of trepidation. After Gu Yan's demise, he had considered troubling Xiao Chen. After all, Gu Yan had been his chosen representative. In a sense, Gu Yan had been working on his behalf. Yet, Gu Yan had just crossed paths with Xiao Chen and subsequently vanished. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Chen had previously taken action, was it not the village chief and his son who had been so brutally dealt with? Thus, he had pinpointed his target but dared not take action. It was simply too strange. Now, he felt fortunate for having refrained from acting. Otherwise, he feared he might have become the next to disappear. As for the so-called disappearance, he did not need to think twice. Those individuals were undoubtedly dead. Thoroughly so. Such individuals were far too terrifying. It had been years since he had encountered such a madman. The man remained silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. Do not bring me trouble. I do not wish to die. At his position, the fear of death intensified. Once targeted, he had no idea if he could cope. It was better to engage in dialogue with the other party. If Xiao Chen could be of use to him, that would be even better. As for the Wang family, their fate was of no concern to him. The demise of the Wang family members had no bearing on him. At this moment, Xiao Chen gazed at the woman clad in a sheer nightgown before him, his expression one of exasperation. Song, what do you intend to do? He regarded the woman, who had barged into his room, and with a hint of coldness inquired, If you have something to say, it would be better to be direct. Chapter 27. The Troubles of Song Ye. Very well. Song Ye looked at the man before her, exclaiming in frustration, I need money, an enormous sum. Hearing this, Xiao Chen regarded Song Ye with surprise, realizing that her sudden intrusion was motivated by a desire for his financial resources. Initially, he had assumed her intentions were of a different nature, but it turned out to be merely this. At that moment, Xiao Chen displayed a hint of resignation. How much do you need? You know that I run Jin Yutong. Aside from that, I possess several other assets. My finances have always been strained. Now, having offended the Wang family, acquiring financing will undoubtedly be even more challenging. She looked at Xiao Chen, her voice tinged with despair. So, you have set your sights on me? Xiao Chen asked, exasperated. I deal in antiques and precious metals. The costs are substantial. Songya lamented. Moreover, you are well aware of how much gold I have purchased from you recently. My financial pressure is quite significant. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Logically, someone like Song, you should not find such a sum to be insurmountable. I previously made an investment, and recovering my capital is not a swift endeavor. Additionally, I had borrowed from the bank, but Wang Hujia has blocked my access. He has made it clear that as long as I do not consent, not a single penny will be lent to me. Therefore, at the very least, I am short 10 billion. Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya declared this forthrightly. Xiao Chen, you are willing to assist me, right? Observing the woman before him, Xiao Chen queried, Song, what leads you to believe that simply expressing your need to me would compel me to part with 10 billion? His mind was not addled. Even if that sum had been acquired from Gu Ming, parting with it all at once would indeed cause him distress. Do you expect me to simply hand over 10 billion on a whim? Is that feasible? Thus, in that moment, Xiao Chen resolved to disregard Songya. After all, her singular request for a considerable sum from him was an audacious demand. Even if he were inclined to collaborate with her, such a proposition was untenable. At worst, he could simply cease his dealings with Songya, leave, and continue elsewhere. After all, he possessed the means to traverse dimensions. Starting anew in a different place would be effortless. Songya gritted her teeth, fully aware of this reality. Even though her relationship with Xiao Chen was quite amicable now, the thought of asking him for 10 billion yuan left her feeling absurd. I offer myself to you. Songya suddenly raised her head and declared to Xiao Chen. Taken aback, Xiao Chen scrutinized the woman before him. It must be said that she possessed an undeniable allure, especially at this moment, when she gazed at him. Her watery eyes stirred his heart. However, such a declaration could hardly be worth 10 billion yuan. What does 10 billion even signify? Before acquiring the interdimensional purchasing system, he could not have earned such a sum in 10 lifetimes, let alone 20. I know the value of my Jinyutang. Consider it as you investing in my business. 10 billion would grant you a 40 stake, plus I am here. At this moment, Songya looked at Xiao Chen earnestly. Since you've already made up your mind, why not agree to Wang Hujia? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. Do you think just anyone can have me? Songya shot him a sidelong glance and softly replied, I am not from this city, and I have some troubles that the Wang family cannot withstand. Her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Chen. If the Wang family cannot withstand it, do you think I can? Xiao Chen asked, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Yet he felt a flicker of curiosity. What kind of trouble could cause even the wealthiest to falter, yet she believed he could resolve it? You are different. Songya paused momentarily and continued, at the very least, you are quite formidable. Moreover, you are not afraid of the Wang family. I do not know how powerful your backing is, but at least you have a chance. Looking up, Songya said to Xiao Chen, do you know? After we left, I sent Lao Lang back to the previous scene once more. The person is gone, the car is gone, everything is gone. As she spoke, her gaze burned with intensity. This means you have a formidable force behind you. At the very least, those people managed to clean up all traces in a short time. Xiao Chen nodded, realizing that this was the reason Songya sought him out. What if I say it is just me? Xiao Chen asked with a grin. Songya was momentarily stunned, then smiled and replied, well, then there's nothing to be done. I actually have quite a fondness for you. Saying this, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen's neck and kissed him directly. I have no interest in Gu Yin or Wang Hujia, but I am interested in you. Feeling the sweetness of her lips and gazing at the woman before him, Xiao Chen could not deny the stirrings of his heart. The desire deep within him surged at that moment. Xiao Chen quickly grasped the woman before him and tossed her onto the bed, then pounced on her. The moonlight flooded the room, casting a springtime glow. Afterward, as Xiao Chen gazed at the woman nestled in his arms, he rubbed his head in bewilderment. Especially noticing the crimson stain beneath her, he felt utterly at a loss. This woman was a virgin? No matter how Xiao Chen thought about it, he could not comprehend. After all, Songya, at her age, with such an alluring appearance, hardly resembled a novice. Yet, the situation was indeed peculiar. Contemplating, he recalled Gu Ming. He was uncertain about Songya's background, but Gu Ming might have some insight. After all, despite having been eliminated by Gu Yin, Gu Ming was once one of the top second-generation heirs in Yin City. Had he not been taken down by Gu Yin, it would have been him taking over his father's territory. Boss, are you looking for me? Gu Ming inquired directly. Is there something going on? I have a few questions for you. Xiao Chen responded. Do you know Songya? Ah, that woman is something else. She is exceptionally beautiful. Gu Ming exclaimed. My cousin has been keeping an eye on her. Do you know her background? Xiao Chen asked. What do you know? I'm not sure. When she first appeared in Yin City years ago, she only had a bodyguard with her, but she was wealthy and quickly established Jin Yutang, thereafter mingling with the wealthy elite of Yin City. However, she is quite shrewd. Many affluent men have pursued her, but she evaded them all. My father mentioned that she has some troubles. Gu Ming continued. It seems to be related to the Gu family from the provincial capital. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. The Gu family? What kind of influence do they wield? You don't know? They are the wealthiest in the province. Gu Ming replied. Astonished. I'm not clear on the details. Xiao Chen sighed. Please clarify. All right. Gu Ming said. Just remember, the Gu family is not to be trifled with. My father had many men under him, but he dared not touch the Gu family. He warned me that while I could indulge with women, I must avoid trouble with Sanya. My cousin, however, has been foolish enough to pursue her. After all these years, he hasn't succeeded. With a chuckle, Gu Ming added, Boss, why the sudden interest in this matter? You aren't thinking of getting involved with that woman, are you? Sort of, Xiao Chen replied. Still the boss as always. Gu Ming flattered him. Rest assured, in the past, you might have found her beyond your reach, but now you possess spatial abilities. They cannot outmatch you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled. All right, I understand. Also, make sure to send me some supplies in a couple of days. I'm running low. Gu Ming lamented. You don't know, I currently control 6 outposts, with countless followers. Only my most trusted eat what you provide, and even then, the consumption is considerable. All right, I got it. Xiao Chen nodded. After ending the conversation with Gu Ming, he looked at Sanya in his arms. At that moment, Sanya seemed to sense something, lifting her head just in time to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. What is your relationship with the Gu family? Xiao Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Sanya was momentarily taken aback, her face registering disbelief. She widened her eyes. While speaking with Xiao Chen, she was certain he was unaware. Yet, within such a short span, he had come to know. This only underscored the immense power behind him. Now, looking at Xiao Chen, her expression was one of delight. Her worries dissipated. To put it mildly, my relationship with the Gu family is quite significant. Sanya leaned against Xiao Chen and said, Do you know? I am considered a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Xiao Chen was taken aback by this revelation. He looked at Sanya, urging her to continue. The eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Mingrue, my husband, has already passed away. Sanya stated calmly. We were betrothed from a young age. At that time, the Gu family knew he was dying, yet insisted on the union to bring good fortune, compelling me to marry into their family. My parents were too frightened to resist, and sent me away. As she recounted her story, Xiao Chen observed her, noting the fury in her eyes. On the very day I arrived at the Gu family, Gu Mingrue died. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, genuinely unaware of this backstory. Then, that group of individuals deemed me inauspicious and expelled me. They even proclaimed that no one could intervene on my behalf. The Song family has officially severed ties with me. With a sigh, Sanya remarked, Moreover, the Gu family has informed me that I am destined to belong to Gu Mingrue for the entirety of my life. Should anyone dare to harm me, they will ensure that person meets their demise. Upon uttering this, she lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen, in turn, smirked slightly and replied, Do Gu Yin and Wang Hujia remain oblivious? How could they possibly be aware? Since my arrival here, none of these individuals have any inkling of my connection to the Gu family. Although the Gu family wields considerable power, they do not hold dominion over everything. The distance between Yun City and the provincial capital is simply too vast for them to monitor constantly. Yet, it is only a matter of time before they discover the truth. Sanya softly stated, Now, you have indeed entangled yourself in my affairs. Hearing this, Xiao Chen regarded the woman before him and shook his head. Therefore, from the outset, her intention had been to bind herself to him. She was unable to defy the Gu family and was well aware that they would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on her. Yet, refusing to accept her fate, she believed she could resist the Gu family and sought him out. Xiao Chen, whether you believe it or not, you are the only person who has stirred my heart throughout these years. Sanya earnestly declared as she gazed intently at Xiao Chen. Moreover, you possess the capability to help me resolve this predicament. Observing the woman before him, Xiao Chen sighed. Very well, I understand. Here you go. Saying this, he casually handed her the card that lay on the bedside table. It's yours. Within a mere 5 days of obtaining this card, he had relinquished it entirely. All for me. Sanya was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Xiao Chen. Indeed, Xiao Chen nodded in affirmation. Shall I simply eliminate the trouble posed by the Gu family? He preferred to avoid complications. If they continued to harass him, a more direct approach seemed prudent. Traveling to the provincial capital, he could systematically deal with them, one by one. I am aware of your capabilities, but have you considered? Sanya replied helplessly. Even if you could erase them from existence, your methods have been employed numerous times. I am uncertain of how many tactics you possess. But targeting the Gu family is an entirely different matter than dealing with Gu Yan. The forces backing the Gu family are extensive, and they will not simply overlook such actions. In such a case, you would incite panic, and even the authorities may take notice. She spoke with a hint of resignation. Shall we merely await their trouble? Surrender without resistance? Xiao Chen inquired calmly. Even if they seek to create trouble for us, they can only resort to dubious means. Are you afraid? Songya asked curiously. If that is the case, it is likely manageable. Xiao Chen responded. At that moment, he realized that he was not as nonchalant as he had imagined. In the city, he had become something akin to a superhuman, yet he could not confront the authorities. After all, should he provoke them? Who could say what level of technology they possess today? What if they had means to counter him? Once he comprehended this, Xiao Chen felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Rest assured, the Gu family is not as formidable as you envision. At most, they will dispatch a few more individuals to apprehend me, and that is something you should be able to handle. Looking at Xiao Chen, Songya spoke softly at that moment. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. If it were merely that, he truly had no cause for concern. As the two embraced and exchanged numerous words, a sudden, urgent ringtone broke the atmosphere. It was a call from Old Wolf. Songya took the phone, her brow slightly furrowing. Upon answering, her expression darkened. Wang Hujia has reported to the authorities, she said, looking at Xiao Chen with a troubled countenance. He claims that so many of his bodyguards have gone missing, and he says you are responsible. Chapter 29, Chu Qinghua. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. So what? Are they certain they cannot be found? Songya gazed at him, curiosity etched on her face. Xiao Chen affirmed, all those individuals are in my space. They could not possibly appear elsewhere. Then it is of no concern. Songya replied, nodding. I will accompany you. Rest assured, everything will be fine. As the two conversed, a knock resounded at the door. Xiao Chen opened it to find a group of people standing outside, intently watching him and Songya. Mr. Xiao Chen, please accompany us to assist with the investigation. Upon seeing these individuals, Xiao Chen nodded, understanding that Wang Hujia sought to interrogate him. However, he felt no apprehension. After following these individuals to the precinct, Songya accompanied him as well. Mr. Xiao, someone has reported that over 30 individuals are missing, and it is related to you. The lead officer stated sternly in the interrogation room. Do you believe that is plausible? Xiao Chen replied with a calm demeanor. I am merely an ordinary supermarket owner. How could I possibly orchestrate such events? The officer's expressions darkened at his words. They had conducted their inquiries into Xiao Chen over the past few days, but remained confounded. Primarily, this individual was rather enigmatic. From the events surrounding the village chief's family, coupled with Gu Yin and the recent disappearance of Wang Hujia's bodyguards, anyone who had attempted to confront him had encountered misfortune. This was what truly troubled them. At that moment, they exchanged glances with Xiao Chen, their expressions tinged with helplessness. Yet, if they were to seek evidence, none existed. Currently, they had no knowledge of Gu Yan's whereabouts. Just as they were about to pose further questions, the door swung open, and Xiao Chen noticed a woman wearing golden-rimmed glasses entering. She scrutinized Xiao Chen with an assessing gaze. Instinctively, he felt a fleeting sense of threat. Although it was momentary, Xiao Chen could discern that this woman posed a potential danger. This revelation startled him. Given his current strength, no ordinary person should evoke such feelings. Even Old Wolf, Songya's bodyguard, had proven no challenge for him. I will be taking this individual with me. The woman displayed her credentials, and upon seeing them, the group immediately nodded, without uttering a single word. Stand up and follow me. The woman approached Xiao Chen and stated, we shall converse in a different setting. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly but remained silent, aware that he had no choice but to comply. Following the woman out of the police station, he spotted Songya waiting. Wait for me. Xiao Chen signaled to Songya before entering the woman's vehicle. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Qinghua. Chu Qinghua turned to Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, we have been observing you for quite some time. Is that so? Xiao Chen replied coolly. I am curious as to who you represent. You need only know that we approach you with sincerity. Chu Qinghua contemplated before continuing. We are not adversaries of Mr. Xiao. It is best that it remains so, Xiao Chen replied with a nod, subsequently lapsing into silence. He could sense that this woman was extraordinary. The more she spoke, the more she risked revealing her true intentions. Given this, it was prudent for him to remain silent. The system was his most profound secret, and if it were to be discovered, his troubles would undoubtedly multiply. He still wished to navigate life on Earth. Observing Xiao Chen's silence, Chu Qinghua offered a faint smile, understanding that Xiao Chen was clearly wary of her. Nevertheless, the mere fact that he was willing to engage in conversation with her marked a commendable beginning. Thus, Chu Qinghua chose not to speak further, instead gazing at Xiao Chen with keen interest and remarking, Mr. Xiao, I am quite curious about how those individuals vanished. As she uttered this line, her eyes fixated on Xiao Chen. Regrettably, he did not respond but rather looked at her and asked, What individuals? How would I know how they disappeared? Chu Qingyue's gaze remained locked on Xiao Chen, and she then smiled faintly, saying, Mr. Xiao, are you aware? I possess the ability to read others' emotions, and at the very least, you just lied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and coolly replied, Then what do you believe happened to those individuals? I do not know, which is precisely why I'm asking you. Chu Qingyue retorted, You need not harbor such animosity towards me. In many respects, we may be of the same ilk. As she spoke this line, she turned her gaze toward Xiao Chen and then fell silent. Meanwhile, a hint of gravity entered Xiao Chen's eyes. He could distinctly sense that when Chu Qingyue mentioned they were alike, he was struck by an aura emanating from her. Although it surely could not compare to his own, it did exude a palpable pressure. As the vehicle arrived at an industrial area, Xiao Chen was invited to disembark. He surveyed the factory before him and furrowed his brow. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any presence. Apart from Chu Qingyue, there was not a soul in sight. In the next moment, a wave of danger surged forth. Xiao Chen's expression shifted as he swiftly turned his head to find Chu Qingyue, knife in hand, smiling at him. Mr. Xiao, I wish to test your abilities, she declared, launching the blade towards him. At the instant the knife was swung, Xiao Chen perceived a flash of light from its edge. Acting on instinct, he narrowly evaded the strike. But he watched as the blade sliced through a stone pillar behind him, leaving a significant gash. His expression darkened. What do you intend to do? He asked, his eyes narrowing, for it was the first time he truly felt threatened. Chu Qingyue did not answer, but instead advanced towards him, lunging forward. As she swung the knife again, Xiao Chen reacted with remarkable speed, closing the distance between them and throwing a punch aimed at her face. Naturally, she dodged it effortlessly. At that moment, a smile broke across Chu Qingyue's face as she charged at him, relentlessly striking with her knife. Xiao Chen had no choice but to evade. However, he refrained from using his powers. He recognized that this woman was skilled. This was not merely a display of supernatural abilities. Should he resort to his powers, it would expose him, and despite the intimidating appearance of her blade, its lethality paled in comparison to a firearm. For the next half hour, Chu Qingyue and Xiao Chen engaged in a fierce exchange, with her delivering the majority of the blows while he focused solely on dodging. In the midst of their combat, she discerned a noteworthy fact. Her opponent did not seem to grasp any techniques. He relied solely on instinct and brute strength, yet he held his ground admirably. That instinct was nothing short of terrifying. Even now, Chu Qingyue found herself gasping for breath, while Xiao Chen remained unperturbed. Aren't you tired? She inquired, taking a deep breath as she regarded him. In response, Xiao Chen shook his head. Not at least at this moment. Let us cease this, she conceded. After retracting her knife, she looked at Xiao Chen and remarked, Guyan and those people are dead, aren't they? Xiao Chen remained silent, narrowing his eyes at her. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Qingyue, affiliated with the official special events group, she announced, her gaze steady upon Xiao Chen. So, you are here to apprehend me? He queried, his tone cool. If that were the case, he might have to flee the country. No, quite the opposite. I am here to extend an invitation. Chu Qingyue replied with a smile. An invitation for you to join us. As she articulated this, she met his gaze and continued. Once you join, those matters will become insignificant. After all, they deserve their fate, did they not? Aren't you part of the official agency? Xiao Chen asked, momentarily taken aback. These individuals were hardly virtuous. If you target the good, we will undoubtedly intervene. Chu Qingyue replied nonchalantly. Mr. Xiao, what are your thoughts? Should you decide to join us, we can ensure that your past actions remain concealed. What cost must I pay? Or what must I do? Xiao Chen inquired, scrutinizing her. He was skeptical that joining would come without obligations. We only investigate special incidents or pursue those who intrude upon our territory to wreak havoc. If there are assignments, you will be called upon. Chu Qingyue stated, observing Xiao Chen. What say you? Can I refuse? Xiao Chen asked, regarding her intently. For he truly did not wish to become entangled in this, as he had his own affairs to manage. Why not? Chu Qingyue replied, her brow slightly furrowed. Your abilities make joining us the most advantageous course of action. Moreover, we will not restrict your freedom. You are free to pursue your own endeavors. And we will only seek your assistance when necessary, perhaps twice a year, or even less. Furthermore, being part of our group will facilitate your undertakings significantly, she added. I am aware of your situation with Songya. With our affiliation, you need not worry about her leveraging official channels against you. This is entirely beneficial for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly before responding. Very well, I will commit to assisting no more than twice a year. The rest I shall handle myself. At this moment, he considered the proposition. It indeed seemed viable. After all, possessing such an affiliation would undoubtedly ease many challenges, such as being summoned for unsavory meetings like today. That will suffice. Chu Qingyue exclaimed with a smile. I am genuinely curious about your training. Your instinctive reactions are remarkably swift, your strength formidable, and your prowess impressive, yet you seem entirely unversed in techniques, relying solely on brute force. She remarked, her curiosity evident as she regarded Xiao Chen. He resembled a character from a martial arts drama, possessing immense inner strength, yet lacking the knowledge to wield it. A natural talent. Xiao Chen offered a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, yet she refrained from elaborating further. Each individual who joined their ranks harbored their own secrets, and prying into others' mysteries was hardly a virtuous endeavor. The official task force, in essence, functioned as a means of managing them, or rather, addressing those who posed significant threats. Very well, I shall not inquire further. Chu Qingyue nodded. Regarding Xiao Chen as she continued, Mr. Xiao, here is your identification. I have prepared it for you. She then handed him a business card, stating, this is my number. You may contact me at any time. With a hint of pride, she added, in our province, there are only 2 members in the special task force. You and I. Only 2? Xiao Chen was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Do you believe there are many individuals like us? Chu Qingyue responded with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps there are more in Shengjing and Haiqing, but elsewhere, the numbers dwindle significantly. After all, our kind is nearly extinct. With a wry smile, she continued. I merely heard whispers of your exploits and came to investigate. Fortunately, I did. She scrutinized Xiao Chen closely, adding, otherwise, I might have truly missed the opportunity to meet you. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, in modern society, he had encountered many capable individuals, but none had exhibited the blade-like prowess that Chu Qingyue possessed. All right, I shall be in the provincial capital. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. If anything arises in the province, I shall seek your assistance. With that, she turned and departed. Xiao Chen stood there, watching as the woman drove away, momentarily stunned. He glanced back at the derelict factory behind him, surrounded by desolate wilderness. Had she truly abandoned him here? What the hell, after a single skirmish? She just leaves me in the wild? Xiao Chen felt a mix of disbelief and resignation. He had no choice but to head back to the city. Looking at the identification in his hand, he noted the designation of the Special Task Force, number 88. He pondered the significance of this number. Perhaps it indicated the number of operatives. If that were the case, it suggested that there were over 80 individuals like Chu Qingyue within the country. He couldn't help but wonder about their capabilities. He had previously been rather arrogant, believing himself to be invincible. With a sigh, Xiao Chen reflected on his encounter with Chu Qingyue. Though he had not utilized his powers, he recognized that she was formidable. While he could handle one like her, he was uncertain if others among the ranks would prove even more challenging, potentially posing a threat to him. Thus, it was prudent for him to exercise caution moving forward. He phoned Lao Lang, requesting a pickup, and began contemplating ways to enhance his own strength. Chapter 31, Seeking Guming. Xiao Chen was acutely aware of his current situation. He possessed the multi-universe purchasing system. For others, elevating their abilities was a Herculean task, but for him, it merely required obtaining a few vials of serum from the apocalyptic world. With this thought in mind, he reached out to Guming. Do you still have any serums? Xiao Chen inquired directly. I need to bolster my strength. Brother, you should come to me first. Guming replied with a hint of resignation. Do you think the serums can be consumed indiscriminately? After one mid-level serum, you can only take one more. Thereafter, they become entirely ineffective. Moreover, I need to assess your current strength level. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback by Guming's words. He had assumed that possessing the serum was sufficient, but it appeared to be more complicated than that. However, reflecting on it, it made sense. If simply having serums sufficed, the challenge would be trivial. Very well. I will prepare the items for you in a couple of days. Xiao Chen responded, concluding the conversation with Guming. Lao Lang's vehicle arrived, and upon seeing Xiao Chen, he asked, Mr. Xiao, what about that woman? Nothing to worry about. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, she merely sought my assistance with a task. All right. Lao Lang acquiesced, choosing not to press further. A woman capable of extracting someone from the police station was certainly not someone he could afford to provoke. So he set the matter aside. He then drove Xiao Chen back to his residence. Sonia had been waiting for Xiao Chen's return. Upon seeing him, she let out a sigh of relief. I will be away for a few days. Please exercise caution during my absence, he advised her. Since Chu Qingyue's arrival, Xiao Chen had felt a slight sense of danger. This woman possessed the ability to inflict harm, albeit limited. Nevertheless, with such individuals emerging, he knew he had to remain vigilant. With this in mind, Xiao Chen turned to Sonia and remarked, the authorities likely will not target me anymore. As for Wang Hujia, you simply need to handle him with care. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Sonia smiled. He currently lacks any real means of action. The Wang family may be affluent, but their wealth is relatively modest. Yun City is a small locale, and the Wang family's fortune is likely around 10 billion, accumulated over 3 generations. Furthermore, much of this wealth is tied up in real estate. When converted to cash, they might struggle to match what Xiao Chen has provided me. Attempting to use that money against me is utterly insufficient. Thus, Songya remained unperturbed. Nodding at her words, Xiao Chen replied, "When I return, I will bring you some gold." "All right." Songya's eyes sparkled at this, and she refrained from asking further questions, knowing that Xiao Chen's departure was likely for significant matters. Thus, there was no need to pry deeper. Afterward, Xiao Chen personally saw Songya and Lao Lang off. Once they had departed, he contacted Gu Ming, instructing him to place an order. He then entered the warehouse, disregarding everything else, and hastily stored the prepared provisions within his space. Xiao Chen's storage was nearly at capacity. Casting a glance at the corpses in the corner, he furrowed his brow, deciding to clear them out when he visited Gu Ming. In a flash of light, Xiao Chen found himself before Gu Ming. At that moment, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Previously, Gu Ming's area resembled a dilapidated factory, surrounded by metal shacks. Yet now, what Xiao Chen beheld bore the semblance of a burgeoning cityscape. Looking up, the sun shone brightly, and the distant desert was clearly visible. However, above this small city loomed a massive dome, enveloping it within, providing a respite from the sweltering heat. "Brother, what do you think? My territory is quite impressive, isn't it?" Gu Ming exclaimed, grinning at Xiao Chen. "Now, this place is entirely under my control. Hehe, you may not know this, but thanks to the provisions you provided, I have recruited a multitude of advanced superpowered individuals." At this juncture, Gu Ming's gaze sparkled with excitement. Advanced superpowered individuals? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "How are superpowered individuals classified?" "They are categorized into low-level, mid-level, and high-level." Gu Ming replied, "I am high-level. However, in my estimation, your current prowess appears to have just reached the mid-level of superpowered individuals." With that, he turned to Xiao Chen and suggested, "Why not give me a strike to test your skills?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and swiftly charged towards Gu Ming. His fist was aimed directly at Gu Ming's cheek. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed Gu Ming deftly tilt his head aside, evading the blow. Following this, Gu Ming retaliated with a swift kick, which landed squarely on Xiao Chen, sending him hurtling backward. Lying on the ground, feeling the ache coursing through his body, Xiao Chen inhaled deeply before rising to his feet. "Superpowered individuals are those whose bodies have been altered by potions. My superpower enhances the physical form, making me particularly suited for combat," Gu Ming remarked, pulling Xiao Chen up. "Brother, you possess potential, yet lack combat experience." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging his deficiency in fighting skills. "Furthermore, this is a bottle of mid-level potion, but I would advise against consuming it at this moment." Looking at Xiao Chen, Gu Ming continued, "The potions previously within your body may not have been fully digested. You should wait a while before drinking this." Xiao Chen nodded, accepting the vial. "As for the high-level potions, I do not have any at present. However, with the provisions you've brought me, I should be able to exchange for some high-level potions." He then looked at Xiao Chen, asking, "Brother, how much food did you bring?" His eyes sparkled with eagerness as he added, "I am currently in dire need of provisions." In response, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and in an instant, a vast area on the ground was covered with a plethora of food supplies. Gu Ming also noticed several vehicles accompanied by corpses. Turning to Xiao Chen, he questioned, "Brother, I don't eat people." A sigh of resignation escaped Xiao Chen as he replied, "Well then, I will assist you in dealing with it." Gu Ming nodded. In this apocalyptic world, encountering corpses had become a commonplace occurrence, devoid of any emotional impact. In the ensuing days, Gu Ming guided Xiao Chen around his stronghold and introduced him to his subordinates. Upon learning that Xiao Chen was the one who had traded provisions with Gu Ming, they regarded him with profound respect. Despite his apparent lack of strength, they acknowledged that his connections must be extraordinary. In this world, being able to acquire such a substantial quantity of food implied a significant background. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen found solace in his stay, absorbing combat knowledge from Gu Ming. Gu Ming imparted a wealth of information, and after consuming the potion, Xiao Chen's cognitive development accelerated, allowing him to learn swiftly. He gradually began to master a portion of combat techniques. However, Gu Ming lamented, "Regrettably, these are merely some basic fighting skills. Beyond that, there's little else." In this post-apocalyptic world, civilization had experienced a rupture. Thus, the combat techniques available were primarily derived from the chaos of survival, lacking depth. Xiao Chen also realized that these were merely applications of strength and instinctive fighting methods. Although they surpassed his previous capabilities, they were still limited. Contemplating this, Xiao Chen felt a sense of frustration. Xiao Gu, I require assistance." Just as he was conversing with Gu Ming, the voice of Xiao echoed in his mind. What has happened? Xiao Chen inquired, feeling somewhat exasperated. This fellow had bestowed upon him numerous valuable items, including an array of firearms. Surely, he should not be in dire straits. Why was he now seeking aid? Brother, I have reached the Imperial City, but I am currently facing a rather awkward predicament. My tank has run out of fuel, and the weapons you provided are devoid of ammunition. Xiao lamented. Although I still possess some combat capability, there are several grandmasters on the opposing side, and I cannot handle them. Grandmasters? Xiao Chen was taken aback, exclaiming, aren't they from the ancient world? Brother, do you truly believe the ancient world lacked experts? This realm resembles a martial arts world, and there are indeed formidable individuals. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. All right, wait for me. I shall set out to find you. He realized he had fallen into a misconception. While Gu Ming was enhancing his physique and superpowers, his combat skills were not particularly advanced. However, Xiao had access to experts. Surely, it would be reasonable for him to venture there for some training. With this thought, Xiao Chen stood up and addressed Gu Ming. Your technology must be advanced. Do you possess any firearms? Indeed, we have some, but they differ from what you might expect. Gu Ming replied, contemplating for a moment before summoning his subordinates to bring forth a cache of weaponry. Faced with these bizarrely designed arms, some of which even Xiao Chen could not identify, he was taken aback. These resemble electromagnetic cannons. Gu Ming explained, presenting a cannon-like weapon. This one is solar-powered. After a day in the sun, it recharges fully. Its destructive power is considerable, capable of inflicting widespread damage. However, the drawback is its limited usage. Once fully charged, it can only be fired 5 times. After a maximum of 60 uses, it becomes inoperable. Pointing to another device, he continued, moreover, this is a laser gun, superior to a pistol, and also solar-powered. Listening to Gu Ming's description, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. With such devices at his disposal, there was no need to procure weapons from overseas. He could simply acquire them from this individual. Very well, I shall take these, Xiao Chen promptly declared, without intending to be courteous. These are merely trifles. In this apocalyptic world, if one's physical form is robust, these weapons are only effective against minor foes. Gu Ming sighed. Currently, most efforts are focused on developing those potions to enhance individual strength, and other matters have fallen by the wayside. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Chen understood that even if he were shot, the damage would be minimal. Firearms had essentially become obsolete in this era. Taking the toys Gu Ming referred to, he bid farewell, also taking with him a substantial amount of gold, 300 pounds to be precise, valued at nearly 100 million. However, upon returning to the real world and glancing at the gold in his space, he was instantly rendered speechless. The system had deducted half of it. Not only that, but even the firearms he brought back were halved. At that moment, Xiao Chen was left speechless. This commission is rather harsh, don't you think? He lamented to the system. The host has completed the transaction and will receive dimensional value, unlocking the next dimension. The system's notification rang in his mind, leaving Xiao Chen in silence. Having opened 2 realms for himself, the benefits were self-evident. Should another realm be unlocked, its nature remained uncertain. However, if the newly opened realm possessed sufficient sophistication, the advantages he could garner would be even more profound. Without further ado, Xiao Chen chose to continue his teleportation. In the next moment, he found himself before Xiao. At this instant, in the ancient realm, beneath the capital, many were taken aback by the sudden appearance on the battlefield. Meanwhile, upon seeing Xiao Chen, Xiao's companions erupted with excitement. They had encountered a celestial being. Several individuals even knelt, their faces alight with fervor. Fully aware that this man was none other than their 4th prince's elder brother, the celestial lord from the heavens. Xiao Chen turned to see Xiao, who suddenly shouted, "Elder brother, be cautious." Taken aback by the warning, a surge of impending danger washed over Xiao Chen. An arrow, propelled from the city wall, hurtled toward his heart with formidable velocity. Witnessing this, Xiao Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he activated his teleportation instinctively. In the blink of an eye, he materialized 50 meters away. The arrow struck the ground, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated a considerable area, even creating a gaping hole in the earth. Astonishment colored Xiao Chen's features as he turned to observe an elder atop the city wall, equally stunned by the spectacle. What in the world? Xiao Chen hastened to Xiao's side, inquiring, the power of that arrow is no less destructive than that of a firearm. This marked the first time he truly sensed the opponent's strength, leaving him utterly astonished. You are unaware. This is the manifestation of internal energy, Xiao explained. The internal energy transformed into an arrow. Such destructive capability is to be expected. Chapter 33. Something remarkable. Xiao Chen gazed at the figure not far away, who was similarly scrutinizing him. What caliber of master is this? He queried, pointing at the individual. Contemplating for a moment, Xiao replied, a disciple of a Grand Master. Certainly among the elite. Their prowess is considerable. At our level, it is quite challenging to defeat them. Then, he turned to Xiao Chen and asked, Brother, did you bring anything with you? In response, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a vast array of weapons materialized upon the ground. Stunned, Xiao stared at the assortment. Brother, these items appear rather unconventional. He lamented. Aren't we from the same era? You mean to tell me that after my crossing, this world has transformed in such a manner? The items before them resembled toys from an anime rather than genuine weapons. In reply, Xiao Chen grasped a magnetic cannon and aimed it at the distant city wall. In the next instant, a colossal burst of light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar. As a vast area was instantly demolished, Xiao's jaw dropped in astonishment. He could hardly fathom why this world had changed so drastically. After all, he and Xiao Chen hailed from the same epoch. Is this all real? He gazed at Xiao Chen, his expression one of disbelief. What is so strange about it? Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. These are the products of a post-apocalyptic world. By the heavens! Xiao exclaimed. Excitement coursing through him as he seized an electromagnetic cannon and aimed it at the city gate, firing a shot. With a resounding boom, the massive gate was reduced to fragments. This spectacle incited a chorus of astonished cries from Xiao's followers, their respect for Xiao Chen growing exponentially. After all, it was only after the appearance of this celestial lord that such transformations occurred. Brothers, let us charge in. The burly general beside Xiao unsheathed his sword, shouting with fervor. In the next moment, he led the troops into the fray. Observing the scene, Xiao Chen remarked, Let us proceed. We must see for ourselves. His curiosity about the Grand Master was piqued. After all, if this were indeed the realm of ancient martial arts, how formidable would their destructive power be? That was the experience he yearned to witness. Xiao nodded eagerly, pulling Xiao Chen along. Each wielded a magnetic cannon, accompanied by several guards equipped with similar devices. Brother, this contraption truly excels, Xiao exclaimed, examining his weapon. What powers it? Solar energy. Xiao Chen gestured toward the blazing sun above. However, it has limited uses. Very well. Once I seize the imperial city, I shall temporarily store these items. Xiao chuckled. They will undoubtedly be of use in the future. He then cast his gaze upon the imperial city, stating, Brother, you must understand, this ancient world is vast. My nation is but a small one, and formidable empires lie beyond, eyeing us hungrily. I shall need to advance methodically. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he turned to Xiao Chen. At that time, could you supply me with more weapons? Rest assured, I know precisely what you desire. He replied, pointing behind him. I have prepared a cart full of gold. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced back at the cart and, with a wave of his hand, made it vanish from sight. Witnessing this, Xiao's entourage gaped in astonishment. They regarded this celestial being, for only a being of such divine caliber could possess such extraordinary abilities. As the army stormed into the imperial city, Xiao Chen and Xiao leisurely followed in their wake. Soon, a subordinate rushed forth with urgency, reporting that the emperor was seated regally at the palace entrance. When Xiao Chen and Xiao arrived, they beheld the emperor, whose resemblance to Xiao was striking, albeit with a far more sinister gaze. Forth, you treasonous scoundrel. The emperor glowered at Xiao. Do you believe that by storming the palace, you can ascend to the throne? I never sought that position. Xiao retorted coldly. Elder brother, you are far too hasty. Your desire to eliminate me only compels my rebellion. You are the celestial lord spoken of, are you not? The emperor suddenly fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chen. I would offer you the position of national advisor, establishing temples across the land in your honor. Would you lend me your assistance? Xiao Chen chuckled softly, not even deigning to respond. Was that what he desired? Observing Xiao Chen's indifference, the emperor's eyes darkened as he coldly demanded, What is the meaning of this celestial lord? Are you truly siding with this treasonous rebel? In response, Xiao smirked and said, Elder brother, do you still not comprehend? If I were indeed a treasonous scoundrel, why would my followers continue to multiply? He regarded the emperor, stating, Your power has waned. The emperor's face darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chen. Celestial lord, I am willing to share the realm with you. Would you lend me your support? Xiao Chen shook his head. The emperor had truly lost his senses, still attempting to sway him at this juncture. Even the imperial city has been breached. Who would come to his aid now? Observing Xiao Chen's silence, the opponent's gaze darkened. Xiao Chen glanced at the aged eunuch behind the adversary and inquired, Is that person the Grand Master? Indeed. Xiao replied, nodding in affirmation. Xiao Chen then regarded the opponent, a smile gracing his lips, and said, I have come here primarily to witness the prowess of the Grand Master. How about we engage in a duel? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the eunuch's brow furrowed slightly, and he responded, I have already witnessed the celestial abilities of the immortal sovereign. I am not a match for you. Previously, Xiao Chen's 2 electromagnetic cannon blasts had obliterated the eunuch's pride, leaving him confident that he could never summon such formidable power. Thus, at this moment, he found himself yielding. I require no spells. I merely wish to test your skills, Xiao Chen stated, fixing his gaze on the eunuch. In the next instant, he appeared before the eunuch, delivering a powerful punch. The eunuch's expression shifted, and he raised his hand to withstand Xiao Chen's blow. He uttered softly, surprised that the punch was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Although it still possessed considerable force, he managed to deflect it effortlessly. Xiao Chen, observing the ease with which the eunuch absorbed his strike, felt a flicker of astonishment. Indeed, the ancient martial arts of this world held some merit. In Chapter 34, Wait for Me Tonight, Xiao Chen lunged at the eunuch, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, each akin to cannon fire. The eunuch frowned, his eyes filled with perplexity, yet he continued to parry Xiao Chen's attacks. Confusion etched across his face. The opponent's physical strength was not as formidable as he had imagined, and he detected no inner energy in Xiao Chen's strikes. Apart from sheer brute strength, there appeared to be nothing else. Just as the eunuch prepared to strike Xiao Chen down, the latter sensed the intent to kill. In a heartbeat, he vanished to a distance. The eunuch, hesitant to pursue, could only gaze at Xiao Chen in bewilderment. Boss, this grandmaster is not to be trifled with, Xiao remarked. This situation is indeed difficult to resolve. What is so challenging? Just a matter of electromagnetic cannons, Xiao Chen retorted, retrieving an electromagnetic cannon and aiming it at the eunuch and the emperor. With a single shot, a blinding beam enveloped the emperor and the eunuch. When the light dissipated, the emperor lay lifeless, utterly beyond salvation. Even the eunuch, now bereft of both hands, gazed at Xiao Chen and Xiao with a look of despair and vengeance. He fixed his furious gaze on Xiao Chen and charged forward. Boom. The instant he lunged, Xiao fired another shot, instantly reducing the eunuch to mere fragments. Turning to Xiao Chen, he declared, Brother, you need not concern yourself any longer. Procure some manuals for me. I shall take them. Xiao Chen patted Xiao's shoulder. Since the ancient martial arts here proved beneficial, he intended to bring them back to the real world to explore their potential. From the outset, Xiao Chen's intentions regarding these realms were straightforward. He was merely a passerby, here for trade. Thus, the affairs of this dimension were of no consequence to him, and he needed only to manage the logistics for these individuals. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen promptly nodded, issuing a few orders to his subordinates. Soon, a group arrived, carrying a box of manuals before him. These are for you. Take your time to study them. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen gathered the materials and immediately initiated a teleportation. It had been some time since he departed, and he wondered how the modern world fared. Upon reappearing in the present, he surveyed his space. The once full box of manuals had been reduced to half, and the gold and silver within the cart had also diminished significantly. The system had indeed appropriated half of his possessions. System notification: new dimensional coordinates will be available in 3 days. At the sound of the system's alert, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. New dimensional coordinates. He pondered what realm would manifest this time. Having already encountered 2-dimensional coordinates, the benefits reaped were evident. In the future, more coordinates would surely emerge. Notification: this coordinate is classified as a mid-level dimension. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. A mid-level dimension meant that the coordinates he had initially unlocked were likely low-level. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what advantages a mid-level dimension could offer, especially since he was unaware of what others desired. However, as no orders had yet been placed, Xiao Chen decided to set aside those concerns for the moment. He then reached out to Songya. You're back? As soon as the call connected, Songya's voice chimed in. Where are you? At home. Xiao Chen replied. Impossible. I've had people closely monitoring your residence, and they haven't informed me of your return. Songya paused, then continued. There are numerous individuals outside your door, keeping watch over you. People from Wang Hujia's camp? Xiao Chen squinted slightly, realizing Wang Hujia was still fixated on him, given that he had lost so many subordinates. It was evident that these were formidable individuals under Wang's command. Songya sighed. For years, the Wang family has recruited many to serve them. Losing them all in one fell swoop means that even if he cannot trouble you officially, he will undoubtedly keep a close eye on you. What a troublesome fellow. Xiao Chen scoffed. Being under scrutiny was far from ideal. Also, Jin Yutong is facing a crisis. Songya lamented. My suppliers have halted deliveries. Wang Hujia has severed my supply chain. Her voice brimmed with frustration as she elaborated. I have a batch of orders that require a substantial amount of gold for transactions. Yet I have no stock. If there is no supply, I will have to compensate a significant amount. In response, Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly. All right, come over to collect. I have some here. You brought gold back? How much? Sonia's voice grew urgent. If it's not substantial, it won't suffice. We need a considerable amount. It should be enough for you. Over 100 million worth. Xiao Chen assured her. He had initially acquired that much from the apocalyptic world, and later, Xiao had gifted him a cartful, which included various antiques and gold artifacts, definitely exceeding 100 million. Upon hearing this, Sonia exclaimed, "Wait for me." She felt an immediate sense of relief. With over 100 million in goods, what could possibly go wrong? Without hesitation, she and Lao Lang made their way over. When she opened the door to Xiao Chen's home and beheld the vast array of boxes, she was momentarily speechless. "You." Sonia stared at Xiao Chen. Her mouth agape, unable to articulate a single word. "Take the goods and leave." Xiao Chen spoke directly. "Remember to transfer the money to me when the time comes." His investment in Sonia was a significant one, entirely earned through his own efforts. Upon hearing this, Sonia instantly displayed a look of delight and planted a fervent kiss on Xiao Chen. "I'll take these things back first. Wait for me tonight." With that, she hurriedly departed with Old Wolf. Observing Sonia and Old Wolf as they carried away the gold, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring of Xiao. "You mentioned you have a sister. Where is she located?" "Brother, finally you have some time." Xiao responded promptly. "I'll send you my sister's address. Please take good care of her." Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the address. The provincial city. Thus, he would need to make a trip there. After all, having reaped so many benefits from Xiao, it was imperative to visit. Chapter 35, Game Dimension. After delivering the items, Sonia hurried back and, upon seeing Xiao Chen, leaped into his arms. "I missed you," she exclaimed, her face aglow with happiness. "A lot has happened in the week you were gone. Wang Hujia has been unable to find you and has been sending people to keep an eye on Jin Yutang." Leaning against Xiao Chen, she softly continued. "He seems intent on grasping our weaknesses. Don't worry, I'll find a way to handle it." Xiao Chen replied. However, even now, he was uncertain about how to deal with Wang Hujia. Previously, he had contemplated simply making the man disappear, but now he was already under the watchful gaze of the Special Incident Group, despite Chu Qingwei inviting him to join. Xiao Chen knew full well that if he resorted to his previous methods to trouble Wang Hujia, Chu Qingwei would undoubtedly come after him. Her invitation was as much a boon as it was a shackle, preventing him from acting with reckless abandon. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen was aware that the advantages of joining far outweighed the drawbacks. After all, Wang Hujia currently posed no threat to him. "I need to head to the provincial city in a couple of days. You keep an eye on things here," Xiao Chen stated. "The provincial city?" Sonia's brow furrowed slightly. "You're not planning to stir up trouble with the Gu family, are you?" "No, it's not related to the Gu family," Xiao Chen reassured her, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Sonia finally relaxed. She genuinely feared that Xiao Chen might recklessly confront the Gu family. For unlike the Wang family, the Gu family's assets undoubtedly exceeded 800 billion, representing true elite status. Behind them stood countless forces offering support. Any disturbance in such a family would have far-reaching consequences. It would not be wise for Xiao Chen to provoke the Gu family at this juncture. Honestly, as long as the Gu family refrains from meddling in my affairs, there will be no issues, Sonia whispered, resting against Xiao Chen. "After all these years, they cast me out and have not bothered with me since. Perhaps they have forgotten me entirely." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly in response. Let us hope that is the case. He was acutely aware of the formidable abilities he now possessed. His prior inability to contend with Chu Qingwei stemmed from his ignorance of combat. However, during his time in the apocalyptic world, with Guming feeding him strategies daily, his skills had improved significantly. He now believed that confronting Chu Qingwei would be relatively simple. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the so-called Special Incident Group harbored experts even more formidable than Chu Qingwei. Even if they did, he felt no fear. Although he was merely an intermediate ability user, he possessed a vial of evolution serum, which was the key to his enhancement. Once he consumed that serum, his strength would undoubtedly escalate even further. With the number of dimensions he had unlocked increasing, he was destined to become even more powerful. After an exhilarating night with Sonia, she rose early the next morning. She had mentioned the previous night that Xiao Chen had brought too many items, and the Jin Yutang was still depleting their stock. "You have no idea, Wang Hujia has set a trap for me, ordering a considerable amount of gold at a price above market value, and if I fail to deliver on time, I'll have to compensate him." Looking at Xiao Chen, Sonia chuckled. "I never anticipated that several suppliers who had been consistently providing me would suddenly cease deliveries, leaving me in a precarious position. Fortunately, with the gold you provided, I now have enough to fulfill my orders." With that, she left with a bright smile, knowing she would earn a significant profit from the Wang family. As Sonia departed, Xiao Chen prepared to tidy up before heading to the provincial city. However, just as he was about to set off, a notification echoed in his mind. "You have a new order. Please check." At the sound of the notification, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. In that moment, he glanced at the order in his hand. It listed 3 boxes of ham sausages, 5 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of cola, and 5 packs of cigarettes, a considerable quantity. Instantly, Xiao Chen turned to his supermarket. These items were among the most common in stock. Although he had given a substantial amount to Gu Ming, the shelves were still nearly full. Without time to ponder further, he swiftly gathered all the instant noodles from the shelves into his space. He also casually grabbed 5 packs of Furong Wang cigarettes and tossed them into his space. The next instant, he chose to teleport. When his body materialized in the world before him, he was taken aback. What in the world is this place? Xiao Chen looked around in astonishment. The scene was peculiar, resembling an animated setting. Particularly striking was the figure before him, a paper-thin character gazing back at him. "Brother, you finally arrived," the paper figure exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Xiao Chen. "This is my first encounter with a real person." Taken aback by the remark, Xiao Chen replied, "First, tell me, what kind of world is this, and who are you?" The character responded immediately, "Brother, my name is Feng Hao. I've been transported to this world for a few months. This is a game world." Pointing to a distance, he added, "Look over there. A horde of monsters is approaching us." Suddenly raising his staff, Feng Hao summoned a lightning bolt that struck down from the sky, and with a loud crash, one of the monsters was swiftly dispatched. As Xiao Chen witnessed the creature's demise, it exploded, scattering numerous items. "Hey, brother, did you see that? This is a game world," Feng Hao exclaimed, grinning. "I was teleported here. Now, I'm a level 35 mage." Xiao Chen, momentarily dazed by the revelation, eventually inquired, "So, how did you end up here?" "In a cyber cafe. I had booked a stay for 4 consecutive days. Overcome by fatigue, I succumbed to slumber, only to awaken in this peculiar place." Feng Hao scratched his head and spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen regarded him with an odd expression. "Is this what one would call a sudden demise? My friend, let us set aside such morbid thoughts for now. Where are the instant noodles?" Glancing at Xiao Chen, Feng Hao exclaimed with urgency, "You have no idea how long I've been craving this." In response, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and an array of items appeared on the ground before them. "What the hell? You have a backpack just like me?" Feng Hao gasped in astonishment, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Chen. "I possess a space," Xiao Chen replied. "However, my space differs from your backpack." Being a seasoned gamer, he was well aware of the nature of in-game inventories. "What a pity," Feng Hao lamented. "I just awakened last night, and the system in my mind informed me that I must use gold coins and a class change scroll to activate the exchange system." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Xiao Chen observed a chest and a scroll-like item materialize in his grasp. "Brother, this is it." Feng Hao presented the chest to Xiao Chen, saying 1,000 gold coins. "You have no idea how long it took me to accumulate this by slaying monsters for half a month." He then handed the scroll to Xiao Chen, explaining, "This is a class change scroll from the game world. Once used, it grants you a random game profession." Feng Hao looked at Xiao Chen as he spoke. Chapter 36, The Disappearance of a Person. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen examined the scroll in his hand and glanced at Feng Hao. After taking the scroll, he mentally inquired of the system, "Do you suggest I use the scroll?" At the moment of his inquiry, the system affirmatively responded. Contemplating, Xiao Chen was curious to experience what it would be like to utilize a profession from the game. With that thought in mind, he promptly shattered the scroll. In the next instant, he felt a radiant aura enveloping him. As the light flickered, several skills materialized in his mind. "What the hell?" Feng Hao exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "What just happened? Brother, how have you become a priest?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. He had originally intended to become a mage, yet he had not anticipated that this scroll would bestow upon him the profession of a priest. Within his mind resided 3 skills. One was a holy light spell, classified as an offensive skill. Another was a healing spell, and the last, named mental control, allowed him to exert mental influence over certain creatures to aid him in battle. Glancing at the 3 skills in his mind, Xiao Chen mused that they bore some resemblance to supernatural abilities. Thus, had he not gained 3 additional powers? In that case, splendid. The transaction is complete. "I shall take my leave," Xiao Chen stated, looking at Feng Hao. This world always imparted an uncanny sense of unreality to him. There were numerous monsters around, and he was uncertain of their strength. Should he perish in this realm, he wondered if he could ever return. It would be prudent to depart first and later converse with Feng Hao in his mind. "All right, I haven't eaten in a while either," Feng Hao replied. "If you have any regrets from the real world, feel free to share them with me. Perhaps I can assist you," Xiao Chen offered. Sensing that the items and equipment in this world might indeed be far superior, and aiding Feng Hao might yield greater benefits in return. "None," Feng Hao sighed. "I am but an orphan, doing odd jobs here and there. Whenever I have money, I stay overnight in the cyber cafe. Now, in this place, I feel more at home." After uttering this, Feng Hao turned to Xiao Chen and asked, "Would you mind inquiring about my body?" If found, could you help me secure a burial site? Upon hearing Fong Hao's request, Xiao Chen nodded. He then inquired about the time of Fong Hao's death. When Fong Hao revealed the date, Xiao Chen was taken aback. What did you say? At that moment, Xiao Chen's face reflected sheer astonishment as he stared at Fong Hao. December 24th. I remember it vividly. Why? Fong Hao asked, perplexed. In my world, today is also December 24th. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing intently at him. So, you mean to say, it's the very day I died? Fong Hao quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. His death coincided with the date. All right, provide me with the address. I shall go take a look. After speaking to Fong Hao, he immediately chose to teleport back to the real world. Fong Hao's address was located in the provincial city. Thus, it transpired that he had perished in a cyber cafe within the provincial city. Since he needed to head there anyway, Xiao Chen prepared to make the journey. Upon opening the supermarket's door, he spotted Old Wolf driving towards him. Mr. Xiao Chen, the boss mentioned you were heading to the provincial city and feared you might lack transportation. He glanced at Xiao Chen's dilapidated wooling van, which seemed on the brink of collapse. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, realizing it was indeed time for a vehicle upgrade. This car, which had been in his possession, required repairs every few months. Had it not been for financial constraints, he would not have purchased such a second-hand wooling. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chen took the keys and said, very well, I shall take my leave now. He opened the door to the van, slid inside, and pressed the accelerator, driving off. On the road to the provincial city, Xiao Chen had already located the cyber cafe's position and proceeded to drive there. According to Fong Hao, he had presumably just recently died. Perhaps the cafe's patrons were still unaware, thinking he was merely asleep. However, it was likely time for a change. By the time Xiao Chen arrived at the cyber cafe, 3 hours had already passed. Upon his arrival, he noticed an ambulance parked outside the entrance. As he drew closer, he saw a portly man being carried onto the ambulance, then departing. Xiao Chen hastily followed in his vehicle, and upon reaching the hospital, he approached the front desk for inquiries. Indeed, Fong Hao had passed away. Who are you to him? The nurse scrutinized Xiao Chen as she asked. I am his friend. After confirming that Fong Hao had no family or other acquaintances, the nurse opted to alert the authorities. Consequently, Xiao Chen accompanied her to the police station. Upon arrival, he presented his Special Operations Member badge and informed them of his acquaintance with the deceased, requesting their assistance in contacting the funeral home for proper arrangements. As Fong Hao was a reclusive individual with few friends, that very evening, he was cremated and laid to rest in a swift service. After attending to Fong Hao's affairs, Xiao Chen prepared to seek out Xiao Chen. Upon arriving at the location provided by Xiao, Xiao Chen surveyed the area before him, frowning slightly. This was a village within the city, yet it had been largely demolished, leaving behind nothing but a wasteland of rubble. Under such circumstances, locating Xiao Chen would prove quite challenging. As Xiao Chen found himself at a loss, a phone call unexpectedly came through. He glanced at the caller ID and was momentarily taken aback. Chu Qinghua was calling him. You're in the provincial city? On the other end of the line, Chu Qinghua directly inquired, what brings you to the provincial city? Is it related to the Gu family? Given that she had already incorporated Xiao Chen into her ranks, she was well aware of his relationship with Sanya. Now that Xiao Chen had arrived in the provincial city, her immediate thought was that he was there to deal with the Gu family. Confronting the Gu family was acceptable, but not at this moment. He must refrain from taking action. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Chu Qinghua interjected, you cannot act right now. Taken aback, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. I did not come for the Gu family. I am here to look for someone. Unfortunately, I cannot find the person, so I need your assistance. Xiao Chen was not one to mince words with Chu Qinghua. After all, she was already aware of his arrival in the provincial city. If he wasn't to seek her help, whom else could he turn to? Chapter 37, Trying Again. Xiao Chen waited in the urban village for Chu Qinghua to arrive. While simultaneously contacting Fong Hao, he informed Fong Hao that he had ensured his resting place. Upon hearing about his own demise, Fong Hao was surprisingly unconcerned, replying, thank you, brother. He was unencumbered by ties, so death did not weigh heavily on him. Instead, being transported to the gaming world felt like a refreshing new beginning. Currently, he was thriving in that realm, which sufficed for him. Brother, just make sure to bring me plenty of food and drinks when the time comes. His request was simple, a homebuddy's meal would do. After exchanging a few words with Fong Hao, he ended the call just as Chu Qinghua arrived. Chu Qinghua looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of curiosity and asked, what are you doing here? I'm looking for someone, but I have yet to find them. Xiao Chen replied, they must have moved. Who are you searching for? Chu Qinghua inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen declared, a woman? Chu Qinghua's brow furrowed slightly as she scrutinized Xiao Chen. What is your relationship with this girl? Her brother was my friend, and before his passing, he entrusted me with her care. Xiao Chen explained, meeting Chu Qinghua's gaze. Hearing this, Chu Qinghua furrowed her brow. She had previously investigated Xiao Chen and noted that none of his friends bore the surname Xie. Of course, the information she had gathered was far from complete. After all, she had previously tested Xiao Chen's abilities and understood his prowess. At this juncture, her curiosity was piqued regarding what other skills he possessed. Very well. I shall assist you in your search. Chu Qingyue nodded and proceeded to make a call. She believed that this Xie Yusin might hold some insights into Xiao Chen's secrets. After concluding the call, Chu Qingyue approached Xiao Chen and assured him, "Rest assured, news will be forthcoming shortly. Since you are in the provincial city, why not pay me a visit?" Looking at Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue smiled and added, "During our last spar, I sensed you were holding back. Nonetheless, your technique was lacking, and I would be glad to teach you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Sounds good. I'd like to see how I measure up." He had recently traversed the future world, diligently honing his skills. Although he had brought back a plethora of ancient martial arts manuals, he had yet to find the time to study them. Now, he was curious to see how much he had improved and how he would fare against Chu Qingyue. Accompanied by Chu Qingyue, they boarded a car, and Xiao Chen pressed the accelerator, following her directions. Chu Qingyue narrowed her eyes and remarked, "Although we, the Special Operations Group, typically operate independently, it is advisable to refrain from engaging in any illicit activities." In response, Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyue and asked, "Do you think this vehicle is unclean? I am aware this car belongs to Sanya, but what about the funds you transferred from overseas?" Chu Qingyue replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Moreover, how much gold and jewels have you given to Sanya in the past month? I have my own channels." Xiao Chen stated nonchalantly. "So, are you planning to investigate me?" As he uttered those words, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Should she genuinely intend to target him, he would not hold back. "No, as long as you refrain from actions detrimental to the public, we will not take issue with you," Chu Qingyue replied calmly. "However, should you engage in any activities harmful to the populace, I'm afraid we will have to take action against you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen chuckled. "I am a citizen of Long Country." Chu Qingyue nodded. She had indeed investigated Xiao Chen and was aware that he had not engaged in any actions harmful to the public. Furthermore, despite having eliminated a few individuals, those were all scum. Scum, once gone, remained gone. Her department maintained a significant degree of autonomy. After all, a group of unruly individuals was inherently difficult to manage. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the devastation that could ensue if individuals like Xiao Chen were to lose control. Thus, the higher-ups had established this special operations group and granted them considerable freedom. Naturally, with such privileges came responsibilities. "Since you are in the provincial city, I have a task to undertake, and I would like you to accompany me," Chu Qingyue declared. "But first, let us test your skills." Xiao Chen did not inquire further. He was genuinely curious about how many individuals like Chu Qingyue existed on Earth and to what extent they could reach. Currently, he was uncertain and sought to explore through her. The vehicle arrived at a villa district, and upon stepping into the villa, Xiao Chen was taken aback. "This is my place, as well as the base for our special operations group," Chu Qingyue informed him. "It is specifically designed to address the supernatural abilities of individuals like ourselves. Come, I will test your abilities, and this time, I will be particularly serious." She looked at Xiao Chen and said. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as they descended into the basement. The basement was an expansive space, even featuring a fighting platform, surrounded by an array of weapons and equipment. "Come." Chu Qingyue grasped a knife and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, "Make your move. Go ahead. I fear that if I strike, you may be unable to retaliate." Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. After their previous encounter, he had already gauged Chu Qingyue's capabilities. Hearing his words, Chu Qingyue's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression darkening. She had not anticipated being so underestimated. Undoubtedly, her opponent was formidable, but she did not believe she would be outmatched. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her knife, and her figure blurred as she lunged towards Xiao Chen. However, in the next instant, she found herself frozen, for as her attack commenced, Xiao Chen effortlessly evaded her blade and delivered a powerful punch in her direction. With a forceful punch from Xiao Chen, Chu Qingyue was propelled off the stage, barely managing to steady herself mid-air before landing on the ground. The expression on her face shifted dramatically as she gazed at Xiao Chen. "You," she stammered, her visage now a portrait of astonishment. The last time she had engaged Xiao Chen, he exhibited little more than sheer brute strength, lacking even the most basic combat techniques. However, this time, she unmistakably sensed a marked improvement in his skills, which had undoubtedly elevated far beyond their previous encounter. How could he have grown so formidable in such a brief span? Chapter 38. Something happened to Xie Yusin. "Were you toying with me last time?" Chu Qingyue squinted slightly at Xiao Chen, her immediate reaction being the suspicion that he had been merely playing with her during their last confrontation. Otherwise, how could he have transformed so drastically? In truth, she felt entirely outmatched by Xiao Chen. With his newfound techniques, his strength was daunting, and his abilities surpassed hers by a considerable margin. Hearing her words, Xiao Chen chuckled. I wasn't he serious last time. He knew well that had he been earnest during their previous encounter, he could have easily defeated Chu Qingyue, but it would have stirred up far greater troubles. This time, however, he was indeed not fully engaged. Chu Qingyue, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's statement, let out a sigh. Initially, she believed the gap between her and Xiao Chen was not insurmountable, but now it was evident that the disparity was significant. Just as they conversed, Chu Qingyue's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, her expression immediately changed. Turning to Xiao Chen, she exclaimed, they found her. Where? Xiao Chen inquired urgently. He had come here primarily to check on Xiao Chen, and if she were in distress, he was prepared to take her back. After all, she was the only remaining concern for Xiao. In a sense, he felt a profound connection with these interdimensional travelers. At the People's Hospital, Chu Qingyue replied. She is still in surgery. What did you say? At that moment, Chu Qingyue felt the oppressive aura emanating from Xiao Chen for the first time. His gaze bore into her, exuding an unmistakable sense of danger. The very atmosphere surrounding him was chilling. She realized that a single misstep in her words could result in dire consequences. This overwhelming pressure was something she had only encountered once before. Taking a deep breath, Chu Qingyue hastily spoke. She was admitted last night, having sustained severe injuries from an attack. Rest assured, I will get to the bottom of this, she assured, noting Xiao Chen's grim expression. Internally, she worried that if he uncovered the truth, it could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Who could possibly stand in his way at that point? Let us go, Xiao Chen urged, urgency lacing his words. Without delay, he hopped into his luxurious vehicle, pressing the accelerator as he sped towards the People's Hospital. At the hospital's intensive care unit, a young girl stood at the entrance, tears streaming down her face as she peered anxiously into the room. Are you a relative of Xiao Chen? A nurse emerged, handing her a stack of payment slips. Hurry and settle the fees. How much? The girl asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. She had already paid several thousand for Xiao Chen's hospitalization and was now out of funds. At least 100,000. The nurse responded bluntly. The girl stood frozen for a moment before accepting the payment slips, curling up against the wall, her face stained with tears. As Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue arrived, they witnessed this heartbreaking scene. The girl was Chu Yan, a close friend of Xiao Chen, who had brought her to the hospital last night and now appeared to be financially drained. Look, Chu Qingyue pointed at the payment slips in Chu Yan's hands. She is out of money. Without a word, Xiao Chen approached Chu Yan, taking the slips from her grasp. After glancing at them, he turned to Chu Qingyue. Help me settle the fees. Don't be so presumptuous. Chu Qingyue shot him a look of exasperation, but felt little inclination to argue, as she was not in need of money and did not bother to ask Xiao Chen for funds. Meanwhile, Chu Yan stared at the man who had taken the payment slips, her expression shifting to one of suspicion. Who are you? Are you sent by the Gu family? The Gu family? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chu Yan. What does this have to do with them? Don't play dumb. If it weren't for Gu Yuding, Yusen wouldn't be in this state. Chu Yan retorted, her demeanor defensive. At this, Xiao Chen exchanged a glance with Chu Qingyue. The Gu family's collateral branch. Songya married the eldest son of the Gu family, and Gu Yuding is his cousin, Chu Qingyue explained. Understanding dawned on Xiao Chen. It seemed that the Gu family was indeed connected to this unfortunate incident. Did someone from the Gu family do this to Xiao Chen? He asked, the solemnity of his expression deepening. Don't you know? Who are you? Chu Yan replied, momentarily taken aback. She and Xiao Chen were both orphans, and she was certain Xiao Chen had not known Xiao Chen. I am Xiao Chen, a close friend of Xiao Chen's brother. Before he passed, he entrusted me with her care, Xiao Chen stated, looking directly at her. He called me before he died, asserting that henceforth, everything concerning Xiao Chen falls under my guardianship. Chu Yan stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Xiao Chen's deceased brother had such a friend. I need to see Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen declared, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Chu Yan attempted to follow, but Chu Qingyue halted her. Don't worry, we are not affiliated with the Gu family. Come with me to settle the fees. Without further discussion, she pulled Chu Yan away. Chu Qingyue could sense that Xiao Chen wished to dismiss her, and thus she feigned ignorance. Moreover, her curiosity about him was piqued. There was an air of mystery surrounding him. Despite her unease, Chu Yan felt she had no choice but to trust him, especially since she could not afford Xiao Chen's treatment. As she followed Chu Qingyue downstairs, Xiao Chen entered the intensive care unit, observing the girl before him. Indeed, there was a resemblance to Xiao. Although he had traversed dimensions, his appearance remained unchanged. A pure white light emanated from Xiao Chen's hand, and as it flickered, it seamlessly merged into Xiao Chen's body. In an instant, the scene before him transformed. A health bar appeared above Xiao Chen's head, initially reading 5. gradually climbing to 25, eliciting a spark of joy from him. His healing technique was indeed effective. However, he also discovered that utilizing his healing techniques left his body somewhat weakened, and he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, reminiscent of his first experience with his extraordinary abilities. In Chapter 39, This is My Secret, after casting 3 healing spells on Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen's complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground. He was utterly exhausted. His current mental energy felt more drained than after performing 30 instances of teleportation. Yet, just 3 healing spells had left him feeling completely depleted. The overwhelming fatigue nearly incapacitated him. At that moment, he lifted his gaze to observe Xiao Chen's health bar reading 89, and he let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen, now lying on the ground, gasped for breath, utterly spent and unable to rise. Just then, the door swung open, and upon seeing Xiao Chen's state, Chu Qingwei and Chu Yan were momentarily stunned. What on earth had transpired? Chu Qingwei approached Xiao Chen, gazing at his pale face in utter disbelief. She was acutely aware of just how formidable he was. She understood the extent of his abilities. Yet now, he appeared to be so fatigued that it was beyond her comprehension. Thus, she regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and concern. "Yusen, you're awake?" Chu Yan exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Chu Qingwei turned her attention to the now-sitting Xiao Chen. She was taken aback to see Xiao Chen propped up, and then glanced at the motionless Xiao Chen, her eyes flickering with thoughts. On their way here, she had already learned the severity of Xiao Chen's injuries. Even the hospital had doubted her survival. However, it was astonishing that Xiao Chen had managed to heal her so quickly. This was truly remarkable. Now, her gaze towards Xiao Chen brimmed with excitement, as she realized they had stumbled upon a treasure. The ability to revive someone from the brink of death was nothing short of terrifying. "Xiaoyan, how did I end up in the hospital?" Xiao Chen asked urgently as she turned to Chu Yan, noticing Chu Qingwei beside her and the still-lying Xiao Chen. "Yusen, you nearly died yesterday, but fortunately, I went to your home and brought you out." Chu Yan responded eagerly. "As for them, that man claims to be a friend of your brother." "A friend of my brother?" Xiao Chen's expression shifted to one of shock as she stared incredulously at Xiao Chen. Her brother had succumbed to a terminal illness, and in the years leading up to his death, he had hardly seen anyone. How could he possibly have friends? Sensing the skeptical look from Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen finally managed to rise unsteadily and said, "Xiao called me before he passed away. He asked me to look after you." He looked earnestly at Xiao Chen as he spoke. "What proof do you have?" Xiao Chen questioned warily. "Xiao said that you took care of him during those years, and he confided many things to me." Xiao Chen replied, pulling a book from his pocket. This was indeed a gift from Xiao, containing not ancient texts but rather a diary filled with numerous accounts of his and Xiao Chen's shared memories, which he had entrusted to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stared blankly at the aged book he handed her, its appearance reminiscent of an ancient manuscript. However, upon opening it and recognizing the familiar handwriting, she was taken aback. She immediately recognized her brother's script, and the entries detailing their childhood moments together made her realize that the man before her truly had a connection with her brother. "My apologies for arriving late. I had matters to attend to," Xiao Chen said, looking at Xiao Chen. "Your brother entrusted me with your care, and rest assured, I will take good care of you." Xiao Chen, still holding the ancient book in a daze, raised her head to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. "My brother never mentioned you. Yet, it is clear he had great trust in you when he asked you to look after me before he died." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. It was evident that Xiao had faith in him. At this moment, he was the only one he could rely on. "Yusen, they all said you wouldn't survive." "Yeah." Chu Yan turned to Xiao Chen. When they entered, they had seen him lying on the ground while Xiao Chen had fully recovered. This was irrefutable proof of Xiao Chen's abilities. Thus, curiosity filled Chu Yan's eyes. Noticing that Xiao Chen seemed unwilling to elaborate further, she reluctantly dropped the matter. But she understood that he was undoubtedly extraordinary. "First, tell me what transpired between you and Gu Yuding," Xiao Chen inquired, focusing on Xiao Chen. He had successfully saved her. Yet the issue with Gu Yuding remained unresolved. No matter the reason, he would not go easy on Gu Yuding for having targeted Xiao Chen. "Our family's urban village was demolished, and we have yet to receive compensation. I've heard that Gu Yuding has absconded with the funds." Xiao Chen spoke softly. "When I went to demand the money, they claimed my brother had sold the house to him long ago." At this point, Xiao Chen turned her gaze. "My brother never sold anything. He merely aimed to swindle our family's money. Many others from the urban village were similarly deceived by him. I united with some former residents to file a lawsuit against him, but just as I gathered them, a group stormed into my home that night and assaulted me. I panicked and called Chu Yan, and then I lost consciousness." Xiao Chen recounted softly. Listening to her story, Xiao Chen nodded. "Understood. I will handle this matter." He instructed Xiao Chen to rest well before he and Chu Qingwei exited the hospital room. Where's that scoundrel-less family? Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyue and asked, Are you planning to confront him? Chu Qingyue was slightly taken aback, then quickly replied, Did I not mention this already? It pertains to dealing with the Gu family. I won't rest until that scoundrel is dealt with. Xiao Chen replied coldly, Tell me where he is, or deal with him yourself. I will give you 3 days. If you do not take action within that time, I will handle it myself. Once I do, it won't be just Gu Yuding who faces the consequences. Xiao Chen's gaze turned icy as he stared at Chu Qingyue. Feeling the chill in his eyes, Chu Qingyue's expression soured. She understood that Xiao Chen was genuinely furious, and such anger was undoubtedly formidable. I will resolve the issue with Gu Yuding, but first, you must tell me how you managed to awaken her, Chu Qingyue said eagerly, looking at Xiao Chen. I mean, what methods do you possess that can awaken someone from a prolonged coma? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Chu Qingyue. That is my secret. In Chapter 40, The Request, Xiao Chen looked at her, and in that moment, Chu Qingyue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Do you have someone I need to heal? Xiao Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue nodded earnestly and said, Indeed. She understood that it would be futile to deceive Xiao Chen, as she was aware of her own impatience. It all depends on the nature of the case. I cannot guarantee a successful treatment, Xiao Chen remarked. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qingyue pondered for a moment and replied, He has been in a vegetative state for 3 years. He sustained severe injuries overseas, and since then, he has remained in this condition. We have consulted several esteemed traditional healers, and they indicated that if there is no improvement in his condition, he may have only a year left to live. Looking at Xiao Chen with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, Chu Qingyue asked, Is there a chance for recovery? Is he significant to you? Xiao Chen squinted slightly and inquired. He is my second uncle. Chu Qingyue reflected for a moment before adding, If you can heal my uncle, the Chu family will owe you a debt of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and then spoke. You can see for yourself that even if I am capable of healing him, the energy expenditure is immense. At this moment, Xiao Chen's complexion remained pale and frail. He was acutely aware of his own condition. The energy required to perform healing was extraordinarily taxing. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether utilizing his healing abilities would have repercussions on his own health. Thus, he refrained from making any definitive statements. I understand that the consumption must be considerable. Chu Qingyue nodded, fully aware that such an expenditure was not trivial. She recognized Xiao Chen's prowess, if even he appeared exhausted. It was evident how substantial the mental toll was. Let me put it this way, Xiao Chen sighed. Once I heal others, I will inevitably lose several years of my own lifespan. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue's expression shifted dramatically. She realized that Xiao Chen might not assist after all. For who could part with their own life? Under such circumstances, it would be unreasonable for anyone to extend a helping hand. Contemplating this, Chu Qingyue displayed a hint of resignation and then looked at Xiao Chen, saying, I understand. I can help assess the situation. If the consumption is not excessive, I am willing to assist once. Xiao Chen, observing Chu Qingyue's determination, hurriedly responded. His eagerness stemmed from his need for her goodwill. As for the matter of lifespan, he deemed it an impossibility. When he had previously collapsed, he had inquired with Fong Hao, who had informed him that it was due to a lack of spiritual energy. In other words, he had exhausted his mental resources. Moreover, he had also consulted Gu Ming, who had explained that spiritual energy was pivotal in releasing supernatural abilities. Often, the more one utilized their powers, the quicker their spiritual energy would replenish. Thus, under such circumstances, it was beneficial for him as well. Presently, Xiao Chen was unconcerned about using his abilities multiple times. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue's face lit up with excitement. She eagerly looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Really? Xiao Chen, regardless of the outcome, the Chu family is willing to owe you a favor. If you can help restore my uncle's health, the Chu family will gladly assist you. Very well. Xiao Chen nodded in response. He was unaware of the intricacies of Chu Qingyue's background, yet he understood that her mention of the Chu family indicated their significance. Now, I must seek out Gu Yuding, Xiao Chen declared, turning his gaze toward Chu Qingyue. I must seek justice for Xie Yusen. Rest assured, I shall ensure that justice is served. Chu Qingyue quickly replied. She was well aware of Xiao Chen's capabilities. Thus she hesitated not. Moreover, she recognized that it would be futile to impede him. Given this reality, it was wiser for her to directly assist Xiao Chen, especially considering the immense benefits he could bring to the Chu family. Consequently, Chu Qingyue found herself inclined to win Xiao Chen's favor. Smiling at Chu Qingyue, Xiao Chen remarked, Excellent. He understood that at this juncture, Chu Qingyue was keen on securing his assistance. Therefore, he felt no need to elaborate further. He also recognized that the Chu family required him. Thus, as long as he demonstrated sufficient value, it would imply that they might set aside some of their principles for his benefit. Xiao Chen looked directly at Chu Qingyue and stated, In that case, I shall await your return with him. Understood, Chu Qingwei affirmed, nodding. Her willingness to assist Xiao Chen stemmed from the dual motive of ensuring he would aid the Chu family and her desire to maintain a semblance of control over the situation. With that, Chu Qingwei departed after concluding her conversation with Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen returned to Xie Yusin's location. Upon entering, both Xie Yusin and Chu Yin regarded Xiao Chen with curiosity. Xie Yusin had learned from Chu Yin that she had been on the brink of death. However, now, apart from a lingering weakness, she felt no other ill effects. Thus, she realized that Xiao Chen must have played a significant role in her recovery. Moreover, Chu Yin had mentioned that when they returned, Xiao Chen had been lying motionless on the ground. Brother Xiao, did you save me? Xie Yusin inquired, gazing at Xiao Chen. Indeed, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. You have no idea. I was nearly on the verge of fainting myself. Yet, the hospital declared that Yusin might not survive. Chu Yin looked at Xiao Chen with intrigue. You merely need to remember that I possess inner strength. It is indeed a tangible reality. Xiao Chen explained with a smile to the two women. He considered revealing his healing abilities, but that concept was more abstract. It was simpler to assert that he had inner strength, as he indeed possessed notable skills. Ah, such a thing truly exists? Chu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, Brother Xiao, can I learn it? Most likely you cannot. Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head. However, he was contemplating examining the ancient texts he had brought back from CIAO's collection to see if any discoveries could be made. If cultivation were possible, that would be ideal. Yusin, your brother has entrusted me with your care. How about this? Once you are well, I will take you back with me to Yin City. It's not far from here. Xiao Chen suggested to Xie Yusin. Brother Xiao, can I bring one more person? Xie Yusin asked eagerly, now aware of the connection between Xiao Chen and her brother. Very well, Xiao Chen replied, glancing at Chu Yin beside Xie Yusin and immediately understanding her intention. Chapter 41. Feng Hao seeks assistance. Thank you, Brother Xiao. At that moment, Xie Yusin breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at Xiao Chen. Ever since her brother's passing, she had been inseparable from Chu Yin. Without Chu Yin, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. Therefore, now that she had someone to care for her, it was only natural that she could not abandon Chu Yin. Though Yin City is not far, the presence of a familiar individual beside her holds extraordinary significance. At this moment, she gazes at Xiao Chen and inquires, Brother Xiao, what must we do if we decide to go? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen contemplates for a moment and replies, I have shares in the Jinyutang of Yin City. You can assist me in managing the accounts there. He is well aware that his own supermarket requires no assistance, and the two young girls would undoubtedly be at a loss upon arriving in Yin City. Therefore, it would be wiser to entrust them to Songya, whom he believes will take good care of them. Upon hearing this, both Xie Yusin and Chu Yin breathe a sigh of relief. Their years here have been far from satisfactory. As orphans, they have rarely found anyone willing to engage with them, and those who did often harbored ulterior motives. Consequently, their lives have been fraught with hardship. Now, accompanying Xiao Chen is undoubtedly their best choice. With this thought in mind, the two girls readily express their agreement. You should rest well. Do not worry, I will handle the matters concerning Gu Yuding. Xiao Chen assures them as he rises to leave. After he departs, Chu Yin excitedly grasps Xie Yusin's hand and asks, Yusin, who is your brother? How does he know Brother Xiao? Curiosity glimmers in her eyes. For Xiao Chen undeniably possesses an air of mystery. Moreover, his willingness to assist them with Gu Yuding suggests he harbors no fear of him. I'm not certain. Xie Yusin responds, feeling perplexed. Before her brother's passing, he had no friends to visit him, and she had never paid attention to whether he had acquaintances. Yet now, a friend of her brother's has appeared, and he is none other than someone as remarkable as Xiao Chen. It leaves her curious and astonished. Yusin, do you really think Brother Xiao is not afraid of the Gu family? Chu Yin inquires, her curiosity piqued. After all, Gu Yuding is a member of the Gu family. In the provincial capital, the Gu family reigns supreme, being the wealthiest in the province with considerable influence. From the looks of Brother Xiao, it seems he is indeed unafraid. Xie Yusin replies, once Brother Xiao returns, let's ask him. If it's unfeasible, we can endure for now. Her resentment towards Gu Yuding runs deep. For if it were not for him, her situation would not be as it presently is. Nevertheless, having someone who genuinely cares for her is a rarity, and she hopes that Xiao Chen can withstand any pressure from the Gu family for her sake. As the two girls converse, Xiao Chen drives back to the grand estate where Chu Qingwei resides. He calls her, stating, I am at your doorstep. How soon can I expect a resolution regarding Gu Yuding? On the other end, Chu Qingwei responds with a hint of exasperation. Rest assured, investigations are underway, and soon. A plethora of incriminating evidence against the Gu family will emerge. I assure you, Gu Yuding will be imprisoned by the end of today. With that, she hangs up. Xiao Chen nods slightly, fully aware of Chu Qingyue's seriousness. She understands that her family's reputation hinges on their effectiveness, if they can apprehend Gu Yuding within a single afternoon. It would demonstrate the Chu family's formidable capability to assist Xiao Chen in resolving all matters. With the situation developing favorably, Xiao Chen is not in a hurry. He inquires about the code to Chu Qingyue's villa, unlocks the door, and steps inside. At the same time, he sends a message to Xiao, detailing Xie Yusen's plight. That scoundrel Gu Yuding deserves severe punishment. He should face annihilation. Listening to the fervent words from the other end of the line, Xiao Chen feels a sense of resignation. This fellow is relishing his newfound power. Brother, please help me take down Gu Yuding, ideally uprooting the entire Gu family. I know this may offend many, so tell me, what price must I pay? Xiao exclaims passionately, I will gather whatever is necessary. If you cannot act directly, you can hire an assassin, rest assured. The funds will be plentiful. Enough. I shall handle the affairs concerning the Gu family myself. You focus on your role as emperor. Xiao Chen declares, preparing to end the call. Brother, remember, ensure the Gu family pays the price. Xiao insists. Xiao Chen nods, acknowledging the ambition in his friend's words. According to Xiao, the territory resembles the Warring States period, with 7 nations, and he currently occupies a relatively weak one. With his ascension and Xiao Chen's celestial status, it is improbable that anyone would dare defy Xiao. Thus, he swiftly consolidates control over his domain. Coupled with the advanced weaponry Xiao Chen has provided him, his confidence surges. Armed with knowledge from his previous life, he begins to amass power and prepare for territorial expansion. Meanwhile, Gu Ming has not pursued expansion, cautioning that further growth could provoke powerful adversaries, particularly those with superior abilities. Although Gu Ming and his allies are also high-level abilities, their numbers and strength are insufficient compared to their rivals. For now, it is prudent for them to bide their time and develop their influence quietly. As Xiao Chen contemplates these matters, an urgent message arrives from Feng Hao. Brother, I need your help. Bring me something. Feng Hao exclaims. Do you have a car? A car? Xiao Chen is momentarily taken aback. If it were anyone else, he could understand. But Feng Hao, a denizen of a gaming world, needs a vehicle? Brother, I require an off-road vehicle, preferably one with a full tank. Feng Hao urgently continues. I have taken on a mission that necessitates reaching a location swiftly. My current abilities are insufficient to tame certain formidable monsters as mounts, so I will need some time once I arrive. Ideally, an off-road vehicle with a full tank. Listening to Feng Hao's request, Xiao Chen nods, responding, understood. Rest assured, I will resolve this promptly. He quickly retrieves his phone and contacts a nearby used car dealership, outlining his requirements and even placing a deposit. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, they informed Xiao Chen that all the paperwork would be ready within 15 minutes. When Xiao Chen arrived, he didn't even have time to inquire about anything else. He simply made the payment and drove off. He steered the vehicle to a secluded location and opted for teleportation. In the next moment, he found himself once again in the game world. Bro, you're here. Feng Hao eagerly opened the car door, his face alight with excitement at the sight of Xiao Chen's Tank 500. This is currently the best option available. You should take it for now. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen tossed the keys to Feng Hao. Feng Hao, in turn, handed over an item to Xiao Chen, saying, I've placed an order. But the items requested by the system this time are rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen opened the package handed to him and was momentarily taken aback. Inside were numerous vials and jars, yet there were hardly any gold coins. This is a healing potion, a game world item. Essentially, as long as you don't perish, it will restore your vitality. Feng Hao explained, gesturing towards a red jar. The blue one is a mana restoration potion, which can replenish your magical energy. He then looked at Xiao Chen and added, You ran out of mana previously. Just drink one of these. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened at this revelation. If that were indeed the case, these items would prove far more valuable than mere gold coins. At present, he was not lacking in wealth, but rather in these crucial items. After all, possessing them would equate to having several extra lives. What about the rest? Xiao Chen inquired, pointing to the remaining 3 vials. Aside from the healing and mana potions, these 3 were evidently valuable. Attribute potions. Consuming one will permanently enhance a specific attribute. Feng Hao replied, You might want to give it a try? Without hesitation, Xiao Chen picked up one of the attribute potions and drank it. Alert. Agility increased by 1. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Xiao Chen immediately felt a surge of lightness in his body. Bro, you can only drink a maximum of 3 of these. I've given you 3. Feng Hao remarked as he watched Xiao Chen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Chen swiftly consumed the other 2 potions. Mental power increased by 1. Strength increased by 1. As the notifications echoed in his mind, Xiao Chen felt his energy and physical strength significantly enhanced. All right, the car is yours. I shall take the items. With that, Xiao Chen prepared to leave. He was awaiting news from Chu Qingyue, and other matters could wait. After returning to the real world, Xiao Chen made his way back to Chu Qingyue's residence, where she had already returned. The individual has been apprehended, Chu Qingyue announced upon seeing Xiao Chen. He was overly confident, believing the Gu family was too powerful, so he didn't even bother to pretend. Hey, that's something you ought to explain. Knowing full well what the Gu family is up to yet choosing not to intervene, Xiao Chen retorted with a cold laugh. He was well aware of the dynamics at play. To put it plainly, the reason for their audacity was that someone had indulged them. Chu Qingyue, recognizing the truth in Xiao Chen's words, felt helpless. She understood his frustration but knew that sometimes they were powerless to act. I know you feel uncomfortable about this, but there are times when we simply cannot intervene. Xie Yusin was harmed because of him, wasn't she? Xiao Chen asked, gazing intently at Chu Qingyue. Yes. She confirmed with a nod. May I deal with that individual? Xiao Chen inquired. Chu Qingyue shook her head in resignation. That's not possible. I've already had him captured. Rest assured, he will face the appropriate consequences. Xiao Chen fell silent, merely observing Chu Qingyue. It better be that way. After stating this, he stood up. Then I shall take my leave. You mentioned wanting to accompany me to the Chu family. Chu Qingyue hastily replied. Once you've truly resolved this, I will join you. At her words, Xiao Chen turned to her, speaking coldly. Once again, I must insist, I won't engage in this matter further. Chu Qingyue's mouth opened slightly in surprise. Yet she felt powerless to argue. She understood that Xiao Chen was clearly unwilling to continue this discussion, so she complied. Just then, Chu Qingyue's phone rang. As she glanced at the caller ID, her brow furrowed slightly. What does this mean? Upon answering, Xiao Chen heard her furious voice. What do you mean insufficient evidence? What happened to the prior evidence? Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. He had anticipated that these individuals, so accustomed to their arrogance, would not go down without a fight. Now, it seemed they were preparing to confront Chu Qingyue directly. Chu Qingyue angrily hung up the phone and turned to Xiao Chen, whose face wore a cold smirk. At that moment, a flush crept across Chu Qingyue's cheeks. She had just discussed this issue with Xiao Chen, and now she felt as though she had been slapped in the face. It appeared that this so-called special task force was proving ineffective. As Xiao Chen handed her his identification, Chu Qingyue's expression darkened further. Rest assured, I will certainly provide you with an explanation. With that, she promptly made another call. Xiao Chen stood up and headed towards the hospital. I am going to the hospital. Since the Gu family wishes to protect their own, they will undoubtedly seek trouble there. Chapter 43. Returning what is yours. Xiao Chen was all too familiar with their nature. The Gu family, in their desperation to protect Gu Yuding, would surely attempt to erase any incriminating evidence against him. In other words, Xie Yusin was now in genuine peril. Chu Qingyue's expression shifted as she realized the gravity of the situation. If it came to that, and something happened to Xie Yusin, she knew Xiao Chen would undoubtedly explode with fury. At that point, things could turn truly dangerous. After all, she was acutely aware of Xiao Chen's capabilities. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly entered Xiao Chen's vehicle to accompany him to the hospital. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyue began making phone calls. Dad, I need your assistance, she stated directly. On the way, she relayed all the information she possessed, insisting, you must take action on this matter. The voice on the other end quickly assured her that they understood and then ended the call. Rest assured, we will certainly provide you with an explanation. Chu Qingyue turned to Xiao Chen as she spoke. At this moment, Xiao Chen could discern that Chu Qingyue's cheeks were slightly flushed. It was evident that she felt a twinge of guilt regarding the matter at hand. After all, she had taken on the burden herself, only to find that it had culminated in such an unforeseen outcome. Xiao Chen remained silent. He had no desire to act recklessly, considering he was still living on Earth. He did not wish to stir up unnecessary trouble that could lead to dire consequences. However, he felt compelled to express his stance, to convey that he, too, possessed the audacity to turn the tables. Otherwise, the other party might come to believe he was easily manipulated. Those with a gentle temperament can sometimes find themselves more susceptible to bullying, a truth that Xiao Chen was acutely aware of. Thus, he would not extend any courtesies to these individuals at this juncture. Chu Qingyue turned her head, observing Xiao Chen's silence, her own gaze lowered. At that moment, she was seething with anger. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xiao Chen swiftly escorted Chu Qingyue upstairs. Outside the ward, he heard Chu Yan's voice. Where are you taking Yusin? Stop this at once. As Chu Yan's voice echoed, Chu Qingyue felt the figure beside her vanish in an instant. She widened her eyes, turning to see Xiao Chen abruptly appearing before several individuals. Xiao Chen's gaze fixed upon those attempting to abduct Xie Yusin, a glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes. Brother Xiao, you have finally arrived. These people, I don't know who they are, but they want to take Yusin away. Chu Yan exclaimed urgently. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, his attention shifting to Xie Yusin, who appeared pale and was being restrained by these individuals, her expression reflecting profound distress. Kid, get lost. The leader of the black-clad men turned to see Xiao Chen, his words dripping with disdain. He immediately advanced towards Xiao Chen. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Chen seized his hand. A piercing scream erupted, filled with terror, as Xiao Chen effortlessly twisted his wrist, breaking it with a sickening crack. In that instant of excruciating pain, the man let out a series of agonized cries. Xiao Chen's cold gaze remained fixed on him as he delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying backward, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the others who sought to take Xiao Chen rushed at Xiao Chen. However, they were swiftly dispatched, each sent sprawling by Xiao Chen's singular might. Xiao Chen, don't kill them, Chu Qingwei yelled, hastily trying to intervene. This was a hospital, and if Xiao Chen were to take a life, it would lead to insurmountable complications. In response, Xiao Chen glanced back at Chu Qingwei, his voice cold as he remarked, "Do you think I am too agreeable?" As he uttered those words, his eyes brimmed with a deadly intent. In that moment, Chu Qingwei felt a sense of peril she had never experienced before. She had sparred with Xiao Chen on 2 occasions, but she realized that during those encounters, he had never fought seriously. Now, she truly felt the weight of his oppressive presence. "I didn't mean it that way. This is a hospital. If you act violently, it will lead to inevitable repercussions," Chu Qingwei hastily clarified. Hearing this, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. "If my actions lead to complications, does that mean there's won't?" After posing that question, he turned and declared, "Come with me, Yusin and Yan." He tossed the document he had been holding back to Chu Qingwei. Upon witnessing this, Chu Qingwei's expression shifted dramatically. She understood that her attempts to stop Xiao Chen had genuinely infuriated him. Finding someone capable of treating her uncle was a rare opportunity. If Xiao Chen chose to withdraw, it would spell disaster for the Chu family. Desperately, she implored, "Xiao Chen, my father has already taken action. Apologies. But I no longer wish to be involved," Xiao Chen replied coldly. "From this point forward, I will handle it myself. Of course, you may attempt to capture me." With that, he departed with the 2 women. At this moment, his anger was palpable. Yet, he understood that seeking trouble with the Gu family would be unwise, especially with the special operations team monitoring him. He was aware of his own strength, yet a confrontation with the special operations team would still carry a significant risk. He needed to bolster his capabilities. Contemplating the resources at his disposal, Xiao Chen remembered he had a vial of intermediate evolution serum and a plethora of tomes acquired from CIO. If possible, he thought, the various unique items from the game world would be the most advantageous. After some deliberation, he decided to reach out to Feng Hao. "Is there a way to eliminate someone without it being traced back to me?" "Brother, in the game world, such matters are trivial," Feng Hao replied. "What level is your target? How do they compare to you?" Xiao Chen responded, "Just an ordinary person. In earthly terms, they would be level 1. From what I can see, your level is 10. Surprised, Xiao Chen realized, "I'm only level 10? A level 1 weakling? I just happen to have an item perfectly suited for this situation. I'll place an order, and you can pick it up." Feng Hao chuckled. "It's a minor item. A cursed spirit. It can curse others, but its efficacy is largely dependent on relative levels. The higher the level, the less impact it has. For a level 1, they are doomed. This item is excellent. Procure several for me," Xiao Chen urgently requested. In his view, he was undoubtedly under surveillance. Thus, he needed to act unexpectedly. The cursed spirit seemed tailor-made for his situation. He wouldn't even need to show himself for the target to perish. Clearly, he had now entered Chu Qingyue's list of top priorities. However, would she truly dare to act against him without provocation? "Brother, acquiring this item is no simple task. Additionally, it is contingent upon luck." Feng Hao continued, "I can manage to get you 3, but if the opponent has good fortune, it may not have a decisive effect. In the game, luck value existed, meaning a high luck value could mitigate the effects. It might result in merely losing limbs," Feng Hao added. "Moreover, it correlates with status. The higher the status, the greater the luck value. I cannot predict how it will fare on Earth, but that is the situation." Nodding slightly, Xiao Chen said, "Just get the items. The rest is inconsequential." "All right, I will complete the task, and then I will get it for you." On the other side, Feng Hao spoke up. "Do not be deceived by this game world. I often find myself lacking many things. At that time, I may require your assistance in completing certain tasks." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, and, after severing contact with Feng Hao, departed with the 2 women. Returning to Yun City. As for Chu Qingyue, she watched as Xiao Chen's vehicle disappeared, her expression marked by evident displeasure. She had merely intended to halt Xiao Chen, to prevent him from escalating matters. However, it was clear that Xiao Chen held no trust in her. Of course, she understood that having just incarcerated someone. She turned around to find Gu Yuding being released, even as someone was dispatched to capture Xie Yusen. At that moment, her attempts to obstruct Xiao Chen were futile. In Xiao Chen's eyes, she had undoubtedly become a person of dubious character. Contemplating this, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She had never anticipated that matters would devolve into such chaos. Damn it, it is all the Gu family's fault. I shall ensure their demise. At this moment, Chu Qingyue gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed upon those lying on the ground. Simultaneously, she took out her phone. Qingyue, are you looking for me? A man's voice greeted her as soon as the call connected. Regarding your father's condition, I have found someone who may be able to cure him. Chu Qingyue replied swiftly. But I have now completely offended him. What? The man's tone turned urgent. What happened? Qingyue, do not jest. You know he can save my father. Why would you provoke him? The voice on the other end was filled with dissatisfaction and urgency. What exactly transpired? Hearing this, Chu Qingyue felt helpless and recounted the events in detail. All right, I understand. From this moment on, I will take people to the provincial city. The voice on the other end declared, I will handle this matter. As for you, go find Xiao Chen immediately and clarify the situation with him. Furthermore, are you certain he revived a person on the brink of death? Listening to the inquiry, Chu Qingyue responded decisively. Indeed, not only did he revive the individual, but he also successfully treated him. After uttering these words, Chu Qingyue continued, we are both aware of my uncle's condition, even if he remains bedridden. He has at most half a year left before he can no longer be saved. Over the years, numerous renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have attempted to help. Yet his condition could only be alleviated, not cured. This opportunity must not be squandered. Chu Qingyue spoke through gritted teeth. Deep down, she knew that she had disregarded everyone's opinions to satisfy Xiao Chen, taking Gu Yuding away. However, fearing that Xiao Chen's actions would create too much of a stir, she had refrained from introducing him to Gu Yuding. Who would have thought that within such a short span, the Gu family would extend their reach? A significant uproar ensued at this moment. I do not care who the Gu family is. Anyone who dares to prevent my father from waking shall face my wrath. The man replied coldly. I will head to your location now. Leave the rest to me. After stating this, he hung up the phone. Chu Qingyue's expression was dark. As she turned to leave, she noticed a few individuals standing not far away. The man at the forefront was someone she recognized, Gu Chuanzhong, the head of the Gu family and Gu Yuding's uncle. Miss Chu. Gu Chuanzhong approached her with a smile, saying, I have heard that you have some misunderstandings with our Gu Yuding. I am here to clarify things with you. No need. You are well aware of what Gu Yuding has done. Chu Qingyue replied coldly. This matter will not simply be overlooked. Additionally, those inside have been incapacitated. You may attribute this to me. She gazed coldly at Gu Chuanzhong. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuanzhong responded with a faint smile. Those individuals being incapacitated is inconsequential. However, our Gu family wishes to befriend Miss Chu. Shall we end this matter here? Chu Qingyue replied with a faint smile. Rest assured, this matter is now beyond my control. With that, she turned and departed. Watching her leave, Gu Chuanzhong frowned slightly. Father, who is this Miss Chu? A young man behind Gu Chuanzhong inquired curiously. Fixated on Chu Qingyue's retreating figure, he was Gu Changming, Gu Chuanzhong's second son and the only heir of the Gu family. As he observed Chu Qingyue, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. This woman possessed a stunning figure and striking beauty. He was captivated at first glance. She hails from Xinjiang, here to gild her reputation, claiming to be part of a special operations group dealing with matters beyond ordinary criminal cases. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuanzhong chuckled lightly. To put it plainly, what capability does such a young girl possess? She is merely here to enhance her credentials. Do not provoke her, however. We need not fear her here. She is just a girl, and I believe her family will not interfere in these matters. Gu Chuanzhong said with a smile. He was indeed unconcerned about Chu Qingyue, for if her family background were substantial, she would not be dispatched to such a place. Not to mention, there was little benefit to be gained here. Which prominent family would send their offspring to such a location? Moreover, the so-called Special Operations Group was entirely unfamiliar to him. This was precisely why Gu Chuanzhong felt emboldened to act. Chapter 45. Songya's Jealousy. Have you investigated thoroughly? Gu Chuanzhong pondered before asking his son behind him. Father, this matter is indeed somewhat complex. I discovered that a person named Xiao Chen accompanied Chu Qingyue. Furthermore, those two women were also taken away by Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuanzhong frowned slightly and inquired, who is Xiao Chen? I looked into it. He seems to have a close relationship with Songya. Gu Chuanzhong's eyes narrowed instantly as he scrutinized his son. At the mention of Songya, his son's eyes brimmed with greed. Years ago, when his eldest son passed away, he had forced Songya to marry into the Gu family. Yet, on their wedding day, his son died. Subsequently, he cast Songya out and declared that she would forever be his daughter-in-law. No one else could covet her. He was well aware that his son harbored feelings for his nominal sister-in-law. However, after Songya left for Yun City, he had not paid her any further attention. Now, hearing news of her once more, it was shocking to learn she was with a man of little repute. Heard that young man is Songya's partner. Gu Changming remarked softly. As he uttered these words, his ire became increasingly difficult to suppress. Though Songya was his sister-in-law, that deceased brother of his had long been gone. He had long set his sights on Songya, which was why she had hastily departed. Afterward, he had nearly forgotten about her, but now, learning of her association with another man reignited his obsession. Our Gu family's daughter-in-law is unchaste. Gu Chuanzhong sneered. In that case, you should handle this matter. Understood. Gu Changming nodded eagerly. At this moment, his eyes were brimming with excitement. He desired Songya to kneel before him. And as for Xiao Chen, he wished for this man to perish. With this thought, he hastily departed with his entourage. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, accompanied by his companions, returned directly to Yun City. Upon arriving at Jinyutang, Old Wolf was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Xiao, the boss is expecting you, Old Wolf proclaimed, regarding Xiao Chen with a gaze that revealed an unacknowledged blend of fear and trepidation. The sheer terror he felt stemmed from Xiao Chen's formidable prowess. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also possessed an alarming capacity for destruction. That night, witnessing Xiao Chen eliminate everyone in a single breath had made him acutely aware that he would be hard-pressed to withstand even 2 punches from him, if not just 1. Naturally, his reverence for Xiao Chen grew even more profound. As he escorted the 2 ladies into Jinyutang, both Xie Yusin and Chu Yan gazed in astonishment at the establishment before them. They had never anticipated that Xiao Chen would possess such wealth. Of course, his luxurious vehicle had already hinted at his affluence. Back already? Upon seeing Xiao Chen's return, Songya greeted him with a gentle smile, rising to embrace his arm. Her eyes sparkling as they turned to Xie Yusin and Chu Yan. Observing Songya's actions, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. She was feeling possessive, particularly since he had returned from the provincial city with 2 girls. Xie Yusin is the sister of my good brother, who has passed away, so she shall be considered my sister from now on, Xiao Chen explained, gesturing towards Xie Yusin. Chu Yan is Yusin's sister. Henceforth, they will both work alongside you. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's clarification, Songya's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, she sighed in relief. She had genuinely feared that Xiao Chen would return with several women. After all, she herself was uncertain about her relationship with him. Undoubtedly, Xiao Chen was her first man, and during his absence, her thoughts had been consumed by him. Thus, she was in a state of anxiety and vulnerability. Yusin, Chu Yan, you shall follow me from now on. Songya quickly urged the 2 ladies to sit down. And after a brief conversation, she had gathered a general understanding of their circumstances. She also realized that there was nothing between Xiao Chen and these 2 girls. However, the name Chu Qingwei caused her to frown slightly. After arranging accommodations for the 2 ladies with Old Wolf, she finally settled into Xiao Chen's embrace. Who is Chu Qingwei? Songya inquired curiously, gazing at Xiao Chen. Didn't you meet her before? She was the one who took me away from the police station, Xiao Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Songya nodded slightly and remarked, did you offend the Gu family during your trip to the provincial city? Indeed, Xiao Chen affirmed with a nonchalant tone. He was genuinely unperturbed. After all, he could always eliminate them if push came to shove. This complicates matters. I believe the Gu family has already learned of our relationship, Songya said softly, nestled against Xiao Chen. The Gu family is not as simple as you think. They are the true power in the province, with a deeply entrenched background. Rest assured, I am not afraid of the Gu family, Xiao Chen declared, his gaze icy. If they dare to come, I will not hesitate to strike them down. When Songya heard this, she turned to look at Xiao Chen, then softly replied, I understand. As she leaned against him, a smile graced her lips. I have witnessed your capabilities. Just as they were conversing, a server ascended the stairs and softly announced, Madam, a woman named Chu Qingwei is waiting outside to see you. Songya was momentarily taken aback and then turned to Xiao Chen, asking, she has tracked us down here? She must have something to ask of me. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, this woman has an intricate background. Let her in. He understood that Chu Qingwei's arrival signified her urgency, aware of her uncle's situation and that she had no choice but to seek his assistance. Moments later, Chu Qingwei arrived upstairs, her expression shifting slightly upon seeing Xiao Chen and Songya in his embrace. You must be Miss Chu, Songya said, rising to greet her. What brings you to seek our Xiao Chen? Taking a deep breath, Chu Qingwei handed her identification to Xiao Chen and declared, I do not accept your withdrawal. You are still a member of our special operations group. I know you are angry, but rest assured, I promise to provide you with a satisfactory resolution to this matter. Chu Qingwei said earnestly, looking intently at Xiao Chen. I have already dispatched our Chu family members to ensure that the Gu family will face dire consequences. Gazing at Chu Qingwei, Xiao Chen shook his head lightly, saying, Miss Chu, there is no longer any need for us to continue this discussion. He gestured towards the door. Chu Qingwei gritted her teeth and replied, Xiao Chen, I know you are upset, but sometimes, matters are not as straightforward as you perceive. The Gu family's influence in the provincial city is vast, and even though I hail from Shengjing, I cannot simply target them directly. With a hint of resignation, Chu Qingwei continued, after all, to these people, those in the Special Operations Group are merely seen as gilded figures. They harbor no fear of us. Yet they also do not dare to confront us. Rest assured, I have already sent our Chu family members. Regardless of their background, I will deal with Gu Yuding. Chu Qingwei assured Xiao Chen. And what of the Gu family? Xiao Chen inquired. The Gu family's background is profound. Should they fall, the resulting chaos would be immense. At least for the time being, we cannot target them. Chu Qingwei explained, her expression troubled. But rest assured, from this moment forward, we will definitely take action against the Gu family. She nervously regarded Xiao Chen, pointing at the identification card before him. Xiao Chen, please return your identification. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen glanced at the identification card and, considering Chu Qingyue's anxious demeanor, pondered for a moment before saying, promise me a few things. Name them. Chu Qingwei responded hastily. You are aware of Sonya's background, correct? Xiao Chen asked, looking at Chu Qingwei with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingwei immediately understood Xiao Chen's intent. Rest assured, from today onward, the Gu family will not target Sonya. She was confident in her assurance, trusting in Xiao Chen's capabilities. Agreed, Xiao Chen nodded. Then retrieved a vial of medicinal potion from his pocket and handed it to Chu Qingwei, stating, I definitely will not treat him. You understand, it would deplete me immensely, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Chu Qingyue's expression turned tense as she gazed at Xiao Chen, having implored him for so long precisely for the sake of her uncle. This is a family heirloom. I have only this one vial. Please let your uncle take it. Xiao Chen pointed to the potion before him and remarked, this should be able to heal. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingwei immediately displayed a look of resignation, and then gazed at Xiao Chen, asking, really? You should take it back and give it a try. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly work, but I only have this one vial. If you decide to use it for something else, I can no longer be responsible. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. He was aware that if Chu Qingwei took this vial back, she would likely conduct further research on it. Therefore, he preemptively issued a warning. Should Chu Qingwei indeed attempt to study the substance, he could not be held accountable. After all, it was just one vial, and Chu Qingwei would have no recourse. However, truth be told, Xiao Chen was also curious to see if anything could be discovered from it. Chu Qingwei clenched her teeth. Although it diverged from her fundamental objective, it nonetheless yielded a result. I will take this vial back immediately. She said to Xiao Chen, you needn't worry, the Gu family would never dare to target Sonya. Having said this, Chu Qingwei hurriedly departed. Once she left, Xiao Chen turned to find Sonya looking at him. What did you give her? Sonya asked softly as she leaped into Xiao Chen's embrace. She understood that whatever Chu Qingwei was so anxious about must be of great significance, perhaps even a life-saving remedy. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before responding. As long as one is not dead, there is always a chance to bring them back. At this, Sonya widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, you gave away something so precious? In that moment, a hint of tenderness glimmered in her eyes as she leaned against Xiao Chen, saying, honestly, I am not afraid of the Gu family. You need not go to such lengths for me. Xiao Chen shook his head in response. I intended to give it to her regardless. He knew well that if he wished to navigate the domestic landscape, he needed to align himself with a few influential entities, even if only in a collaborative manner. The Chu family, without question, was the most suitable choice. However, he could not allow them to perceive him as dependent on them. Thus, he must assert his own stance. This way, the talents of the Chu family would recognize his significance. Ultimately, as long as he could maintain his leverage over the Chu family, they would not view him as reliant on their support. Furthermore, if he demonstrated his own worth, any potential adversaries would find the Chu family standing firmly by his side. I will come to find you tonight, Sonya declared as she pulled Xiao Chen close and planted a fervent kiss on his lips, smiling as she spoke. Xiao Chen nodded and then stood up, saying, I will be heading back now. After uttering these words, he prepared to return the keys to Sonya before taking his leave. The car is yours. I can always buy another. Do you really intend to keep driving around in that old clunker of yours? Sonya insisted, thrusting the keys back into Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Chen merely smiled at her. Back then, he had been financially strained, and that Wuling vehicle had been purchased with great reluctance. Undeniably, luxury cars are in a league of their own, incomparable to his dilapidated ride. After accepting the keys, Xiao Chen swiftly departed, confident that Sonya would take good care of Xie Yusen and Chu Yan. Upon returning home, Xiao Chen contacted Feng Hao, who quickly sent over a purchasing agreement. As he perused the list of seasonings on the agreement, Xiao Chen was taken aback. What do you need so many seasonings for? He inquired. Who knows what these characters in the game are thinking? The task I accepted is to cook, and it has to be delicious. Feng Hao replied. My culinary skills are decent, but I can't guarantee that it will taste exceptionally good. I can only rely on a bit of technology. He added hastily, Bro, get me some pre-made dishes and more seasonings. All right. Xiao Chen nodded, though he was unsure what task Feng Hao had taken on. However, it seemed remarkably simple. He drove to a supermarket, purchased a plethora of pre-made dishes and seasonings, and then opted to teleport them to Feng Hao. Upon seeing the items Xiao Chen brought, Feng Hao was immediately ecstatic, shoving a collection of potions into Xiao Chen's arms. According to the system, these potions are hard currency here. He pointed to the various bottles and jars in front of him and handed Xiao Chen several talisman-like objects, saying, These are the cursed spirits. Just inscribe the recipient's name, and they will work. Chapter 47. Your son is in my hands. After returning to the real world with these items, Xiao Chen examined the cursed spirits in his hands. At the very least, he now possessed them, and he could certainly experiment with them later. After all, according to Chu Qingyue, she would take action against the Gu family. So if any members of the Gu family dared to act, he would utilize these cursed spirits to eliminate them. Once he stored the items securely, Xiao Chen awaited developments at home. However, the next moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Mr. Xiao, hurry to Jinyutang. The Gu family has sent people and is wreaking havoc in our establishment. It was the voice of Old Wolf on the other end. Xiao Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly hung up and headed straight for Jinyutang. Along the way, he called Chu Qingyue. Chu Qingyue, you promised that the Gu family would not cause me any trouble. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Chen spoke coldly. Gu Changming has come to Yunqing and is attacking Jinyutang. On the other end, Chu Qingyue's demeanor changed instantly. She had just assured Xiao Chen and rushed to Xingjing after acquiring the potion. Now, having just emerged from the airport, she received Xiao Chen's call. In that moment, her face turned grave. She had not anticipated the Gu family's swift action, nor their direct targeting of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, listen to me. I had no knowledge of this matter. Chu Qingyue hurriedly exclaimed, I will contact the Gu family right away. Xiao Chen, uninterested in her reassurances, swiftly hung up and continued on his way to Jinyutang. At this moment, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Regardless of who it was, anyone who targeted Songya at this juncture would face dire consequences. At Jinyutang, Songya observed Gu Changming as he vandalized her storefront and frowned slightly. Speaking in a calm tone, Gu Changming, what are you doing? Sister-in-law, it has been a long time. Gu Changming smiled as he looked at Songya. We haven't seen each other since you arrived in Yunqing. Songya lifted her gaze to meet his and asked, So what? Is this how you choose to greet me? Hey, my father wants to see you. Gu Changming replied coldly. He knows about your relationship with Xiao Chen. He looked at Songya with a frosty demeanor and questioned, Do you remember that you are the daughter-in-law of the Gu family? At this, Songya raised her head to glance at Gu Changming, retorting, Your brother has been dead for many years. Is it not normal for me to seek another man? Moreover, when did you ever regard me as a daughter-in-law of the Gu family? She fixed her gaze on him, demanding an answer. She had never wished to marry in the first place, yet the Gu family had disregarded her feelings and exerted control over her life. Subsequently, she found herself pressed into marriage with the Gu family, and ultimately, the Song family dared not offend the Gu family, leading to their expulsion. Had it not been for her fortuitous circumstances in establishing the Jinyutang here, Songya would be at a loss regarding her current situation. Over the years, Songya felt that her life had been fraught with misfortune. It was only with the arrival of Xiao Chen that she began to experience the warmth of having a man by her side, only for this group to come and disrupt it. She lifted her head and coldly addressed Gu Changming, saying, Gu Changming, I care not for your intentions. My ties with the Gu family have long been severed. Please leave. With an icy demeanor, she regarded Gu Changming as she spoke. However, upon hearing her words, Gu Changming merely scoffed. Do you truly believe your words carry weight? Now that I am here, you must accompany me. As for that Xiao Chen, he will be taken as well. I shall make sure to end his life before your very eyes. He continued with a mocking sneer. Since you are already under Xiao Chen's influence, you might as well follow me. As he reached out to embrace her, the moment his hand extended, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. In agony, he glanced at his hand, only to find that a firm grip had ensnared his wrist. Turning to see Xiao Chen, Gu Changming's expression immediately darkened. I had not sought you out, yet you have delivered yourself to me. Dispose of him, he commanded in a low growl. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Xiao Chen seized Gu Changming's hand with sudden ferocity, twisting it brutally. In an instant, a piercing scream escaped Gu Changming's lips as his hand contorted grotesquely. The horror of witnessing it crushed by Xiao Chen rendered his face pale. He glared at Xiao Chen, rage boiling within him. I will ensure your demise. He spat vehemently. Xiao Chen merely chuckled, and with a swift kick, sent Gu Changming hurtling backward. Turning his attention to the bodyguards behind Gu Changming, he surged forward, delivering crushing blows that left them severely injured, collapsing to the ground in a cacophony of blood and pain. Finally, he He stood before Gu Changming once more. You think you can bring about my end? Xiao Chen inquired. His gaze fixed on Gu Changming, who lay on the ground, bloodied and trembling with fear, with a cadre of subordinates rendered useless. Gu Changming was left aghast at the sight of the so-called underground boxing champion, now gasping for life. Do you realize this is illegal? Gu Changming exclaimed in terror. What do you intend to do? Xiao Chen, unfazed, coldly instructed, call your father. Quaking, Gu Changming fumbled for his phone with his one usable hand and dialed. Just as the call connected, Xiao Chen snatched the phone from him. Is this Gu Chuanzhong? Your son is in my custody. Who are you? What has happened to my son? Gu Chuanzhong's voice trembled with urgency. He is not dead yet, Xiao Chen replied with a smirk. However, your son owes me for the damages he caused to my establishment. To compensate for the fear he instilled in my people, I propose a modest sum of 500 million. Once the funds are transferred, I will release him. If not, he will meet his end. As he uttered these words, Xiao Chen placed his foot on Gu Changming's shattered arm, eliciting a piercing scream from him. Fine. Give me your account details. I will transfer the money. Gu Chuanzhong shouted desperately from the other end. Chapter 48. I will not let you off for what you have done to my son. Gu Chuanzhong was indeed frantic. Having lost his eldest son, he could not afford to lose this one as well. Hearing Gu Changming's pained cries sent him into a frenzy. I warn you. If you harm my son, I will end you. Gu Chuanzhong bellowed, his voice tinged with a madness that belied his status as a provincial tycoon. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen merely laughed, unperturbed by Gu Chuanzhong's threats. Hurry and transfer the funds. He retorted. Without the money, your son will never walk free. I will ensure the money is sent, but you must guarantee my son's safety. Gu Chuanzhong shouted back. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen paid him no heed, declaring, the funds should be deposited into Song Ye's account. Moreover, Song Ye is under my protection. If your useless son seeks her out, he will be courting trouble with me. With a final mocking chuckle, he hung up the phone. Now, he turned his attention back to Gu Changming, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Will this course of action invite trouble? Song Ye inquired anxiously, leaning against Xiao Chen, her brow furrowed with concern. After all, the Gu family is the wealthiest in the province, backed by considerable power, and it is rumored they have connections with certain families in Shengjing. Xiao Chen nodded, genuinely unafraid. At worst, he could eliminate Gu Chuanzhong. A dead tycoon would hold no value, and those who knew of it would dare not confront him. Observing Xiao Chen's unwavering confidence, Song Ye gazed at him with admiration, realizing his capabilities were no trifling matter. With a smile, she replied, very well, I will trust your judgment. Acknowledging that her current reliance lay with Xiao Chen, she felt an undeniable sense of security in his presence. Thus far, regardless of the troubles she faced, Xiao Chen had always been there to resolve them, which was more than enough for her. Xiao Chen regarded Song Ye with a soft smile before casting his gaze at the fallen Gu Changming and his incapacitated bodyguards. They won't be dead, will they? Song Ye asked, a touch of concern lacing her voice. Although they had vandalized her establishment, should they die now, trouble would inevitably follow. Do not worry, they will live. But they will certainly be crippled, Xiao Chen assured her. He then glanced at Gu Changming, certain that his hand would not be spared. While conversing with Song Ye, Gu Changming's phone rang once more. Xiao Chen picked it up, recognizing it as Gu Chuanzhong's call. The money has been transferred. Release my son immediately. Gu Chuanzhong's voice crackled with anger and urgency. Turning to Song Ye, he saw her nodding in agreement. Understood, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Rest assured, your son will not perish, at least for now. He was acutely aware that, on this planet, rules must be observed. At the very least, one cannot overtly take a life. As for what happens in the shadows, that is of no concern to me. First, let the person go, and in a few days, we can deal with the matter. Kid, you had better not have harmed my son. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. The voice of Gu Chuanzhong resonated from the other end of the line, heavy with menace, to which Xiao Chen responded with a cold chuckle. Then you may certainly give it a try. After uttering these words, he abruptly hung up the phone. At that moment, he cast a glance at the individual sprawled on the ground before dialing Chu Qingwei. I have already sent someone to find you. Do not worry. The remaining matters will be handled by them. Chu Qingwei spoke quickly over the phone. I have just returned home. I will have my second uncle take that vial of medicine immediately. First, tell me, how potent is that medicine? I have no idea. Why not give it a try? Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. In any case, it won't have any side effects. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingwei let out a sigh of relief. Understood. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Just as she did, several individuals rushed in hurriedly. The leader, a man sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a receding hairline, glanced at Xiao Chen and then at the twisted hand of Gu Changming, furrowing his brow slightly. You broke this kid's hand? Seeing Gu Changming's hand in such a grotesque state, the man sighed. All right, I will take care of these troubles. And you are? Xiao Chen inquired. observing the man before him. "I am here to assist you with your troubles. That is all you need to remember," the man replied with a smile, gesturing to those behind him. Soon, a throng of individuals entered. Upon witnessing this group, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Each person in sight was unmistakably a soldier. "Enough. You need not concern yourself with the remaining matters." With that, the man turned and departed. Xiao Chen then looked towards the individuals he brought with him, who promptly took Gu Changming away. He felt no inclination to interfere with them. After all, it had already reached this point, and he was indifferent to anything else. Contemplating for a moment, Xiao Chen turned to Songya, saying, "Let us close the shop. With it in such disarray, we can only shut it down for now." Songya, with a resigned tone, responded. Meanwhile, at the Chu family estate, Chu Xiong wore a grave expression as he regarded the vial of red liquid brought by Chu Qinghua. "Qinghua, do you truly place such faith in this individual?" "Father, regardless of the circumstances, my second uncle is in this condition. How can we know without trying?" Chu Qinghua quickly retorted. "You mentioned that he could heal a dying person. You should have brought him along instead of merely a vial of medicine." Chu Xiong chided, looking at Chu Qinghua, who appeared utterly helpless as she recounted all the events that had transpired. Hearing her words, Chu Xiong's countenance darkened considerably. "The actions of the Gu family over the years have indeed been excessive. Have your cousin investigate thoroughly." He turned to Chu Qinghua and added, "As for that Xiao Chen, since he possesses such abilities, you should bring him back to our Chu family." "Father, do not provoke him. He has no interest in the Chu family. And even if he does possess such abilities, so what? He is not afraid of us." Chu Qinghua interjected at this moment. "His strength is formidable, at the very least. I am no match for him." "How could that be?" Chu Xiong was taken aback. He was well aware of Chu Qinghua's extraordinary talent. She had already subtly approached the threshold of the acquired realm. It is known that even among the domestic elites, those who have reached the acquired level are exceedingly rare, let alone those of the innate level. If he could overpower Chu Qinghua, it would suggest that he is indeed a master of the acquired realm. Chapter 49. Is he innate? Even an acquired master could not possibly disregard everything, could they? A few individuals standing behind Chu Xiong spoke up. "I do not know what reliance he has, but I can sense that he truly is unafraid. Moreover, his strength is advancing at an alarming rate," Chu Qinghua remarked. Her brow furrowed. "If we truly consider it, I believe that even my second uncle at his peak would not necessarily be his opponent." Upon hearing this, the members of the Chu family froze in disbelief. They were acutely aware that the second elder of the Chu family had nearly reached the threshold of the innate realm in his youth. However, he returned gravely injured. Had it not been for that, the Chu family today would indeed be considered a top-tier family in Xinjiang. As they listened to Chu Qingyua's assertion, they found it difficult to accept. "Girl, do you know how many innate masters there are in the country?" Chu Xiong pondered for a moment before stating. "No more than a handful. And how old is that kid?" "Forget about that for now. Let your second uncle try the medicine," Chu Xiong said resignedly, understanding that his brother was pivotal at this moment. "It is best that the medicine works. If it does not, then you must invite that young man over." Chu Xiong remained silent for a moment before he spoke again. "Tell him that as long as he can assist in treating your second uncle, our Chu family will owe him a tremendous favor." "Understood." Upon hearing this, Chu Qinghua hurriedly took the vial of medicine to her second uncle's room. Upon entering, she was greeted by a pungent medicinal aroma. Several doctors were already present, closely monitoring the instruments. "Mr. Chu, it appears that the second elder's condition cannot hold much longer." The elderly man with white hair, renowned as the saint of national medicine, Zhao Tianfang, spoke with a troubled expression upon seeing Chu Xiong and Chu Qinghua enter. Despite being the most esteemed physician in the country, he found himself at a loss. The second elder of the Chu family was nearing death. "I will give it a try," Chu Qinghua declared as she swiftly approached her second uncle, holding the vial of medicine. Her faith in Xiao Chen was unwavering. Having witnessed Xie Yusin's miraculous revival, she understood the extent of his abilities. As Chu Qinghua directly administered the vial of medicine to her second uncle, Zhao Tianfang suddenly grew anxious. "Qinghua, what have you given your second uncle?" "You foolish girl, if he consumes anything improper in his current state, he could die," Zhao Tianfang exclaimed urgently, reaching to snatch the vial from her grasp. However, upon smelling it, he frowned slightly. There was nothing overtly amiss with it. The only sensation he perceived was a refreshing aroma that seemed to invigorate the senses. Just then, the instruments began to emit a series of alarming beeps, causing Chu Xiong to panic and demand, "What is happening?" His expression was grave as he turned to Chu Qinghua. "Qinghua, if anything happens to your second uncle, I will certainly hold that young man accountable." Chu Qinghua also grew anxious. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianfang was focused on checking her second uncle's pulse, his face a mask of astonishment. "Zhao, what is the situation?" Chu Xiong asked, his urgency palpable. "How is this possible? Girl, what have you given your second uncle?" At this moment, Zhao Tianfang fixed his gaze intently on Chu Qingyue, his voice tinged with disbelief as he uttered, "Do you realize that your second uncle's meridians are recovering?" Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, the potion proved effective. As for Chu Xiong, he too felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His younger brother was not destined for death, and that was sufficient. Suddenly, Zhao Tianfang gasped in surprise and turned his attention to Chu Laonyo, exclaiming, "The effects of the medicine have worn off." "Zhao, how is he faring?" Chu Xiong asked anxiously. "Your second brother's life has been saved," Zhao Tianfang replied with a wry smile. "However, it is merely a matter of preserving his life. His current physical condition is akin to when he was first brought back." At these words, Chu Qingyue and Chu Xiong were momentarily stunned. This meant he would not die, yet he also would not awaken. Zhao Tianfang's gaze bore into Chu Qingyue as he said, "Child, if there exists another such potion, perhaps." His eyes remained locked on her, for this medicine was nothing short of miraculous. As a healer, his greatest desire was to discern its origin. "Quickly, seek out that Xiao Chen," Chu Xiong urged with urgency. "Tell him that as long as he can save your second uncle, the Chu family is willing to pay any price." His eyes were ablaze with determination. After all these years, this was their sole hope, and he was acutely aware of it. At this juncture, anyone who dared obstruct his quest to save his brother would face his wrath. But Xiao Chen only possesses a single bottle of the medicine. Chu Qingyue lamented, "Are you foolish? That lad can save lives on his own. Isn't he preoccupied with dealing with the Gu family? We should assist him in that endeavor." Chu Xiong retorted fiercely, "Tell him that if he can come to rescue your second uncle, I will help him eliminate the entire Gu family." "Mr. Chu, are you suggesting that this Xiao Chen possesses the ability to save lives?" Zhao Tianfang inquired, his gaze fervently fixed on Chu Xiong. He then turned to Chu Qingyue, asking, "Qingyue, enlighten me about this young man. What is his true caliber?" His curiosity about Xiao Chen was palpable. Reluctantly, Chu Qingyue recounted how Xiao Chen had rescued Xie Yusen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang's jaw dropped in astonishment. "How could this be possible? Child, do you realize that if what you say is true, then he possesses abilities only attainable by those of innate talent?" His expression was rife with incredulity. "What?" Chu Xiong and Chu Qingyue were taken aback. "Xiao Chen is innate." Chu Qingyue quickly processed this revelation. Indeed, if Xiao Chen were not of innate caliber, he would not be so indifferent towards the Gu family and herself. Only someone with innate potential would possess such audacity. Moreover, it was clear that he was not merely a novice in the realm of innate power. He had likely mastered it for quite some time. Zhao Tianfang was filled with awe. "My curiosity about that young man continues to grow," he stated, looking at Chu Qingyue. "Child, will you take me to find him? Rest assured, your second uncle's condition is stable now. My presence here serves little purpose. We must hasten to locate that young man, for perhaps he can restore your uncle to health," he declared, taking Chu Qingyue by the hand and preparing to depart. Chapter 50. Can innate beings awaken extraordinary abilities? After these events, Sonia was preoccupied with her own matters and did not come to Xiao Chen's side. As for Xiao Chen, upon returning home, he indulged in a restful sleep, only to awaken the next morning to peruse the texts provided by Xiao. He even attempted to learn from several of the books, only to discover that he was utterly incapable of grasping them. Aside from the techniques, he found himself devoid of any inner strength whatsoever. He decided to reach out to Xiao. "Brother, perhaps what you have there is simply unsuitable for me." Xiao responded, "At the very least, not everyone here possesses the aptitude for martial arts. It requires talent. For instance, my own talent is modest. Even now, I have only attained the postnatal realm." Xiao Chen nodded in understanding. "All right, I comprehend." He surveyed the scattered texts and shook his head, realizing that he might only be able to learn the techniques. However, he did make a noteworthy discovery. Some techniques, particularly those pertaining to external training, he could easily master. After all, such techniques required a robust physical form, and his physical prowess was unparalleled. "Please procure more texts on external training for me." After conveying this request to Xiao, he abruptly severed the connection. He then prepared to tidy up the materials, but unexpectedly, just as he contemplated gathering everything, the supermarket door was forcefully flung open. Xiao Chen turned to see Chu Qingyue standing at his doorstep alongside an elderly man. "Xiao Chen, my second uncle's condition has improved significantly since taking the medicine, yet he remains unconscious," Chu Qingyue exclaimed. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the scattered texts, and even Zhao Tianfang, who had accompanied her, shared her astonishment. He picked up one of the texts and, upon glancing at its contents, an expression of surprise washed over Zhao Tianfang. "Young brother, are these all yours?" His eyes burned with intensity as he regarded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and casually placed the texts into a box. Observing Xiao Chen's actions, Zhao Tianfang inhaled deeply and urgently inquired, Young brother, are these your family heirlooms? His eyes gleamed with fervor, tinged with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had casually flipped through one of the books and recognized it as a martial arts manual of an exceedingly high caliber, far surpassing anything he had practiced. Chu Qingwei regarded Xiao Chen with a complex expression. She understood his prowess, but had not anticipated that he possessed such a vast collection of family texts. It dawned on her why Xiao Chen had already reached the innate realm. Xiao Chen, are you truly innate? Chu Qingwei asked, her voice betraying her astonishment. Innate? What does that mean? Xiao Chen responded, momentarily taken aback. He genuinely did not comprehend the significance of such terms, especially since the system Xiao had described might differ from that of Earth. Innate martial artists are akin to nuclear weapons. Chu Qingwei paused for a moment before explaining. They are virtually impervious to blades and bullets. Some innate martial artists even develop extraordinary abilities. She cast a glance at Xiao Chen, adding, these abilities are akin to the legendary extraordinary powers. At her words, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. If that were the case, he contemplated briefly before activating his ability of instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the courtyard. Chu Qingwei felt as though the person before her had vanished, and when she turned to see Xiao Chen standing in the yard, her mouth fell agape. You. Chu Qingwei gazed at Xiao Chen in terror, her face a mask of fear. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianfeng nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, this is an ability exclusive to innate martial artists. Young brother, this must be classified as instantaneous movement, correct? That would be accurate, Xiao Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded thoughtfully. He had always concealed his abilities well, yet he never anticipated that supernatural powers also existed within the country. His exposure was inevitable, for he understood that to survive domestically, one must wield sufficient influence. Otherwise, the myriad of troubles stemming from his actions would be insurmountable. The sudden emergence of a vast quantity of gold and precious gems would soon attract attention. However, as an innate martial artist, the situation differed considerably. Few would trouble him over trivial matters, especially one who possessed the ability of teleportation. It was no wonder he could eliminate so many without a trace. At that moment, Chu Qingwei exhaled deeply and said, Xiao Chen, may I request your assistance? She gazed earnestly at him and implored, please save my uncle. If you can rescue him, I assure you that our Chu family will owe you a significant favor. Whatever you desire, we shall comply. Chu Qingwei spoke with urgency. Standing nearby, Zhao Tianfeng nodded in agreement. In his view, the Chu family's proposal was advantageous for them. After all, innate martial artists were exceedingly rare. Establishing a connection with one would undoubtedly benefit the Chu family. Has the Gu family's issue been resolved? Xiao Chen inquired, looking at Chu Qingwei. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingwei quickly replied, it has been dealt with. Gu Yuding has been sentenced to a minimum of 20 years. Moreover, Gu Chuanzhong has been warned, rest assured. That old man will not dare to trouble you again. She looked at Xiao Chen, her expression filled with urgency. Had it not been for her and Zhao Tianfeng's intervention the previous night, directly warning the Gu family and even employing a portion of military force, the Gu family would not have remained so quiet until now. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. All right. In that case, he pondered briefly before stating, wait here. He dashed into another room, and when he re-emerged, he held 2 vials of healing elixirs. Seeing the healing elixirs in Xiao Chen's hands, Chu Qingyue's face lit up with excitement, but someone was swifter than her. Zhao Tianfeng practically lunged towards Xiao Chen, his face brimming with enthusiasm as he asked, where did you acquire these? At that moment, Zhao Tianfeng's gaze was fervent as he looked at Xiao Chen. He was all too aware of the value of these items. They were akin to miraculous potions. Observing Xiao Chen's silence, Zhao Tianfeng instantly grasped that such divine medicine would certainly not be revealed to him. Young brother, I am Zhao Tianfeng. He introduced himself, the renowned physician, Zhao Tianfeng. Young brother, I understand that what you possess is undoubtedly valuable, but could you possibly sell me a vial? His gaze was intense as he implored, name your price. Chapter 51. The possibility of leveling up at Zhao Tianfeng's level. Money was merely a numerical representation. Yet, the miraculous nature of this elixir was astonishing. Patients deemed beyond recovery found their conditions stabilizing after consuming it, and remarkably, within a very short span. This realization affirmed to Zhao Tianfeng that the item in Xiao Chen's possession was indeed extraordinary. Zhao, you also referred to it as a divine medicine. Do I truly possess that many? Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. He had come to comprehend the utility of these vials and knew he could not simply part with them. After all, he could garner wealth through Gu Ming and Xiao, while the resources from Feng Hao were truly substantial. In fact, Xiao Chen contemplated accompanying Feng Hao to see if he could level up. It mirrored a leveling mode within a game. If he could continually battle and gain experience there, his strength would only escalate. The sole difficulty lay in the fact that his character class in the game was a priest. Zhao Tianfang's expression turned sour. He could hardly believe that Xiao Chen possessed only these 2 vials. After all, if that were the case, Xiao Chen would not be so willing to part with them. However, he also understood the high value of such items, suggesting that Xiao Chen likely possessed few. This implied that he must offer something of interest to Xiao Chen. But what could he possibly offer that would pique Xiao Chen's interest? After much contemplation, Zhao Tianfang found himself at a loss. Young brother, I have a granddaughter. He lowered his voice as he looked at Xiao Chen, suggesting, I believe you two would make a fine match. What do you think, Zhao, your esteemed self? Chu Qinghue, standing behind Xiao Chen, interjected coolly. Xiao Chen already has someone by his side. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang was taken aback, then awkwardly responded. Young brother is an innate powerhouse. Having more women is hardly an issue. He gazed at Xiao Chen, hopeful. Xiao Chen shook his head. His secrets were too significant to be constantly scrutinized. Even if Zhao Tianfang's granddaughter were exceptionally beautiful, she could not accompany him. Unless he was certain that no one on Earth posed a threat to him, he could not afford to expose any secrets. In the short term, that was simply unfeasible. Thus, he outright rejected Zhao Tianfang's proposal. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's refusal, Chu Qinghue inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Zhao, do you genuinely wish for one? Xiao Chen asked, looking at Zhao Tianfang. Indeed, Zhao Tianfang's eyes shone with eagerness. If I can take this vial back, I must study it thoroughly. Then, could you do me a favor in return? Xiao Chen inquired with a smile. Handle the Wang family in this city for me. Once you've dealt with them, you may come to collect your medicine. Xiao Chen stated calmly. He found Wang Hujie utterly repugnant. Eliminating him seemed the most straightforward solution. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang immediately nodded. Very well. The Wang family in Yun City is merely a small clan. I can handle it with a word. He exclaimed excitedly. Rest assured. Young brother, within 3 days, I will ensure the Wang family is expelled from Yun City, and they shall never rise again. All right, I trust you, Xiao Chen affirmed, handing over a vial of the healing elixir to him. His intention in giving it to Zhao Tianfang was to see if the physician could uncover anything further from it. After all, if such a renowned physician could truly develop a remedy, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the nation. Thank you, young brother. You can count on me. I will fulfill your request within 3 days. Zhao Tianfang exclaimed joyfully, clutching the elixir as he hurried away. His eagerness to return and analyze the potion was palpable. Xiao Chen, I must return to Shengjing. Await my news, Chu Qinghue said, casting a glance at Xiao Chen before hastily departing. After Chu Qinghue left, Xiao Chen contacted Feng Hao. He had inquired with the system and learned that he could remain in any world for a week. He planned to visit Feng Hao to ensure he could properly guide him in leveling up, if possible. He was also curious to see how much he could enhance his strength within that week. Brother, bring back plenty of food when you come. Feng Hao readily agreed and immediately spoke to Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly cleared the snacks and instant noodles from the shelf. In the next moment, he found himself by Feng Hao's side. Let's go, Feng Hao said cheerfully as he looked at Xiao Chen. I'll take you to level up. With that, he sent Xiao Chen a party invitation. At that moment, a new interface appeared before Xiao Chen, and he promptly clicked confirm. Subsequently, he followed Feng Hao into a cavern. Brother, what we're exploring this time is a dungeon. Rest assured, it's quite safe. I can handle it. Just follow my lead. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Chen and added, your level is still too low. Hearing this, Xiao Chen opened his attribute panel. Indeed, upon entering the game world, he had acquired an attribute panel. Level 13. That was his current standing. As for the equipment section, it was entirely empty. Player, Xiao Chen level, 13 strength, 25 constitution, 35 magic, 16 spirit, 20 as he observed his attributes. Xiao Chen began to inquire of Feng Hao. This is quite astonishing. Feng Hao's expression turned peculiar as he responded. Logically, as a priest, your strength should only be in single digits, and your constitution should barely reach 10. But you exceed those expectations significantly, while your magic and spirit are more akin to what a level 10 player would possess. Xiao Chen paused momentarily, but considered it a positive development. He understood that this was undoubtedly due to the effects of the evolution potions he had consumed. Next, Feng Hao led Xiao Chen directly into the dungeon. When a monster charged at them, before Xiao Chen could make a move, he witnessed Feng Hao casually point. And in an instant, the creature was engulfed by lightning and subsequently exploded. System notification. Player Xiao Chen has gained 98 experience points. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, he could level up in the game world. With this realization, he decided that he would stick with Feng Hao for the week. After all, the more powerful he became, the more he felt a sense of insecurity. This was largely due to the excessive exposure he had experienced and the knowledge he had acquired, particularly regarding the existence of innate powerhouses. Chapter 52. the Wang family's downfall. Xiao Chen accompanied Feng Hao in the dungeon for a full week. Throughout this time, he progressed from being unable to defeat any monsters to now being able to engage some in combat and even defeat them. Consequently, his level steadily increased from 13 to 20, marking a significant qualitative leap. Xiao Chen also realized that each level he gained brought substantial benefits, as he could distinctly feel his improvement. He no longer needed to study obscure manuals. He simply had to elevate his level step by step. Brother, considering your current strength, you're at least more than twice as powerful as when you first entered, Feng Hao remarked while observing Xiao Chen. However, he felt a sense of helplessness as well. Each time Xiao Chen leveled up, he allocated all his attribute points to constitution and strength. Thus, while his level stood at 20, in terms of actual capability, he lagged considerably behind a typical level 20 priest. Nevertheless, he found no fault in this, given that Xiao Chen was not originally from this world. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen inquired of Feng Hao. Are you the only player in this game? This was the aspect he was most curious about. After all, both Gu Ming and Xiao traversed worlds that were indeed real. A tangible world naturally housed real people. However, it seemed that in Feng Hao's case, he was the sole individual. Indeed, Feng Hao nodded in response. Is that so surprising? However, this world still has NPCs who can be considered living beings as well. So you need not worry. There are indeed others. Feng Hao continued. Additionally, brother, keep these pieces of equipment. They will benefit you. With that, Feng Hao handed Xiao Chen several items, all accessories that would enhance his defense and provide him with additional attributes. Xiao Chen accepted them without hesitation and then bid farewell to Feng Hao. The past week had yielded tremendous gains for him. Not only had he accumulated various items and potions in his inventory, things that Feng Hao regarded as worthless but were treasures in Xiao Chen's eyes, but some of the items were truly extraordinary. For instance, a fire scroll that could instantly conjure a wall of flames, lasting for a full minute and impervious to extinguishment. Such items were akin to legendary artifacts. Upon exiting the game world, Xiao Chen found himself back in the supermarket and glanced at his phone. I spent a week in the game world, and only a day and a half has passed on Earth. The flow of time in the two worlds was indeed vastly different, and it appeared that time moved slowest in the Earth he inhabited. In comparison, the lesser planes where Xiao and Gu Ming resided would have seen Earth move forward by about 3 days during his week there, but in Feng Hao's realm, time passed even more slowly. He couldn't help but wonder what the world he would eventually create would be like. Nevertheless, even without other worlds, these three were ample for exploration. While Xiao Chen contemplated these thoughts, he suddenly received a phone call. It was from Sonya. Where have you been? I couldn't reach you, she asked, exasperated. I just stepped out for a bit. Is there something you need? Xiao Chen inquired. Yes, there is. The Wang family is currently kneeling at the entrance of the Jinyutang. Sonya replied, rubbing her temples. The Wang family has gone bankrupt. Ah, Xiao Chen nodded in understanding, fully aware of who was responsible. Indeed, Zhao Tianfang had delivered, utilizing his potion to get the job done expeditiously. He pondered how Zhao Tianfang's research on the potions was progressing. If possible, he would like to have a proper discussion with him and perhaps provide him with another potion. Right now, Wang Hujia is crippled, left at the entrance of Jinyutang, begging for my forgiveness. Sonya lamented. That old man from the Wang family is ruthless. Upon discovering that Wang Hujia suffered this fate due to your involvement, he directly incapacitated his son. Listening to Sonya, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and then spoke decisively. Inform them to leave Yun City on their own accord. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. Understood. Sonya had no objections. She was well aware of Wang Hujia's initial intentions, and now that he was reduced to a cripple, he was no longer worth her concern. Moreover, even if given the chance, would they dare to retaliate? At this moment, Sonya truly began to grasp the extent of Xiao Chen's formidable nature. The individuals he is acquainted with seem to be of an extraordinary caliber, far beyond the common realm. Even Gu Chuanzhong seemingly has ceased his activities of late. Thus, Sonya promptly concluded her call with Xiao Chen before stepping out of Jinyutang. My dear niece, I am aware that this unfilial son of mine has wronged you, and I have come to proffer my sincerest apologies. You are magnanimous. The elderly patriarch of the Wang family regarded Sonya with a smile that bespoke his obsequiousness. Heaven knows how he had endured the past day and a half. Suddenly, every venture of the Wang family encountered turmoil, leading to their bankruptcy overnight. The swiftness of this downfall left him utterly unprepared. After leveraging numerous connections, he discerned that it was his wayward son who had offended a significant figure, one who was intricately linked to Sonya. In that moment, he ruthlessly chastised his ungrateful offspring and dragged him to the entrance of Jinyutang, all in hopes that Sonya would grant the Wang family a chance at redemption. He understood all too well how terrifying a force could bring about the Wang family's ruin without a sound, a feat even the wealthiest family in the province. The Gu family, might struggle to accomplish. Hence, he was gripped by fear. Mr. Wang, take your son and depart from Yin City, Songya declared. The esteemed individual has stated that you must leave this city, and this matter ends here. Should you continue to entangle yourself, then? Understood. The head of the Wang family nodded vigorously, recognizing that he had no grounds to negotiate at this juncture. Indeed, he had no alternative but to acquiesce to whatever demands were made, for he had reached the end of his tether. As for their assets, he dared not even mention them now. Bankruptcy was bankruptcy, though fortunately, the Wang family still possessed some overseas holdings. Thus, the Wang clan departed as swiftly as they had arrived. The events at the entrance of Jinyutang had long since spread throughout Yin City. Now, who was unaware of the formidable power that stood behind Songya? Even the Wang family dared not provoke her. Chapter 53. We have long ceased to be connected. At that moment, Xiao Chen received a call from Chu Qingyue. Xiao Chen, where have you been? As soon as the call connected, Chu Qingyue's voice rang out. I've been searching for you everywhere. Is there something you need? Xiao Chen inquired. My second uncle has regained consciousness, but he remains quite weak, Chu Qingyue replied. Teacher Zhao has examined him and said he can only recuperate properly. Whether he can fully recover remains uncertain. If there were more of the serum, perhaps it could cure my uncle. As she spoke, Chu Qingyue felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hearing her tentative tone, Xiao Chen understood her sentiment. She recognized the serum's rarity and felt hesitant to request it. Yet, for the sake of her uncle, she felt compelled to do so. Little brother. Before Xiao Chen could respond, the call was seized again by Zhao Tianfang. Old Zhao, Xiao Chen greeted with a smile. You've done well with your tasks. But that is sufficient. I've ensured their expulsion from Yin City. All right, Brother Xiao, you have the final say? Zhao Tianfang replied with a grin. Brother Xiao, I meticulously analyzed the vial of serum you provided. Do you know? I diluted it tenfold. Yet, even in that state, it remains capable of suppressing certain ailments. In fact, even cancer has shown signs of improvement. Zhao Tianfang's excitement was palpable. Old Zhao, I need not elaborate on the preciousness of that serum. How much do you think I can afford to provide? Xiao Chen asked with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianfang's smile turned bittersweet. I understand. But I also know that you must have more in your possession. Additionally, you have the formula, right? What do you mean by that, old Zhao? Xiao Chen inquired with narrowed eyes. Please, don't misunderstand, Brother Xiao. I merely wish to collaborate with you. I intend to establish a pharmaceutical factory to produce various medications, with your serum being the key ingredient. If you can supply me with 10 vials each month, I assure you, you will hold the majority share. Zhao Tianfang exclaimed eagerly from the other end. That miraculous serum is astonishing. It can nearly cure 9 out of 10 ailments and injuries. At his words, Xiao Chen nodded in understanding. He was well aware of this. The healing serum essentially restores one's vitality. In data terms, anything threatening one's vitality can be healed. How does this proposal sit with you, Brother Xiao? Zhao Tianfang pressed, his urgency evident. If he could secure 10 vials monthly, he could expand his operations significantly. Old Zhao, I do possess the formula, but it is not so easily manufactured. Xiao Chen replied, feeling resigned. He was indeed inclined to collaborate with Zhao Tianfang. 10 vials of the healing serum was not excessive. However, he was reluctant to reveal too many secrets at this stage. If he distributed 10 vials, it would imply he had more in reserve, and soon, more individuals would seek him out. I understand, Zhao Tianfang insisted. At present, only I and the Chu family are aware of your healing serum. Rest assured, from this day forward, neither the Chu family nor I will disclose this information. Zhao Tianfang swiftly assured him. You needn't involve yourself. Once the funds are in place each month, I will directly transfer them to your account. Little brother, you comprehend that this serum cannot be produced on a large scale. Thus, it will serve as a strategic resource. At that point, we will determine the pricing. After considering Zhao Tianfang's words, Xiao Chen replied, that sounds acceptable. However, the raw materials are scarce. I cannot guarantee how much I can provide, and there may be interruptions. What raw materials do you require? Our Zhao family has its own channels, and may be able to assist. Zhao Tianfang responded immediately. Old Zhao, even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Xiao Chen replied. Some materials simply cannot be sourced at this time. Very well, Zhao Tianfang acknowledged, feeling somewhat defeated. Once the vial of serum was in his possession, he began his analysis but could hardly decipher the components within. His research indicated that it contained numerous elements he utterly failed to comprehend, which left him feeling helpless. I am on my way to find you, Zhao Tianfang declared with urgency. Having accepted Zhao Tianfang's proposal, Xiao Chen decided to stop concealing the truth and informed Chu Qingyue that he currently had only 12 vials of the serum, and he could offer 2 vials to the Chu family. Xiao Chen, thank you, Chu Qingyue exclaimed with delight upon hearing she could receive 2 vials of the serum. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the serum's value. The Chu family will certainly offer you a fair price. After this declaration, she promptly hung up the phone. Once Xiao Chen had completed these arrangements, he prepared to leave in search of Sanya. However, he did not expect that as soon as he opened the supermarket door, he would encounter Qin Ku. At that moment, upon seeing Xiao Chen, Qin Ku's eyes lit up as she hurried towards him. Xiao Chen, what a coincidence. I didn't realize you were here, she remarked, feigning a glance inside. What brings you to run a supermarket here? Xiao Chen coldly observed Qin Ku, who had been lingering at the supermarket entrance for quite some time, seemingly waiting for him to open the door. Yet now, she feigned indifference. What do you need to buy? Xiao Chen inquired, scrutinizing her. At his words, Qin Ku turned her head, initially planning to casually purchase a few items. However, upon seeing the nearly empty shelves, she was momentarily taken aback. Why is there no stock in this supermarket? She questioned, gazing at Xiao Chen. It's sold out. He replied tersely. His goods moved quickly, especially with Fong Hao and his two companions constantly requesting items. Coupled with his recent hectic schedule, he had completely forgotten to restock. Thus, the shelves lay bare. Feeling awkward, Qin Ku looked at Xiao Chen, realizing there was nothing to purchase from the empty shelves. Just get me a bottle of water, she said resignedly, glancing at the mineral water beside him. Nodding, Xiao Chen produced a bottle and handed it to her, stating, 2 yuan. He gestured towards the nearby QR code and added, once you've made your purchase, please leave promptly. I need to head out as well. Taken aback, Qin Ku turned to him, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. Xiao Chen, do you truly despise me this much? At this moment, Xiao Chen met her gaze and replied with a faint smile, Miss Qin, our relationship has long been severed. Chapter 54. You cannot escape my grasp. Xiao Chen was oblivious to Qin Ku's intentions for seeking him out, but he had no desire to engage with her at that moment. Years ago, when he loved her deeply, she had left without a word. And what followed? She had swiftly moved on to someone else. Now, she stood before him. Perhaps only because she had witnessed his newfound success and sought to rekindle their past. However, Xiao Chen harbored no feelings for Qin Ku any longer. Qin Ku parted her lips, gazing at Xiao Chen, who now felt remarkably foreign to her. She recalled how well he had treated her during their time together and had once believed that if they were to reunite, she could easily manipulate him. Yet now, he seemed entirely transformed from the man she once knew. Well, I must take my leave, Xiao Chen announced, turning on his heel and exiting the supermarket. Left with no choice, Qin Ku followed him outside, her face a canvas of grievances. Yet, she noticed Xiao Chen did not spare her a glance. He swiftly entered his car, departing with haste. Watching his vehicle drive away, Qin Ku clenched her teeth, a storm of dissatisfaction brewing within her. She had assumed that Wang Hujia would take care of Xiao Chen, but to her surprise, the Wang family had gone bankrupt in such a short span of time. Moreover, she had heard numerous tidings from Zhang Ming, indicating that the Wang family's downfall was somehow linked to Xiao Chen. This revelation ignited her interest. Years prior, she had chosen to follow Zhang Ming in pursuit of a better life, but she understood all too well that her role was merely that of a mistress. Now, as Zhang Ming's indifference grew, she feared she might soon be discarded. In this moment, she encountered Xiao Chen once again and realized he had prospered. Naturally, she yearned to rekindle their connection, perhaps even to gain leverage over him. Yet, she had not anticipated his complete disregard for her. Xiao Chen, you cannot escape my grasp, Qin Ku muttered under her breath, convinced of her understanding of him and his character. Thus emboldened, she felt justified in seeking him out, with a hint of resentment. She got into her car and drove away. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen arrived at Jinyutang. In just a few days, the establishment had undergone a remarkable transformation, having been completely renovated and reopened. Upon entering, he spotted Chu Yan in the lobby. As soon as she saw him, she hurried over, exclaiming, Xiao Gu, you're here. Yes, Xiao Chen nodded. Is Sister Song upstairs? Indeed. She has appointed me as the lobby manager on the first floor, and I earn significantly more than before. Chu Yan replied eagerly, clearly satisfied with her new circumstances. Since joining Jinyutang, she had found a sense of security, receiving kindness from both Song Ye and Xiao Chen. Unlike the past when she and Xie Yusin were often bullied. That is excellent. Keep up the good work, Xiao Chen encouraged, then inquired, what about Xie Yusin? Sister Song has tasked her with managing the accounts, so she should be in the office now, Chu Yan informed him. Nodding, Xiao Chen ascended the stairs. Upon entering Song Ye's office, she immediately rose to greet him. Where have you been these past few days? She asked, pulling him aside gently. I visited your supermarket, but didn't see you there. However, I did encounter someone. Xiao Chen instantly deduced who she was referring to. Qin Ku, he asked, looking at Song Ye. At this, she nodded, saying, when she saw me, she quickly hid, but I spotted her at once. She then scrutinized Xiao Chen, asking, do you still have feelings for Qin Ku? What feelings could I possibly have? He waved his hand dismissively. My ties with her have long since dissolved. That's good to hear. Songya smiled. You know about Zhang Ming, right? He conspired against me alongside Wang Hujia. Now that Wang Hujia has fallen, my sights are set on the Zhang family. They possess several promising ventures that I plan to acquire. Listening to Songya, Xiao Chen felt no discontent. In his view, such matters were unnecessary to share with him. Observing his indifference, she chuckled softly. Since you have no objections, I'll proceed with my plans. Go ahead. Xiao Chen affirmed with a nod, having no qualms about it. After all, he held no interest in either Wang Hujia or Zhang Ming. By the way, the second in command of the city wishes to meet you. Songya added, her tone softening. The one behind the Gu family. Since dealing with Gu Yan, Xiao Chen had nearly forgotten about him. Logically, with the Gu family in ruins, the likelihood of him still pursuing Xiao Chen should be minimal. Yet, it was evident that the man still had his sights set on him. He means no harm, Songya remarked, noticing the narrowing of Xiao Chen's eyes. Understanding that he was misinterpreting the situation, he spoke directly, stating that his intention was merely to meet you, and there was a tone of ingratiation in his words. Have you ever considered that the Wang family collapsed so abruptly? What immense power must be wielded to accomplish such a feat? Now, who would dare provoke you? Songya was acutely aware that the downfall of the Wang family could reverberate throughout the entire Yin City. In the current climate of Yin City, no one would genuinely be foolish enough to seek trouble with Xiao Chen. This, she understood very well. Very well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, then let us arrange to meet. He was indifferent to the prospect of meeting the other party, for he recognized that Yin City was still their territory, at least. In the short term, he could not leave. Moreover, he had numerous matters to attend to, often requiring substantial procurement of supplies. At that stage, having support from above would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors. Those several realms were not to be trifled with, and the advantages they could bestow upon Xiao Chen were immense. All right, I will find a moment to arrange a meeting with them. Songya replied with a smile. Xiao Chen's willingness to meet was sufficient for her. Chapter 55, Chu Qingwei arrives. After spending a while at Songya's place, Xiao Chen prepared to depart when, at that moment, Old Wolf hurriedly rushed in. Observing Xiao Chen, Old Wolf's eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions. What is it? Noticing Old Wolf's peculiar gaze, Xiao Chen inquired with curiosity. It was evident that Old Wolf's expression was quite strange. There are a few people downstairs. Old Wolf replied. I believe you should go down and take a look. Who? Xiao Chen was taken aback by this response and asked. The girl who came that day, along with an old man, are both downstairs. Old Wolf stated directly. After uttering this, he cast a glance at Songya. Undoubtedly, Songya was his boss, yet at this moment, he was far more apprehensive of Xiao Chen. As for the woman named Chu Qingwei, he sensed that her relationship with Xiao Chen was certainly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was startled. They arrived rather swiftly. It had only been a few hours since they last communicated, meaning they had almost come directly over. It must be those individuals. Please invite them up. Songya said cheerfully, fully aware of who it was. Regarding these prominent figures from Shengjing, had it been the old Songya, she would have approached them with utmost caution. After all, she was once unable to contend even with the Gu family. However, the situation was now entirely different. She recognized that her support was Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen remained, everything would be resolvable. From the way they treated Xiao Chen, she could discern his capabilities had undoubtedly grown. With this thought, her worries dissipated. Soon, Old Wolf brought the two individuals upstairs. Upon entering, Chu Qingwei immediately spotted Songya and nodded slightly in acknowledgement, before her gaze shifted to Xiao Chen. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing him, Chu Qingwei was momentarily taken aback. If previously, Xiao Chen had emanated an aura of extreme danger, now he appeared entirely ordinary to her. This left Chu Qingwei slightly bewildered. You've made progress in your strength, haven't you? Chu Qingwei astutely sensed that Xiao Chen had indeed advanced, prompting her to inquire. One could say so, Xiao Chen replied, nodding. Are you all in such a rush? Indeed, somewhat rushed. Zhao Tianfang interjected eagerly. Brother Xiao, I even brought the contract. He hastily produced the contract, looking at Xiao Chen with anticipation. Very well. Xiao Chen responded succinctly, signing the contract without further ado. With a wave of his hand, several vials of healing potions appeared before him. After a moment's thought, he handed a vial of mana restoration potion to Zhao Tianfang. Upon seeing the azure potion in front of him, Zhao Tianfang was momentarily stunned but swiftly accepted the vial from Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao, what is this? What does it do? Is it also for healing injuries? Take it back and study it. This potion can restore my spiritual energy. Xiao Chen elaborated. To put it simply, after I use my abilities, I might feel fatigued, but consuming this will rejuvenate me. At this revelation, Zhao Tianfang was left speechless. He understood that if what Xiao Chen claimed was true, the value of this potion was far greater. In battles between warriors, outcomes are often determined by endurance. which is the most taxing on one's mental faculties. If this potion could restore spiritual energy, its significance to a warrior was undoubtedly more profound than that of a healing potion. Brother Xiao, I must leave immediately to study this. Zhao Tianfeng's eyes glimmered with fervor. Having lived a substantial part of his life, he felt that only in these recent days had he truly acquired what he desired, so many intriguing items. Hence, Zhao Tianfeng hurriedly cradled the potion as he departed. Brother Xiao, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Additionally, my granddaughter, Zhao Qianmei, is the head of Shengjing Zhao Pharmaceutical. Should you need anything, you may contact her. Zhao Tianfeng implored eagerly. After speaking, he paid no heed to the glances exchanged between Chu Qingyue and Songya, turning and leaving. He was well aware that both young women harbored feelings for Xiao Chen. But so what? A gifted individual, especially one so young, was formidable enough to navigate the realm of the extraordinary. If such a person were to become his granddaughter's husband, she would undoubtedly thrive. As for having multiple women, what was there to fear? It was far better than marrying a worthless man. With Zhao Tianfeng gone, Xiao Chen handed 2 vials of potion to Chu Qingyue, saying, "Take these." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyue cherished them carefully and then looked at Xiao Chen, stating, "I will have someone deliver them back. Are you not returning?" Xiao Chen questioned, momentarily taken aback. He had offered them to hasten Chu Qingyue's departure. "Not just yet. Besides, your place can accommodate me. I will be staying with you for a while," she responded, gazing at Xiao Chen. This left Xiao Chen momentarily speechless. What was so appealing about his humble abode? Moreover, if Chu Qingyue stayed there, many of his activities would become inconvenient. Thus, he was inclined to refuse. "Miss Chu, if you find yourself without a place to stay, I happen to have a suitable arrangement. You can reside with me." Just as Xiao Chen contemplated how to decline, Songya interjected, "As for Xiao Chen, as you know, his place is a supermarket, bustling with traffic and not particularly private." Hearing this, Chu Qingyue frowned slightly, but ultimately acquiesced. With curiosity, she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "I am quite intrigued. You are not lacking in funds. So why open such a supermarket?" "Simply because I enjoy it," Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. Chu Qingyue fell silent. Realizing that while it was said that innate beings had peculiar temperaments, it seemed that this young innate being also possessed his own eccentric interests. Songya smiled faintly, engaging in conversation with Chu Qingyue while Xiao Chen sent a message to the supplier. The supermarket was nearly out of stock, and it was imperative to replenish supplies promptly. He even ordered 3 times the quantity from previous orders, intending to fill the first floor completely. The supplier was pleased as well, with such a large order. They had even made an advance payment, assuring him that everything would be delivered before tonight. After finishing the call, Xiao Chen turned to find the 2 women whispering together not far away. He was instantly perplexed. Previously, there had been a hint of rivalry between Songya and Chu Qingyue, yet in the time it took him to make a phone call, they appeared to be chattering happily. Chapter 56. The Order. "Xiao Chen, I'm staying at Songya's." As Xiao Chen glanced at her, Chu Qingyue immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, he was preoccupied with numerous tasks and had no time to attend to Chu Qingyue. After spending a while at Songya's, Xiao Chen departed, first visiting Fatty He. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Fatty He waved him over, inquiring, "What is going on?" "I heard you in Songya." Seeing the look in Fatty He's eyes, Xiao Chen shook his head, saying, "Let us not dwell on that." "All right. I want tea pry." Fatty He responded with a grin. He was particularly familiar with Xiao Chen and sought to keep him in good spirits. "By the way, when are you planning to return to the village?" Fatty He suddenly asked. "Return?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Ever since his parents passed away, he had gone out to work, and after struggling for a while, he had returned to the village. Initially, he thought life in the village was acceptable, but unfortunately, the situation there was more complicated than he had anticipated. The father and son duo, Xiao Yan and his father, had thoroughly disgusted him. Now that the village chief and his son had been imprisoned, so had the people who supported Xiao Yan. "You know the new village chief?" Fatty He said with a smile, "Qin Jianghe." Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. He actually knew him. Qin Ku's second uncle. After the death of Qin Ku's parents, Xiao Chen had been with her and even helped pay for her tuition. Qin Jianghe had kept a close watch on Xiao Chen during that time. He vehemently opposed the relationship, insisting that Xiao Chen and Qin Ku were ill-suited. However, he had witnessed the lengths Xiao Chen went for Qin Ku, but chose to remain silent. Later, when Qin Ku left, Qin Jianghe had even mocked Xiao Chen, likening him to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. "But the village chief's position has nothing to do with me," Xiao Chen replied with a smile. He held Qin Jianghe in low regard and had no desire to return to the village. After all, it was the poorest area around Yin City, and when he had opened a supermarket there, he and T made much money. He wondered who had informed Qin Jianghe that he had struck it rich. prompting him to seek an investment in the village. Fatty, he chuckled. Well, he has even sought me out. Just ignore him. In response, Xiao Chen smiled knowingly. He didn't even need to think to realize it must have been Qin Ke who informed him. After all, aside from Qin Ke, no one else would tell Qin Jianghe about his newfound wealth. Even Fatty, he was unaware of how much money he currently had. You sold quite a bit of gold to Sonya, and that news has spread. Fatty, he lowered his voice. I heard it was the people from Jinyutang who leaked it. Qin Jianghe found out. What does he mean by that? Xiao Chen squinted slightly, questioning. It seemed his gold had nothing to do with Qin Jianghe. He wants me to tell you that your gold is illegal and may have been excavated from the village. Fatty, he replied coldly. Who doesn't know the situation in our village? Which family has dug up so much gold? Xiao Chen understood immediately. Over the years, everyone knew what was going on in the village. However, suddenly selling a large quantity of gold led them to believe he must have unearthed it from some hidden place in the village. Thus, they had set their sights on his gold. Qin Jianghe has instructed me to tell you to return the money. Otherwise, he will definitely cause you trouble. Fatty, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, what are you planning to do? Just ignore him. Xiao Chen responded with a cold laugh. The new village chief was already planning to target him without considering who he was dealing with. Besides, he had long since left the village. Now, would he fear such a minor village chief? Thus, Xiao Chen had no intention of concerning himself with these matters. After chatting with Fatty for a bit, Xiao Chen left directly. Upon returning to the supermarket, the goods had already arrived. Xiao Chen promptly received the shipment and arranged the shelves before sitting down inside the supermarket. You have a new order. Please check it. The sudden voice in his mind caused Xiao Chen to pause momentarily, and the next second, he opened the order for review. Why is this kid Xiao not contacting me directly and just sending me over? He glanced at the items Xiao wanted. They were all compacted biscuits and similar products. He surveyed his shelves, and due to Gu Ming's influence, his warehouse was stocked with food items, including instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and even a fair amount of self-heating rice. However, considering the vast quantity Xiao requested, Xiao Chen estimated that his entire stock might not suffice. After some contemplation, he called the supplier again, instructing them to deliver all the compressed biscuits. Only then did he begin to contact Xiao. What is going on? Why the sudden demand for such a large quantity of compressed biscuits? Xiao Chen inquired curiously. I'm preparing for battle. Xiao replied. Isn't it necessary to stockpile supplies? We have no shortage of military rations, but it's wise to prepare extra compressed biscuits. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. All right. I'll deliver the items to you. Brother, didn't you mention that evolution serum before? Do you have any on hand? Xiao asked eagerly. I have one bottle. But are you sure you need it? Xiao Chen questioned, furrowing his brow. He had previously inquired about Xiao, who was now also a postnatal martial artist. Given that his world had its own masters, if Xiao continued to cultivate, he could also enhance his strength. Hey, my talent is average. Continuing to cultivate 1T significantly boost my strength. I might as well try your evolution serum. Xiao responded. Moreover, didn't you evolve your special ability? Xiao Chen nodded, recalling Gu Ming's mention that the awakening of special abilities had about a 10% probability. All right, I'll bring it to you. By the way, are you going to lead the expedition this time? Xiao Chen asked curiously. After all, Xiao was now considered a ruler, and he wondered if he would participate. Hey, brother, you know me well. Of course, I'm not going. Xiao replied. As a ruler, I'll just stay safely in the rear. All right. Xiao Chen nodded in response, then stated, just wait for me. Xiao Chen concluded his words, severing the connection. Shortly thereafter, a vast quantity of compressed biscuits was delivered by the supplier. Gazing at the array of goods before him, Xiao Chen contemplated that it seemed prudent to acquire a food manufacturing company. After all, merely selling to Xiao and Gu Ming would suffice for internal consumption. Chapter 57, The Warning from Fatty He. Xiao Chen swiftly transported the compressed biscuits into his spatial realm. As he beheld the space brimming with the biscuits, he subsequently opted to traverse dimensions. When the radiant light enveloped him, he found himself within a grand palace. Brother, you have arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Xiao rushed eagerly to his side, inquiring, how many did you bring? In response, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a towering mountain of compressed biscuits materialized before them. Brother, just how expansive is your space? Xiao gazed in astonishment at the mountainous boxes, his expression one of sheer disbelief. 500 square meters. Xiao Chen replied. Since emerging from the gaming realm, he had noticed not only a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, but also an expansion of his spatial domain. Moreover, his ability to teleport had become nearly instinctual, with even greater frequency and speed. That's still not very large. Xiao shook his head. Then, turning to Xiao Chen, he asked, how is my sister doing? She was his sole concern on Earth, Xiao Chen. In Yin City, rest assured, I will take good care of your sister. Xiao Chen assured him. That's good to hear. Here, take this. Xiao Chen handed Xiao an evolution potion, saying, you might want to give it a try. This was, of course, a basic evolution potion. Upon receiving it, Xiao's eyes lit up, and he gulped it down in one swift motion. The moment the potion went down, his expression contorted in surprise. He had not anticipated its unpleasant taste. Are you feeling unwell? Observing Xiao's lack of distress, Xiao Chen felt a sense of exasperation. The first time he had consumed it, he had been overwhelmed by pain and fainted, yet this fellow seemed unaffected. Xiao shook his head, feeling the changes within his body. He exhaled and remarked, I can sense a surge of power coursing through me, enhancing my strength, but beyond that, nothing else. As he spoke, he suddenly paused. In the next moment, Xiao Chen watched as Xiao raised his hand, a whirlwind beginning to form in his palm. I think I've acquired a superpower of the wind element. Xiao exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Xiao Chen observed the small whirlwind, acknowledging that it indeed signified an evolution. Hey, brother, this evolution potion is truly remarkable. Xiao exclaimed, excitement pouring from him. You must procure more for me, so I can cultivate a group of capable individuals. Xiao Chen shook his head in response. Do you think evolution potions are so easily obtained? Even Gu Ming has stated that basic evolution potions are exceedingly valuable. Currently, he controls a vast territory, yet even he struggles to secure enough potions, especially the intermediate and advanced ones. All right then. Xiao relented, nodding. I understand. He then pulled Xiao Chen along, saying, let us go explore the capital. As they stepped outside, numerous eunuchs immediately knelt upon seeing Xiao Chen and Xiao. Many recognizing Xiao Chen, well aware that their sovereign was acquainted with the Celestial Lord. And now, the Celestial Lord had descended once more. Brother, I will arrange accommodations for you. Can you stay here for a few days? Xiao inquired. I can only stay for a few days before I must return. Xiao Chen replied, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Chu Qingyue was still present, and he could not afford to go missing, especially knowing that she would seek him out the following day. He could only remain in this realm for 3 or 4 days at most. Then I shall arrange for you to stay in a royal mansion. When you have time, please come and reside there. Xiao suggested with a grin, eager for Xiao Chen's presence, as it affirmed his connection to the Celestial Lord's favor, a powerful endorsement in this feudal age. Under Xiao's guidance, Xiao Chen soon beheld the mansion designated for him. The grandeur of ancient residences was undeniably impressive, even surpassing the gardens he had previously visited. Brother, you shall reside here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform these individuals. Xiao urged, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Shall I send you some lovely maidens? That won't be necessary. I shall be leaving shortly. Xiao Chen declined, shaking his head. This mansion is splendid. I will keep it for my next visit. Hearing this, Xiao nodded, somewhat resigned. In the next moment, Xiao Chen exchanged a few words with him before vanishing. As Xiao Chen disappeared, numerous maids and servants immediately knelt, bowing fervently. The next second, Xiao Chen found himself back in his supermarket. Contemplating for a moment, he decided to call Fatty He. Xiao Chen, did you need something? As soon as the call connected, Fatty He spoke up. I was just about to discuss something with you. Go ahead, Xiao Chen replied. Be cautious. Qin Zhenghe has been discussing with the villagers about finding you. Fatty He warned. Looking for me. Xiao Chen paused, a cold smile forming on his lips. What could he possibly want? He has told the villagers that I dug up the gold from the village and sold it to become wealthy. Those assets belong to the village, and soon, every household will come seeking their share. Fatty He scoffed. My parents have called to warn me. They wanted me to tell you to be careful. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for relaying that message to me. There were many villagers, yet several had been kind to Xiao Chen, especially the He family. During his childhood, he had spent countless days alongside Fatty He, and when his parents passed away, it was Uncle He who had been the first to offer assistance. Don't be so polite with me. Fatty He interjected. Now what is it that you wanted to discuss? I recall that Uncle He works in a food factory, Xiao Chen stated. How is that factory faring? It's on the verge of collapse. Fatty He lamented. You know the situation of my father's factory. It's barely surviving now, and many villagers are employed there. They can hardly even pay salaries at this point. In that case, have Uncle He contact me. I intend to acquire that factory. Xiao Chen declared resolutely. I have connections. You can trust me. Chapter 58, Chu Lingquan. Fatty He's father, He Zongwen, was a man of integrity who had cared for Xiao Chen throughout his upbringing. When Xiao Chen reached out to him, he promptly conveyed the situation regarding the factory. The factory was located in town, not far from the village, and numerous villagers were employed there. At present, the food factory was suffering immensely, with He Zongwen stating that, for at least 3 months, wages had not been disbursed. Furthermore, the owner was actively seeking investment. Therefore, if Xiao Chen could acquire this food factory, it would undoubtedly be the best course of action. He Xiao, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Our factory's equipment is somewhat antiquated, and the quality of the products is subpar, Xiao lamented. Thus, if you take over the factory, it would be unwise to continue using the previous recipes. Fear not, Uncle He. I plan to export it overseas. Those foreigners have little experience with genuine delicacies. We will manage. Xiao Chen responded decisively. His acquisition of the food factory was primarily motivated by his concern for Gu Ming and Xiao. One resided in ancient times, while the other was in a post-apocalyptic setting. Xiao's situation was slightly better, as his country still had a relatively abundant food supply. Even so, the common folk had not tasted anything of quality. They subsisted on 2 meals a day, each consisting of little more than a bowl of thin rice porridge. Xiao had often lamented that even as an emperor, he struggled to find many spices. Had it not been for Xiao Chen sending him a generous supply, he would still be subsisting on chaff and vegetables. Indeed, even with the delivery of Xiao Chen's provisions, there was no one to prepare them. So the emperor himself had to take to the kitchen to learn a few culinary skills. Consequently, these people had little experience with fine food, and any product would suffice. In terms of flavor, it would certainly surpass what they were accustomed to. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao sighed with relief. In truth, your acquisition would be beneficial. The owner is certainly unable to pay wages now. If you were to negotiate with the town government directly, it would be more effective than having me do it. With so many employees unpaid, if someone were to take over, they could resume wage payments, and the town would undoubtedly intervene. Xiao Chen paused, realization dawning upon him. With the new year approaching, if wages were not dispersed soon, it could lead to considerable unrest. The town would surely step in. Thus, it was most fitting for him to bypass the factory and engage with the authorities directly regarding this matter. With this thought, Xiao Chen expressed his gratitude to Xiao. Uncle He, I understand. Thank you. Do not mention it. Moreover, if you acquire the factory and the workers receive their wages, it will certainly be a good outcome. Xiao replied. Also, Xiao Chen, are you aware of the situation with Qinjiang? He Fatty has informed me. Xiao Chen responded promptly. Uncle He, those individuals are of no consequence. Xiao understood that Xiao Chen had not taken any gold from the village, and they both were well aware of the village's circumstances. For generations, their ancestors had not possessed a single landlord. Thus, where could such a large quantity of gold come from? Xiao sighed. However, we cannot disregard the fact that the impoverished villagers have been incited by Qinjiang. They will undoubtedly come seeking you. Understood. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle He, you need not concern yourself with these matters. I will handle them. After concluding his conversation with Xiao, he promptly called Songya. Though he did not know any officials personally, he was confident that Songya did. Acquiring this food factory was imperative. What do you need that food factory for? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's intentions, Songya appeared momentarily taken aback. I am aware of that factory. It is on the brink of bankruptcy. Moreover, the equipment is outdated, and the flavors are less than desirable, resulting in unsold products. If you require assistance, I can recommend a better factory. No need, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. I have my reasons for needing that particular factory. As for sales channels, I have those covered. Songya, sensing his resolve, refrained from pressing further. In truth, she had a vague understanding that despite Xiao Chen's small supermarket being situated in a rather obscure location, his inventory turnover was remarkably substantial. This was evidently unusual. Without a doubt, Xiao Chen had his own sales strategies. Yet, she was left wondering what those strategies entailed. Speaking of which, do you recall what I mentioned to you previously? Songya inquired with a smile. The individual behind Gu Yin inquired about your availability today. Let us meet tonight. Xiao Chen replied without hesitation. He was indeed eager, and an evening meal with this individual could prove most advantageous in discussing matters. All right, I will accompany Chu Qinghua. Songya responded cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, as he had completely forgotten that Chu Qinghua was still present. He wondered what her purpose was for remaining, considering he had already provided her with the medicine, and logically, she should have returned to Shengjing by now. I have come to find you. Just as Xiao Chen hung up with Songya, he heard Chu Qinghua's voice outside the door, accompanied by a young man who bore some resemblance to her. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he approached eagerly, exclaiming, You must be Brother Xiao? His gaze fixed on Xiao Chen. He continued, Brother Xiao, greetings. I am Chu Lingquan. Thank you for saving my father. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Greetings. Xiao, Lingquan is my second uncle's child. I asked him to come for the medicine. Chu Qinghua explained, pointing to the medicine in Chu Lingquan's hands. He wished to express his gratitude. Brother Xiao, the situation with the Gu family has been resolved. Gu Yuding has been apprehended in Shengjing. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on his case. He will spend at least 20 years behind bars. Chu Lingquan stated confidently as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that the Chu family would undoubtedly suppress the Gu family on his behalf. and it appeared that it was indeed Chu Lingquan who had taken action. Brother Xiao, are you truly a congenital? Chu Lingquan suddenly asked, his eyes filled with eager curiosity. Xiao Chen chuckled and replied, I suppose so. May I have a sparring match with you? Chu Lingquan inquired with fervor, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Chen realized he was also curious to test his current abilities. Thus, he agreed. Chu Lingquan, upon hearing this, was ecstatic. He swiftly placed the medicine into Chu Qingyue's arms and charged at Xiao Chen with a raised fist. Chu Lingquan's approach was evidently aggressive, and as he struck, a powerful momentum surged toward Xiao Chen's head. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen quietly activated the martial arts technique he had acquired from Xiao. Boom. He intercepted the punch effortlessly. Frowning slightly, he noted that Chu Lingquan's strike lacked significant force, and he had caught it with ease. Conversely, Chu Lingquan winced in pain, revealing his discomfort. With a face full of disbelief, he gazed at Xiao Chen. After all, in the military, a punch from him was something that ordinary individuals would hesitate to receive. Had Xiao Chen not been a congenital master, he would not have dared to unleash his full strength. However, upon delivering his strongest blow, he was astonished to find that his opponent not only remained utterly unmoved, but also effortlessly absorbed the impact of his punch. Let us try another punch. Xiao Chen contemplated, withdrawing his martial arts stance and addressing Chu Lingquan. Chu Lingquan nodded and once again unleashed a punch. This time, Xiao Chen merely relied on his physical prowess to endure the blow. The slight pain made Xiao Chen acutely aware of the formidable defense of his current physique. Brother Xiao, I am truly impressed. Observing Xiao Chen's nonchalant reception of his punch, Chu Lingquan lost all desire to continue fighting. Indeed, congenital masters were extraordinary beings. Despite his relentless efforts, he had yet to gauge any of Xiao Chen's abilities. He had heard from Chu Qingyue that Xiao Chen could even teleport. If the opponent were to incorporate teleportation, he would truly become a force of nuclear proportions. Brother Xiao, your details have been reported, Chu Lingquan softly remarked. Considering the involvement of a congenital warrior, the higher-ups will surely take notice, and someone will come to speak with you. Rest assured, they would not dare to act against you. There are only a handful of congenital warriors in the country. Those individuals will merely wish to test your capabilities. He added, moreover, this will only benefit you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. He understood well that, at times, rarity could be a significant metric. A powerful, rare congenital warrior was, in many respects, synonymous with being untouchable. With this understanding, he felt reassured that he could engage in some unconventional activities without attracting undue scrutiny. All right, Brother Xiao, I shall take my leave. Chu Lingquan stated, cradling the potion in his hands. Thank you. The Chu family owes you a favor. After uttering these words, he turned to depart. At that moment, Xiao Chen turned to Chu Qingyue and asked, what about you? Are you not leaving? Could I possibly take a look at those ancient texts you mentioned the other day? Hearing this, Chu Qingyue looked at Xiao Chen and inquired. Her reason for being there was twofold. Firstly, she wished to be closer to Xiao Chen, and secondly, she was intrigued by the ancient texts she had glimpsed earlier. In today's world, traditional martial arts were in decline, and many ancient texts had been lost to time. The opportunity to see such a collection in Xiao Chen's possession was too tempting to pass up. Of course, I understand that some families may regard those texts as secrets. If it's not permissible, then so be it. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. He genuinely did not care. His cultivation method was distinct, while others toiled relentlessly. He found it far more efficient to battle monsters alongside Feng Hao. That way, he could level up more swiftly. Moreover, he could now consume evolution potions and directly upgrade himself, rendering the arduous path of hard training unsuitable for him. He belonged to the faction that thrived on exploits. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's affirmative response, Chu Qingyue's face brightened with delight. Following him into the supermarket, she was taken aback when Xiao Chen casually tossed a box her way. You just leave these here so carelessly? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Such items were treasures in the eyes of martial artists. Xiao Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. They are not as significant as you think. With that, he turned to leave. While these items might hold considerable value for others, for the current Xiao Chen, they were of little importance. He reclined on a lounge chair and began chatting with a few individuals. However, as the conversations proceeded one after another, Xiao Chen found himself becoming dizzy. He even began to respond in a disordered manner. If only he could create a group chat with these individuals, that would be perfect. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a prompt appeared in his mind. Would you like to enable group chat mode? Without hesitation, Xiao Chen clicked confirm. In the next moment, a new interface appeared in his mind, multiverse purchasing group. Simple and straightforward. Oh, a group chat feature? The first to respond was Xiao, followed by Gu Ming joining the conversation. Hey, I'm Gu Ming, from the Apocalypse World. Xiao chimed in. Dude, you've got it rough. The Apocalypse World is no cakewalk, It's easier here. I'm currently an emperor and can have whatever I desire. There's no helping it, Gu Ming replied helplessly. Right now, I'm just struggling to survive in the apocalypse world. If it weren't for my brother sending me a batch of supplies, I wouldn't know what to do. As they spoke, Feng Hao uploaded a photograph. Upon seeing the image of a tiger, towering as high as a mountain, lying on the ground, and Feng Hao seated atop its carcass, both Xiao and Gu Ming fell silent, as did Xiao Chen. Brother, this is quite the catch. Shall I save it for you? Feng Hao declared. You may not realize it, but this tiger is a valuable resource in our realm. Consuming it can enhance one's physique. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. What do you desire? He inquired, fully aware that such treasures were indeed precious. I need drones. Give me a dozen of them. Feng Hao chuckled. I'm about to explore a secret realm, and it's vast. Having a dozen drones to help me locate monsters would be immensely beneficial. All right. Xiao nodded in agreement. Sometimes, technology can truly change the world, he reflected, recognizing its necessity even in Feng Hao's world. Brother, that tiger is an excellent find. What realm are you in? Gu Ming asked eagerly, perceiving that Feng Hao's world was undoubtedly superior to theirs. The gaming realm. Feng Hao replied with a smile. I'm Feng Hao. I look forward to collaborating with you all. Chapter 60, Qin Ku's Scheme. Undoubtedly, Feng Hao's realm elicited envy from both of them. However, Xiao Chen understood that if he were to enter Feng Hao's world, it would not be a place for the faint-hearted. As he continued to engage in the group chat, Chu Qingwei approached him. Observing Xiao Chen, she picked up a tome and asked, Xiao Chen, may I take this book back to the Chu family? This one. Xiao Chen glanced at the volume in Chu Qingyue's hand. Xiao had stuffed a box full of items for him, essentially royal treasures. Of course, these were all copies. The originals were likely still with the royal family. Even so, the system had managed to extract its share of benefits. At that moment, Xiao Chen recognized the book in Chu Qingyue's hands. It was a classic from the Taoist canon, seemingly beneficial for those severely injured seeking to cultivate again. He understood well why Chu Qingwei was eager for this text. Very well. Xiao Chen nodded. He was indifferent. After all, he was now deeply intertwined with the Chu family. In the future, should he encounter any troubles, the Chu family would surely lend their assistance. At this juncture, assisting the musician is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Thank you. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qingyue's face instantly brightened with surprise. This particular book is indeed of great necessity to her. After all, it possesses the potential to facilitate her uncle's swift recovery. I shall not concern myself with anything else. However, you must stow these items away. She regarded Xiao Chen and spoke. I understand you are indifferent, but if so many secret tomes were to be discovered, it would certainly lead to complications. Hearing Chu Qingyue's words, Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Observing that Xiao Chen remained reclined on the chaise without making a move, Chu Qingyue, in a state of resignation, assisted him in gathering all the secret texts before carrying them upstairs to be properly stored. Xiao Chen, a voice called from outside, prompting Xiao Chen to turn his head and catch sight of Qin Ku. With a slight furrow of his brow, he chose to disregard her presence and continued to rest with his eyes closed. He had grown somewhat weary of this woman. Xiao Chen, I am speaking to you. Come out, Qin Ku insisted, staring at him. Yet, seeing Xiao Chen's continued indifference, she could only storm into the supermarket in frustration. Xiao Chen, you are in trouble. Significant trouble, Qin Ku declared, looking directly at him. I can assist you. No need. Xiao Chen replied coolly. He was well aware of the trouble she referred to, none other than Qin Jianghe, a situation instigated by Qin Ku herself. Thus, her offer of assistance seemed rather absurd to him. On this side, it was she who had created the commotion, and now she sought to play the role of a benefactor. Did she truly believe herself to be a fool? Xiao Chen, do you not comprehend? My uncle claims you have stolen the village's gold. They will soon come to find you, Qin Ku asserted, hoping to exert control over him. After all, she was acutely aware that Xiao Chen possessed a considerable amount of capital. As long as he remained in her orbit, that wealth would become hers. Having been discarded by Zhang Ming, she found herself without an escape route and thus sought refuge with Xiao Chen. Furthermore, in Qin Ku's eyes, he was the most malleable. She remembered all too well how well Xiao Chen treated her during their time together. Miss Qin, it seems you have forgotten that the circumstances you now lament were conveyed to your uncle by you, Xiao Chen replied with a calm demeanor. As for the allegation of my theft of the village's gold, do you truly believe it? He gazed at Qin Ku with an icy stare. Taken aback, Qin Ku paused momentarily. Naturally, she did not believe it. The entire village was aware of the situation. However, having informed Qin Jianghe that Xiao Chen's gold had dubious origins, she could leverage that to extract some money from him. The village was impoverished, and there were indeed individuals willing to act shamelessly. After all, if they could extort him, why maintain any civility? Qin Jianghe harbored similar thoughts, but with grander ambitions. He aimed to rally the villagers, securing a substantial sum from Xiao Chen, taking half for himself, while the remainder would be distributed to those inciting trouble alongside him. This was the extent of Qin Jianghe's scheming. In contrast, Qin Ku pondered a more long-term strategy. She sought to approach Xiao Chen, play the benevolent role, and persuade him to part with a sum for her uncle. By smoothing over the situation, she hoped to regain his favor and restore their relationship. At that point, controlling Xiao Chen would be child's play. However, despite her well-laid plans, she found herself bewildered by Xiao Chen's complete lack of concern, even his reluctance to engage with her. Xiao Chen, do you not understand? Once my uncle reports you, it will be the end for you, Qin Ku urged, her voice tinged with urgency. You know in your heart that your money is undoubtedly tainted. At this, Xiao Chen glanced at her and replied, whether my money is clean or not is of no concern to you. In that moment, Qin Ku grew anxious. All her machinations aimed at compelling Xiao Chen to reconcile with her, hoping he would feel gratitude towards her. Yet, he was utterly indifferent to her plight. Consequently, she exclaimed, Xiao Chen, do not throw a tantrum. I know your character well. You could never produce such a vast amount of gold. No sooner had she spoken than she heard a voice behind her. Whatever concerns him is none of your business. You may leave now. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ku was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Chu Qingyue observing her intently. Qin Ku was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated the presence of such a beautiful woman at Xiao Chen's side. One Songya was already strikingly noble. Now, there was another exceptionally lovely woman. Gazing at Chu Qingyue, Qin Ku quickly questioned, Xiao Chen, who is she? Does she have anything to do with you? Xiao Chen glanced at Qin Ku and asked coolly, why does it matter to you? At this, Qin Ku was left speechless, her disbelief palpable. She was acutely aware of how well Xiao Chen had treated her in the past, yet now, he couldn't even be bothered to engage in conversation. Looking at her, Xiao Chen stated, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Qin Ku glanced between Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyue, her face contorted with rage. Very well. Xiao Chen, just you wait. She stormed off, her anger palpable, but within, she was already feeling anxious. Chapter 61, Su Yuanshan. So, this is your ex-girlfriend? Chu Qingyue inquired with a smile, surveying Xiao Chen. What did you ever see in her? Youthful folly, Xiao Chen replied. He now regarded Qin Ku as part of his past he wished to forget. After all, who hasn't made mistakes in their youth? Yet, this particular error left him feeling rather incredulous. It was Qin Ku who chose to leave, yet now she felt aggrieved. It was truly perplexing for Xiao Chen. There is a dinner gathering this evening. Come with me, he said, looking at Chu Qingyue. In response, Chu Qingyue nodded, I understand. The host is Su Yuanshan. I am acquainted with him. Chu Qingyue added with a smile, you have met my cousin. He has dealings with Su Yuanshan. Very well, Xiao Chen replied, nodding, content with her assistance. Once again, they found themselves at the same restaurant as before, and upon their arrival, Songya was already present, accompanied by a middle-aged man sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. At that moment, the man regarded Xiao Chen with an expression of resignation. He had initially hoped to intervene during Xiao Chen's conflict with the Wang family, perhaps to win him over. However, he had since abandoned that notion. After all, he was well aware of the identity of the woman beside Xiao Chen, the little princess of the Chu family. Gu Quan, though unfamiliar with her personally, had heard of her. Having spent some time in Xinjiang, he was well aware of the woman's prestigious background, particularly regarding the cousin of the counterpart at this age. His standing surpassed that of the narrator. Thus, in the presence of Xiao Chen, he readily set aside any pretense of superiority. Brother Xiao, I have long desired to make your acquaintance, Su Yuanshan remarked with a smile, observing Xiao Chen. I only learned about Gu Yan's situation later. I have some connections with him, yet I truly did not anticipate that Gu Yan would trouble Brother Xiao. There's no need to dwell on it. It's all in the past, especially since Gu Yan has gone missing. Xiao Chen responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanshan paused momentarily, then nodded with a grin. Indeed, he had vanished, and it seemed this disappearance was genuine, as he would likely never reappear. The sight of Xiao Chen's nonchalance regarding the matter brought Su Yuanshan some relief. His greatest fear was that Xiao Chen would hold a grudge, for he could ill afford to offend someone of such stature. Once this issue was resolved, the atmosphere at the banquet became notably harmonious. Brother Xiao, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Su Yuanshan declared, casting a glance at Xiao Chen. He understood the necessity of being courteous, for Xiao Chen's background now dwarfed his own. The father of Chu Qingyue was a genuine heavyweight in their circle. Brother Su, you are being overly polite. In fact, I do have a matter for which I would appreciate your help, Xiao Chen replied, proceeding to outline his desire to acquire a food factory and the challenges he faced in doing so. Very well, I shall take care of this matter. I assure you it will meet your satisfaction, Su Yuanshan responded, quickly grasping Xiao Chen's intentions. The financial compensation was substantial, and he need not engage in any dubious dealings. Thus, this situation posed no threat. Moreover, with the year-end approaching, the factory would inevitably face closure due to its inability to pay wages. Selling it to Xiao Chen was undoubtedly the optimal outcome. By merely acting as an intermediary, he could maintain a favorable relationship with Xiao Chen, rendering this transaction exceedingly advantageous. Su Yuanshan soon departed, and as Xiao Chen and his companions made their exit, Songya leaned in and whispered, "The culprit has been located. It's the company's accountant, who has some connections with the Zhang family, and leaked your information. Enough of that. You can handle it from here." Xiao Chen replied, waving his hand. Fully aware that Songya possessed numerous means to manage such troubles, "I have already dealt with her. She has been incarcerated in my company for leaking a significant amount of confidential information, which is sufficient for her to remain there for a decade," Songya stated nonchalantly. "As for the Zhang family, I am preparing to suppress them next." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded in agreement without further comment, making his way home. "By the way, I have appointed Xie Yusin to oversee the accounting department," Songya informed him. Understanding that Xie Yusin's brother had a connection with Xiao Chen, she recognized that they were indeed allies. After all, Xiao Chen was bold enough to offend the Gu family for her sake. "That sounds excellent. Let her perform her duties well," Xiao Chen responded with a smile. With Songya's arrangements in place, everything seemed assured. Furthermore, Xie Yusin and Chu Yan following Songya would undoubtedly be more advantageous than being under his direct supervision. "Xiao Chen, I must take my leave," Chu Qinghua said. Glancing at him, she still held on to a manual related to her second uncle, which she needed to return. "I will come back after a while." With that, she turned and departed. Watching Chu Qinghua leave, Xiao Chen felt a sense of relief. His secrets were significant, and although his relationship with the Chu family had changed, having Chu Qinghua constantly by his side felt a bit uncomfortable. Her departure alleviated some of that tension. Once Chu Qinghua was gone, Xiao Chen turned to Songya and stated, "I shall take my leave as well. Do you not require my company for your return tonight?" Songya inquired, leaning against him. "Perhaps tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to tonight," Xiao Chen replied. Fang Hao had already been urging him to bring some drones over. Previously, the drones had been delivered to the warehouse, and he was particularly intrigued by Fang Hao's tiger. It was as tall as a mountain, and he wondered if consuming it would enhance his strength. Although he had learned of the existence of innate beings from Chu Qinghua, he remained unaware of his own capabilities. Uncertain of how he measured against those so-called innate beings, whether he was superior or inferior. Thus, it was imperative to strengthen his abilities. "All right," Songya responded with a smile. "I will come find you tomorrow night." After Songya departed, Xiao Chen swiftly returned to the supermarket. Upon seeing the drones on the ground, he promptly gathered them into his space and subsequently chose to teleport. In the next instant, he found himself before Gu Ming, who had been anxiously awaiting his arrival. "Brother, you have finally come," Gu Ming exclaimed upon seeing Xiao Chen produce a batch of drones. "Brother, how long can these last?" Fang Hao inquired, looking at Xiao Chen. Given that his mission required an extensive amount of time, he needed to operate the drones with utmost efficiency to locate the elusive boss. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Chen replied, "Approximately an hour." "Perfect." Fang Hao nodded, and Xiao Chen immediately provided him with over 20 drones, which would take off one after another to search. He then pointed to a massive tiger beside him and said, "Brother, you should take this back." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. His gaze filled with astonishment at the sight of the enormous tiger. Even in death, its colossal form sprawled on the ground was quite intimidating. With a swift motion, he summoned the tiger into his space. Witnessing the space become instantly filled with the massive tiger, Xiao Chen wore a look of surprise. This beast was so immense that he pondered how long its meat would sustain him. Holding a collection of drones, Fang Hao turned to leave, while Xiao Chen returned to his supermarket. Upon returning to the real world and opening his space, he was taken aback. Where once there had been a tiger, he now found an assortment of neatly processed meat chunks, enormous tiger bones, and even the tiger's hide. However, the internal organs and the tiger's whip were nowhere to be found. "System, what is your purpose in this? Why do you require the tiger's whip?" Xiao Chen queried, bewildered. Yet, the system remained silent. He was well aware that it was a mute system, only storing items without engaging in conversation. Regardless, the absence of the tiger's whip and internal organs did not detract from the other contents. After some contemplation, Xiao Chen glanced at the enormous tiger's skin, feeling a sense of dread for the first time. Even though it had been processed, the oppressive aura emanating from the tiger's skin was profoundly intense. It is perhaps best to first store it in a space. After all, this thing is exceedingly terrifying. Even if one were to take it out themselves, no one would believe it to be a tiger. Merely the tiger's skin, Xiao Chen surmised, could easily cover 4 tanks. One can only imagine its size. Casually extracting a portion of the tiger meat, Xiao Chen contemplated before seeking out a pressure cooker. He unceremoniously tossed a generous amount of seasoning into the pot, added the tiger meat, and began the process of stewing. Uncertain of the proper method, he decided to proceed in this manner. After half an hour of cooking, the fragrant aroma filled the entire room, invigorating Xiao Chen with a sense of strength. In fact, he sensed something amiss. The enticing scent of the meat seemed to elevate his mental state remarkably. Once the 30 minutes had elapsed, Xiao Chen opened the pressure cooker, revealing meat that exuded an irresistible fragrance. He picked up a piece and took a bite, instantly astonished. It was delicious, even with just a few seasonings. The richness of the stew was palpable. Remarkably, there was not a hint of fishy taste, but rather a subtle sweetness. Initially, Xiao Chen had anticipated a gamey flavor, but it was clear that such a notion was unfounded. He quickly scooped up the remaining tiger meat and devoured it all in one go. As he consumed more and more, Xiao Chen began to notice an unusual sensation within him. An internal heat surged forth, accompanied by a primal force that seemed to rampage through his body. In this moment, he felt the transformation of his physical being. His strength was undeniably increasing, and his physique was visibly enhancing. At that moment, he finally understood why Feng Hao had mentioned that this substance was a great tonic. If it could bolster Feng Hao's formidable power, it would surely have a monumental effect on him as well. After all, Feng Hao's strength was such that even a casual display of power from him could spell disaster for Xiao Chen. Once he had finished the entire pot, Xiao Chen collapsed onto the floor, unable to move. His body brimmed with energy, and under its relentless surge, he could sense the changes occurring within him. His strength was genuinely advancing. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Chen retrieved a vial of mid-level evolution serum. Previously, Gu Ming had advised him to consume it at an opportune moment. At that time, he had lacked the opportunity to do so, leaving the vial still in his possession. Now he believed the time had come. He downed the entire vial in one go, and in the next instant, he felt his body expanding, his heart pounding vigorously. The sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears, and amidst the pain, he fainted. The following day, when Xiao Chen regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled on the ground, surrounded by torn fabric. His clothes had been completely torn apart. Feeling the changes in his physique, Xiao Chen at that moment realized the extent of his newfound strength. After a moment's thought, he produced a handgun, one he had purchased overseas, most of which he had given to Xiao, leaving only a small portion for himself. Now, holding the gun with a silencer attached, Xiao Chen aimed it at his arm and pulled the trigger. The next moment, he was taken aback. The bullet struck his arm and ricocheted off. Not only that, but he felt merely a slight twinge of pain before it vanished entirely. He furrowed his brow. Had he truly achieved invulnerability? After stowing the handgun, Xiao Chen ascended to find a loose-fitting outfit to wear. At that moment, he realized that what he had once considered loose now felt rather snug. The strength of his body was undeniably formidable. Resolving to buy new clothes, he prepared to head out. However, as he stepped outside the supermarket, he noticed a bus suddenly halt at the entrance. A group of people disembarked and fixed their gaze upon Xiao Chen. Upon recognizing them, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Qin Jianghe had indeed arrived. Observing the group behind him, notorious ruffians from the village had also come. Among them were familiar faces. After all, they hailed from the same village, and their paths had crossed numerous times. Some had even frequented Xiao Chen's supermarket, occasionally requesting credit. Previously, during his time in the village, Xiao Chen had maintained amicable relations with them. So he was taken aback that they had come for money. Xiao Chen, it seems you are indeed here. Tell me, where did you acquire your wealth? Qin Jianghe bellowed, directing his accusatory tone at Xiao Chen. Chapter 63, They have come to extort him. Xiao Chen could hardly muster the energy to respond to Qin Jianghe. He recalled how vehemently Qin Jianghe had opposed his relationship with Qin Ku, yet he had not hesitated to accept money from Xiao Chen for her sake. After Qin Ku departed, he had launched a smear campaign against Xiao Chen throughout the village. If it weren't for the village's small size, where everyone could witness the truth, Xiao Chen's reputation would have been thoroughly tarnished. Later, after Xiao Chen had ventured to Shanghai for work and found himself unable to succeed, Qin Jianghe spread rumors that Xiao Chen was a failure. He even claimed that Qin Ku's departure was justified. Staying with Xiao Chen would doom her to a life of misfortune. The crux of the matter was that Qin Jianghe was not a decent person. After disparaging Xiao Chen in the village, he had the audacity to waltz into the supermarket, attempting to take cigarettes without paying, claiming to be Qin Ku's uncle and that Xiao Chen should cater to him. In that instance, Xiao Chen had delivered a sound thrashing to the old man. It was no wonder that he harbored resentment toward Xiao Chen. Now witnessing Xiao Chen's rise, he undoubtedly felt the sting of envy. My wealth has nothing to do with you, Xiao Chen retorted coldly, dismissing Qin Jianghe's unfounded accusations. I am the village chief, and I have the right to know, Qin Jianghe declared loudly. At this, Xiao Chen could hardly be bothered to respond. Did he truly believe that being a village chief conferred any authority over him? Moreover, even if the village chief held some power, it would not extend to him, as he no longer dwelled in the village. There was no need for politeness with this man. Fool, go back to where you came from. Xiao Chen shot back, extending a middle finger towards Qin Jianghe. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianghe glared at Xiao Chen, his anger boiling over. Xiao Chen, do you think you can escape the truth? We know all about you. You have dug up the village's gold and sold it for a fortune. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen merely rolled his eyes and responded with a mocking tone. What gold in the village? Are you not aware? Qin Jianghe faltered momentarily. Deep down, he understood that Xiao Chen could not possibly have unearthed any gold, for none existed in the village. However, he remained oblivious to the origins of Xiao Chen's newfound wealth. The reason he had gathered such a large group was due to his conviction that Xiao Chen's money was ill-gotten. Thus, he felt compelled to extort him for the sake of self-preservation. Upon reaching this point, he cast a glance at Xiao Chen and, lowering his voice, remarked, Xiao Chen, I am acutely aware that your wealth is tainted. I know all too well your character. Where did you acquire such an abundance of gold? Therefore, it would be prudent for you to hand over the money without hesitation. Listening to Qin Jianghe's words, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh and, with a smile, inquired of the old man, how much do you intend to demand? My request is modest. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen was indeed willing to part with some funds, Qin Jianghe's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he exclaimed, 5 million. I am aware that you have taken away over 10 million. Xiao Chen, disinterested in engaging with him, knew that the sum he had appropriated far exceeded 10 million. Just from the gold alone, he had amassed over 100 million. This was the advantage of having connections. Under ordinary circumstances, someone else would have been apprehended for such a fortune. However, Xiao Chen remained untroubled, for Chu Qingwei had already resolved the matter. Moreover, as long as the origins of the gold were legitimate, Chu Qingwei would hardly concern herself with it. For the authorities, it was all beneficial. I possess over 10 million. In fact, I can easily produce 100 million. Xiao Chen coldly stated while looking at Qin Jianghe, do you truly believe I would give you anything? If you refuse, I shall report you. Qin Jianghe retorted, desperation evident in his voice. After uttering this, he turned to the villagers behind him and declared, this scoundrel, Xiao Chen, has pilfered the village's gold and profited handsomely, yet he refuses to share with us. Let us not let him escape unscathed. Upon hearing Qin Jianghe's words, the villagers, many of whom were troublemakers, immediately began to stir, and a few even rushed forward, intent on attacking Xiao Chen. As they charged at him, Xiao Chen swiftly delivered a kick, sending one of them flying backward, landing on the ground and spewing blood. Xiao Chen, how dare you strike someone? Qin Jianghe was momentarily stunned, staring at Xiao Chen in disbelief. You are finished. Not only have you stolen the village's assets, but you have also severely injured someone. In response, Xiao Chen pointed at the surveillance camera behind him. There is a camera at the entrance of my supermarket. They attacked me, and I acted in self-defense. With that, he shot a cold glance at Qin Jianghe. As for you all, attempting to extort me, today I shall certainly teach you a lesson. Xiao Chen, we are your elders. Arriving at your establishment without even being offered a cup of tea and resorting to violence immediately is rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? Several elderly villagers stepped forward, gazing at Xiao Chen. We are all aware of your newfound wealth. The village is impoverished, and with your riches, shouldn't you assist us? Moreover, they added, after your parents passed, if it weren't for the villagers, would you have fared so well? Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. He was already 16 when his parents passed, and even then, several old-timers were eager to seize his inheritance. Had it not been for He Zongwen and a few of his father's friends aiding him, those old folks would have succeeded back then. The audacity of them to utter such words now was infuriating. In that moment, Xiao Chen stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to the old man. He glared at everyone, a sneer forming on his lips. I recall that many of you work at the food factory in town, correct? At this, several individuals frowned slightly. They were indeed reluctant to be there, but after months without pay from the factory, they had been incited by Qin Jianghe to come. Noticing their silence, Xiao Chen scoffed. Uninterested in further dialogue, he directly called Su Yuanshan. With connections at hand, he intended to make the most of them. Besides, Su Yuanshan would likely welcome the call. Brother Xiao, I was just looking for you. The matter regarding the food factory has been settled. You only need to assume the factory's debts and pay the owner 5 million. The equipment and machinery will be yours. Su Yuanshan said with a smile on the other end of the line. After making inquiries, he had discovered that the factory had long been in disarray, with the owner already looking to sell. However, given the circumstances, there were few potential buyers, and the asking price was exceedingly low. Even if sold, it would barely cover the debts. Thus, when Su Yuanshan approached him, he had made a straightforward offer, essentially a break-even deal. Thank you, Brother Su. Please send a group of people to my supermarket. A crowd is gathered outside, preparing to extort me, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Chapter 64, Apprehended. After concluding the call, Xiao Chen regarded the individuals before him, utterly disinterested in their presence. He turned on his heel and began to walk away. Seeing Xiao Chen turn to leave, Qin Zhonghe was immediately incensed. He seized Xiao Chen, shouting hoarsely, "Xiao Chen, do you believe I won't report you today? I'm waiting for you." Xiao Chen replied, nodding, "Let us see what you can use to report me." After uttering this, he delivered a kick that sent Qin Zhonghe sprawling onto the ground. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen scanned the surrounding villagers. They had not anticipated such treatment from him. After all, their perception of Xiao Chen had never aligned with this behavior. They remembered him as a young man with a gentle disposition. In the village, he was regarded as a good person. It was precisely for this reason they felt emboldened to follow Qin Zhonghe. After all, good people are often seen as easy targets. Moreover, why was it that someone like Xiao Chen, whom they deemed worthless, could amass wealth? Thus, they had conspired, planning to extract money from Xiao Chen. Believing that since he had money, he would be easy to manipulate. Such secrets, they thought, they could exploit for a lifetime. However, they were utterly unprepared for the reality that awaited them. Everything had turned out drastically different from their expectations. Not only were they met with unexpected resistance, but they were also left bewildered. Xiao Chen was entirely disinclined to engage with them, even going so far as to make a phone call before administering a beating and turning to leave. "Xiao Chen, we are your elders. Is this how you treat your elders?" Qin Zhonghe shouted in outrage. In response, Xiao Chen turned to glance at Qin Zhonghe and coldly retorted, "You are nothing but worthless elders. Xiao Chen, we are all from the same village. Even if you did not take the village's gold, now that you have prospered, shouldn't you give back to the community?" A few ruffians behind Qin Zhonghe chimed in. They were known for their idleness in the village. Aside from a few elderly residents, these troublemakers remained. Now, witnessing Xiao Chen's demeanor, they became increasingly vocal. Upon hearing their words, Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly and swiftly delivered a slap to each of them. "My current situation has nothing to do with you pathetic losers. Why should I owe you anything?" After uttering these words, he kicked one of them, sending him sprawling backward. "Xiao Chen, if you continue to behave this way, I will call the police. Just wait." Qin Zhonghe's face turned pale with fury. This was not how he had envisioned the outcome. He had even considered that if Xiao Chen's wealth were indeed legitimate, perhaps he would part with a portion of it, aligning with the image of Xiao Chen they had always held. When this fellow opened a supermarket in the village, it was commonplace for many to purchase goods on credit, and he readily consented to such arrangements. However, little did he expect that shortly after departing from the village, Xiao Chen would utterly disregard them. He even resorted to physical altercations, and with considerable ferocity at that. Just as Qin Zhonghe reached for his phone to call the police, he was startled by the sound of sirens. In no time, a group surrounded them. Qin Zhonghe barely had the chance to utter a word before he found himself pinned to the ground. A red flag vehicle halted before Xiao Chen, and stepping out was none other than Su Yuanshan. In a hurried manner, Su Yuanshan approached Xiao Chen and inquired, "Brother Xiao, what transpired?" Upon hearing the events from Xiao Chen, he quickly grasped the situation. In essence, it was a case of opportunistic individuals seeking to exploit Xiao Chen now that he had achieved success. This amounted to extortion. "Brother Xiao, how shall we handle this?" Su Yuanshan was disinclined to engage with these troublesome folk. His immediate thought was to remove them. As long as Xiao Chen was satisfied, that was all that mattered. Xiao Chen responded, "Let us proceed according to the rules." He added, pulling Su Yuanshan aside, "Many of these individuals are workers from the food factory, or have family members employed there." Understanding Xiao Chen's implication, Su Yuanshan nodded. It was clear that the plan was to dismiss these people, given the present circumstances. Releasing them posed no issue at all. "Very well, take these individuals back and conduct a thorough interrogation," Su Yuanshan commanded, gesturing towards the group. He had little regard for Qin Zhonghe's accusations against Xiao Chen regarding gold smuggling. Such matters were trivial for someone like Xiao Chen, who could easily procure legitimate proof of any gold dealings. After the group was taken away, Xiao Chen and Su Yuanshan boarded a vehicle and headed directly to the town. The local leaders had been awaiting their arrival, and upon seeing Xiao Chen alongside Su Yuanshan, they hurriedly approached to greet them. After all, anyone capable of summoning the city's second-in-command was undoubtedly of significance. Although they were unaware of Xiao Chen's reasons for taking over the food factory, resolving the wage issues would surely be seen as good news for the town. Meanwhile, the opposing business owner had also arrived, and accompanying him was Zhongwen. "Boss Xiao, I am already informed of the situation. Since everything is settled, let us proceed with the handover." The other party was evidently more anxious than Xiao Chen. Finally, this hot potato could be relinquished. Xiao Chen glanced at the contract and was momentarily taken aback to discover that the food factory still had an entire warehouse of unsold goods. Such severe stagnation of inventory. Nonetheless, This was inconsequential. He intended to take all of it. Therefore, without hesitation, Xiao Chen signed the contract and promptly transferred the payment. Seeing the funds received, the other party finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen then handed the contract to He Zongwen, stating, "Uncle He, from this moment forth, you are the factory manager." What? He Zongwen was taken aback by Xiao Chen's words. Looking at Xiao Chen, he exclaimed, "No way, Xiao Chen. I cannot handle this." As the factory's accountant, he had merely come along, never expecting Xiao Chen to appoint him as the manager. Was the role of a factory manager so easily assumed? He certainly felt ill-equipped for such a responsibility. "Uncle He, I do not know anyone else here. If you do not take the position, who will?" Xiao Chen replied, "Moreover, you are the only one I can trust." Upon hearing this, He Zongwen was momentarily stunned, then sighed, "Very well. I will manage it for you." He understood that Xiao Chen held him in high regard. Chapter 65, The New Boss. "Uncle He, how much does the factory still owe?" Xiao Chen inquired. Currently, the factory was in debt for a substantial sum of 3 million in unpaid goods, in addition to nearly 3 million in wages owed to the workers for 3 months. The local food factory was relatively small, employing only about 100 individuals. Moreover, the wages for ordinary workers were not particularly high, so, when calculated, the total was not excessive. Xiao Chen nodded at this information and then promptly requested the factory's account details to make a swift transfer. "Uncle He, I have deposited 30 million into the account. Please check." After speaking, he urged He Zongwen, "You are more familiar with the factory's situation than I am. Dismiss those who need to be let go. Additionally, regarding those who caused a ruckus at my place today, you are aware they have been taken in. Anyone related to them should be dismissed." Xiao Chen was disinclined to scrutinize the backgrounds of these individuals, but He Zongwen would certainly know. Surprised, He Zongwen replied, "Xiao Chen, I have no problem with dismissing these individuals, but I fear their families may cause trouble at the factory." "Very well, then we shall hire additional security. I will handle this matter." Xiao Chen assented. Let them create a disturbance. Ultimately, he had the moral high ground. Furthermore, in front of the town leaders, Xiao Chen had recounted the morning's events. Upon hearing that there had been attempts at extortion directed at Xiao Chen, the leaders assured him that they would take action. As for Xiao Chen's decision to dismiss a portion of the workforce, they had no objections. As long as the dismissal procedures were lawful and appropriate compensation was provided, there was nothing more to discuss. Initially, they had worried about over 100 individuals facing unemployment. But now it was merely a matter of letting go of a handful who had foolishly attempted to extort their employer. Hence, they readily agreed to the plan. Once all matters had been discussed, Su Yuanshan departed, as he had many other issues to address. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen accompanied He Zongwen to the factory. Many within the factory were already aware of the change in ownership, and upon seeing a luxury vehicle pull in, they quickly gathered around. "No wonder he is the big boss. This car could cover our salaries," several remarked, eyeing the vehicle. When He Zongwen and Xiao Chen exited the car, they were met with astonishment. Many of the workers were from the same village and recognized Xiao Chen. Their surprise stemmed from knowing him. "Xiao Chen, what brings you here?" Some acquaintances of Xiao Chen exclaimed in disbelief. "This is our new boss, Boss Xiao," He Zongwen announced, pointing at Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, many looked at Xiao Chen with incredulity. "Moreover, Boss Xiao has already deposited 30 million into the company's account today. We will prioritize disbursing everyone's salaries." As soon as He Zongwen finished speaking, expressions of excitement spread among the workers. Indeed, with the arrival of this new boss, salaries would be paid. Clearly, he was not short of funds. Those familiar with Xiao Chen now sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Xiao Chen raised his hand to quiet the crowd and then declared, "From today onward, Uncle He is the factory manager. All appointments within the factory will be decided by him. This factory will be under his stewardship." When Xiao Chen concluded his statement, numerous individuals turned their gazes toward He Zongwen. A mere accountant from the factory suddenly elevated to the position of factory director? Yet, no one dared to voice their dissent. It was well known that the factory now belonged to Xiao Chen, and everyone was aware of the connection between He Zongwen and him. Thus, they refrained from expressing any objections. "Moreover, I possess a list here. These individuals have been dismissed." Xiao Chen produced a document and declared. As he began to read aloud, many of those present had accompanied him to his residence earlier that morning and were, of course, unable to appear at the factory now. However, 3 individuals remained, glaring at Xiao Chen with palpable fury. Among them was Song Yuzhen, the wife of Qin Jianghe. With a fierce glare directed at Xiao Chen, Song Yuzhen exclaimed, "Xiao Chen, what is your intention? Others have achieved success and still look out for their fellow villagers. Yet you come in and dismiss our own people from the village. What are you trying to accomplish?" Behind Song Yuzhen, 2 women echoed her outrage. Xiao Chen, casting a cold glance at them, retorted, "You ought to inquire about this with your husbands. These individuals arrived at my place this morning intending to extort me. As soon as Xiao Chun's words fell, many employees in the factory were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a situation. Simultaneously, several onlookers regarded Song Yuzhen with mocking expressions. Just a few days prior, she had boasted about her husband becoming the village chief, flaunting their newfound status. Now, she found herself dismissed. Song Yuzhen's expression shifted dramatically, and just as she was about to speak again, Xiao Chen coolly interjected, "Expel them. As for their salaries and compensations, we shall transfer them directly to their respective accounts in accordance with the contract." After uttering this, he turned and entered his office, with He Zongwen following closely behind. Outside, the cacophony of Song Yuzhen's curses went unheeded by Xiao Chen. This woman was remarkably foolish, blindly following Qin Jianghe. She remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Jianghe was in deep trouble this time. On the way, Xiao Chen had already contacted Songya, instructing her to ensure these individuals were all taken into custody. After all, Songya had a team of lawyers at her disposal. Moreover, since Qin Jianghe was a village official, his actions posed a risk of malfeasance. While others might only face a brief detention, it was certain that Qin Jianghe would be imprisoned, and his sentence would likely start at 3 years. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had no intention of letting the matter rest easily. He had asked Songya to find a way to secure a 10-year sentence, hoping that the old man would perish in prison. "Xiao Chen, I will handle the subsequent matters. This factory is not large and was never meant to be troublesome, but with so many villagers incarcerated at your behest, they will undoubtedly seek retribution against the village. I believe it would be prudent to summon Uncle Xiao back," He Zongwen suggested. At this, Xiao Chun's eyes brightened slightly. Uncle Xia and Uncle He were both the best friends of his father during his lifetime. Uncle Xia had served as the head of security in the city, commanding a solid team of capable brothers. If he could bring them back, the security team would be assured. "Very well, I will seek out Uncle Xia." Xiao Chen responded affirmatively. "Moreover, Uncle He, I hereby declare that 10% of the shares in this factory will belong to you and Uncle Xia." Upon hearing this, He Zongwen quickly shook his head, wary of accepting such money. However, Xiao Chen disregarded his reluctance and firmly established the arrangement. "You and Uncle Xia will each receive a monthly stipend of 100,000. Do not hesitate, my fortunes have truly changed," he said, pulling He Zongwen along as he spoke. When his parents passed away, if it hadn't been for Uncle He and Uncle Xia, Xiao Chen could scarcely fathom how he would have managed to safeguard his parents' bank account and their single house. Chapter 66, Uncle Xia. Upon exiting the office, Xiao Chen departed without a second thought. He was not concerned with the factory's affairs. First, he contacted Songya to assist in finding a warehouse for storing his belongings, after which he promptly set off to visit Uncle Xia. Xiao Chen recalled that Uncle Xia was situated in an area where a real estate company operated, where he had served as the head of security. However, upon his arrival at the real estate company, he discovered that it had long since gone bankrupt, leaving the premises deserted. Observing the scene before him, Xiao Chen furrowed his brows. He called Songya to inquire about the situation and learned that the company had ceased operations 6 months prior. "Help me locate someone," Xiao Chen promptly instructed. He knew that Songya surely possessed the means to find individuals. At the sound of his request, Songya immediately agreed. Within 10 minutes, she relayed news to Xiao Chen. "Your Uncle Xia was dismissed half a year ago, after the company went under. He had no work and took a few brothers to labor at a construction site." Listening to Songya's words over the phone, Xiao Chen was taken aback. He hurriedly made his way to the address provided by Songya. Upon arriving at the construction site, Xiao Chen spotted numerous individuals laboring, and his eyes landed on Uncle Xia, who was hauling a heavy bag of cement. Seeing this, Xiao Chen froze momentarily. He rushed over to Uncle Xia and immediately took the bag from him. "Xiao Chen, what brings you here?" Uncle Xia was momentarily startled, quickly inquiring. "I came to find you," Xiao Chen replied, gazing earnestly at Uncle Xia. "Uncle Xia, how did you end up here?" The company collapsed, and many of my brothers need to make a living." Uncle Xia gestured toward the group behind him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen turned to glance at the crowd, realizing there were indeed several familiar faces among them. "These were once my subordinates. Now that the company has fallen, we have all grown older," Uncle Xia lamented. Listening to Uncle Xia's words, Xiao Chen felt a pang of helplessness. He had not anticipated that Uncle Xia was struggling so much. "Uncle Xia, why didn't you reach out to me?" Xiao Chen inquired with a wry smile. "You?" Uncle Xia replied with a faint smile. "I'm aware that you're operating that small supermarket. Can you even support yourself?" "That was in the past. Things are different now," Xiao Chen asserted, pulling Uncle Xia along. "I've acquired Uncle He's food factory and need a security team. Come with me." Uncle Xia, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Why would you purchase that rundown factory?" He then inquired further, "What exactly is going on? Where did you acquire such funds?" "Uncle Xia, suffice it to say, I've made money. Just come with me," Xiao Chen insisted, lowering his voice. "I'll pay your brothers 10,000 a month. Rest assured, Nephew, I have money now. You don't have a dime. Uncle Xiao retorted sharply. I know precisely how much you have. 10,000 a month for each of my brothers. You're looking at over 100,000 in wages monthly. Uncle Xiao, look. With Uncle Xiao reluctant to join him, Xiao Chen helplessly opened his mobile banking app. Upon seeing the substantial balance on Xiao Chen's phone, particularly the seemingly endless zeros, Uncle Xiao was taken aback. He quickly pulled Xiao Chen aside, his expression grave, and asked, What have you gotten yourself into? You need to clarify this. Where did this money come from? His gaze fixed upon Xiao Chen, Summer Uncle inquired. Have you committed any unlawful acts? Absolutely not. Xiao Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. Uncle Xia, you know me well. I assure you, there is nothing amiss. I am merely engaged in the antique business. You are aware of Jin Yutang, are you not? Indeed, I am. The proprietress of Jin Yutang is Songya. A remarkable individual. What does this have to do with you? Summer Uncle asked, his brow furrowing slightly. She is my woman. And I am the mastermind behind Jin Yutang. Xiao Chen whispered, lowering his voice. Just remember this. Your nephew has truly made it big. Upon hearing this, Summer Uncle raised an eyebrow. Is that so? You're serious? Come with me. We're heading to Jin Yutang. With Summer Uncle's skepticism evident, Xiao Chen, resigned, took him to the establishment. When Summer Uncle laid eyes on Xiao Chen's luxurious vehicle, he was momentarily dumbfounded. The car was ostentatiously expensive, and he hesitated to enter it. This vehicle is far too extravagant. I am unworthy to sit in it. He exclaimed. What is so remarkable about it? It's merely a car. If you desire it, I shall gift it to you, Xiao Chen replied with a jovial grin. Summer Uncle hastily waved his hand. No, I cannot afford such a luxury. Now I am convinced that you have indeed prospered. He then turned to Xiao Chen, stating, I will speak on their behalf. A monthly sum of 8,000 will suffice. Let us make it 10,000. Your nephew is not in want of such trifles. Xiao Chen interjected, Uncle Xia, let us leave now. I am facing some genuine troubles over there. What troubles could there possibly be at that small factory? Summer Uncle asked, bewildered. He was well aware that the modest food factory should pose no issues. In response, Xiao Chen recounted the incident involving Qin Jianghe's extortion and the subsequent harassment he endured. That scoundrel dared to bully my nephew. Has that wretch been incarcerated? Summer Uncle snorted. If he hasn't been jailed, I would have ensured he was severely beaten. Fine. I understand now. You fear those dismissed will cause trouble at the factory. Allow me to handle this. Just as he concluded his statement, a group of individuals rushed over. Addressing Summer Uncle, Boss, the foreman insists you return to work immediately, or else you'll be out of a job. Summer Uncle scoffed. I had no intention of continuing anyway. Now, gather your things and follow me. This is my nephew, the big boss. From now on, we shall work for him. He gestured toward Xiao Chen. The group, upon hearing this and observing Xiao Chen's luxury vehicle, displayed expressions of astonishment. All right, they wasted no time, for they held immense trust in Summer Uncle, promptly abandoning their tasks to follow him. Very well, I am familiar with the factory. I shall go myself. However, my brothers here are short on funds. Could we perhaps secure an advance? Noticing Summer Uncle's awkwardness, Xiao Chen smiled and nodded. No need for an advance. Upon arrival, let them receive a month's salary. Chapter 67. The Disturbance. Upon returning to the factory with Summer Uncle and the others, Xiao Chen encountered a considerable gathering at the factory entrance. As his vehicle approached, the crowd surged forward, led by none other than Qin Jianghe's wife, flanked by Qin Ku. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's car halt, a peculiar expression crossed Qin Ku's face. She could not comprehend how Xiao Chen remained unscathed while her uncle had been imprisoned. As Xiao Chen stepped out of the vehicle, he surveyed the crowd, which advanced towards him with hostility. Xiao Chen, what is your intention? We are all from the same village. How could you be so ruthless as to imprison our men? Qin Ku's aunt shouted indignantly. Several villagers joined in, clamoring in outrage. Xiao Chen glanced around, recognizing that most of the troublemakers were those who had previously conspired with Qin Jianghe to extort him. Thus, he chose to disregard them. Summer Uncle, however, approached and delivered a sharp slap to Qin Ku's aunt. Ah, she cried, collapsing to the ground in tears. Xiao Chen paid them no mind, fixing his gaze on the crowd. You are inciting a disturbance. Do you wish to be imprisoned as well? He asked coldly. Xiao Chen, I understand my uncle's demands for money were misguided, but we are of the same village. Can't you show some leniency and release them? Qin Ku implored, her voice urgent. Moreover, with so many seeking money, what will the villagers think? You must heed my advice and release them. Her eyes were filled with desperation. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to remain in this village. Xiao Chen chuckled derisively. The fate of those men is for the court to decide and has nothing to do with me. Now be gone, he retorted coldly. The opinions of the villagers mattered little to him. He had long lost faith in this community, especially after his old house had been vandalized. He had already planned to renovate it into dormitories for summer uncle and his men, who were seasoned veterans, and no one dared to cross them. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's resolute words, Qin Ke's expression darkened. She glared at him, her face contorted with rage. She had never anticipated such a blatant dismissal from him. What was meant to be a simple ploy to intimidate Xiao Chen and extract some money had spiraled into something far more serious. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The man who once heeded her every wish had vanished. Xiao Chen, we are only looking out for your best interests. Qin Ke pressed, you have offended so many. The outcome will not be favorable. Xiao Chen, uninterested in continuing the conversation, turned to leave. Behind him, the crowd erupted in outrage. Xiao Chen, you little wretch. You cannot leave. If you do not release my husband today, I will ensure you pay dearly. Qin Ke's aunt glared at him, her fury palpable. The villagers echoed her sentiments, protesting loudly. Xiao Chen, we are all from the same village. How can you be so heartless? Release my husband. Seeing the fervor of the crowd, Xiao Chen merely shook his head, having lost all desire to engage with them. At that moment, a bus swiftly approached, and a group of individuals disembarked, none other than the subordinates of Uncle Xia. Upon seeing Xiao Chen and Uncle Xia encircled by a throng, they charged forward without hesitation. Initially, the villagers had exuded an air of defiance. But upon witnessing the formidable group of burly men, many of whom bore scars from past confrontations, they were instantly cowed. Boss, Brother Xia, what is happening? The crowd inquired urgently. These ruffians are causing a disturbance at the factory. Drive them away. Xiao Chen instructed, gesturing toward the unruly assembly before him. In response, the group nodded vigorously and immediately turned their intimidating gazes upon Aunt Qin and her companions. Faced with such daunting figures, the villagers who had intended to cause trouble promptly fled in terror. Enough, there is no need to concern ourselves with them. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, asserting, they pose no threat. He then pointed to the factory behind him and continued, Uncle Xia, from now on, this place will be under your and Uncle He's stewardship. Understood. Uncle Xia replied with a nod, then added, however, with so many of us here, the factory's dormitory may not suffice. Uncle Xia, you know my family. I want to be staying there anyway, so please arrange for them to reside there, Xiao Chen remarked, his gaze steady. However, my house was vandalized recently and requires repairs. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xia was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, what happened? With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Chen recounted the incident involving the Xiao family. After listening, Uncle Xia looked at Xiao Chen and said, you should have come to me sooner. I would have helped you settle the score. What of that father and son? What is their status now? Having been away from the village for quite some time, he was unaware of these developments, especially considering that aside from the soon-to-be defunct food factory, there were no other means of livelihood in the town. They've long been sent away. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Are you not confident in my abilities? Uncle Xia? Uncle Xia nodded slightly at this assertion. Indeed, Xiao Chen possessed considerable skills, far surpassing expectations. All right, then I can rest easy. Uncle Xia sighed in relief and then turned to Xiao Chen, saying, you can always come to me for assistance in the future. Though I'm getting older, I can still protect you. Having known Xiao Chen's father since childhood, he regarded Xiao Chen as his own child. Seeing Xiao Chen thrive and succeed brought him genuine joy. Leave this matter to me. I'll handle it. Don't forget, I've worked on construction sites before. Just tidy up the damaged items. Uncle Xiao assured him. Chapter 68. Fatty He. Boss, I've come to rely on you. After arranging matters with Uncle He, Xiao Chen instructed him to distribute 10,000 yuan to each individual. To Xiao Chen, this sum was relatively insignificant. The recipients of the money were elated. Although they trusted Uncle Xia, their initial unease dissipated once they received their payments. With their employment secured before officially starting work, they no longer bore any worries. At this moment, the group gazed at Xiao Chen with profound gratitude. Since losing their jobs, they had been forced into labor on construction sites, where they faced exploitation from contractors due to their advancing age. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's intervention, they would have been uncertain about their future prospects. Remember, this factory belongs to my nephew, and I assure you, you will not be dismissed. However, you must keep a watchful eye, Uncle Xia said with a grin. Wait, you never mentioned you had such a promising nephew. One of the subordinates exclaimed, looking at Uncle Xia with surprise. Uncle Xia sighed helplessly in response. That young lad wasn't he doing well before. I had no idea he'd become so formidable. Just remember, having received my nephew's wages, you must safeguard this factory. He instructed the group. Come on, you know us brothers too well. They chorused in response, hurriedly asking, but can this factory really turn a profit? They eyed the dilapidated establishment with curiosity. Upon hearing this, even Uncle Xia harbored doubts. He quickly sought out He Zhongwen and asked, Old He, what is the deal with this factory? Why would Xiao Chen acquire such a rundown place? In response, He Zhongwen sighed. He claims to have a means of exporting food overseas. Upon arrival, he immediately cleared out all the inventory. You have no idea. He even urged me to increase production because it wouldn't be enough. He Zhongwen continued. Moreover, he has focused on producing items like compressed biscuits and instant noodles. I've been adjusting the equipment these past few days. Xiao Chen's requests were remarkably straightforward. Instant noodles and compressed biscuits, along with some canned meats. He demanded no extravagant flavors or high-quality ingredients, just that the food met safety standards. It was indeed the simplest of tasks. Upon hearing He Zhongwen's words, Uncle Xia was momentarily taken aback. Can these actually sell? He mentioned selling them overseas. He Zhongwen replied, seemingly unconcerned. His sole task was to produce the items and hand them over to Xiao Chen, which posed no challenges. And as for Xiao Chen, he is preparing to transport them directly. Well, old Xia, that lad has his own talents. You should consider that his current funds didn't come from thin air. He Zhongwen remarked, patting Uncle Xia's shoulder. Our job is merely to help him maintain this little piece of land. Agreed. Uncle Xia nodded, understanding that Xiao Chen was certainly engaged in significant undertakings beyond his capacity to assist. As for the village matters, they would manage those for him. He Zhongwen chuckled. Didn't that group come to stir up trouble? If they return, we'll let them accidentally damage something, and then we can send them away. Uncle Xia nodded in agreement. Sounds good. He was unwilling to waste further breath on those who dared bully his nephew, assuming they could take advantage of his good nature. The two old men even devised a plan to ensnare their adversaries. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen drove back, first stopping by to see Fatty He. Boss Xiao has arrived. Fatty He exclaimed with a grin, striking it rich lately. I see. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at him and said, speak plainly. What do you need from me? Well, I've hit a dead end and came looking for my big boss to make a living. Fatty He replied, dragging Xiao Chen along with a chuckle. What is going on? Did your gold shop shut down? Xiao Chen inquired, momentarily taken aback. Isn't it because of you? Fatty He whispered, lowering his voice. Just how much gold did you give to Sonya? Now she is selling her jewelry, elegant and stunning. Something most people can't replicate, and the prices are comparable to ours. Most of the business has been snatched away. Ever since you got acquainted with Sonya, my gold sales have plummeted. He found himself in a predicament. Having introduced Xiao Chen to Sonya, unaware of Xiao Chen's formidable prowess, in one fell swoop, he had overwhelmed Sonya with an immense volume of goods, leading her to unleash her full potential, thereby disrupting business along the entire street. Previously, he had merely subsisted on the remnants left by the Jinyutang. Now, however, even those scraps had diminished. Well, since you've mentioned it, it seems you are willing to do some work for me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up, saying, shut down the jewelry store. As for the remaining inventory, go to Sonya and have her take it. Rest assured, she will offer you market price. At this, Fatty He couldn't help but smile, responding, then my son and I shall rely on you for sustenance. Very well. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Chen nodded and instructed. You should establish a trading company. A trading company? Fatty He inquired, looking at Xiao Chen. I knew you must have other businesses. Otherwise, why would you even bother with that rundown factory? Lowering his voice, he added, quickly tell me, what kind of business? Just focus on setting up the trading company. This will be an export operation, and you will be responsible for procurement. Xiao Chen explained, we will procure whatever is needed, and once clients place orders, we will buy the goods. After finishing his explanation, Xiao Chen looked at Fatty He and asked, any issues? None at all. I'm quite familiar with this area. I can procure whatever you require. Fatty He replied promptly. Can you even procure firearms? Xiao Chen asked with a grin. You wouldn't be involved in any illegal activities, would you? Fatty He, feeling a twinge of anxiety, responded, I have no connections for that sort of thing. Rest assured, it's all above board. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, adding, I wouldn't actually put you in such a position. That's a relief. Hearing this, Fatty He sighed in relief and said, I'll head over to Jinyutang first, then get to work. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen promptly opened his phone and transferred 30 million to Fatty He. This is your startup capital. Fatty He glanced at the balance on his phone, momentarily stunned. He then looked at Xiao Chen and exclaimed, you really are quite affluent now. Chapter 69. Gu Ming's troubles. After parting ways with Fatty He, Xiao Chen made his way to the warehouse. This warehouse was one he had obtained from Sonya. Upon entering, he was greeted by a stack of food supplies. The food factory primarily produced snacks, thus most of the inventory consisted of such items. Of course, these could also suffice for a full meal. For Xiao Chen, these supplies could be sold to Gu Ming, who had already started requesting food from him. As the pressure on his food supplies had been mounting, this was precisely why Xiao Chen decided to acquire the food factory. Gu Ming's territory had been expanding, and his manpower was growing, necessitating Xiao Chen's assistance. With a wave of his hand, the goods before him vanished, transported into his own space. Ever since consuming tiger meat and taking an intermediate evolution potion, Xiao Chen discovered that his strength had become increasingly formidable. Remarkably, his space had expanded to 500 square meters, allowing him to store an ever-growing amount of items. Once the goods were securely stored, Xiao Chen chose to teleport. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Gu Ming. "Brother, you finally made it. If you had delayed any longer, my subordinates would have revolted," Gu Ming exclaimed upon seeing Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and remarked, "How could you not manage your subordinates?" In his view, if Gu Ming couldn't even handle his own people, he would truly be in dire straits. Gu Ming, feeling helpless, sighed, "Brother, I may have acted too hastily. Initially, I aimed to consolidate power, increasing my ranks. As my forces grew, I even attracted several high-level ability users. Now, I have barely reached the threshold of a high-level ability user myself, while many of them surpass me. If it weren't for the food supplies I have, they would undoubtedly refuse to bow to me. Since you haven't sent supplies lately, they've begun to entertain other ideas. I've even noticed a few plotting to undermine me." Listening to Gu Ming's concerns, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you intend to do now?" At that moment, he could tell Gu Ming had devised a plan. "Brother, let's have a sparring match first. I still don't know your capabilities," Gu Ming proposed. If your strength is sufficient, Xiao Chen understood that Gu Ming was preparing to use him as a trump card. Naturally, he was also eager to test his own strength. After all, having followed Feng Hao in the gaming world, he had hardly exerted any effort, simply gaining experience and thus enhancing his abilities. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen looked at Gu Ming and said, "All right." With that, Xiao Chen charged at Gu Ming. His fist moved swiftly, almost instantaneously reaching Gu Ming, who retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, and Gu Ming was forced to stagger back several steps. "Brother, your strength is astounding," Gu Ming exclaimed, astonished. Xiao Chen's power exceeded his expectations. He realized that in terms of raw strength, he was no match for Xiao Chen. Despite being a high-level ability user himself, it was astonishing that Xiao Chen had achieved such prowess without ever consuming a high-level evolution potion. In that moment, Gu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew he had made the right bet. Xiao Chen possessed the capability to suppress those subordinates of his. Come again. With that, Gu Ming's body surged forward, and in an instant, Xiao Chen witnessed arcs of electricity crackling around Gu Ming. This was Gu Ming's ability. He was an electric-type ability user. Bolts of lightning surged toward Xiao Chen, yet his speed was greater. With a series of agile maneuvers, he evaded the onslaught of electricity. Even when it seemed he would be struck, a swift teleportation allowed him to narrowly escape, reappearing behind Gu Ming. With a powerful punch, he aimed directly for Gu Ming's head. Gu Ming's expression shifted, and he quickly dodged, even rolling several times on the ground to evade Xiao Chen's strike. Observing Gu Ming's clumsy attempts to escape, Xiao Chen smiled and approached him, asking playfully, "How was that?" "Impressive." Gu Ming exhaled, "Brother, in this apocalyptic world, most rely on evolution potions to enhance their abilities, making it quite rare to find alternative methods. Yet you, having never consumed a high-level evolution potion, are already this formidable." His gaze was intense as he looked at Xiao Chen. "Brother, what is your secret?" "What secret could there be?" Xiao Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. "Xiao's world is an ancient one with martial arts, but despite my efforts, I couldn't grasp it. However, I did manage to learn some basic techniques. Most importantly, being with Feng Hao in that gaming realm was akin to playing a game. He carried me along, and I gained experience effortlessly, thus boosting my strength. This is the most gratifying achievement of Xiao Chen to date. He has effortlessly gained experience and improved his strength without exerting much effort. Consequently, at this moment, his prowess is indeed remarkable." So it is. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's face was filled with envy. He understood very well that in the apocalyptic world, strength has its limitations. However, Xiao Chen is different now. He can traverse other realms, which always presents the possibility of breakthroughs. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and then waved his hand, proclaiming, "This is tiger meat." "Is it from that giant tiger we saw that day?" Gu Ming eagerly inquired. At the time, he was indeed astonished by the image of the colossal beast. "Yes, I consumed that tiger, and my strength has significantly increased," Xiao Chen stated, pointing at the tiger meat. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's expression brightened with delight. "All right, I'll cook it right away," he exclaimed, suddenly producing a pot from an unknown source and swiftly tossing the meat inside. Watching the meat being carelessly thrown in without any seasoning, Xiao Chen opened his mouth in astonishment. Gu Ming was unconcerned, as in the apocalyptic world, merely having something to eat is a blessing. Beyond their encampment, there were numerous mutated beasts. While they could be consumed, they were notoriously unpalatable, constituting the primary sustenance for most people in this desolate world. Even so, such provisions were scarce, as these beasts were formidable. Thus, the scarcity of food in the apocalypse was truly evident. When Gu Ming had produced flour and rice, the entire camp was left astounded. Those items were of utmost significance to them. Chapter 70. Trouble approaches once the meat was nearly cooked. Gu Ming pulled out a piece and tasted it. The next moment, his eyes lit up. Brother, this meat is delicious, not a hint of fishiness. He quickly retrieved another slice. Xiao Chen was taken aback. After all, the last time he prepared meat, he had used a considerable amount of seasoning. He couldn't ascertain the meat's original flavor. Contemplating, he also fished out a piece, and upon biting into it, his expression turned distinctly peculiar. The fishy taste, the flavor of blood, and even a hint of foulness, it was hardly palatable. Is this not fishy? He thought, noting that it was even undercooked and still oozing with blood. Observing Gu Ming relishing it, he opened his mouth, speechless. He understood quite well that in this world, simply having enough to eat was a luxury. How could one afford to worry about seasoning? Thus, he had grown accustomed to the rancid flavors. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen tossed his piece of meat back into the pot. In the next second, Gu Ming eagerly snatched it up and devoured it. Aren't you eating? Gu Ming looked up at Xiao Chen and asked. It's too fishy. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming chuckled. Well, there's nothing to be done about it. You have no idea how horrid the outside beasts taste. It's comparable to a stinking ditch. Yet even so, people are desperate to consume them. He felt helpless. Having traversed to this wretched place was driving him to the brink of madness. After finishing an entire pot of meat, Gu Ming felt as though he had become intoxicated. Suddenly collapsing to the ground, unmoving, Xiao Chen chose not to disturb him and sat beside him. The next moment, Gu Ming's muscles began to swell and pulsate. Witnessing this, Xiao Chen realized that Gu Ming was solidifying his gains. He remained silent, merely watching. It took a full half-hour before Gu Ming slowly regained consciousness. He first checked his body, and a look of surprise illuminated his face. Brother, I feel my strength has increased significantly. Do you have any more meat? Please get me some. His eyes were ablaze with eagerness. This meat was indeed a treasure. Xiao Chen nodded in response, then waved his hand, producing 2 large pieces of meat. Haha, this is fantastic. Gu Ming exclaimed joyfully. After quickly stashing the meat away, he pulled Xiao Chen aside and said, Brother, this is a high-grade evolution serum. You must help me clear the obstacles. My strength needs to be reinforced further. Once we enhance our power, we can easily eradicate these nuisances. He looked at Xiao Chen and added, Recently, these rascals have been increasingly restless. Xiao Chen did not refute. The high-grade evolution serum was indeed a remarkable asset. He took it without hesitation and downed it in one gulp. In the next instant, Xiao Chen felt an intense heat coursing through his body, his blood boiling as if he had been tossed into boiling water. This sensation left him gasping, and he could even see steam rising from his mouth. The feeling of being almost cooked was exceedingly uncomfortable, and he desperately attempted to struggle, yet found himself utterly immobilized. After all, this heat emanated from within his own body. At that moment, he gasped for breath, expelling waves of heat, and with each exhalation, he felt his internal organs settling down. Gradually, he sensed the heat escaping his body, and he finally exhaled in relief. At this instant, he realized that his physical power was continuously augmenting, and even his abilities seemed to have evolved. Glancing at his spatial realm, which measured over 1,000 square meters, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He could hardly fathom how much he could contain if his power continued to ascend. Simultaneously, he activated his teleportation ability, and in the blink of an eye, he was outside the confines of Gu Ming's chamber. The sky remained scorching, with temperatures that were frighteningly high. However, Xiao Chen felt none of it. This heat paled in comparison to the intense warmth he had experienced after consuming the serum. He understood that he was now wholly impervious to such temperatures. Even in an environment exceeding 60 degrees Celsius, he felt nothing. Brother, Gu Ming exclaimed as he rushed to Xiao Chen's side. Your abilities have truly mutated. You can even traverse through the chamber. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, his strength had grown considerably. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, and he noticed a gathering of individuals not far away, all fixated on him and Gu Ming. At the forefront stood a bald man with a scarred face, flanked by a number of others. Brother, that man is called Scarface. He aims to undermine me, Gu Ming remarked, casting a wary glance at the group. The people around him are all high-level ability users. Xiao Chen nodded, his focus now fixed on them as well. Gu Ming, where is your food? Scarface coldly demanded, his gaze piercing into Gu Ming. Did you not say you would acquire it soon? He continued, watching Gu Ming intently. If there is no food, we shall not be held accountable for your fate. Gu Ming sneered in response, of course, I have food. But what business is it of yours? Hey, Gu Ming, you should consider this. The position of leader is one we have graciously bestowed upon you. Without food, who would allow you to remain in that role? The scarred man sneered as he spoke, you had better think this through. From now on, you will provide the provisions. On the surface, we shall refer to you as boss, but behind your back, you will heed my command. Otherwise, his cold gaze bore into Gu Ming and Xiao Chen. And with a mocking smile, he continued, we shall not hold back. I have long suspected your ulterior motives. Gu Ming, with a resigned expression, replied, then let us enjoy ourselves today. With that, he lunged directly at the scarred man. The scarred man let out a cold laugh, fully aware of Gu Ming's capabilities. In his eyes, had it not been for Gu Ming's continuous provision of food, he would have dispatched him long ago. Now, he was impatient to bring Gu Ming under his control, as the abundance of food had made them exceedingly envious. Gu Ming, today I shall cripple you. And then I will demand to know where you obtained that food, he declared, suddenly charging at Gu Ming with a punch. Xiao Chen observed the two entangled in combat, his brow slightly furrowing. Initially, he had thought Gu Ming and his companions possessed considerable skill, but after venturing into the ancient realm and acquiring numerous martial arts manuals, he realized that their fighting was rather mediocre. Their techniques were exceedingly crude. Having perused many manuals, Xiao Chen had enhanced his perspective and skills, allowing him to discern the disparity. His gaze shifted to the group following the scarred man, who were now rushing towards Gu Ming. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chen immediately surged towards them, eager to test his abilities against them. Chapter 71, The Battle Among the Superpowered. Standing before him were three individuals who had originally intended to confront Gu Ming. In an instant, Xiao Chen flickered and appeared right before them. The faces of the trio shifted in surprise as they realized they were facing a space-type superpowered individual. Their expressions turned grave. They understood all too well that space manipulators were the most formidable adversaries. The aura emanating from Xiao Chen at that moment was particularly daunting. After all, no one could withstand the sudden appearance of an assailant right before them. Let us take care of this one first. The trio exchanged glances and spoke in unison, fully aware that a space-type superpowered individual posed the greatest threat. Once he managed to escape, the consequences would be dire. They quickly formed a triangular formation around Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen scrutinized his opponents. They were evidently advanced superpowered individuals. One was a towering behemoth, another a petite woman, and the last was a woman clad in tight black leather. Fixating first on the imposing figure, Xiao Chen watched as the man let out a cold grunt and charged at him. The giant raised his fist, propelling it towards Xiao Chen with tremendous force, aiming straight for his head. Yet, just as the fist was about to make contact, Xiao Chen activated his teleportation ability. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the giant and unleashed a powerful blow. The impact sent the giant sprawling against the wall, shattering it upon collision. Xiao Chen furrowed his brows, glancing at his fist. The moment his fist struck the giant, it felt as though he had hit a slab of iron. The recoil was so intense that it numbed his hand. At that moment, a shadow flickered past him, and suddenly, the woman in black leather materialized before him, brandishing a dagger aimed at his throat. Her speed was astonishing, and despite Xiao Chen's swift evasion, she still managed to graze his shoulder. The woman frowned slightly, then retreated, vanishing from sight once more. Xiao Chen's expression darkened. This woman's abilities bore a resemblance to his own. However, her powers seemed less like teleportation and more akin to invisibility. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his gaze to a diminutive woman nearby, who was conjuring fireballs that hurtled towards him. As the fiery projectiles approached, Xiao Chen executed another teleportation, narrowly avoiding them, and reappeared in front of the petite woman. He threw a punch, and her expression shifted in alarm as she raised her hands to block his attack. Nevertheless, the force of his blow sent her flying. At that instant, a chill ran down Xiao Chen's spine. A sense of impending danger washed over him. He instinctively turned his head, and in the next moment, the woman in black reappeared before him, her dagger lunging at the spot he had just vacated. Witnessing her swift movement, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. This woman was indeed a formidable opponent. Realizing her prowess, she swiftly retreated, her figure once again disappearing. This woman is truly troublesome, Xiao Chen muttered under his breath. He understood that he was still unable to locate her, and she was undoubtedly evading him. Turning his attention back to the scarred man, who was currently being forced to retreat by Gu Ming in a fierce struggle, he pondered, how could this be? The scarred man was filled with astonishment, never having anticipated that he would be bested by Gu Ming. Previously, he had dismissed Gu Ming's capabilities, believing himself to be the superior superpowered individual. As fellow superpowered beings, he was aware of his own strengths, and he knew that the nature of their powers was peculiar. In this world, growth depended on consuming enhancements. Without such substances, one's strength remained relatively static, with the only variance being in combat skills. His combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to Gu Ming's, just as his application of superpowers was far more aggressive. According to his calculations, he should have been more formidable than Gu Ming. Yet now, he found himself mistaken. Each time he absorbed Gu Ming's punches, he was left battered and bruised, unable to withstand the sheer force behind them. It was crucial to note that Gu Ming was not a strength-based superpowered individual. In that moment, the scarred man was engulfed in confusion. Gu Ming, what on earth is happening? Have you obtained the ultimate evolution serum? He asked incredulously, only to shake his head rapidly. That's impossible. We don't even have such a serum. Furthermore, if you were an ultimate superpowered individual, you wouldn't possess merely this level of strength. The scarred man was now filled with bewilderment. Gu Ming's progress was far too significant. This was undoubtedly bad news for him. Gu Ming remained silent. Since the other party had resolved to provoke him, he had no intention of being courteous. He swiftly charged toward the scarred man and unleashed a powerful punch. The countenance of the scarred-faced man turned exceedingly grim. At that moment, both parties were locked in a fierce struggle. Observing this scene, Xiao Chen turned his gaze behind him, only to see the towering figure reappearing before him. The man radiated a silvery sheen, his skin reminiscent of metal, an unmistakable sign of the abilities he had displayed when Xiao Chen had previously engaged him. As for the woman lurking in the shadows, she was the true source of Xiao Chen's concern. With a low growl, the muscular man charged once more at Xiao Chen. As the opponent rushed forward, Xiao Chen snorted disdainfully and propelled himself toward him. At this moment, he was eager to test his strength against this extraordinary foe, curious about the outcome of such a confrontation. Thus, both combatants surged toward each other. Xiao Chen's punches were swifter, striking directly at his adversary. The man, unperturbed, let out a fierce shout and advanced toward Xiao Chen. His abilities were predicated on defense and strength. He had no fear of Xiao Chen's assault. However, the instant their fists collided, everything changed. Upon impact, the muscular man felt an overwhelming force erupt, sending him hurtling backward. This time, he even spat blood as he flew away. Chapter 72. Qin Ku's Greed. After landing a decisive blow, Xiao Chen inhaled deeply. He was acutely aware of the tremendous power unleashed in his full-force strike. Even the impact of a truck would pale in comparison to the force of that punch. For an ordinary individual, merely coming into contact with such a punch could result in them being reduced to mere pulp. Yet, his opponent, despite receiving the full brunt of his attack, had only been propelled away. Just as he had unleashed his punch, a sense of impending danger enveloped him once more. This time, Xiao Chen chose not to evade. Instead, he pivoted and unleashed another ferocious blow. He didn't know the woman's exact whereabouts, but it was evident that she was lurking just behind him. Boom! Xiao Chen's fist struck out, and indeed, it connected with something. In an instant, a cloud of crimson mist erupted before him. As the blood mist dispersed, a figure emerged, a woman clad in black, her face awash with disbelief. The force of Xiao Chen's punch had created a substantial crater in her body, leaving her lifeless on the ground. With a successful strike, Xiao Chen cast a disinterested glance at the woman's corpse before turning to observe Gu Ming, who was currently subduing the scarred-faced man. The sight of his three subordinates being dispatched by Xiao Chen caused the scarred man's expression to shift drastically. Gu Ming, just you wait. He spat as he turned to flee. At that moment, he was not even concerned about the food Gu Ming had been providing. He felt he was on the brink of death. Indeed, those capable of acquiring food were not to be trifled with. Had he remained by Gu Ming's side, with his and his subordinate skills, they could have thrived. Yet, alas, it was greed that led to his demise. As he attempted to flee, Gu Ming smirked, charging fiercely at him and delivering a powerful blow directly to the man's head. With a resounding crash, the scarred man's skull shattered like a watermelon. Witnessing this, Gu Ming finally exhaled in relief. He turned to Xiao Chen and remarked, "Brother, you have become significantly more formidable than me." He was well aware of how troublesome the three subordinates of the scarred man were, particularly the woman in black, whose invisibility skill rendered her nearly impossible to defend against. Yet now, she lay as nothing more than a puddle of flesh. As for the other two, while they were still alive, they were in a similarly dire state. All right, the threats have been eliminated. I shall take my leave. Xiao Chen sighed, indicating he had merely come to deliver supplies to Gu Ming and had no desire to linger further. Very well, Gu Ming nodded in agreement, then gestured toward the nearby pile of gold. Brother, I have sent someone to collect the gold. This is your share. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen approached and took possession of the gleaming gold bricks basking in the sunlight. All right, I'm off. After gathering the gold, Xiao Chen estimated it weighed at least 300 pounds. This amount of gold was indeed substantial. He knew the true value of this haul, understanding that if sold on the market, it could fetch around 500,000, a considerable sum. Upon returning home, Xiao Chen glanced at his storage space. As before, only half of the gold remained. He called Sonya, informing her of the gold he had acquired, instructing her to take it for herself. Sonya, entirely unconcerned about the source of the gold, had been thriving solely on the wealth and antiques Xiao Chen had provided. She had even begun reaching out to partners in other provinces and cities, aware that Yin City was too small to absorb such a large quantity of gold. She needed to ensure that other smaller dealers received some benefits. After all, she understood that if she continued monopolizing the gold, she would inevitably offend all the gold shops in Yin City. Even her childhood friend, Hipongzi, could no longer tolerate the situation. Thus, Sonia began to establish connections with those shops, intent on providing them with some share of the profits. As for other cities, that would be a matter of different pricing altogether. Xiao Chen paid little mind to these dealings. As long as Sonia was profiting, his own wealth would only increase. He had no intention of starting another company. This low-risk venture was more than sufficient. However, while Xiao Chen awaited Lao Lang to collect the gold, someone suddenly burst through the door. Upon seeing the intruder, Xiao Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and he coldly commanded, "Leave." The visitor was none other than Qin Ku. In a fit of rage, she stormed in, initially intending to confront Xiao Chen, but upon beholding the vast mound of gold before her, she found herself momentarily speechless. She was acutely aware of the value of such a quantity of gold. Her mouth agape, she struggled to find her voice. "Xiao Chen, where did you acquire all this gold?" Her eyes gleamed with avarice as they fixated on the gold before Xiao Chen. Yet, he remained indifferent to her presence, reiterating coldly, "Leave." Taken aback by his response, Qin Ku quickly recalled the true purpose of her visit. "Xiao Chen, why did you have someone sue my second aunt? Claiming she damaged your factory's equipment?" she demanded, her gaze still lingering on the gold. Xiao Chen had supposedly sold the gold to Jin Yutang. Could it be that he had other channels of income? Realizing this, a smug expression crossed her face. With the evidence of Xiao Chen's alleged crimes laid bare before her, she felt she could easily manipulate him at will. Hearing her words, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. His second aunt had been sued for equipment damage. However, he felt no concern regarding this matter. Regardless of the fact that Uncle Xia and Uncle He do not reach out to him, it is evident that they are indeed capable of resolving this matter themselves. With that in mind, Xiao Chen has no desire to intervene. Qin Ku, observing Xiao Chen's complete disregard for her intentions, becomes increasingly agitated. She exclaims urgently, "Xiao Chen, my second aunt merely seeks justice at your factory. What wrong is there in that? How dare you slander her?" Xiao Chen, indifferent to her outburst, retorts, "Get out. Xiao Chen, your gold is right here. If I call the police, all of it will surely be confiscated. I am aware that your gold is likely illicit. Thus, I command you to release my uncle and aunt at once. Furthermore, I demand half of that gold, or I shall report you," Qin Ku asserts, her eyes glimmering with avarice as she gazes at the gold before Xiao Chen, convinced that it will soon be hers, regardless of any opposition. Chapter 73. Qin Ku is in a frenzy. Her eyes are fixated on the mound of gold, the greed within her almost spilling over. "Xiao Chen, if you grant me the gold, I shall keep this matter a secret. Moreover, I could even reconcile with you. I would still be your girlfriend." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen scoffs coldly. To him, a woman like Qin Ku holds no allure whatsoever. He coolly gestures towards the door, commanding, "Leave this instant." Xiao Chen's voice is frigid. And upon hearing his words, Qin Ku's expression shifts dramatically. She pulls out her phone, her gaze filled with urgency as she implores, "Xiao Chen, I truly will report you." Xiao Chen, unperturbed, merely chuckles dismissively. Setting aside his current backing, the efficacy of Qin Ku's report is dubious, even if someone were to entertain it. Given his relationship with Sonia, as long as she can assert that the gold belongs to her, there would be no issue. After all, Sonia owns a gold shop and possesses numerous gold pieces. It is entirely reasonable. Thus, there is no chance of trouble arising. As Xiao Chen remains unmoved, Qin Ku's complexion darkens. Her gaze remains riveted on the gold, the sheer volume overwhelming her. The weight of over 100 pounds of gold is staggering, and she finds herself greedily tempted to reach out and seize it. However, she refrains from acting on such thoughts. After all, before her stands Xiao Chen. And even her insatiable greed acknowledges that taking this wealth is utterly impossible. "Xiao Chen, you once vowed to love me for a lifetime. Have you forgotten?" Qin Ku gazes at him, her face a picture of grievance. Xiao Chen, however, responds with a derisive laugh, "And how did you treat me?" When he turns to look at her, his eyes burn with fury. After all, he had sacrificed nearly everything for Qin Ku in the past. Yet, what had he received in return? It was because of her that he had grown wary of women. Even as he once experienced an unforgettable relationship that he now hesitates to revisit. At this moment, only disdain remains for Qin Ku. Seeing the coldness in Xiao Chen's gaze, Qin Ku's mouth falls open slightly. Deep down, she understands that the affection Xiao Chen once held for her has dissipated entirely. Yet, she refuses to confront this reality. Now, as she meets his icy stare, only fear and trepidation linger within her. "Get out." Xiao Chen's chilling command renders Qin Ke's face particularly grim. Just as she prepares to further threaten him, a voice emerges from behind. Miss Qin, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the voice, Qin Ke's expression shifts. It belongs to Songya. Turning around, she indeed finds Songya, her eyes fixed on Qin Ke with an icy glare. In that moment, Qin Ke's mouth opens in shock, yet she dares not utter another word. Songya's presence is overwhelmingly formidable, silencing her entirely. Casting a glance at Qin Ke, Songya strides towards Xiao Chen and states, I have sent someone to retrieve the gold. With that, she gestures to those behind her. Outside, Lao Lang and his companions have been waiting and swiftly enter, showing no sign of astonishment at the sight of the gold. Having witnessed more astonishing things in the past, the group moves in and begins to transport the gold without hesitation. Watching the gold being taken away, Qin Ke's eyes brim with excitement, convinced that it rightfully belongs to her. Yet, no one pays her any mind when they pass by her. They even cast her a disdainful glance. The scornful looks ignite a fire of rage within her. How dare they regard her in such a manner? Miss Qin, if you have no business here, you may leave. My man S space does not welcome you. Songya's voice is cold as she addresses Qin Ke. Hearing Songya's words, Qin Ke opens her mouth, yet helplessly retreats. As for reporting Xiao Chen, at this moment, she finds herself utterly powerless. She is acutely aware of Songya's wealth. After all, the current richest person in Yun City is this very woman, who also owns a gold shop. It is no surprise she possesses such a fortune. To report Xiao Chen now? What a farce. He could effortlessly produce legitimate proof at any moment. At this juncture, Qin Ke comprehends that she possesses no leverage to threaten Xiao Chen. Dejected, she exits the premises and finds herself outside, where she observes Songya embracing Xiao Chen, her face aglow with joy. An inexplicable pang of sorrow strikes Qin Ke. That should have been her place. Yet, what wrong had she committed? At that time, she simply could not foresee the happiness Xiao Chen could provide. What was wrong with leaving him? Who could have anticipated that after her departure, he would suddenly amass such wealth and end up with the female tycoon? Now, all that remains for her is bitterness. Qin Ke herself is unaware of how she departed, and when she turns around, she finds herself at the detention center, preparing to meet Qin Jianghe. Upon seeing Qin Ke, Qin Jianghe inquires anxiously, Qin Ke, what happened? Did you meet Xiao Chen? You must persuade him to release my uncle. Tell him my uncle has no objections to your relationship. We are all from the same village. Surely he wouldn't truly want to ruin me. Qin Jianghe's face is filled with hope. In his eyes, Xiao Chen has always treated Qin Ke with genuine kindness. Thus, he believes that if Qin Ke merely requests, everything will be resolved. However, looking at Qin Jianghe before her, Qin Ke shakes her head. She begins, but the words fail to escape her lips. She knows all too well that she currently holds no standing in Xiao Chen's eyes. In fact, he treats strangers far better than he treats her. Uncle, Xiao Chen will no longer heed my words. Qin Ke sighs. He has already hired a legal team. Neither you nor Aunt can be released. What did you say? Qin Jianghe's expression shifts dramatically. What has happened with your second aunt? At this moment, Qin Jianghe suddenly realized that his wife had also been brought in. Helpless, Qin Ke could only recount the incident involving her second aunt's commotion at the factory. Are you saying that our food factory also belongs to Xiao Chen? A flicker of disbelief crossed Qin Jianghe's face. He simply could not fathom how Xiao Chen could possess such immense wealth. Where did his money come from? Did you inquire thoroughly? Qin Jianghe asked with an air of anticipation in his gaze. This was what truly concerned him. If Xiao Chen's financial sources were dubious, perhaps he still had a chance. Chapter 74. An urgent need for technological assistance. Second uncle, he is with Songya, the female tycoon of Yun City. When Qin Ke uttered this statement, she nearly exhausted all her strength. Qin Jianghe fell into silence. At this juncture, who cared where Xiao Chen's money originated? Being associated with a wealthy heiress, Xiao Chen, whether through legitimate means or by relying on her, would undoubtedly amass considerable wealth. Thus, at this moment, anything she might say would be of no consequence. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards Qin Ke, and suddenly, his expression darkened. You wretched girl. I have long said that you are a harbinger of misfortune. When you were with that Zhang Ming, you brought not a single cent to our family. Only after that scoundrel discarded you did you think of returning home. Upon your return, you immediately urged me to confront Xiao Chen. Qin Jianghe's face twisted in fury as he glared menacingly at Qin Ke. You had it all planned out, intending to send me to jail, didn't you? His eyes darkened. To him, it seemed that had it not been for Qin Ke, he would never have fixated on Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen had moved out of the village and was thriving. He had no idea how he had acquired his wealth. Were it not for Qin Ke's insinuations about the dubious origins of Xiao Chen's funds, how could he have rallied a group to extort him? Now it seemed, Qin Ke had informed him that Xiao Chen's financial sources were entirely legitimate. What was he to do now? He had just assumed the mantle of village chief, only to find himself incarcerated. Who could he turn to for justice? Listening to Qin Jianghe's curses, Qin Ku's complexion paled. In that moment, she realized she could no longer remain in the village. Her second uncle and aunt had been sent away because of her. The couple was imprisoned, yet they had children. Although they were away, should they return, she was certain they would seek vengeance upon her. Realizing this, her face drained of color as she hastily rose and rushed outside. Second uncle, I have no other choice. I will not return. With that, she fled. Behind her, Qin Jianghe shouted curses, growing increasingly anxious as he watched Qin Ku depart. He had no desire to end up behind bars. Qin Ku, you wretched harbinger of misfortune, you betray even your own family. When I get out, I will surely make you pay. His curses echoed loudly, yet he felt utterly powerless. Upon leaving the police station, Qin Ku hurriedly set out to find Zhang Ming. Although she had been cast aside by him, she was at a loss as to whom else to seek assistance from. After much effort, she finally located Zhang Ming, only to discover him wrapped around another woman. Upon seeing Qin Ku, Zhang Ming sneered and asked, "What do you want from me?" After a moment of silence, Qin Ku responded, "Zhang Ming, I have followed you for several years, obediently adhering to your demands. I wish to leave. Could you possibly spare me some money?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's cold laughter rang out. "While you were with me, I provided you with 30,000 each month. Was that not sufficient? I have little money left." With her head bowed, Qin Ku reflected on the past. During her time with Zhang Ming, the monthly allowance seemed ample, yet it had never sufficed. Since being with him, she had glimpsed a different world, one that was appealing but extravagantly costly. She had nearly exhausted her funds each month. Transitioning from luxury to frugality was a challenge, yet the reverse was remarkably simple. Now, she understood that to maintain her current lifestyle, her meager savings were wholly inadequate. "Get lost," Zhang Ming scoffed. "Do you truly believe yourself to be something special? If it weren't for my money, you would have amounted to nothing over the years. Besides, why should I give you anything? Our relationship was merely transactional." After delivering these icy words, he turned and walked away. Qin Ku stood frozen in place, trembling with fear. She realized she would never receive a single penny. She knew Zhang Ming's character all too well. At that moment, regret washed over her. Had she not become involved with Zhang Ming, she might still be with Xiao Chen, who would likely have treated her well. Perhaps their child would have already grown. Even if their life was not as luxurious as it was now, she was certain she would have been happy. But now, it felt as if she had shattered everything. "No, I must have a way out. Xiao Chen, I will seek you out. Even if you are with Sanya, you can still be mine. At worst, I will become your mistress." A glimmer of determination sparked within Qin Ku's eyes. In her mind, all men were essentially the same. She required nothing more than for Xiao Chen to provide her with a monthly stipend, and she was confident he would agree. With this thought, her resolve grew stronger. However, she did not rush to find Xiao Chen immediately. She knew he was currently with Sanya. She decided to wait for Sanya to leave before approaching Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, you were once infatuated with me. Surely you still cannot forget me. Once I have you under my thumb, I will gradually usurp Songya's position." Qin Ku's eyes sparkled with ambition, as she believed Xiao Chen was still the same man she once knew, and that she could once again wield influence over him. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was cradling a peacefully sleeping Songya. In his mind, messages were flooding in from the chat group. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. The trio was engaged in lively conversation, predominantly with Gu Ming and Feng Hao expressing envy towards Xiao. Even though Feng Hao and Gu Ming were thriving in their own realms, everyone envied the emperor. The key point was that Xiao had shared photographs showcasing his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, each adorned with stunning beauties. "Boss, I need assistance. My development requires acceleration and urgent technological support." Upon noticing Xiao Chen's presence, Xiao immediately voiced his grievances. "What do you require?" Xiao Chen inquired. "Technology. I can't ask for everything from you. You must provide me with those technological books, and it would be best if you could arrange some videos for me. Also, I need machine tools and steel. Boss, procure more potatoes and sweet potatoes. You have no idea, the grain yield in my area is low. If it weren't for the large quantities of compressed biscuits you supplied, I wouldn't dare engage in any conflict." "All right," Xiao Chen responded with a hint of exasperation. "However, you are asking for far too much." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao promptly sent a picture. "Boss, sandalwood and Wang Wali are excellent resources. I can use these as collateral." He understood what was most valuable in his world. Undoubtedly, while gold remained abundant, its continuous expenditure was depleting the national treasury. Yet what could be sold off for immediate gain? Moreover, I am currently expanding my territory, and soon I shall be able to provide you with an endless supply of jade," Xiao declared with a sense of pride. Chapter 75, The Chosen One? Naturally, Xiao Chen wholeheartedly accepted Xiao's promise. What he required at this moment was precisely this. One could say that the resources of an entire world, utilized to develop the Golden Jade Hall, would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Given such circumstances, he readily agreed. Furthermore, Xiao Chen himself had discovered that after engaging in continuous transactions across dimensions, he could also unlock new realms. At present, he was in even greater need of dimensional trade to enhance his capabilities. With this in mind, Xiao Chen promptly requested Xiao to compile a list for him. Now, he possessed ample space and financial resources to undertake these endeavors. Upon receiving the list, Xiao Chen immediately sent a message to Fatty He. Without hesitation, Fatty He began to procure the items listed. He did not question Xiao Chen about the nature of these acquisitions. After all, Xiao Chen was the master now. Moreover, the items Xiao Chen sought were evidently for industrial purposes and not illicit in nature. Fatty He, without further contemplation, swiftly commenced his procurement. Mindful of the limited time Xiao Chen had given him to gather these supplies. With his extensive connections in Yin City, he soon managed to assemble everything on the list. That very afternoon, Fatty He transported all the items to the warehouse, informing Xiao Chen that everything was in place. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen promptly made his way to the warehouse. Indeed, everything had arrived. He quickly stored the items in his space and then chose to teleport. In the next instant, his form materialized within the imperial palace. Greetings, immortal lord. As soon as Xiao Chen arrived at the palace, numerous individuals prostrated themselves on the ground. Observing the throng, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to Xiao, who was nearby. At that moment, Xiao was surrounded by a throng of admirers, many of whom were scrutinizing Xiao Chen intently. Brother, Xiao hurriedly approached Xiao Chen and asked, "Did you bring the items?" "I did." Xiao Chen nodded in response and glanced around the grand hall, which was quite spacious. With a wave of his hand, a variety of items appeared in the hall, including various machines and steel, excluding potatoes and sweet potatoes. The sight of the amassed goods filled Xiao's face with excitement. "Here." Xiao Chen casually handed a laptop to Xiao, stating, "Everything is here. The data is all included, so you can manage it as you see fit." "This is precisely what I wanted." At this, Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. In this world, while other aspects were manageable, the technological level was woefully inadequate, almost reminiscent of ancient times, which was quite disconcerting for him. Now, with aspirations for development, he was determined to forge a different path. After all, the nation he resided in was still relatively weak. Were it not for the advanced weaponry Xiao Chen had procured for him, his position would have been precarious. "Brother, last time you didn't stay long enough. You should visit the estate I built for you," Xiao urged eagerly. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Although he did not frequent this place often, it was a gesture of Xiao's goodwill. Furthermore, since he might occasionally operate in this world, having a place to reside for a few days would indeed be beneficial. "Then let us go?" With that, Xiao took hold of Xiao Chen's arm and led him away. The courtiers and eunuchs present dared not intervene, especially after witnessing Xiao Chen conjure a multitude of items with a mere wave of his hand. "Guards, secure these items. Await the Emperor and the Immortal Lord's decision. Anyone who dares approach shall be met with lethal consequences." A eunuch called out as he observed Xiao Chen and Xiao depart. In the harem, several concubines watched as Xiao and Xiao Chen left, whispering among themselves, "So this is the Emperor's immortal lord brother. He truly seems otherworldly." Curiosity glimmered in their eyes, each harboring their own thoughts. After all, Xiao had yet to formally establish a consort, and the identity of the future empress could very well be decided by the immortal lord. Thus, they each formed their own speculations. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen followed Xiao out of the palace and into the expansive garden he had previously visited. Upon entering, he noticed a number of individuals present. "Brother, I must return to manage those machines. This is the estate's steward, and the household is comprised of women. I've arranged some suitable companions for you to enjoy." With that, Xiao shot Xiao Chen a knowing glance before taking his leave. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, then turned to regard the four women at the forefront, who were watching him with trepidation. "Greetings, immortal lord." The four women immediately knelt. "There's no need to kneel. What are your names?" Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Immortal lord, I am Zhao Jun, and these are Shi Shi, Yu Huan, and Diao Chan." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. "Who bestowed these names upon you?" he inquired. At his question, the four women promptly knelt again, anxiously responding, "It was the Emperor who named us. If the immortal lord finds these names unsatisfactory, we beseech you to grant us new ones." Zhao Jun hurriedly interjected, "Never mind, they are quite fine." Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, recognizing it as yet another of Xiao's whimsical antics. He had no desire to pursue this further. The four women sighed in relief at Xiao Chen's words, saying, "Immortal lord, we do not have surnames. The emperor stated that as long as we serve under you, we shall take your surname. Do as you wish. Xiao Chen responded indifferently. He was not particularly concerned about such matters, yet he found this ancient setting rather comfortable. The four women were overwhelmed with joy, realizing that as long as the immortal lord accepted them, they would effectively belong to him. That was the crux of the matter. How could those under the auspices of an immortal be wronged? Just as Xiao Chen intended to speak further, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. System notification: a chosen one has been detected in this dimension. Please proceed immediately to retrieve the chosen one to prevent her from disrupting the plans of the travelers. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. He inquired of the system regarding the identity of the chosen one, but it offered no response, merely providing him with a set of coordinates. Seeing the coordinates, Xiao Chen immediately stood and declared, I have matters to attend to outside. Inform the emperor that I shall return in half a month. With that, he executed a teleportation and vanished in an instant. Chapter 76, Saving a Life. Back at the estate, the four women stared in astonishment at Xiao Chen's sudden disappearance. Last time, the four of them cast a distant glance at Xiao Chen, after which he vanished for 3 months. With great anticipation, they awaited the return of the Celestial Lord, hoping to serve him well tonight. However, to their dismay, the Celestial Lord disappeared once more. Sister, what is happening? Does the Celestial Lord not like us? Yu Huan inquired, tugging at Zhao Juan's sleeve. It cannot be that. The Celestial Lord must have pressing matters to attend to. Besides, we are now under his auspices. Zhao Jun replied, shaking her head. No sooner had she spoken than a young servant rushed in, addressing the four young ladies. Ladies, there are numerous invitations outside, all requesting an audience with the Celestial Lord. Many are from the National Uncle and the National Uncle's Lord. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun calmly interjected. Go inform them that the Celestial Lord is traveling afar and is not at home. They may return another time. Zhao Jun was well aware that those individuals were of great stature and could not be offended. Yet now, she represented the Celestial Lord, which rendered the situation entirely different. After all, the Celestial Lord's authority was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was conversing with Xiao in his mind as he swiftly teleported to the top of the city wall. The guards atop the wall were taken aback by his sudden appearance and hastily knelt down. This subordinate has seen the Celestial Lord. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and in the next moment, he materialized outside the city. With a mere flick of his hand, an off-road vehicle appeared before him. A remnant from when Wang Hujia had attempted to ambush him, now stored in his spatial realm, ready for use. It was the perfect time to employ it. Climbing into the vehicle and following the coordinates provided by the system, Xiao Chen set off. Not far away, the guards observed this spectacle and hurriedly reported back. Return and inform His Majesty that the Celestial Lord has exited the city, though we are uncertain of his destination. They dared not send anyone to follow him. For the Celestial Lord's reputation was too formidable, no one could predict his temperament. Yes, the subordinate nodded vigorously and hastened back to the imperial city. At this moment, as Xiao Chen drove, he continued his conversation in the group chat. The chosen one? Brother, does such a thing truly exist? Will it affect me? Xiao inquired anxiously. I do not know. However, the system has made it clear that we must bring the chosen one here, or it will adversely affect you. Xiao Chen replied directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao quickly responded, Brother, I entrust this task to you. I have only recently ascended to the throne and have yet to savor the experience. Should this so-called chosen one cause me trouble, I fear I may not withstand it. Please locate her, and we shall devise a plan. Xiao insisted. He knew he could not leave the city, for he was the emperor and must remain to oversee the imperial city. Moreover, who could say what the chosen one might be like? If he sent people to find her and they were turned against him, the consequences would be dire. The only person he could trust was Xiao Chen. After all, he and Xiao Chen were inextricably linked. If he fell, Xiao Chen would lose a vital ally. A scenario Xiao Chen would undoubtedly wish to avoid. Thus, he could only hope for Xiao Chen's safety. How is it possible for the chosen one to appear in your realm? Gu Ming interjected, voicing his concern. Could it be that we too will witness the emergence of a chosen one? It is indeed plausible. We, the Traversers, are, in essence, disruptors of order. Feng Hao remarked nonchalantly. Consider Wang Mang from history. This statement darkened the expressions of those present, for Wang Mang was the most notorious figure resembling a Traverser, wielding immense power, yet ultimately falling victim to a great sorcerer. Such was the potency of the chosen one. Brother, do you think a meteorite might crash onto my head? Xiao exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. Xiao Chen replied calmly, do not fret, you shall not perish. He would never allow Xiao to meet such a fate. According to the coordinates, she should still be within your country, albeit on the border. I will proceed there first. Once I ascertain the situation, I shall bring her back. With that, Xiao Chen ceased further conversation with the trio. He understood that the sudden emergence of the Chosen One had instilled a sense of crisis in all three of them. In truth, it was not just they who felt this way, Xiao Chen did as well. Logically, as traversers who had arrived in this world, the appearance of a Chosen One meant that in his own world, he too might be deemed an anomaly. What if a being emerged in his realm with the intent to eliminate him? Contemplating this, Xiao Chen felt the looming threat. Originally relaxed due to his enhanced power, he now found himself apprehensive. For the next day, Xiao Chen remained on the move. When the vehicle ran out of fuel, he would switch to another. Throughout the journey, he did not pause. The ancient roads were far inferior to modern ones. Otherwise, he would have arrived much sooner. Finally, he drove to the border, where he spotted a small village that appeared desolate. Upon exiting the vehicle, he quickly secured it, as the coordinates indicated that the Chosen One was located within the village. As he entered, he found a crowd surrounding a young girl, who was tightly bound. This demoness is a harbinger of misfortune, ever since she arrived in our village. We have suffered drought. Today, we shall burn her. Otherwise, our village will continue to suffer. A group of villagers shouted, pointing at the young girl. Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon the girl, who appeared to be around 10 years old, yet her demeanor was remarkably composed, her eyes reflecting a chilling indifference. Through the system, Xiao Chen realized that this was indeed the so-called Chosen One. As he witnessed the villagers preparing to set the girl ablaze, his expression darkened. In an instant, Xiao Chen moved swiftly, appearing before the girl and delivering a powerful punch that sent the torchbearer flying. This demoness has accomplices. This sudden appearance must also be a monster. Everyone, subdue this creature and slay it. The villagers cried out, charging at Xiao Chen. Seeing this, he scoffed coldly and seized the nearest individual, hurling him into the crowd. Chapter 77. Can you save my mother? The man, thrown into the throng, collided with the villagers, causing chaos as they scattered in disarray, many falling to the ground, unable to rise. Xiao Chen turned his attention back to the young girl, who, despite her tender age, regarded him with a look of astonishment. The villagers, momentarily stunned, regarded Xiao Chen with a mix of fear and confusion, as he had appeared so suddenly amidst their intent to harm the girl. Xiao Chen cast a glance around at the villagers, who were presently gazing at him in terror, yet dared not approach. He then turned his attention to the bound young girl, extending his hand in an attempt to untie her ropes. However, in the next moment, the villagers shouted urgently, "Stop!" A few even brandished shovels and other makeshift weapons. "We care not whence you come or what creature you may be, but today you must leave this girl behind." They cried out in unison, "Release her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen let out a cold sneer and fixed his gaze on them. "You wish to obstruct me?" he asked. With that, he seized the girl and immediately activated his teleportation ability. The villagers could only watch in astonishment as he grasped the girl and vanished before their eyes, gasping in shock. In the next instant, he reappeared outside the crowd, with the girl looking at him curiously, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Are you human or demon?" The villagers trembled as they beheld Xiao Chen, aware that his sudden appearance signified complexity beyond their comprehension. Moreover, he had come for the girl they deemed a demoness, thus amplifying their trepidation towards him. Xiao Chen replied with a chilling laugh. "I am a celestial lord from the heavens." At this proclamation, someone in the crowd shouted, "He is a demon, not a celestial lord. My master is the true celestial lord." Xiao Chen turned to see an elderly man with a mustache glaring at him. "Today, you must leave this girl, or your village shall never know peace again." Xiao Chen regarded the old man with indifference. "Is your master a celestial lord?" he queried. "Speak of my master, and it shall frighten you. My master is the brother of the current emperor, the celestial lord Xiao from the heavens." The old man proclaimed loudly. "My master has presented countless divine artifacts in the capital and appeared personally. Many witnesses can attest to his true mastery." Listening to this, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed he had encountered a fraud, or perhaps one who was merely exploiting his name. With a cold smile, Xiao Chen surged forward, seizing the old man's throat. The villagers were thrown into a frenzy. "Let go of the Taoist," they cried, raising their weapons and charging at Xiao Chen. Yet, in the next moment, he vanished again, reappearing outside the throng while still grasping the old man. He surveyed the fearful villagers, who, despite their dread, remained fixed on him, uninterested in their plight. His focus remained on the old man. "Come with me," he instructed, turning to wave his hand, summoning a large off-road vehicle at the village entrance. The villagers, who had intended to rush him, halted in shock at the sight of this immense metallic beast. "This is the celestial lord's chariot." Many dropped to their knees, for they had heard countless tales of celestial lords and their war chariots, which had been depicted by numerous artists throughout the land. At that moment, they realized they had been utterly deceived. Xiao Chen cast a cold glance at them. "I will send someone to investigate your village's affairs. But know that your disregard for human life will not go unpunished. After uttering this, he tossed the old man into the vehicle. The elderly man's face had paled, realizing he had come face to face with a true celestial lord. "Spare me, celestial lord. Spare me," he cried out. Xiao Chen paid him no heed. Pondering for a moment, he swiftly broke the man's limbs, needing to ascertain the true nature of this individual. He rendered the man incapacitated and unceremoniously tossed him into the trunk, ignoring his desperate pleas for mercy. At last, Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward the young girl. The girl gazed back at him, her expression one of curiosity rather than fear. "Are you truly a celestial lord?" she asked softly. "Indeed," Xiao Chen replied, nodding. "Celestial lord, can you save my mother?" The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. "Your mother? Where is she?" Xiao Chen inquired, slightly taken aback. "My mother is in the county. Our family was murdered, and she managed to send me out of the county before I fled to this village." The girl spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks as she implored him, dropping to her knees. "Please, save my mother." At her words, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. "Very well, I understand." Though he was uncertain of the girl's circumstances, he knew he needed to visit the county. Many answers would surely await him there. "Let us go now," he declared, placing the girl in the vehicle before driving directly toward the county. Celestial Lord, I have something to say," the old man in the trunk shouted urgently. "I was following orders. It was young Master Jiang from Yun County who commanded me to do this. What is happening?" Xiao Chen's expression darkened as he pulled over and dragged the old man out of the vehicle. Once on the ground, the old man writhed in pain, struggling to speak. Xiao Chen glared at him coldly. "Explain yourself." Chapter 78. Is this a celestial lord? At that moment, Xiao Chen's demeanor was frigid, and the old man, now stripped of bravado, could only look at him with fear. "Celestial lord, I have spoken. Can you spare my life?" "Speak clearly," Xiao Chen replied icily. With a swift motion, he picked up a stone and crushed it into a pile of rubble. "If you wish to test my capabilities." Hearing this, the old man immediately fell silent, his voice trembling with fear. "I was merely following orders. It was young Master Jiang who instructed me." "Who is young Master Jiang?" Xiao Chen demanded, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "He is the second son of the current prime minister," the old man hastily explained. Xiao Chen's brow furrowed. "Why did he want you to do this?" "This young girl, named Chun Linger, lost her father early and relied solely on her mother. Unfortunately, her mother is quite beautiful, and the Chun family is the wealthiest in the county. Young Master Jiang has sought to take the widow as a concubine multiple times, but she has rebuffed him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen grasped the situation. It was a scheme of greed and malice. While the girl's mother had been captured, she had managed to escape. Moreover, the affairs concerning this little girl must remain confidential. At that moment, a so-called fortune teller claimed to possess the means to resolve the situation, to which young Master Jiang naturally acquiesced. "Excellent." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded in approval and promptly tossed the girl back into the trunk. After placing her in the vehicle, he reassured her, saying, "Rest assured, I will take care of your mother's situation. Immortal Lord, I have heard from the elders in my family that young Master Jiang comes from a powerful lineage, associated with the court." The little girl turned to Xiao Chen, inquiring, "Is the court truly that fearsome?" Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly, and then exhaled deeply, coming to a realization. The so-called daughter of destiny was a product of coercion. Although he was uncertain how the girl would have escaped had he not intervened, he was confident that even if engulfed in flames, this so-called destined girl would not perish. Perhaps she would emerge from the ordeal, nurturing a hatred for the court, and eventually overthrowing the reign of Xiao. There was no need for further inquiry. Everything was quite clear. "Do not worry. The court holds no power over me." Xiao Chen gently patted the little girl's head and added, "Moreover, he does not represent the court. My dear, I am friends with the emperor. I will assist you in this matter." Xiao Chen gazed softly at the little girl as he spoke comforting words. In the meantime, the vehicle soon arrived at the outskirts of the county town. Observing the diminutive city walls and the dilapidated gates, Xiao Chen decided to park the car. With his distinctive mustache, he strode directly toward the town. Anger surged within him, prompting him to contact Xiao without delay. "The second son of the Jiang family? I believe he is called Jiang Chao. I know that scoundrel well. He is no good." On the other end, Xiao responded hastily, "Brother, that so-called chancellor is essentially stripped of power. The lingering issues from before, my brother's subordinates are handling it, but he oversees too many civil officials, and it would be inappropriate to take them all down at once. They have been rendered almost powerless. He secretly sent his son away, fearing that when I catch him out, he won't be able to escape. Given your proximity to the border, it seems he intends for his people to flee if anything goes awry. I truly did not anticipate that scoundrel would still wield authority in such a distant place. Brother, just execute him," Xiao exclaimed. "Even if you were to slaughter the city, I would not object. Whoever stands in your way, Take them down, it matters not. For those who disobey shall be dealt with. Listening to Xiao's words, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Since he ascended to the throne, Xiao had become increasingly ruthless. This was indeed a positive development. Otherwise, he would lack the authority to command his subordinates. Furthermore, obeying Jiang Chao equated to defying imperial authority, and killing him would be justified. In the present day, Xiao was unperturbed. Unlike other emperors who might endure, he had no reason to hold back. Xiao Chen was his greatest source of confidence. Should anything go awry, he could simply summon Xiao Chen. Currently, Xiao Chen could eliminate those individuals as effortlessly as one would dispatch a mere dog. Moreover, those who had risen alongside him were gradually seizing control, leaving little dissent within the court. Under such circumstances, he felt emboldened. Xiao was well aware that he now possessed genuine military merit, the highest of its kind. Aside from Xiao Chen, no one could surpass him. As for Xiao Chen, he was his elder brother, and Xiao understood his situation well. There was no possibility of Xiao Chen becoming an emperor, so what was there to fear? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, he nodded and, taking the little girl's hand, dragged along the mustachioed man like a lifeless dog, making his way toward the county town. The soldiers stationed outside the town witnessed this scene and immediately approached Xiao Chen. When they saw him holding the little girl's hand, they were taken aback. They recognized the girl and knew precisely who she was. However, in that moment, they were uncertain of Xiao Chen's identity. After all, Xiao Chen dared to bring the girl back to the town, especially with a wretched man still groaning on the ground. It was utterly bizarre. Sir, may I inquire about your relationship with this young girl? One soldier asked. To be frank, this little girl is from our county and has been missing for days. Her family is frantic with worry. Might you consider handing her over to us? The soldier implored. Yet, Xiao Chen paid him no mind and replied, I have come to seek justice for this child. Where's Jiang Chao? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the soldiers' expressions changed dramatically. Their gazes fixed upon Xiao Chen as they spoke. Young Master Jiang is the son of the current chancellor. Are you intending to cause trouble for him here in Yinchuan County? If so, you shall find it impossible to leave. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. Then I shall see how you intend to stop me. With that, he grasped the little girl's hand with one hand and seized the mustachioed man with the other, vanishing instantaneously from before the soldiers. Those who had intended to obstruct Xiao Chen stood frozen in place. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with shock. They realized they had provoked a true immortal lord. Chapter 79, The Arrival of the Immortal Lord. For them, the most discussed topic in recent days had undoubtedly been the Immortal Lord. The appearance of the Immortal Lord had made many aware that there truly existed celestial beings in the world. These celestial beings could traverse vast distances in an instant, a technique Xiao Chen had just demonstrated. However, they could not comprehend why this immortal was not in the capital but had come to this place. At this moment, they found themselves at a loss. The soldiers exchanged glances and simultaneously cast their weapons to the ground. Brothers, we have offended the Immortal Lord. Should he seek retribution, we are doomed. Furthermore, that Immortal Lord has come for the Chun family's little girl. It seems young Master Jiang and the county magistrate are as good as dead. Following this, we would merely be walking to our own demise. The wrath of the Immortal Lord cannot be contained. Brothers, we must save ourselves. We need to flee immediately. Let us leave Yinchuan County. The soldiers nodded in agreement. They were already receiving meager salaries, with the benefits going to the officials of the county. Being mere foot soldiers with scant pay, they had no desire to risk their lives in vain. Thus, they hastily discarded their weapons, uttering not a word, and made a beeline for their homes to gather their belongings, preparing to flee with their families. As for Xiao Chen, he had already entered the town, guided by the little girl, and arrived at the county office. Just as he reached the county office, the sound of galloping horses echoed nearby. Turning his head, Xiao Chen saw a group approaching rapidly on horseback. At the forefront rode a youth, fair of complexion, with a pair of eyes that appeared rather effeminate, fixated upon Xiao Chen and the little girl. Once again, he cast a glance at the man with the handlebar mustache sprawled on the ground. The mustached fellow made contact with the other's gaze, yet he recoiled, too intimidated to utter a word. Deep down, he understood that if he dared to speak at this juncture, this celestial lord could easily rend him asunder. Death would be the least of his worries. Who could fathom whether those immortals would torment his soul? Thus, he remained silent, allowing events to unfold as they may. Jiang Chao furrowed his brow slightly. This charlatan had always been exceptionally obedient, particularly in recent days when he had been diligently attending to Zhang's affairs. However, now, upon seeing him, the charlatan feigned ignorance. Not only that, but he even averted his gaze, as if fearful of being misunderstood. Realizing this, and observing the injuries on the charlatan's body, Jiang Chao instantly comprehended the situation. The newcomer was a highly skilled martial artist, and thus, the charlatan was understandably frightened. "Seize the scoundrel," Jiang Chao bellowed, "attacking someone in broad daylight and leaving them in such a state. Today, we must apprehend this miscreant." No sooner had he spoken than several martial artists surged forward from behind him, rushing towards Xiao Chen, casting a cold smile. Xiao Chen effortlessly shielded the young girl behind him and then extended his hand to grasp the fist of the assailant before him, with a slight exertion of force. A wretched scream escaped the assailant's lips as his arm was instantaneously shattered by Xiao Chen. Without delay, Xiao Chen seized the man's head, applying a fierce grip. A resounding crack echoed as the man's skull was crushed. Witnessing this scene, many onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, their expressions etched with disbelief. "Impossible!" Jiang Chao cried out in terror. The individuals he commanded were all top-tier experts, handpicked by his father. His father had previously assured him that, should any trouble arise in the capital, these men would safeguard his escape. Yet, having arrived in this desolate land, Jiang had grown increasingly bored. Accustomed to wielding power in the capital, how could he refrain from taking action? Now, as Xiao Chen dispatched his subordinates with such ease, genuine fear coursed through Jiang Chao. Xiao Chen paid no heed to the thoughts of others. At this moment, he strode purposefully towards Jiang Chao. "Where is the mother of the young girl?" "Are you a master?" Jiang Chao exclaimed urgently. "My father is Jiang Sheng, the current chancellor. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? I ask you again, where is the young girl's mother?" Xiao Chen retorted coldly. "She is in my residence. I intend to marry her tomorrow," Jiang Chao replied, eyeing Xiao Chen. "If you obey me from this day forth, I shall intercede with my father on your behalf. Otherwise, prepare for the imperial pursuit." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen had already appeared before him, suddenly delivering a resounding slap. The force of the strike sent Jiang Chao tumbling from his horse, his face marred and bloodied. He looked up, terror-stricken, at Xiao Chen. "Why aren't you stopping him?" he implored, witnessing Xiao Chen advance once more. At this moment, genuine fear gripped Jiang Chao. Just then, the doors of the county office swung open. "Senior brother, save me," Jiang Chao cried out, spotting the figure emerging. "Are you the county magistrate?" Xiao Chen inquired. His gaze icy. "Impudent rogue, do you have any idea what you are doing?" The magistrate retorted, glaring at Xiao Chen. "Release young Master Jiang at once, or I shall ensure your demise right here in the county office." His voice was cold as he turned to address those behind him. Swiftly, his subordinates lunged at Xiao Chen like wraiths. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering a practitioner of innate mastery in such a remote location. A so-called master. However, as soon as the assailant reached him, Xiao Chen unleashed a punch, sending the man hurtling away. In the next instant, Xiao Chen vanished and reappeared before the innate master, delivering a crushing blow that sent the man flying, rolling across the ground like a tumbleweed. Finally halting, the man raised his head, his visage a mask of terror. You, he stammered, trembling before Xiao Chen. The suddenness of Xiao Chen's onslaught was truly staggering. Such a display of skill was beyond even the greatest of masters. The only one capable of such feats was the Celestial Lord. "The Celestial Lord has arrived," the man shrieked in fear, causing both Jiang Chao and the magistrate's expressions to shift dramatically. Since the day Xiao Chen assisted Xiao in seizing the throne, the name of the Celestial Lord had spread throughout the realm. Particularly, Xiao Chen's methods had made it abundantly clear that they were the hallmark of the Celestial Lord. Observing Xiao Chen's actions, both the magistrate and Jiang Chao were seized by terror. In their minds, they were mere mortals, incapable of contending with a celestial being. It was no wonder that their men crumbled before Xiao Chen. It was evident that the Celestial Lord had shown them mercy. Otherwise, his wrath could lay waste to the city. Realizing this, Jiang Chao dropped to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. As for the magistrate, his face turned ashen. He had sought to ingratiate himself with Jiang Chao to advance his own position, yet now he had offended the Celestial Lord. Should the Celestial Lord be angered, his life would be forfeit. With this thought, the magistrate gazed desperately at Xiao Chen, exclaiming, "Celestial Lord, spare me. I was deceived by Jiang Chao." His voice was frantic, yet he dared not confess to any wrongdoing. After all, this was the Celestial Lord. Surely he was aware of everything. Xiao Chen stepped forward, appearing before the magistrate in an instant. "You must die," he declared, and without hesitation, he delivered a kick that sent the magistrate soaring into the air with a thunderous crash. In midair, the magistrate's corpulent form exploded, raining down a shower of flesh. Xiao Chen was indeed furious. He could not tolerate the oppression of the common people by those in power. Witnessing the magistrate's disintegration, Jiang Chao's countenance shifted dramatically. He quivered before Xiao Chen, repeatedly bowing and begging for forgiveness. "Celestial Lord, spare me. My father is the chancellor, serving the emperor. I implore you to show mercy for the emperor's sake." Jiang Chao's pleas were desperate. He had always been a wastrel, using his father's status to commit countless misdeeds over the years, and he had always invoked his father's name. Even now, he resorted to the same tactics. Yet, Xiao Chen was unmoved. He cast a cold glance at Jiang Chao before turning his attention to the young girl behind him. Despite having just dispatched the magistrate, leaving a grotesque scene of bloodshed, the girl appeared unfazed, her gaze filled with animosity directed at Jiang Chao. Truly, she is the chosen one. Such remarkable bravery at such a tender age, not a trace of fear within her. Xiao Chen murmured softly, acknowledging the exceptional nature of the chosen one, who remained unperturbed even in dire circumstances. He was convinced that if asked to eliminate Jiang Chao, she would do so without a moment's hesitation. Contemplating this, Xiao Chen stepped forward, mercilessly shattering Jiang Chao's limbs, then casually picked up a steel knife from the ground and handed it to the little girl. This man is yours. You may dispose of him as you wish, he said with a smile directed at her. At his words, Chen Linger momentarily paused in surprise, then accepted the knife from Xiao Chen and slowly approached Jiang Chao. Upon seeing the little girl advance towards him, Jiang Chao's countenance shifted dramatically. In a panic, he pleaded, "My lord, you cannot kill me. My father is the prime minister." Foolish fool. Xiao Chen shook his head in disbelief. This man was truly dim-witted. Did he believe that his father's identity would sway Xiao Chen? At this juncture, to invoke his father's name was sheer folly. After all, had he not considered why his father had sent him to such a desolate place? Was it not because his father sought to distance himself from trouble? Now, he found himself trapped, unable to escape, and facing a grim fate. CIO had informed him that the two sons of the Jiang family were positioned at the borders, one to the west and the other to the south, awaiting their chance to flee. Now, the second son was surely doomed, while the elder had already been apprehended by CIO's men. In light of this, Jiang Chao's father remained in the capital, blissfully ignorant of the turmoil brewing. In this moment, Jiang Chao was utterly oblivious to the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred. Had Xiao Chen not appeared, had the system not intervened, and had Chen Linger not fled, CIAO's ambitions would have been thwarted. The origin of all this chaos lay with him, and thus his demise was certain, not only his, but the downfall of his entire family. At this moment, his death was inevitable. Chen Linger, gripping the knife with difficulty, struggled to approach Jiang Chao. Given her diminutive stature, wielding the knife was a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, she persevered and positioned herself before him. "What do you intend to do? Do you even know who I am?" Jiang Chao, with his limbs incapacitated and lying helplessly on the ground, shouted in vain. He desperately attempted to wriggle free, but it was futile. With great effort, the little girl raised the knife and swung it at Jiang Chao. However, her strength waned, and the blade merely fell upon him with little force. Yet, it still managed to inflict a wound, causing Jiang Chao to howl in pain. Chen Linger raised the knife once more, struggling to bring it down again, and then again, each strike not fatal, but certainly excruciating. Even Xiao Chen found himself unable to watch any longer. Jiang Chao's cries grew weaker, his blood spilling profusely, and at that moment, he could barely muster a sound. Observing this scene, Xiao Chen turned to glance inside the county office, where the onlookers remained kneeling, trembling in fear. Their gazes toward the little girl had transformed. Such ferocity from one so young surpassed their wildest imaginations. At that moment, they looked upon Xiao Chen and the girl with sheer terror. "Someone, bring her mother here," Xiao Chen commanded, glancing at the officials within the office. Upon hearing this, they dared not object, bowing their heads in compliance before hastily departing. They were unwilling to linger, uncertain of whether this immortal would unleash further carnage. Thus, they fled without hesitation. Xiao Chen understood their trepidation but chose to disregard it. Soon enough, others would manage the aftermath. His sole concern was escorting the little girl and her family back to the capital. On the journey, he had inquired of the mute system regarding the consequences of the chosen one's demise. The system had replied that should one perish, another would arise in their stead. Thus, Chen Linger must be safeguarded at all costs. Protecting the chosen one under his watch was far preferable to having an unknown threat lurking elsewhere. Moreover, if CIAO treated Chen Linger well, all matters would naturally resolve themselves. Xiao Chen was well aware of this, which is why he remained unconcerned about her fate. In his view, the current situation was already remarkably favorable. Chapter 81, Seeking a Mentor. Xiao Chen turned to find that Jiang Chao had already succumbed to his injuries. After all, anyone subjected to such bloodletting would inevitably meet a gruesome end. Observing the scene before him, Xiao Chen approached the little girl and gently seized the knife from her grasp. He regarded her with curiosity and asked, "How do you feel? Are you at peace now?" Suddenly, the little girl knelt before Xiao Chen, exclaiming, "You saved me. May I become your disciple?" Taken aback, Xiao Chen scrutinized her with astonishment. This little girl wished to be his apprentice? After a moment's thought, he inquired of Gu Ming about the prerequisites for using the basic evolution potion. Gu Ming informed him that anyone over the age of 10 could utilize it, albeit with considerable pain. With Xiao Chen overseeing the process, there would be no issues. After all, his healing abilities were intact and could swiftly mend any injuries caused by the evolution. Upon hearing Gu Ming's explanation, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Very well, then. It is settled. He turned to the still kneeling girl, smiling gently. Do you truly wish to become my disciple? Yes. The little girl nodded eagerly, her face alight with anticipation. Master, please accept me. Indeed. Xiao Chen understood that this child was the chosen one, and accepting her as a disciple would be advantageous. System notification. By accepting the chosen one as a disciple, the host may share in her fortuitous destiny, enhancing the host's own fortune. As the system's notification resonated in his mind, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Although fortune was an intangible concept, it was undeniably a valuable asset. With this realization, a smile spread across his face. As a good disciple, you shall enjoy a life of abundance alongside your master, he declared with a beaming countenance. Just as Xiao Chen reached out to assist Chenlinger to her feet, a throng of individuals rushed back toward them. They brought with them a woman who hurriedly approached Xiao Chen and the others. Upon sighting Chenlinger, the woman cried out, Linger, mother. Chenlinger swiftly turned and dashed toward the woman. Xiao Chen assessed the woman before him. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, even having encountered numerous stunning women, including the exceptionally alluring Song Ya at his side. This woman radiated an unmatched allure, accentuated by a classical grace that was utterly captivating. Xiao Chen glanced at the lifeless Jiang Chao on the ground. No wonder this man had resorted to such unscrupulous methods. It was entirely understandable. With this thought, Xiao Chen hastened to reach Chenlinger's side. Thank you, immortal lord, for saving our lives. The woman, upon seeing Xiao Chen, hastily knelt and bowed her head, saying, If it weren't for your intervention, my daughter and I would have been utterly lost. She is my disciple. Thus, it is only natural that I assist her. Xiao Chen responded, gesturing towards Chenlinger. Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily taken aback, her face quickly transforming into a visage of delight. She was acutely aware that her beauty had often served as a lethal poison, compelling her to remain sequestered for many years. Yet, an unexpected outing had led her to encounter Jiang Chao. Had Xiao Chen not appeared, she could scarcely fathom the dire fate that awaited her. As for Chenlinger, the implications were even more unfathomable. Now that her daughter had taken the immortal as her mentor, a bright future lay ahead. With this realization, her heart found solace. I intend to take her to the capital. If you wish, you may accompany us, Xiao Chen declared, gazing intently at the woman. In response, she nodded slightly, saying, I shall heed your wishes, immortal lord. She understood that no one could offer her protection here, but following Xiao Chen to the capital would change everything. Even the reigning emperor would refer to the immortal as a brother, thus rendering her concerns trivial. Immortal lord, my Chen family has fallen into grave peril. There is nothing left for us to salvage. My daughter and I are ready to depart with you at any moment. Rest assured, the belongings of your Chen family will be sent to the capital, Xiao Chen assured her, casting a glance at the surrounding officials. At his words, they immediately nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. The immortal was not one to jest, and they dared not impede his intentions. Please, immortal lord, allow me a moment to gather some personal effects, and I shall leave with you, the woman responded. Xiao Chen nodded, permitting her to take her leave. He then turned to the officials, coldly remarking, You are all well aware of the misdeeds you have committed alongside Jiang Chao. Today, I shall spare you. But remember this, ensure that the assets of Jiang Chao and the Chen family are liquidated and delivered to the capital. Yes, they replied in unison, hastily kneeling and bowing their heads, excitement etched across their faces. They understood that the immortal had granted them clemency. Had he not spoken those words, their lives would have been forfeit. Now, however, their lives were preserved. What more could they desire? Xiao Chen and Chenlinger waited momentarily until Chen's mother returned. She had prepared a small bundle and held a wooden box in her hands. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, she directly offered it to him, saying, Immortal lord, this is my late husband's relic, a treasured heirloom of the Chen family. I humbly ask you to accept it as a token of respect for your mentorship. Taken aback, Xiao Chen waved his hand, saying, There is no need. I understand that you may not covet mundane possessions, but this is the finest offering I can provide, she implored, gazing earnestly at him. Please do not disdain it. Nodding slightly, Xiao Chen examined the wooden box. Its material was indeed extraordinary. He then opened it to find a piece of jade resting within. Unlike ordinary jade, this one shimmered with a hint of iridescent colors swirling inside. Energy source detected. Would you like to absorb it? A voice echoed in his mind. Startled, Xiao Chen pondered, what is this? Absorb it? With resolve, he chose to absorb the energy. In the next moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Spirit stone confirmed, Absorption complete. Host's abilities have evolved. Instantaneously, Xiao Chen sensed an unusual change. While his physical strength had not significantly increased, his mental acuity had improved considerably. The information relayed back to him regarding his ability's evolution left him both astonished and intrigued. His powers had indeed transformed.